Since ancient times, true feelings have been elusive, always ensnared by cunning schemes to win hearts. Wounded by a deceitful woman, Yang Yi unexpectedly finds himself reborn, activating the most powerful prince system. By spending on the beautiful women he binds, he can receive tenfold returns, and completing corresponding tasks yields grand rewards. Luxury cars worth millions? Purchased. Opulent mansions worth billions? Acquired. Chapter 1. Prince System. In the summer of 2015, in Xian City, Yang Yi was reborn. Within the suite of the Huaxi Grand Hotel, Yang Yi lay on the bed, idly scrolling through a humorous app. Suddenly, his girlfriend, Lu Yin, sent him a WeChat message. "Tomorrow is my birthday. If the gift you prepare does not satisfy me, we shall break up." Memories surged in his mind, and Yang Yi replied with a sardonic smile. Oh, Lu Yin was Yang Yi's classmate from his repeat study class and his first love. She was strikingly beautiful, yet a quintessential manipulator. During high school, captivated by Yang Yi's good grades and handsome appearance, she relentlessly pursued him. With no romantic experience, Yang Yi was easily ensnared. Thanks to Yang Yi's assistance, she, once a poor student, managed to enroll in a university in Xian City. After entering university, her vanity reached new heights, lavishly spending Yang Yi's hard-earned money while simultaneously courting several other suitors. When Yang Yi eventually caught her in the act, she dismissed it as mere play, claiming her heart belonged to him. Knave Yang Yi was momentarily stunned, but reality delivered a harsh slap. The one he cherished had already moved on. However, Yang Yi was reborn now, and he would not tread the same path again. "What do you mean by, oh? Do you not wish to buy me a gift? Do you dare to break up with me?" Upon receiving Lu Yan's subsequent message, Yang Yi chose to ignore it and promptly blocked her. On the other end of WeChat, Lu Yan, seeing the red exclamation mark, wore an expression of disbelief. She had never expected Yang Yi, who usually obeyed her every whim, would actually block her. Unable to contain herself, she called Yang Yi. After all, she still hoped he would foot the bill for her birthday tomorrow. The call connected swiftly. "Yang Yi, what do you mean by this?" While scrolling through amusing anecdotes, Yang Yi displayed visible annoyance and replied, "Did you not say you wanted to break up? So be it." Without waiting for a response, he hung up and blocked her, exclaiming nonchalantly, "What kind of decent person would be a sycophant?" Ding! Congratulations, host. Your straight male value has peaked, successfully activating the most powerful Sea King system. Would you like to bind it? Such fortuitous news. Scrolling through anecdotes could activate a system? Was I to become a Casanova, frolicking amidst flowers with a trident in hand? Bind. It must be bound. Yang Yi hailed from an ordinary family in a small third-tier county in Xian City. His parents were mere workers. While they never struggled for food and clothing, they were hardly affluent. With the opportunity to bind a system of such golden potential, how could he let it slip away? The strongest Sea King system is activating. Host will receive a daily stipend of 1,000 yuan. Name, Yang Yi. Age, 18. Appearance, 85 points. Height, 180 centimeters. Title none. Daily stipend, 1,000 yuan. System reserve funds, 0 yuan. Experience for upgrade, 0100000. Fishing ground, currently empty. Spending on high-quality beauties will yield tenfold returns. Maximum daily return of 100 million per person. Satisfaction above 95 points will cease returns, and you will also receive special skills, attribute points, and monetary rewards. Time mission. Become a senior Sea King within 1 year. Obtain 10 sincere loves. Successful completion will reward a growth of 5 centimeters in any part of the body. If you understand, you understand. Yang Yi quickly assessed the situation. This powerful Sea King system would grant him 1,000 yuan daily, amounting to 30,000 yuan a month and 360,000 yuan a year. As his level increased, so would his earnings. Considering his recent rebirth, he was undoubtedly on the path to greatness. This was simply exhilarating. As for the task of capturing 10 high-quality fish within a year, Yang Yi felt confident. Congratulations, host. You have received the Beginner Sea King gift pack. Would you like to claim it? A beginner gift pack? Claim it immediately. Congratulations, host. You have received a cash reward of 10 million yuan. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Sea King luxury trio, McLaren P11, Patek Philippe Grand Complications 1, and a relationship scanning system 1. Congratulations, host. You have received 5 beginner consumption critical hit cards can be used to return 150 times the amount spent, maximum spending limit of 2 million. As the system notifications concluded, Yang Ye's phone chimed with a familiar alert. 10 million yuan has been credited to your Alipay account. What the hell? Upon hearing the notification, Yang Yi quickly opened his phone to find that indeed, 10 million yuan had been transferred to his Alipay account, with a balance of 10,001,200 yuan. Immediately afterward, Yang Yi felt something new in his pocket. He reached in and pulled out a finely crafted watch and the key to the McLaren sports car. These exquisite items were of a quality Yang Yi had never encountered before. Momentarily, he was rendered speechless, hastily checking the prices of the watch and car on his phone. McLaren P1 priced at 12 million yuan. Patek Philippe Grand Complications priced at 18 million yuan. Goodness, indeed, the impoverished play with computers while the wealthy indulge in watches. Yang Yi was astonished that such a small watch could cost 18 million, far beyond his comprehension. Glancing at the sports car key in his hand, he felt a pang of frustration. Owning a sports car was pointless if he couldn't drive it due to lacking a license. Detecting that the host lacks driving skills, granting an additional professional driving skill, the driver's license has been automatically placed in the vehicle. Wow, this is incredible! In an instant, Yang Yi felt an influx of information regarding driving skills in his mind, once again astonished by the system's prowess. Excited, Yang Yi could no longer remain in the hotel. He rushed to the parking lot, where a striking red supercar was parked prominently. With its sleek curves and sharp exterior, the license plate was an impressive Qian A88888. Yang Yi stared for a moment before pressing the key and getting inside. Vroom! As the ignition system roared to life, an intoxicating sound filled the air, and Yang Yi pressed the accelerator. The vibrant red McLaren surged forward like a roaring beast. This is the toy of a true man. After a thrilling spin, Yang Yi arrived at Qian City's hottest bar, Passionate Night. With the engine's roar, the red McLaren parked right in front of the bar. Initially, the security guard intended to ask Yang Yi to move, but upon seeing the million-dollar car, he chose to ignore it. After all, someone who could afford such an expensive vehicle was not someone they could provoke such as reality. The striking red McLaren attracted the attention of many. Having been reborn, Yang Yi maintained his composure and stepped out of the car with poise. The welcoming hostess greeted him warmly, guiding him inside with an air of flattery. As a seasoned patron, Yang Yi, adhering to the principle of seizing opportunities, skillfully maneuvered his hands to enjoy the moment. Under the hostess' guidance, they quickly arrived at an opulent private booth. The sales manager, upon seeing Yang Yi take a seat, couldn't help but smile broadly. After all, the minimum spend for a luxury booth was 30,000 yuan, earning him a commission of 3,000 yuan just for this booking. In an instant, the way the sales manager looked at Yang Yi sparkled with intrigue. Chapter 2. Tonight's expenses on Yishao's tab. Cheers. Esteemed young master, are you here alone or do you have companions? Would you like me to arrange for a few ladies to keep you company? Just make the arrangements as you see fit. Also, please refrain from calling me young master. It sounds rather awkward, and my surname is Yang. In response to the sales manager's sycophantic smile, Yang Yi nodded slightly. The sales manager, receiving the cue, promptly scurried off to make arrangements. Before long, 6 charming ladies had taken their seats beside Yang Yi. Young Master Yang, what shall we drink? The ladies, aware that Yang Yi had arrived in a supercar, were eager to impress such a wealthy patron. What drinks do you have? Yang Shao, we have the Ace of Spades for 8,888 a bottle, Little Dragon for 30,000, which includes 3 bottles of Gold Diamond Ace of Spades, and the Big Dragon for 88,000, which comes with 8 bottles of Gold Diamond Ace of Spades and a ceremonial presentation. The sales manager, keen to impress, stepped forward immediately to respond to Yang Yi's inquiry. Terrified of being perceived as neglectful. Let us start with a set of Big Dragons then, Yang Yi thought, as he happened to possess a beginner's consumption critical hit card. If he scored a 50-fold multiplier, it could lead to substantial gains. Thus, he planned to indulge in a night of extravagant spending. Are you certain about ordering a set of Big Dragons? The sales manager, upon hearing Yang Yi's choice, became instantly animated, for a set of Big Dragons would yield a lucrative commission for him. Enough chatter, hurry up and arrange it. With Yang Yi's confirmation, the sales manager dashed away with enthusiasm. The eyes of the ladies at the table sparkled with excitement. They had encountered many wealthy heirs, but it was rare to see one order a complete set of big dragons right off the bat. Soon, the bar's lights began to flash erratically, and the DJ energetically announced, "Table number 3, young Master Yang is ordering a complete set of big dragons. Let us wish him good fortune and prosperity." Under the sales manager's guidance, 8 alluring ladies donned in bunny costumes began to sway in front of Yang Yi, each holding a bottle of gold diamond ace of spades. Wow, where did this affluent young master come from, ordering a complete set of big dragons right away? Bro, he arrived in a supercar worth millions. A set of big dragons is nothing for him. Yang Yi poured himself a glass of ace of spades and tasted it. The flavor was rather ordinary, not particularly remarkable. As for the 6 ladies accompanying him, he felt little interest. Merely indulging for the thrill of it would suffice. He didn't dare to pursue anything further. Who knows what ailments they might carry? Suddenly, a captivating figure caught Yang Ye's eye. Clad in a light green Chanel gown, standing at 1.75 meters tall with 5-centimeter heels, she appeared truly enchanting. A quick glance revealed that she was likely in her mid-20s, her alluring figure accentuated by soft, wavy hair. Ding. Successfully bound to a new character. Name, Lu Xiaoyu. Height, 175 centimeter. Attractiveness, 9.0. Affection level, 30. Task reward, tenfold cashback on consumption, maximum daily cashback of 100 million. Cashback ceases upon capture, when affection reaches 95 or above and transforms into true love. Rewards include a special skill and 10 attribute points, along with a refund of the consumed amount. Just as the system confirmed the binding, Lu Xiaoyu sat down at Yang Ye's table, poured herself a generous glass of ace of spades, and downed it in one go. "I hope you don't mind me having a drink." After finishing her drink, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she poured another glass, signaling Yang Yi to join her. "Please, go ahead." Currently, a few bottles of alcohol were inconsequential to Yang Yi. He was more intrigued by this girl. Judging by her Chanel outfit and LV handbag, she seemed financially secure. Yang Yi, through the system, noted that she had not engaged intimately with any other men, indicating she was not frivolous. Since the fish had taken the bait, how could Yang Yi resist? He signaled to the accompanying ladies to make space and raised his glass, inviting her for a toast. "Are you troubled?" Yang Ye's question caused Lu Xiaoyu to raise her eyebrows, her slightly dazed eyes meeting his. "Cheers." Another full glass was downed, prompting her to let out a slight belch. Seeing this, Yang Yi chuckled helplessly and drank his glass in one go as well. Clearly, she was here to drown her sorrows, and fishing required a gentle touch. Thus, Yang Yi assumed the role of an emotional mentor, while the 6 accompanying ladies were left unattended. After 3 drinks, Lu Xiaoyu, feeling the effects of the alcohol, moved closer to Yang Yi. Is it true that all men are always looking at other options? Her sparkling eyes locked onto Yang Ye's, as if trying to see through him. "Choosing is for amateurs. When it feels right, I take it all." Having been reborn and activated the system, Yang Yi had no intention of living within the confines of his previous life. Why not embrace freedom? This response caused Lu Xiaoyu to pause, her gaze sharpening. "You are quite candid, much better than those duplicitous gentlemen." Yang Yi shifted slightly, meeting Lu Xiaoyu's scrutinizing gaze. "I live life on my own terms. Once I make a decision, I see it through." Lu Xiaoyu covered her mouth and laughed. "You are indeed an interesting person. Come, let us share another drink." Lu Xiaoyu tilted her head back and downed another glass, her gaze fixed intently on Yang Yi, as if implying that she wouldn't let up until he joined her. Yang Yi chuckled. "Since the lady is so enthusiastic, I shall oblige." Back and forth, they continued to down drink after drink, astonishing the surrounding ladies. "Manager, let us order another set of big dragons." Noticing the nearly empty bottles, Yang Yi decided to order another set. "Little brother, you won't be able to finish another set." Lu Xiaoyu draped an arm over Yang Ye's shoulder, her eyes beginning to glaze over with intoxication. "I see you have something on your mind. A few bottles are nothing." Yang Yi casually wrapped his arm around Lu Xiaoyu's waist, an exquisite softness enveloping him. There was not an ounce of excess flesh, perfection. Lu Xiaoyu hadn't anticipated Yang Yi's sudden move. Instinctively, she tried to push away, but, under the influence of alcohol, it felt as if she were leaning into his embrace instead. Giving up, after several attempts to escape, Lu Xiaoyu ceased resisting, as if she had reached a decision within herself. Suddenly, she stood unsteadily, pulling Yang Yi toward the center of the dance floor. "Dance with me?" Under the flashing lights and pulsating music, they lost themselves in the moment. Soon after, Lu Xiaoyu threw herself at Yang Yi, kissing him clumsily. Before long, she had slumped against him, completely spent. Seeing this, Yang Yi called over the sales manager. "This one's on me, Bill, please." 10 minutes later, Yang Yi, with Lu Xiaoyu in tow, arrived at the Huaxi Grand Hotel in a vehicle arranged by the sales manager. At that moment, the DJ seized the microphone and excitedly announced, "Tonight's expenses are on young Master Yang's tab. Let us hear it." As soon as the words left his lips, the already ecstatic bar erupted into a frenzy. Chapter 3. The story of Lu Xiaoyu. At this moment, a notification echoed in Yang Yi's mind. Beginner consumption critical hit card used successfully. This expenditure totals 1.8 million. With a 50x hit, congratulations to the host for earning 900 million. Yang Yi had just covered the bar's expenses, and with the help of the beginner's consumption critical hit card, he had turned a profit of 900 million, adding to the remaining 8.2 million, giving him nearly 980 million in cash. With a knowing smile, he supported Lu Xiaoyu as they entered their room. The following morning, Yang Yi slowly opened his eyes, glancing at his phone, which revealed it was already past 10 o'clock. He turned to Lu Xiaoyu beside him and spoke softly. "Now, tell me, what have you been through?" Lu Xiaoyu hesitated momentarily before responding. "Will you always treat me well?" Seeing that her affection level had risen to 80, Yang Yi decided against hiding the truth. "You are now my woman, and I will always treat you well. But I may not only be good to you." After all, he aspired to be a sea king wielding a trident, and how could he be tied to just one tree, no matter how lush it might be? "Now, tell me about your story. Perhaps I can help." Looking at the younger man before her, who was 7 or 8 years her junior, Lu Xiaoyu pondered for a moment before divulging. "My fiancé cheated on me, and he even wants to offer me up to others for his career advancement." Half an hour later, Yang Yi finally grasped the reason behind Lu Xiaoyu's quest for a night of drunken escapism. She was intent on avenging her fiancé. She was a moderately well-known online streamer, while her fiancé was a high-ranking executive at an entertainment company. They had been on the brink of marriage when, by chance, she discovered his infidelities with several female streamers from the company. Furthermore, he had schemed to get her drunk to offer her to the company's president as part of his ambitions for promotion. Upon learning this, her spirits plummeted. The image of her caring fiancé shattered into pieces, prompting her to seek solace in alcohol and, under its influence, to have Yang Yi deliver a piercing wake-up call. "So, you're quite the popular streamer, huh?" Lu Xiaoyu seized Yang Yi's unruly left hand, her voice sweet. "Yes, I have 500,000 followers on Shark Live. I'll be sure to support you." Through their conversation, Yang Yi learned that Lu Xiaoyu hailed from Qin City, her parents running a small business. She earned a decent income of about 100,000 a month from streaming. Quite the comfortable lifestyle. "Shall we grab a meal together?" Yang Yi glanced at the time. It was nearly noon, perfect for lunch. Having consumed little the previous night and after a long night of revelry, their stomachs were growling. When Yang Yi proposed, Lu Xiaoyu gently nodded. "Sure." After freshening up, Yang Yi, rolling his suitcase, led Lu Xiaoyu downstairs. That moment, the sales manager from the night before was waiting at the entrance, respectfully handing Yang Yi the keys to a McLaren. "Young Master Yi, here are your keys. The car is parked right outside. If you need anything, don't hesitate to contact me." He then pressed a business card into Yang Yi's hand. All right, after dismissing the sales manager, Yang Yi approached the gleaming red McLaren, gesturing for Lu Xiaoyu to get in. Staring at the striking car, Lu Xiaoyu was astounded. While she had figured Yang Yi was wealthy after he ordered a set of big dragons, she hadn't expected him to possess such an extravagant vehicle. "Have I just snagged myself a wealthy boyfriend?" In contrast to Lu Xiaoyu's astonishment, Yang Yi remained unfazed. With deft maneuvering, the bright red McLaren zipped through the streets. Since they had both indulged in a substantial amount of alcohol the previous night, they opted for light fare for lunch. At this point, Lu Xiaoyu's affection level had reached 90. With just a 5-point increase, he could secure a genuine romance. Observing the system's feedback on their intimacy, Yang Yi mused, "This won't do. I haven't spent enough on her yet. Capturing her now wouldn't yield great results. I need to reel her in a little longer." To prevent Lu Xiaoyu's affection from increasing further, Yang Yi dropped her off at her residence after their meal, then drove the supercar to Qian University, for today was his enrollment day. People often extol the virtues of university life, yet as a seasoned individual, Yang Yi understood that the depth of Chinese culture spanning 5 millennia is profound. A simple comma can alter the meaning entirely. In his previous life, he had been misled by a green tea type named Lu Yin. missing the chance to truly experience university life. Now, with the system at his disposal, he was determined to savor every moment. As the premier institution of Qian Province, Qian University boasts a century-long history and is a double first-class university. Yang Ye's college entrance exam score was sufficient for admission into some prestigious 985 universities outside the province, but having been swayed by his ex-girlfriend Lu Yin, he had foolishly enrolled in the literature program at Qian University. In his past life, graduating with a degree in literature failed to secure him a decent job, leaving him despondent. Now, with assets exceeding $1 billion, returning to campus felt entirely different. Literature department, here I come. Ladies, brace yourselves. Chapter 4. I'll drive whatever. With the thunderous roar of the McLaren, Yang Yi garnered the attention of passers-by. Wow, which young master is flaunting his wealth now? Who knew Kabahui sold cars too? Not bad, actually, fool. That's a McLaren, do you even know? Due to the large number of enrollees, a temporary bottleneck ensued. Despite driving a supercar, Yang Yi was not exempt from the crowd's slow pace. Resting his arm on the window, he observed the throngs of people, mentally evaluating. Not pale enough, too thin, but that pair of legs is nice. After half an hour, Yang Yi parked the car and made his way to the new student registration area. As a century-old institution, Qian University welcomed nearly 10,000 new undergraduates each year, offering over 80 programs. At this moment, dozens of tents were set up for registration, with some seniors assisting newcomers. As a seasoned individual, Yang Yi quickly located the registration point for the literature department. Hello, I'm Yang Yi from Literature Class 1. Could you assist me with the registration process? Yang Yi approached the registration desk and handed over his admission notice and ID. Wow, this new student is so handsome. He must be at least 1.8 meters tall. Not only handsome, but I also saw him arrive in a supercar. Definitely a high-class gentleman. Isn't he the one from the forum? Yes, that's him. At the registration point for the literature department, 4 girls and 1 boy were processing their paperwork, and upon Yang Ye's arrival, they couldn't help but gossip. Hello, Junior. I'm Wang Yuni, a third-year student in our literature department. I'll guide you through the remaining procedures. Ding. Successfully bound to a new character. Name, Wang Yuni, height, 170 cm, attractiveness, 9.2. Affection level, 30. Task reward, tenfold cashback on consumption, maximum daily cashback of 100 million. Cashback ceases upon capture. When affection reaches 95 or above, true love is secured, granting a special skill and 10 attribute points, along with a refund of the consumed amount. Yang Yi looked up to see a beautiful girl in a light yellow dress and a ponytail, with fair skin standing before him. Indeed, the school was rife with charming individuals, with many scoring 9.2 in attractiveness. As a sea king, self-cultivation is essential. Despite the urge to cast his line, Yang Yi remained composed. Hello, senior. Thank you for your assistance. Yuni, I can take him. You should rest in this scorching sun, a somewhat unfriendly voice interjected. Yang Yi turned to see the only male student responsible for registration, glaring at him as though Yang Yi had usurped something from him. No need, Wang Chong. I'll escort him. No way. I'll take him. You handle the registration. As their verbal altercation escalated, Yang Ye's interest peaked. After all, drama was always entertaining. Wang Chong, who I choose to accompany me is not your concern. As their back and forth continued, Wang Yuni's demeanor grew colder. She chose to ignore Wang Chong and led Yang Yi toward the dormitory building. Yuni, wait for me. Seeing Yang Yi and Wang Yuni depart, Wang Chong stubbornly followed, inciting laughter from the other students at the registration point. It is apparent to any discerning individual that Wang Chong harbors feelings for Wang Yuni, yet the stream flows with intention while the flowers remain indifferent. Due to the considerable distance between the dormitory building and the registration point, the two made their way to the parking lot first, where Yang Yi casually pressed the car key, signaling Wang Yuni to get in. When Wang Chong finally arrived, Yang Yi rolled down the window with a resigned expression and remarked, Senior Wang, my car only has 2 seats, so farewell. With a swift press of the accelerator, the McLaren roared to life and sped away, leaving Wang Chong fuming and stamping his feet in frustration. Inside the vehicle, Wang Yuni marveled at the luxurious features and could not help but inquire, Junior, what does your family do? After all, arriving at the school in a supercar is not something an ordinary family can achieve. My family is just an ordinary one, Yang Yi replied politely as he navigated the supercar through the campus. Upon hearing Yang Ye's response, a thread of disbelief crossed Wang Yuni's mind. How could an ordinary family own a supercar? Unbeknownst to her, Yang Yi was indeed speaking the truth. His family was truly unremarkable. Before long, they arrived at the boys' dormitory. With Wang Yunyi's assistance, Yang Yi swiftly completed the check-in process. After exchanging WeChat contacts, he ascended the stairs with his suitcase in solitude. The highest institution of learning in Qian province, Qian University boasted commendable accommodation conditions, and Yang Ye's dormitory was a simple 4-person room. At that moment, his 3 roommates had already made their beds and were sitting on chairs, engaging in light conversation. Upon seeing Yang Yi enter with his suitcase, they approached him warmly to greet him. After some casual chatter, the roommate on the left, named Li Su, hailing from Hunan, was short and stout, exuding a comical aura. On the right was Zhang Jian, a local from Qian City, and the last one was Wang Banxian, also from Qian City. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the 4 grew familiar with one another, as boys can easily forge friendships over a common topic, whether it be video games or girls. In his previous life, Yang Yi had rented a place outside with his manipulative girlfriend, Hua, and thus had little impression of these roommates. Half an hour later, after arranging his bed, Yang Ye's roommates discussed going out for hot pot. Zhang Jian, being a local with a reportedly decent family background, offered to treat everyone, mentioning that his girlfriend was also from the music department at Qian University and would bring her friends along for a gathering. To this proposal, the 2 single roommates, Li Su and Wang Banxian, wholeheartedly agreed, and Yang Yi smiled lightly, acquiescing as well. At 5 in the afternoon, urged by Zhang Jian, the 4 dorm mates met with his girlfriend and her friends downstairs. His girlfriend, named Wang Jing, stood at about 1.6 meters tall, had a system rating of 7.8, and her overall attributes were quite commendable. The other 3 girls were named Xia Yao, Yang Yu, and Zhao Shui, all lively due to their musical backgrounds. Among them, Yang Yu and Zhao Shui were around 1.6 meters tall, embodying a petite and adorable charm. As for Xia Yao, Yang Yi remembered her well in his previous life. She was the aloof goddess of the music academy, standing 172 centimeters tall with fair skin that radiated a unique aura. Once everyone had gathered, Zhang Jian made simple introductions and then stated, "I have a car, and old Wang has one too. Let us head directly to the food city outside the school." The food city surrounding Qian University was renowned throughout Qian City, and the group had no objections, nodding in agreement as they proceeded to the parking lot. Zhang Jian drove a BMW 5 Series, indicating his family's considerable affluence, while old Wang's ride was a Mazda. In contrast, all 4 girls piled into Zhang Jian's BMW. Old Wang sighed, "Let's go." The girls all hopped into the BMW, leaving us with my Mazda. After some contemplation, Yang Yi remarked, "I just casually drove a car here, so I won't be riding with you." Under their scrutiny, he confidently strode toward the McLaren parked below. Old Wang and Li Su exchanged glances. What does he mean by casually driving a car? "Su, are you riding with old Wang, or with me?" Yang Yi inquired as he slowly rolled down the car window, addressing the 2 who were still in a daze. Given that old Wang had already been rejected twice, Yang Yi naturally chose the McLaren. Li Su, disregarding old Wang's feelings, eagerly jumped into Yang Ye's supercar, calling out as he left, "Old Wang, I'm heading off with ye. You can catch up later." The bright red McLaren roared away, disappearing from sight amidst a cacophony of sound. Perhaps due to the unique aura of the supercar, Yang Yi and Li Su arrived at the food city slightly ahead of Zhang Jian and the others, despite having departed later. When Zhang Jian and the others arrived, they found Yang Yi and Li Su already at the entrance, assessing passing beauties. Upon seeing Zhang Jian approach, they ceased their discussion and put on a serious demeanor. "Where's old Wang?" Zhang Jian queried. Yang Yi chuckled. "He is probably stuck in traffic with his Mazda." "Stuck in traffic? Weren't you all together?" "I drove my own car," Yang Yi replied, pointing at the supercar parked at the roadside, prompting the girls to exclaim in admiration, "Look at that supercar, it's so cool." After the girls exited their vehicles and saw Yang Ye's McLaren, they rushed over to take photos. Who is this rich kid looking for food around here? If I had a supercar like that, I would be living the dream. Even though they were already in a BMW 5 Series, it paled in comparison to the $1 million supercar. 10 minutes later, old Wang finally arrived leisurely in his Mazda, wearing a disgruntled expression as he noticed the lively group at the entrance. "Let us go. Everyone is here, let us head inside," Zhang Jian suggested upon old Wang's arrival. Under Zhang Jian's guidance, the group made their way to a well-known eatery specializing in dry pot goose feet and wings, which reportedly had a queue longer than 2 hours but had been reserved in advance. The girls, being art students, were quite carefree, and once they warmed up, old Wang and Li Su began sharing risque jokes, eliciting laughter from the girls. The meal was thoroughly enjoyable, and as spirits soared, Old Wong suggested taking everyone to experience the nightlife in Chin City to further his chances with the girls. The group made their way to the entrance of the food city, where the girls, as usual, chose to ride in Zhang Jian's BMW since Old Wong's Mazda appeared rather unremarkable. Yang Yi and Li Su, on the other hand, hopped directly into the McLaren. Upon witnessing this, the girls were momentarily stunned. Having just taken numerous pictures, they were shocked to discover that the owner was, in fact, Yang Yi. Under Old Wong's lead, the three cars headed straight to the Passion Night bar. Yang Yi chuckled to himself, as he had just earned 9 million the previous night at this very bar and had a delightful encounter with Lu Xiaoyu, only to find himself back here again by coincidence. While Zhang Jian and the others struggled to find parking, Yang Yi effortlessly pulled the McLaren up to the entrance, where the security guard greeted him with a broad smile, promptly clearing a parking spot for him. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Jian, Old Wong, and the others felt a wave of frustration wash over them. It was a stark reminder of their differences. Unbeknownst to them, Yang Yi had spent a staggering 1,800,000 here the night before, and the security had been informed to treat him with utmost deference upon his arrival. Young Master Yi. Just as Old Wong and the others parked and approached the entrance, the sales manager of Passion Night, Zhao Bin, rushed over with a beaming smile, bowing and scraping to ensure no detail was overlooked. "Enjoy your time with your friends, I'll leave you to it." Yang Yi waved his hand, signaling the sales manager not to disturb him as Old Wong and the others joined him. Zhao Bin, understanding the importance of reading the room, took his leave but not before calling over several waitstaff to ensure Yang Yi and his friends received exceptional service. "Young Master Yi, what on earth are you hiding from us? You seem more like a local of Chin City," Zhang Jian joked, lightly punching Yang Yi in the chest. Given the sales manager's earlier demeanor, it was clear that Yang Yi held an undisclosed identity. Yang Yi chuckled, "If you keep this up, I might just lie down and not get up without a few thousand." This elicited laughter from the group, and they followed the hostess into the bar. It was only 7 in the evening, yet the bar was already packed with patrons. Thanks to the sales manager's instructions, the waitstaff led Yang Yi and his friends to the most luxurious private room without waiting for Old Wong to arrange anything. Moments later, a set of premium dragon cocktails was presented. "Well, Old Wong, despite driving a Mazda, you certainly know how to treat us with style by starting with the dragon." Old Wong's expression turned awkward as he realized that, although he was a local with a decent family background, the cost of the private room and the drinks exceeded his budget. He had intended to take everyone out for a casual evening, ordering some modest drinks to enjoy the atmosphere and perhaps flirt with the girls, but he hadn't anticipated the waitstaff's lavish service. However, seeing the excited expressions on the girls' faces, he hesitated to speak up, caught in a moment of embarrassment. Yang Yi quickly grasped the situation, realizing that the sales manager had orchestrated this display because of his previous expenditure. He smiled and said, "Miss, we haven't even ordered drinks yet. Is this a case of forced selling?" Yang Ye's words resonated in Old Wong's mind. He could scrape together 10,000, but the ensuing months would be difficult if he did. The waitress smiled sweetly. "Young Master Yi, you flatter us. Our manager has instructed us to treat you with the utmost respect. This room and these drinks are complimentary, wishing you and your friends a delightful time." Yang Yi was momentarily taken aback. It was unexpected that Zhao Bin would be so accommodating. However, considering he had casually spent nearly 2 million, the gesture was more likely to garner goodwill than harm. "All right then, let him know I'm quite satisfied." Yang Yi waved his hand and settled into the plush sofa. "Young Master Yi, this is quite generous of you." Old Wong stammered, still feeling the pressure and worries. "This is courtesy of the bar. If you feel awkward, just order some snacks." Yang Yi offered a way out for Old Wong, acknowledging that it was indeed generous of someone to invite him to such a place. In an instant, the group began speculating about Yang Ye's true background, questioning how he could have drinks worth over 100,000 offered to him without hesitation. "Young Master Yi, I used to think I was a rich second generation, but after meeting you, I've completely surrendered," Zhang Jian exclaimed as he downed a glass, with Yang Yi mirroring his action. "Rich second generation? I'm certainly not that." Inside the private room, 8 bottles of Ace of Spades were opened by Yang Yi, and under the influence of alcohol, the group let loose. After a few drinks, the petite and adorable Zhao Shui scooted up beside Yang Yi. "Yang Yi, hello. I'm Zhao Shui from the music department. Let us add each other on WeChat." Yang Yi noted her system rating of 7.6 and felt a twinge of disappointment. The minimum rating for binding was 8.0, making her ineligible. Nevertheless, he added her on WeChat. This scene left Old Wang and the others astonished, as they had to work hard for the girl's attention, while Yang Yi merely had to sit there for them to approach him. This was indeed the power of wealth. Aside from his financial influence, Yang Ye's height of 1.8 meters and handsome features easily rated above 8.5. Among the girls, he was particularly intrigued by Xia Yao, who boasted a system rating of 9.0, complemented by her unique charm. Believing in equal opportunity, Yang Yi also added Yang Yu and Xia Yao to his contacts. Ding. Successfully bound with fish seed. Name: Xia Yao. Height: 172 cm. Attractiveness: 9.2. Affection level: 40. Mission reward: consumption with fish seed will yield tenfold cashback, maximum daily cashback of 100 million. No further cashback after capture. When the affection level of fish seed reaches 95 or above, a genuine love story will be harvested, rewarding special skills 1, 10 attribute points, and refunding the spin amount. At this moment, Xia Yao was singing a heartfelt love song alongside Zhao Shui with a microphone. Although Yang Yi was not well versed in music, he could discern the impressive skill from the fluctuations in their tones and enchanting voices. Meanwhile, old Zhao and Li Su, bored as the girls engaged with Yang Yi, humorously sang a singles anthem, prompting playful teasing from the group. Old Zhao, at this moment, I feel like you and Su have truly sung the essence of the singles anthem, Zhang Jian quipped while chatting with his girlfriend. You have a girlfriend, while the rest of us are left to chat with ye. Noticing Old Wang and Li Su struggling to make a connection, Yang Yi slowly stood up. How about we step outside for a bit? We've been singing for a while now, and everyone could use a break. Absolutely. The music students, being more open-minded than the average crowd, readily agreed to Yang Ye's proposal. As soon as the door to the private room swung open, the pulsating music flooded their ears, and Yang Yi seized the opportunity to drape an arm around Old Wang and Li Su. Mischievously grinning, opportunity strikes, my friends. Let's be proactive with that. Yang Yi boldly headed toward the direction of Xia Yao. On the stage, everyone was having a great time. However, Yang Yi caught sight of a familiar figure seated at a nearby table. Lu Yin. At that moment, Lu Yin, clad in a sexy short skirt, was playing games with a group of guys and girls. As Yang Ye's gaze fell upon her, she too looked his way, resulting in a moment of intense eye contact. Lu Yin was taken aback by Yang Ye's presence. Recalling that she had blocked him the day before and initiated their breakup filled her with indignation. Her, Yang Yi had always been her devoted admirer, yet he had chosen to end things, which bruised her ego. However, she had recently latched onto a wealthy second-generation heir, and today she was celebrating her birthday at the largest bar in Qian City, making Yang Yi appear to be a mere pauper in comparison. Moments later, a bold idea struck her. She leaned in close to a nearby guy and whispered something in his ear. Shortly after, one of the guys from her table approached Yang Yi. Is this a show of force? Yang Yi mused, intrigued. The guy swaggered over and arrogantly declared, Bro, I see you're just sitting here. How about you come over and join us for some ace of spades? Quench your thirst. Knowing Lu Yin was pulling the strings, Yang Yi casually nodded and took a seat at the edge of the table. So, what is the deal? Did you want to show off your new rich boyfriend? Or do you have something to say to me? Yang Yi's straightforwardness caught Lu Yin off guard, leaving her momentarily speechless. Bro, I've heard you've been chasing Lu Yin for years. We hit it off right away. And I don't want to see you around her anymore, understand? Oh really? So soon to jump in? Huh? From the looks of it, you probably haven't had much good meat in your life, or you wouldn't be hanging around this green tea. Despite being surrounded by several people, Yang Yi remained unfazed. Yang Yi, do you even know who this is? You dare speak like that? This is young Master Pong, the son of the Jiamu group. Oh? And what of it? Do not presume that Yang Yi is unaware of what the esteemed Jiamu group represents. Even if he is indeed impressive, what of it? In that fleeting moment, Lu Yin found herself so incensed by Yang Yi that she was rendered speechless, her finger trembling as it pointed at him. Young man, one should not be overly impetuous. Witnessing Yang Yi's blatant disregard for decorum, Pang Gang's gaze gradually turned frigid. It is essential to recognize that since Lu Yin has referenced his status, Yang Yi's attitude is a clear affront to him. Youthful exuberance will only lead to recklessness in old age. Yang Yi harbored a strong aversion to Pang Gang's ostentatious demeanor, his tone growing increasingly frosty. It seems you prefer to drink the bitter wine of regret. With this, Pang Gang seized a bottle of liquor and smashed it onto the table. The others at the booth immediately sprang to their feet, ready to act at his command. The clamor from the broken bottle attracted the attention of many. Even the DJ paused his work. Goodness, isn't that Yi? What is he getting into? At that moment, Li Su and his companions noticed the commotion surrounding Yang Yi and rushed to his side. What is the matter, Yi Xiao? Are we going to fight? Li Su, a boisterous man from the north, brandished a bottle of liquor, confronting Pang Gang directly. Zhang Jin and his companions stood resolutely beside Yang Yi, their very presence conveying their solidarity. What do you think you're doing? How dare you disrupt my territory? Just as the situation seemed poised to escalate, a gruff voice resounded, followed by a man in his 30s emerging from the crowd. He donned a sleek black suit, exuding an air of authority, flanked by 6 burly men. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Uncle One, I have a bit of a conflict with this kid. I can resolve it. The newcomer was none other than Zhu Dan, the proprietor of Passion Night, a prominent figure in Qian City, with his enterprises spanning various industries. Passion Night was merely one of his ventures, and his wealth exceeded hundreds of millions. The Peng family, scion, you have no grounds to cause a ruckus here. Despite Peng Gang's seemingly sincere demeanor, Zhu Dan's expression remained icy. The sales manager who accompanied him whispered something into his ear upon recognizing Yang Yi. Moments later, Zhu Dan's gaze fell upon Yang Yi, and he adjusted his tone slightly. May I ask your name, brother? The Jiamu Group, associated with the Peng family, had a total asset value of around 20 million. Yet Xiaobin had reported that Yang Ye's sports car alone was worth tens of millions. Importantly, Zhu Dan had noticed the watch adorning Yang Ye's left wrist, a limited edition Patek Philippe Grand Complications, with a price tag exceeding 18 million and nearly impossible to find. Zhu Dan, having navigated the treacherous waters of high society, understood the formidable nature of certain prominent families, compelling him to treat this matter with utmost caution. Yang Yi surmised that Xiaobin had undoubtedly divulged some details about him, for not just anyone could afford a $10 million sports car. Realizing this, he remained composed, seated in the booth, curious to observe how Zhu Dan would handle the situation. Uncle One, he's just a country bumpkin. Silence. Go and apologize to Yi Xiao immediately. Were it not for the slight acquaintance I have with your father, I would have broken your legs today. Zhu Dan's tone was no longer cordial as he fixed a steely gaze on Pang Gang. In that moment, everyone fell into a state of bewilderment, and Pang Gang's face contorted with rage. Yet he restrained himself, aware that they were in Zhu Dan's establishment. Nevertheless, his eyes narrowed into a more malevolent glare as he plotted to teach Yang Yi a lesson that he would never forget once they left the bar. Do not underestimate the Peng family. Yi Xiao is not someone you can provoke. Out of respect for your father, I'll offer you a piece of advice. That watch on Yi Xiao's wrist could buy all of your family's assets. Choose wisely how you wish to proceed. Zhu Dan's words sent shockwaves through the crowd, leaving everyone astonished. They knew that the Peng family's assets were around 20 million. What watch could possibly be worth that? Goodness, it's the Patek Philippe Grand Complications. At that moment, an onlooker snapped a photo of Yang Ye's watch and searched online, revealing its staggering price. 18 million. Suddenly, the color drained from Pang Gang's face as beads of cold sweat trickled down his back. He realized that if Zhu Dan's claims were accurate, someone like Yang Yi could extinguish him as easily as crushing an insect. Though he had relied on his family's connections to flaunt himself, he understood who was worth offending and who was not die in a moment of desperation. Pang Gang steeled himself, trembling as he approached Yang Yi to plead. Yi Xiao, I was blind and foolish, listening to that green tea's slander against you. Please forgive me. With that, he seized a bottle from the table and smashed it against his own head. What on earth is happening? This is turning into a scene from a gangster movie. Such a fine bottle of liquor wasted. Yang Yi recognized that Pang Gang's capitulation stemmed from fear of his financial power and a misunderstanding of the influence he might possess. However, he was acutely aware of his own circumstances and did not wish to escalate the matter further. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yang Yi slowly rose, gesturing towards the remaining bottles of alcohol on the table. How about this? To express my gratitude for your invitation to drink, I will treat you to a bottle. Once you finish this, we shall consider the matter settled. With that, Yang Yi narrowed his eyes, crossing his legs as he regarded Pang Gang and his companions. All right, I'll drink. Pang Gang realized he had encountered a formidable opponent and conceded, grabbing a bottle from the table and downing it without hesitation. And the rest of you? Upon seeing Pang Gang gulp down a bottle, Yang Ye's expression darkened as he raised his voice. What are you waiting for? Drink. As Yang Ye's demeanor shifted, Pang Gang jumped up, barking at those around him. Brother Gang, Lu Yin, initially wishing to evade the situation, found herself compelled to drink a bottle upon witnessing Pang Gang's sudden aggression. Observing this, Yang Yi smiled faintly and approached Zhu Dan, saying, "Mr. Zhu, I apologize for the disturbance caused here. Not at all. It is my establishment that has failed to maintain the atmosphere befitting your presence." To Zhu Dan, Yang Yi was undoubtedly the scion of some affluent family, and forging a connection with him would greatly benefit his future endeavors. Yi Shao, today's incident was my fault. I will host a banquet for you to apologize another day. As Pang Gang noted Yang Ye's disinterest in him, he hastily offered his apologies and prepared to leave. "Yes, you may go." Upon receiving Yang Ye's response, Pang Gang promptly exited with his entourage, leaving only Lu Yin behind. Unaware of Yang Ye's sentiments toward her, "Brother Gang, I want to go with you. Get lost, you green tea." With a swift slap, Pang Gang struck Lu Yin across the face before departing. Tears cascaded down Lu Yin's cheeks as she turned to see the confident Yang Yi approaching her. "Yang Yi, I was wrong. Please give me another chance. Let us reconcile." In that moment, Lu Yin embodied the archetype of a scheming green tea, yearning to regain Yang Ye's affections now that he had risen in status. Yang Yi merely smiled faintly, addressing Zhu Dan, "Mr. Zhu, as the most upscale bar in Qin City, it would be prudent to minimize the presence of such green tea." Zhu Dan fully understood Yang Ye's implication and promptly instructed, "You lot, remove her from my sight. I do not wish for her to appear here again. Yang Yi, please give me another chance. I know you still love me." At that moment, Zhang Jin and the others began to piece together the situation. It was clear Lu Yin had betrayed Yang Yi and now sought to reconnect after witnessing his rise. "What gives you the right to say such things?" Gazing at Lu Yin, who continued to cause a scene, Yang Yi embraced Xia Yao, declaring, "This is my girlfriend." "You are unworthy." Startled by Yang Ye's sudden embrace, Xia Yao instinctively attempted to resist, but underestimated his strength. Simultaneously, she pondered whether he was jesting or sincere. After some initial struggles, she ceased to resist, allowing Yang Yi to hold her. Old Wang and Li Su were left agape, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Was this really happening? Meanwhile, Zhao Shui and Yang Yu exchanged glances of disappointment. In light of this, Lu Yin abandoned her resistance entirely, recognizing that Xia Yao was far more attractive than she. Confounded, she could not fathom how Yang Yi had suddenly acquired such wealth. After exchanging a few words with Zhu Dan, Yang Yi and his companions exited the bar, having lost interest in further merriment after the chaotic episode. "How long are you going to keep holding on?" Once outside, Xia Yao regained her composure and noticed Yang Ye's hand still resting on her waist, giving it a gentle squeeze, prompting her to cast him a disapproving glance. Despite harboring some feelings for him, their relationship had not yet reached such intimacy. Yang Yi chuckled, "I was merely protecting myself from her relentless pursuit." "Thank you, Miss Xia. I'll treat you to dinner soon to express my gratitude." Hearing this, Xia Yao's expression softened slightly. Typically, other boys would ignore her, yet here she was, being embraced by Yang Yi for an extended period. Since everyone had been drinking, they took 2 taxis, entrusting the sales manager, Zhao Bin, with the assurance that he would safely return Yang Ye's vehicle to Qin University. It was only then that he realized Yang Yi was merely a freshman, with classes not commencing for another 3 days. Yang Yi had no intention of returning to campus immediately. Instead, he planned to indulge in his remaining 4 beginner consumption bonus cards over the next few days. After bidding farewell to his companions, Yang Yi reserved a room at Qin City's most luxurious hotel, Qianding Yunju, the premier establishment in Qin City. Qianding Yunju was known for its high-end service, with even the most basic room costing 8,888 yuan, while Yang Yi had booked the opulent Supreme Suite, priced at 88,888 yuan per night. At that moment, Yang Yi arrived at Qianding Yunju, escorted by the hotel's chauffeur. "Welcome, esteemed guest, to Qianding Yunju. How may we assist you?" Upon entering, 2 stunning young women approached him with beaming smiles, creating an inviting atmosphere. The hotel exuded opulence, and upon learning that Yang Yi had booked the 88,888 yuan Supreme Suite, their demeanor became even more respectful. "Lead me to my room." Exhausted from the previous night's festivities, Yang Yi followed the front desk staff to his lavish suite. The Supreme Suites were distinct from regular rooms, each housed in a separate villa. After traversing a winding corridor, Yang Yi arrived at his suite's entrance, where a professionally dressed concierge awaited him. Upon his arrival, she promptly opened the door and stepped back, Gesturing, Mr. Yang. I am your personal concierge, Li Na. Welcome to Qianding Yunju, binding successful. Fish seed. Name, Li Na. Height, 168 centimeter. Attractiveness, 9.0. Affection level, 30. Task reward, tenfold cashback on fish seed spending, up to 100 million per day. No cashback after capture. A genuine romantic relationship will be established once the fish seed's affection for the host reaches 95 or above, rewarding special skill 1, 10 attribute points, and a refund of the spending amount. Yang Yi did not anticipate that the so-called supreme suite would come with a personal concierge, and a remarkably attractive one at that. Instantly, his anticipation for the night's experience heightened. Mr. Yang, your supreme suite comprises 5 rooms, an entertainment area, a kitchen, and even a private hot spring and swimming pool. I will cater to all your requests during your stay. Li Na, demonstrating her professional acumen, provided Yang Yi with a sense of comfort. All requests, you say? Yang Yi replied with a teasing smile, causing her cheeks to flush, yet she maintained her composure, affirming, indeed, I shall fulfill all your requests. Yang Ye's interest was piqued. With wealth came the luxury of casting aside worries. Under Li Na's guidance, he changed into a set of specially tailored, loose-fitting clothing and reclined on a massage chair beside the hot spring, as Li Na expertly tended to his back, refreshing. After a wild night with Lu Xiaoyu, he had yet to fully recover, but under Li Na's skilled hands, he felt utterly rejuvenated. Li Na, your technique is quite professional, Yang Yi exclaimed, spitting out a grape skin, prompting Li Na to promptly offer him a glass of lemon water. Before starting, the hotel provided comprehensive training. After a brief massage, Li Na assisted Yang Yi in shedding his attire and guided him into the hot spring. She then seated herself beside him, slowly beginning a head massage. As water splashed gently, her clothes became damp, accentuating her alluring figure. At that moment, Yang Yi recalled Li Na's earlier words, igniting a fervor within him. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. My heart is as iron. Unyielding, left with no alternative, Yang Yi closed his eyes, mentally reciting multiplication tables to suppress his desires. Observing Yang Ye's flustered demeanor, Li Na stifled a giggle, fully aware of the nature of her job. Guests booking supreme suites were typically individuals of high status, and they had the autonomy to choose whether to accept guests based on their information. Having worked in Qian City for 5 years, she understood the city's coldness and recognized that securing a wealthy partner could be the best outcome, even without official recognition. Take a gamble. A bicycle could become a motorcycle. Dare to hope, and a motorcycle could turn into a Land Rover. Just as Yang Yi reached the product of 6x6, he felt a soft touch at the corner of his mouth. The lighting in the hot spring had shifted to a soft pink hue. This section has been omitted for brevity. The next morning, Yang Yi slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, Li Na had changed back into her professional attire and was seated at the bedside. Upon seeing him awake, she greeted him with a sweet smile. Awake? Yes, Yang Yi replied, gradually rising to wash up. Moments later, Li Na had prepared a steaming cup of milk and an exquisite breakfast on the table. Yang Yi sampled it, finding it delightful. Are you free today? Accompany me for a stroll. Yang Yi took a sip of the warm milk, glancing at Li Na, who was observing him eat. If I have no guests, I am free every day. Great. Then come with me shortly and extend my stay for another month. A month? Yes, a month. The Supreme Suite cost 8,888 yuan per night, totaling nearly 3 million for a month, which struck Li Na as exorbitant. To be able to see you at any time. What is money to me? Yang Yi declared with heartfelt sincerity, taking Li Na's hand in his, gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. In that moment, Li Na's heart raced, utterly captivated by Yang Ye's charm. Yi Xiao, you don't need to waste money on me. I can come find you if you wish. In Qian City, 3 million could purchase a small apartment. Yet Yang Yi was using it to stay in a hotel for a month. Such an expenditure seemed impractical. Li Na's response surprised Yang Yi. After just one night, she was already looking to save money on his behalf. Since ancient times, true affection has proven elusive. It is often the calculated schemes that win hearts. The system has not deceived me. At this moment, Li Na's intimacy with Yang Yi has reached an impressive 93 points. Her gaze towards him brimming with boundless tenderness. I must act swiftly and shower her with some gifts. Under Yang Ye's insistence, he nonetheless spent nearly 3 million on a 1-month stay in the Supreme Suite at Qining Yunj. Ding! The primary consumption critical card has been successfully utilized, triggering a tenfold critical hit. Congratulations to the host for receiving a critical amount of 30 million. This maneuver not only elevated Li Na's favorability but also netted a profit of 27 million. Let us check the attributes. Name: Yang Yi. Age: 18 years. Attractiveness: 8.5. Height: 180 cm. Physique: average. Title: none. Daily allowance: 1,000 yuan. Wealth: 125 million yuan. Experience to level up: 0-100, 000. Fishing pond: empty. Finding high-quality beauties for consumption will yield a tenfold cashback. Maximum daily cashback of 100 million per person. Upon becoming a high-level Sea King, gaining 10 genuine affections, special skills, attribute points, and monetary rewards will be granted. Quest: acquire 10 genuine affections to become a high-level Sea King. Current progress: 0. Yang Ye's actions astounded the management of Qining Yunjif, as few possessed the means to casually spend 3 million on a hotel room. Tio better serve Yang Yi. Qining Yunjif appointed Li Na as his personal steward, neglecting all other hotel matters, focusing solely on providing exceptional service for him. Let's go. My personal steward. At the entrance of Qining Yunjif, a striking red McLaren P1 gleamed. Young Master Yi, over here. Upon seeing Yang Yi and Li Na emerge, Zhao Bin, the passionate sales manager, respectfully handed the keys to Yang Yi. Young Master Yi, the car has just been meticulously cleaned. Please check if it meets your satisfaction. Observing the pristine sports car, it was evident that it had indeed been thoroughly washed. Zhao Bin's attentiveness pleased Yang Yi, who responded, "Well done. I am quite satisfied." With Yang Ye's affirmation, a radiant smile spread across Zhao Bin's face as he ingratiatingly remarked, "As long as you are pleased, I shall not intrude further." Noticing that the companion Yang Yi brought today differed from last night's, Zhao Bin felt a twinge of envy, though he could only admire from afar. Meanwhile, the hotel front desk, witnessing Li Na and Yang Yi enter the supercar and depart stylishly, pondered why they could not be in her position. As the hotel's personal steward, they earned a commission of 20%, meaning Li Na would receive a commission of 600,000 from Yang Ye's room fee alone, equivalent to several years' salary for them. Inside the vehicle, Li Na sat anxiously in the passenger seat. This was the finest car she had ever ridden in. Despite her intimacy with Yang Yi, she felt a lingering insecurity. She was merely an ordinary hotel steward, fearing that Yang Yi might tire of her and cast her aside. Half an hour later, the two arrived at Yunfu Mall in Qian City. "Come, accompany me to shop for a few items." People are often judged by their attire, and Yang Yi intended to acquire some high-end clothing. After all, in similar circumstances, one can appear glamorous while the other looks disheveled, creating a stark contrast. They headed directly to the Hermes boutique within the mall. This time, Yang Ye's attire was rather commonplace, and Li Na wore only a standard business outfit. The sales staff, noticing their modest clothing, did not immediately approach, except for an intern who rushed to Yang Ye's side after seeing 5 guests were being attended to. "Hello, how may I assist you?" This intern appeared to be new, displaying a certain awkwardness in her speech, a typical novice. However, Yang Yi was unconcerned. He was there solely to purchase clothing, choosing to ignore the more seasoned salespeople. "Nah, please help me select a few outfits. As a quality Sea King, one must occasionally grant the fish some agency." Thus Yang Yi turned and spoke. Hearing Yang Yi request her assistance in choosing clothes brought a smile to Li Na's face. It was a sign that he considered her one of his own. With the intern's help, she selected 5 or 6 outfits that suited Yang Ye's physique. Remarkably, his height of 180 centimeters and well-toned physique allowed him to fill out the casual suit she had chosen perfectly. "What do you think? Is it acceptable?" Gazing at the striking Yang Yi before her, Li Na's eyes momentarily glazed over before she nodded slowly. That moment, even the more seasoned sales associates were taken aback by Yang Ye's attractiveness, only to mutter among themselves, "What good is mere good looks? In this society, one must possess wealth." After trying on a single outfit, Yang Yi was quite pleased and did not bother to try the others, trusting Li Na's judgment. "Wrap up the rest for me." All of them?" The intern, being a true novice, was momentarily stunned at Yang Ye's request, as Li Na had selected a total of 8 outfits, and purchasing them all would certainly cost 50 to 60,000, yielding her a substantial commission. "Yes, all of them." Amused by the intern's bewilderment, Yang Yi turned to Li Na and whispered, "Doesn't she remind you of how you were last night?" In response to Yang Ye's teasing, Li Na's cheeks flushed crimson, and she playfully bit his arm. "If you keep teasing me, I'll bite you to death tonight." Upon hearing the word bite, a mischievous smile spread across Yang Ye's face. Chapter 10. Are you qualified? At this moment, The seasoned sales associates, realizing that Yang Yi was indeed ready to make a purchase, 8 outfits no less, suddenly felt their eyes light up with excitement. A woman in her 30s, heavily made up, with a sharply pointed chin, snatched the garments from the intern's grasp and said ingratiatingly, "Good sir, I am Yang Yin, the sales manager at Hermes. I will assist you from here." Afterward, she shot a fierce glare at the intern, as if warning her not to cause trouble, lest she face dire consequences. The intern felt utterly wronged, constantly bullied by veteran employees since her arrival, forced to handle the brunt of the workload. Now, having secured a significant sale only to have it snatched away, she could only remain silent. Elena, witnessing this, furrowed her brow. Being in the service industry herself, she recognized this as a blatant act of stealing a sale, a form of bullying. Yet, as an outsider, she felt it inappropriate to speak up. Yang Ye's expression darkened slightly. Although he did not care about their earlier haughtiness, their sudden eagerness to seize his business after recognizing his purchasing power displeased him. "You look down on me, yet now wish to profit from me? How can such a thing be fair?" With that, Yang Yi ignored Yang Yin and turned to the intern. "Little sister, what is your name?" "Yang Tian." The intern, unsure why Yang Yi was suddenly inquiring about her name, promptly replied, "As customers are always considered kings. Tian Mei, please bring me a full set of every style." "Another full set?" "Yes, quickly." Though baffled, Yang Tian complied with Yang Ye's request, fetching a complete set of every style. Yang Yin, witnessing this, couldn't help but beam. Another set meant her commission would double. Moments later, Yang Tian returned with all the styles neatly packaged. Yang Yin, eager to take over, was interrupted by Yang Yi. "Thank you, but I will manage with this young lady." Recognizing Yang Ye's firm stance, she relented, holding the garments in hand and stating, "I will prepare the invoices for you." "No. I want those from the young lady's hands. I won't take the ones from yours." With that, Yang Yi, accompanied by Li Na and Yang Tian, headed directly to the checkout counter. At this moment, Yang Yin realized she had been outmaneuvered. Initially furious, she quickly considered Yang Ye's substantial purchasing ability and decided it was best to let it go, as her behavior throughout had been decidedly unprofessional. Meanwhile, Yang Tian was busy ringing up the total. 8 outfits amounted to 680,000 yuan. With a 5 commission, she earned over 30,000, equivalent to months of her salary. After instructing Yang Tian to deliver the clothes to Qining Yunj, Yang Yi took Li Na to the Chanel boutique. After all, today's primary objective was to spend money on Li Na. Although Yang Yi had said they would just browse, bringing Li Na to Chanel warmed her heart. As the saying goes, a man may not necessarily love you if he spends on you, but if he refuses to spend, he certainly does not love you. At this moment, Li Na felt a flicker of security. A woman's thought process is simple. If Yang Yi cared not for her, why would he take her shopping? Upon entering, Yang Yi promptly instructed the sales associate, "Based on her figure, please present all the latest styles." Dressed in Hermes, Yang Yi exuded confidence, embodying the quintessential image of a wealthy heir. The sales associate, recognizing the importance of this customer, diligently gathered all the latest styles. "Young master, you need not select so many. 1 or 2 sets will suffice." "1 or 2 sets? No way. Everything I like. Package it all." "Miss Sales Associate, have her try on every new style. I believe her charm can carry these outfits." At that moment, Yang Yi was perceived by the sales associate as a glittering treasure. Given that the more he purchased, the higher her commission would be. While Li Na tried on clothes, Yang Yi busied himself with his phone. Noticing several messages on WeChat, he clicked in. The first was from Lu Xiaoyu, expressing how much she missed him after a day apart. Yang Yi offered a simple word of comfort in response. The others were from Wang Yuni and Xia Yao, to which he replied briefly, mindful not to overextend himself in his fishing endeavors. "Young master, what do you think of this outfit?" Li Na emerged wearing a light purple dress, twirling before him, her face full of anticipation. The 8th rule of the Sea King: always compliment the ladies. "Not bad, you look quite vibrant." Ultimately, under the sales associate's recommendation, Yang Yi purchased over 10 outfits for Li Na, totaling nearly 800,000 yuan. Ding! The host spent 800,000 on fish seed Li Na, receiving a cashback of 8 million. Hearing the system's notification, Yang Yi couldn't help but chuckle and, taking Li Na, headed to the nearby Patek Philippe boutique. Li Na was aware of Patek Philippe. It was said that even the entry-level watches cost tens of thousands and were exceedingly luxurious. At that moment, only 2 men in their 20s were present, selecting pieces. The sales associate warmly greeted Yang Yi and Li Na upon their entrance, a stark contrast to the reception at Hermes. "Good day, sir. Welcome to Patek Philippe. I am Xiao Li, pleased to serve you." As a high-end watch brand, Patek Philippe prided itself on exceptional service. "Please show this lady a suitable watch, and also recommend 2 watches for my parents," Yang Yi stated directly. "Sir, purchasing from Patek Philippe requires asset verification, or you must have previously owned one of our watches. Where did this bumpkin come from?" At Patek Philippe, if you lack the necessary proof of assets or have never owned a Patek Philippe watch, how dare you think of buying one? And to request 3. Who do you think you are, a diamond VIP? The 2 men nearby could not restrain their laughter at Yang Yi's boldness. Patek Philippe had a policy that first-time buyers needed asset verification, and specific models could only be purchased by high-level VIPs. Yang Yi was taken aback by the complications involved in buying a watch. Raising his left hand, he asked, "Does this count?" The sales associate looked down, her eyes widening at the sight of an exquisitely crafted, luxurious chronograph watch. My goodness. This is a minute repeater. Am I qualified to purchase it now? Chapter 11. Li Na's overwhelming happiness. "I apologize, sir. It was my oversight. The minute repeater you possess is a limited edition from our brand. Your ownership signifies you are indeed one of our esteemed high-level members. You may purchase any product in our store at your leisure." After a considerable pause, the sales associate finally grasped the situation. The timepiece in Yang Yi's hand was indeed a limited edition, one that the Chin City store did not even have in stock. Thus, the sales associate's demeanor shifted to one of heightened enthusiasm. The market price for the minute repeater was a staggering 18 million, and its rarity made it a coveted item. The 2 young men who had previously mocked Yang Yi now found themselves blushing with embarrassment. Yang Yi, unfazed, proceeded to purchase 2 watches for his parents at over 800,000 each, while Li Na received a stunning women's watch valued at 1.8 million. That moment, Li Na felt utterly bewildered. In just one morning, Yang Yi had spent nearly 3 million on her, wealth she might never earn in her lifetime. Observing the smiling Yang Yi beside her, she felt herself succumbing to his charm. This man had lavished her with such generosity without any excessive demands. From his demeanor, it seemed that treating her was indeed a pleasure. Little did she know, Yang Yi was mentally tallying the morning's profits. The 1.6 million spent on his parents, coupled with the primary consumption critical card's tenfold cashback, netted him 16 million. The 1.8 million spent on Li Na yielded a direct cashback of 18 million. This shopping spree allowed Yang Yi to pocket a tidy sum of 30 million. While others might consider it a small gain, he felt he had struck gold. After a morning of shopping, he had garnered nearly 30 million in cashback from Li Na alone, prompting him to finally understand Wang Duayu's frustrations. Money truly is difficult to spend, by the way. While Wang Duayu cannot buy a house or luxury cars, I certainly can. With that, Yang Yi leapt from his seat in sheer delight, startling Li Na beside him. "Is there a luxury car dealership nearby? There happens to be a car exhibition happening right here in the mall." As the top steward of a prestigious hotel in Chin City, Li Na was well-versed in various local information to better serve her clients. Seeing Yang Yi's interest in luxury cars, she promptly shared her knowledge. "Let us go." Without waiting for Li Na to respond, Yang Yi seized her hand and strode towards the exit. Where to? To buy a car. Yunfu Mall, the most opulent commercial center in Chin City, housed a plethora of luxury brand stores, including a showcase for high-end automobiles. Guided by Li Na, the 2 soon arrived at the car exhibition area. Due to the ongoing event, the sales floor was bustling with activity, filled with luxury vehicles such as Lamborghinis, Ferraris, and Porsches. "Come, let us see if there's anything you like." As a sea king, Yang Yi could clearly sense Li Na's fluctuating emotions. She had not anticipated that he would genuinely take her car shopping. Typically, purchasing such luxury vehicles requires advance reservations, but today's exhibition allowed for immediate purchases. Yang Yi first led Li Na to a pink Porsche 911, a color that often holds irresistible allure for women. "Sir, this is the only pink Porsche 911 in our store, equipped with top-notch performance and configurations." The sales attendant, noticing Yang Yi adorned in Hermes and the Patek Philippe on his wrist, approached with a beaming smile to introduce the vehicle as luxury car salespeople. They must possess not only exceptional professional qualities but also a discerning eye to identify genuine clientele. Yang Yi, exuding a unique confidence in his designer attire, clearly appeared to be a discerning customer with considerable purchasing power. "I'll take care of the payment. You focus on introducing this lady beside me," Yang Yi replied with a subtle smile. already owning a McLaren and not currently in need of another sports car. Today's main objective was to indulge Li Na in a purchase to earn a cashback reward. His words sparked a glimmer of hope in the sales attendant's eyes, realizing he had indeed found a quality customer, and he promptly turned to respectfully introduce the pink 911 to Li Na. He meticulously detailed everything about the car's performance and intricate features, for a successful sale would yield a lucrative 5 commission. Under the salesman's guidance, Li Na found herself increasingly enamored with the sleek pink supercar, yet her enthusiasm waned upon hearing the price of over 5 million. YSHO, that's too expensive. I don't really need a car right now. Perhaps we should just forget it. Despite her fondness for the vehicle, Li Na resisted her inner desires, calculating that she had only known Yang Yi for just over a day, during which he had already spent over 2 million on her. The thought of purchasing a 5 million sports car was overwhelming for someone from an ordinary family background, as she didn't want Yang Yi to perceive her as a woman driven solely by materialism. Yang Yi paused at her response, taken aback by her apparent desire to save him money. If this had been before, he might have felt pleased, but now it was not the outcome he desired. Without spending on her, how could he earn cash back or attract other high-quality prospects? Thus, Yang Yi turned to Li Na with heartfelt sincerity, declaring, "You are my woman. Whatever you desire, regardless of the price, I will fulfill it for you." His declaration was so earnest that it seemed he would pluck stars from the sky for her. Without giving Li Na a moment to respond, he swiftly handed over his bank card, seizing this prime opportunity to spend. The sales attendant, witnessing the card emerge, squinted his eyes with delight and respectfully accepted it to process the payment. At that moment, Li Na found herself utterly lost in Yang Ye's affections, ready to purchase the 5 million sports car without hesitation, a gesture even the average rich second-generation wouldn't dare to undertake. It wasn't until the sales attendant requested her identification for registration that she snapped back to reality, realizing this was not a dream. YSHO. As long as you don't abandon me in this lifetime, I will remain by your side and love you with all my strength. Deeply moved, Li Na threw herself into Yang Yi's embrace, holding him tightly. In that moment, her happiness reached its zenith. Even as just one among many of Yang Yi's women, she felt utterly content. Chapter 12. Spending lavishly. The host, having spent 5,300,000 yuan on fish seed, Li Na successfully received a cashback of 53 million. This was true happiness, watching the 53 million credited to his account. A smile crept onto Yang Ye's face. "Let us go. I want to explore some more." Having come this far, Yang Yi intended to make the most of the car show, as such events were rare. At this point, Li Na, completely under Yang Ye's spell, nodded slightly, linking her arm with his in a sweet, feminine manner. Seeing this, Yang Yi couldn't help but smile. The world was indeed not deceiving him. When you gain one thing, you inevitably lose another. Though he had acquired wealth, he had also shed his worries. The sales attendant, noticing Yang Ye's intention to continue browsing, immediately sprang to the front to begin his pitch. This car show was the largest event of the year at Yanfu Mall, showcasing all the world's luxury car brands, including a Bugatti Veyron as the grand finale. Intrigued by such a premier luxury vehicle, Yang Yi requested the sales attendant to lead the way. Following the attendant's guidance, Yang Yi arrived at the Bugatti Veyron display area, where a crowd had already gathered, half there to admire the car and the other half to gawk at the models. The Bugatti Veyron, a true pinnacle of luxury, boasted a sleek design that captivated Yang Yi instantly. Compared to it, his McLaren P1 felt like a mere junior. The highlight of the show, the Veyron commanded a staggering price of 60 million, epitomizing opulence. While many affluent individuals attended the event, finding someone willing to part with 60 million for a car proved challenging. Most supercars owned by the rich second generation hovered around 10 million or less, with their wealth primarily in assets. Thus, despite the Veyron's allure, no one stepped forward to make a purchase. Wow! A top-tier luxury car, the Bugatti Veyron. Owning such a car in this lifetime would be worth it. Zhang Xiao, are you planning to snag this Bugatti? Just as the crowd buzzed with speculation, two wealthy young men clad in luxury brands fixated on the Veyron. Do you think 60 million is just pocket change? I just had my family shell out 20 million for a Porsche 918. Buying this now is out of the question. These two were top-tier rich second generation from Qian City, one named Zhang Yu and the other Wang Gang. Not only were they privileged, but they were also members of the local supercar club, and they had come to the mall to check out the car show. If you're not going for it, it seems this Bugatti will remain unsold. Wang Gang teased as he observed Zhang Yu's reluctance. Not necessarily. There are plenty of wealthy individuals in Qian City. While the wealthy are plentiful, few can readily part with 60 million for a car. At that moment, Yang Yi, having thoroughly examined the Bugatti Veyron, found himself increasingly enamored and approached for a closer inspection. The deep red two-tone body shimmered brilliantly under the sun. Without hesitation, Yang Yi declared, "Swipe the card." True to the saying, a good carpenter does not waste time sharpening his tools, a qualified player would not dither over a sports car. He handed his bank card to the sales attendant, indicating he wished to proceed with the purchase. The attendant was momentarily stunned. Yang Yi had just bought a 5 million 911, and now he was about to acquire a 60 million flagship luxury vehicle. His commission alone would be nearly 3 million. Who wouldn't he be astonished? Moments before, he had been servilely attending to Yang Yi, enduring the mockery of his colleagues. But now he wished to proclaim, "What's wrong with being a dog?" Seeing the sales manager tremble as he accepted the bank card, Yang Yi couldn't help but chuckle. No one would have predicted that just 2 days prior, he had been a mere struggling youth. "Zhang Xiao, it seems this Bugatti Veyron has been bought." As the sales attendant began processing Yang Yi's transaction, Zhang Yu and his companion realized that Yang Yi was the one purchasing the luxury vehicle. "Let us go introduce ourselves and see if we can bring him into our supercar club." Anyone who could spend 60 million on a Bugatti surely had an extraordinary background. As top-tier rich second generation, they were eager to forge connections, hoping to expand their circle of friends. At this moment, Yang Yi was contemplating how to recoup the 60 million he had spent. Purchasing cars was a good strategy, but only buying for fish seed would yield cashback. Having already spent nearly 8 million on Lina, her affection level had reached 93 points. Continuing to spend would mean he could capture her without earning cashback. The remaining fish seeds, Lu Xiaoyu, Wang Yuni, and Xia Yao, were merely bindings. Suddenly gifting them a car would backfire. Conveniently, Lu Xiaoyu was also Yang Ye's first woman, so gifting her a car would be a pleasing gesture, allowing him to make her happy while also earning cashback, an operation he found quite favorable. Without a second thought, Yang Yi took Lina to the Lamborghini display area nearby. Since he could obtain a maximum of 100 million in cashback per day, he aimed to stay within that limit. Too much would be excessive, while too little wouldn't suffice. Ultimately, Yang Yi purchased a Lamborghini Huracan for 9 million, also in pink. The sales manager hadn't even returned his card before he earned another 45,000 in commission. At that moment, he wished to lay before Yang Yi and howl, "Woof woof woof." As he needed to register Lu Xiaoyu's information to earn cashback, Yang Yi sent her a message. Moments later, Lu Xiaoyu replied with her details. Even though she was unsure of his intentions, the high intimacy level of 90 made everything else irrelevant. After completing all the necessary actions, Yang Yi finally understood what it meant to spend money like water. Ding! The host successfully spent 9 million on fish seed Lu Xiaoyu and received a cashback of 90 million. In that moment, Yang Yi felt an overwhelming urge to shout with joy. Over the course of 2 days, with the system's assistance, he had acquired a Bugatti alongside a series of luxury items, and instead of diminishing his wealth, it had swelled to 200 million. With just a bit more effort on these 2 fish seeds, he could harvest genuine love. Meanwhile, the system's task of becoming a high-level player was undoubtedly steering him further down the path of a playboy. Chapter 13. The circle of rich second generation in Qian City. At this moment, Zhang Yu and his companion approached Yang Yi. Their curiosity piqued upon witnessing him nonchalantly purchase yet another Lamborghini Huracan, and their desire to befriend him intensified. "This brother has some serious flair. I've been eyeing that Bugatti for quite a while, but unfortunately, I lack the spare cash." When Zhang Yu and his companion initiated conversation, Yang Yi was initially taken aback but quickly realized they were clad in luxury brands, suggesting they were financially well off. They likely believed he had an impressive background after witnessing his Bugatti purchase, prompting their approach. "A small amount of money, nothing to worry about," Yang Yi replied casually, embodying the essence of a show-off. At this, Zhang Yu and his companions' expressions turned bemused. In Qian City, it was their first encounter with someone so unabashedly flaunting wealth. 60 million for a Bugatti Veyron, and you say it's just a small sum? That's like saying Big Ma doesn't care about money. Yet, as their gazes shifted, they caught sight of the exquisite Patek Philippe chronograph on Yang Ye's wrist, as top-tier rich second generation in Qian City. They were well-versed in luxury goods, and the limited edition piece Yang Yi wore was worth nearly 20 million, with its rarity making it even more coveted. They exchanged glances, suddenly feeling inadequate compared to their own 100,000 watches. Yu, have we stumbled upon a super-rich young master? For the first time, I feel quite poor in his presence. Zhang Yu reflected. Sharing Zhang Yu's sentiment. 60 million for a car seemed trivial, and the nearly 20 million limited watch, coupled with Yang Ye's luxurious Hermes attire, made them realize he embodied a wealth level they hadn't encountered before. Despite feeling outshone by Yang Yi, they quickly regained their composure and introduced themselves. I'm Zhang Yu, and this is Wang Gang. We're both members of the Qin City Supercar Club, and we noticed your Bugatti purchase. We wanted to see if you'd be interested in joining us. The Supercar Club? Yang Yi pondered for a moment. This club served as a networking platform for wealthy second-generation individuals. Joining wouldn't pose any issues, and since they regarded him highly, he gladly accepted, thinking that having friends in various circles could provide additional opportunities. Despite his current lavish spending, Yang Yi was still an ordinary university student socially, or rather, aside from his newfound wealth, little had changed. Thus, he welcomed the overtures from Zhang Yu and Wang Gang, eager to enrich his social connections. Noticing Yang Ye's sincere attitude, the two smiled, as they were accustomed to pride. Their willingness to befriend him stemmed from their astonishment at his wealth and the potential influence behind it. If they couldn't connect with him, they wouldn't have continued to pursue him. After a pleasant conversation, Yang Yi learned that Zhang Yu's family primarily operated in real estate in Qin City, while Wang Gang's family owned hotels, both boasting assets exceeding 1 billion. Yang Yi shared that he wasn't originally from Qin City and was currently studying at Qin University, which they accepted without skepticism. As they were well aware of the city's power dynamics, I've heard university life is quite enjoyable. You must savor it. Wang Gang remarked cheekily upon realizing Yang Yi had just entered his freshman year. If it weren't for the presence of Li Na beside Yang Yi, he might have suggested taking the car for a spin. Yang Yi chuckled. In that case, Brother Wang, you must show me the ropes. As the saying goes, a drink with a confidant is worth 1,000 cups. 2 unkind words are too many. All being young, Zhang Yu and Wang Gang had recently graduated, and they found common ground in their conversation. Quickly growing comfortable with one another, they exchanged WeChat contacts and added Yang Yi to a group chat named Qin City Supercar Club. Yang Yi promptly accepted the invitation. As a new member, Yang Yi kicked things off with a generous 10,000 yuan red envelope, instantly lifting the group's atmosphere. Wow, this brother is quite generous. Zhang Xiao has brought in another newcomer. The boss is generous. 10,000 yuan might not be a significant amount to these second-generation elites, but Yang Yi's lavish gesture certainly made an impression. Zhang Yu and Wang Gang exchanged glances, both smiling broadly. How about this? It's lunchtime, and since we hit it off so well, let me treat you both to a simple meal? Yang Yi proposed, taking advantage of his time with Li Na, as all expenses would yield cash back. By now, it was past noon, and since both Zhang Yu and Wang Gang were eager to befriend Yang Yi, they nodded in agreement. As the purchased vehicles required paperwork, the sales manager would deliver Li Na's Porsche 911 directly to Qianding Yunfu, while Lu Xiaoyu's Lamborghini Huracan would be sent to her home address. As for Yang Ye's Bugatti Veyron, it would be delivered once he confirmed, as he was currently driving his McLaren P1 and lacked parking space. It seemed that the time had come for him to purchase a property. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have a place to park. At that moment, Yang Yi finally grasped the troubles of the wealthy. After making arrangements, the group headed to Qianding Yunju, where Yang Yi had reserved a supreme suite featuring top-tier chef services for convenience. Zhang Yu and Wang Gang arrived in a Porsche 918 and a Ferrari 812, respectively. The roar of the sports cars echoed down the street, drawing the attention of passers-by. Half an hour later, the three luxurious vehicles pulled up at the entrance of Qianding Yunju. Yang Yi and the others stepped out and handed their car keys to the valet. Guided by Li Na, they proceeded to Yang Yi's supreme suite. Upon their arrival, the hotel owner, Wang Su, happened to be present and approached to greet them, instructing the top chef to provide service. YSHO, you seem quite familiar with the hotel's owner? As the premier hotel in Qin City, Qianding Yunju is owned by Wang Su, a prominent figure in the city. Typically, even if one were to occupy the supreme suite, he would not personally come to greet guests. However, he just approached me, offering a bottle of red wine, which left Wang Gang astonished. I don't know him well. Perhaps he noticed I've been staying here for a month and wanted to acknowledge me. A month? I was taken aback. It's essential to note that the supreme suite at Qianding Yunju costs 88,000 per night, amounting to nearly 3 million for a month, an expenditure few can afford. Witnessing this, Wang Gang was genuinely impressed. Chapter 14. I came to gain knowledge, yet you wish to teach me postures. Just arrived in Qin City without a place to stay. I'll have to make do for now. While Wang Gang was astonished, Yang Yi remained composed. After all, with the system at his disposal, he possessed insights beyond the ordinary. Let us order first. Qin Ding Yunju lives up to its reputation as Qin City's finest hotel, with a plethora of exquisite ingredients at hand. Yang Yi, feeling uninspired to peruse the menu, directly inquired of Li Na. What are the most distinctive and expensive dishes here? As the upscale stewardess of Qin Ding Yunju, Li Na was well aware of the answer. The signature dishes include a century-old ginseng soup, charcoal-roasted Tibetan fragrant pig, and steamed yellow-lip fish. Let us have one of each, along with several side dishes and 2 bottles of red wine. You can arrange it as you see fit. Since today's meal was a treat courtesy of Li Na's cashback, Yang Yi generously ordered all the specialty dishes. Brother, this is exceedingly generous of you. Each of these dishes is a renowned delicacy at Qin Ding Yunju, priced over $1 million each. I've longed to try them, but couldn't justify the expense. Today is indeed a blessing thanks to you. After Yang Yi ordered all the specialty dishes, Wang Gang was truly astonished. As long as my brothers are happy, this small sum is nothing. From the moment they began ordering, Zhang Yu had been observing Yang Yi, noting that his expression remained unchanged throughout, indicating that he genuinely did not regard the millions spent as significant. As elite second-generation wealthy individuals, they typically had a monthly allowance of 1 to 2 million, so Yang Ye's meal costing several million was a shock to them. Young Master Yi, I overheard you mention not having a place to stay. My family is in real estate. How about you stay in one of our suites? As the saying goes, one good turn deserves another. Yang Yi treated the two to a lavish meal worth millions, and naturally, Zhang Yu felt inclined to reciprocate, and no need for that. Perhaps you could show me a villa instead? I have no other demands, and I'll pay you the market price. Deal. I'll have someone find you a good one. In China, the importance of human relationships cannot be overstated. After getting acquainted with Zhang Yu, Yang Yi saved himself a great deal of hassle regarding purchasing a home. He simply needed to await further communication, which was also part of his strategy to expand his social circle. Qin Ding Yunju boasts impressive service efficiency. Approximately half an hour later, the century-old ginseng soup, charcoal-roasted Tibetan fragrant pig, and steamed yellow-lip fish were all served. Li Na even arranged for an additional bottle of Romani Kani. Considering the 3 dishes alone amounted to nearly 4 million. What was a bottle worth several 100,000 more? Once the dishes were served, Li Na did not sit down to dine but instead stood by, awaiting further instructions. Yang Yi couldn't help but furrow his brow. Please, take a seat. He gestured to the bench beside him, indicating that Li Na should sit next to him. Complying with Yang Yi's request, Li Na took a seat. As Yang Yi's personal stewardess, it was her duty to assist him while entertaining guests. Yet his demeanor suggested he considered her one of his own. Though she maintained a composed exterior, her heart fluttered with joy. Seeing this, Zhang Yu and Wang Gang exchanged knowing smiles, recognizing the shift in their relationship with Li Na. The third rule of the King Neptune principle: instill a sense of belonging in your catch, making them feel that you are willing to integrate them into your life. Moreover, if Li Na did not join them for dinner, Yang Yi would miss out on the cashback opportunity, meaning he would have to foot the bill himself. Thus, Li Na had to sit down, though they remained unaware of the underlying reasons. After Li Na was seated, Yang Yi raised his glass, inviting, "Let us all taste these signature dishes and see if they truly merit their price." Zhang Yu and Wang Gang were not ones to be overly formal. Upon Yang Yi raising his glass, they happily began to eat. "Young Master Yi, this ginseng soup is incredibly nourishing," Wang Gang exclaimed after filling his bowl to the brim. Not forgetting to remind Yang Yi, you know what it means to be 18. It primarily signifies good health, which I currently don't need. Young men often speak boldly. These wealthy second-generation individuals, who frequently indulge in nightlife, naturally require supplements to maintain their health. Otherwise, their bodies would struggle to bear the strain. Boys share a common trait. As long as it enhances their capabilities, no one would complain about having more. Yang Yi was no exception. Despite the banter with Wang Gang, he filled a bowl of ginseng soup and began to drink, having just engaged in a vigorous 2-day escapade with Lu Xiaoyu and Li Na. Despite being in the prime of his 18 years, his legs were still a bit shaky. Qin Ding Yunju indeed lives up to its reputation as Qin City's premier hotel. These signature dishes were worth every penny, leaving the group thoroughly satisfied. By the end of the meal, Yang Yi and Zhang Yu's relationship had grown even closer. Yang Yi understood that this was due to their equal standing. Had he still been a penniless wretch, they might not have even glanced in his direction. During the course of the meal, Zhang Yu identified a 3-story villa totaling 1,280 square meters for Yang Yi. Brother, this villa is located in the city center, close to Yunfu Mall. Its original price is around 100 million. If you want it, I can offer it to you at an 88% discount for good luck. All right, let us pick a time for me to finalize the paperwork. Observing that Yang Yi showed no signs of hesitation in preparing to purchase the villa priced at 88 million, Zhang Yu and Wang Gang's assessment of him elevated further. This meal was a delightful affair for both host and guests, with Zhang Yu and Wang Gang expressing their intention to treat Yang Yi to a meal in the future and introduce him to a few friends. Yang Yi did not elaborate on the matter, instead handing his bank card to Li Na to settle the bill. Having consumed the ginseng soup, their faces flushed with warmth, each harboring an insatiable excitement. Brother, how about we go have some fun? As Li Na was not close by, Wang Gang gave Yang Yi a knowing look, as it was undoubtedly necessary to find a way to dissipate the effects of the ginseng soup. Yang Yi could only smile helplessly. I came to Qin City to gain knowledge. You want to take me to learn postures? Uffed. Zhang Yu erupted into laughter. Young Master Yi, your words are truly incisive. I can see now that with a beauty by your side, you wouldn't want to seek out those fleeting pleasures with me. All right then, we'll leave it at that for today. I'll organize a gathering another day. Seeing Yang Yi was not keen on changing venues, Wang Gang ceased his invitations, and after agreeing with Yang Yi, he took Zhang Yu to find a place to unwind. Ding! The host has spent 420,000 yuan on Li Na, and due to the daily cashback limit of 100 million, a cashback of 30 million has been obtained. Chapter 15. Adults play with black stockings at this moment. Within a room adorned with a touch of youthful charm in Qin City, Lu Xiaoyu sat in front of her computer, her face etched with worry and fatigue. Ever since her tumultuous fallout with her perverse fiancé, the company had withdrawn all support resources, often sending streamers to disrupt her live broadcasts. With a fan base of 500,000, she could still thrive without the company's backing. However, under the company's antagonism, numerous trolls invaded her room, forcing many of her loyal fans to leave. In just 2 days, she lost 1/5 of her followers due to the chaos instigated by her adversaries. Furthermore, they contacted other capable streamers to frequently challenge her to battles, with punishment conditions she found unbearable. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu thought of Yang Yi, the enthralling man 7 years her junior. Yet, she refrained from reaching out to him, not wanting Yang Yi to perceive her as a useless woman, especially since she had not yet reached her breaking point. Meanwhile, in the supreme suite of Qian Ding Yunju, Li Na returned to the room, holding the bank card. Reflecting on the bill she had just settled, she remained in a daze, still processing the staggering amount. Although she understood that the dishes were made from top-tier ingredients, the moment she swiped over 400,000, she felt a jolt of shock. After all, 420,000 was a sum most ordinary people could never hope to earn in a lifetime. Yet today, it was merely for a meal. This day, with the clothing, watch, sports car, and a 4 million lunch, Yang Yi completely reshaped her worldview. Suddenly, 2 large hands enveloped her from behind. Ah! Startled, Li Na jumped, turning to find Yang Yi, his face flushed, eyes fixated on her, and a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Here, let your imagination roam with 5,000 words on WeChat. A message from Lu Xiaoyu greeted him, accompanied by some group chat notifications. Suddenly, Yang Yi was drawn to a group chat named Class 16 of 3 middle school repeater. Yang Yi had attended Class 16 during his repeating year. Since the college entrance examination ended, the group had been largely silent, but today, everyone seemed unusually active, leading to a flood of messages exceeding 99. Intrigued, Yang Yi clicked in, discovering that most of the content consisted of classmates sharing their university lives. Given that it was the start of the academic year, everyone had transitioned to new environments and was eager to share their experiences. Having been a top student in his repeating class, Yang Yi would not have remained in Qin province had he not been persuaded by Lu Yin. Reading through the numerous messages, Yang Yi could sense the genuine joy emanating from his classmates. But the atmosphere shifted dramatically with the appearance of a particularly conspicuous individual. 985 is indeed different. The environment is far superior to that of average schools. Unlike some who scored high, yet ended up in trash universities within the province. This glaring individual, Huang Lei, was the class monitor from Yang Yi's repeating class, whose academic performance paled in comparison to Yang Yi's. Always competing with Yang Yi, he took the opportunity to mock him now that Yang Yi had stayed in Qian University. Huang Lei, what do you mean by trash university in the province? Mind your words. Exactly. So what if you got into a 985? What is so impressive about that? Huang Lei's comment irked many, as students from provincial universities were present. If it's not even a 985, how good could it possibly be? Seeing this, Yang Yi smiled slightly, pulling out a photo of Li Na's legs in black stockings and sending it out. Only elementary school students flaunt their schools. Adults play with black stockings. As soon as Yang Yi's message was sent, the entire group chat fell silent for a full minute. WTF. No sense of decorum. Actually posting black stockings. Following this, a barrage of 666 messages flooded in. How's life at Qian University? University life is fantastic. I feel like you guys are driving, but I have no evidence. Who isn't? I haven't even held a girl's hand, and he's already gone for the black stockings. Why is there such a gap between people? I'm coming to find you this weekend. With Yang Yi's playful banter, everyone quickly overlooked Huang Lei's obnoxious comments. At that moment, Huang Lei, on the other end, gazed at Yang Yi's black stockings photo, seething with jealousy. Unable to compete with Yang Yi academically, he had finally managed to surpass him in school conditions, only to have Yang Yi disrupt the norm with a bombshell. Which 18-year-old boy doesn't he appreciate black stockings? Just judging by those legs. She's definitely goddess material. Yang Yi. Having activated the system, Yang Yi's worldview had fundamentally shifted. After stirring the group, he exited WeChat. Remembering that Lu Xiaoyu streamed on the Shark platform, he quickly downloaded the Shark Live software and logged in using WeChat. What should I name myself? Since he had never used the Shark platform before, Yang Yi needed to register a new account. Got it. He thought for a moment and typed crazy pippy shrimp on the screen. After registering, Yang Yi began browsing within the live streaming platform.at this time. It was around 5 in the afternoon. Lu Xiaoyu slightly adjusted her state and prepared to start her live stream again. Her fixed streaming hours were from 5 to 8 in the evening. As a talented streamer, her content primarily revolved around singing and dancing. Of course, all legitimate performances. With her enchanting voice and striking beauty, she garnered a dedicated fan base. These past couple of days, under her former company's relentless suppression, her popularity had plummeted, yet she still had a handful of loyal fans watching her stream. Xiaoyu is online. Xiaoyu, I want to hear the latest popular song. Lu Xiaoyu's streaming ID was Angel's Wing. Upon logging in, several loyal fans interacted within the room. Seeing that these steadfast supporters still backed her, Lu Xiaoyu felt a slight alleviation of her fatigue. However, before she could fully revel in her joy, a troll in the room shouted, "A garbage streamer dares to go online. Are you looking to battle again? This time, we won't let you continue." Recognizing that the chaos was orchestrated by her twisted fiancé, Lu Xiaoyu knew it was futile to think she would yield. "Do you think I would capitulate to this?" She defiantly stood her ground. Chapter 16. The online tycoon Pippy Shrimp. Seeing Lu Xiaoyu's silence, her adversaries escalated their attacks by having another streamer connect live. "Xiaoyu, let us have a PK battle. The loser has to do 100 squats while shouting, 'I am garbage.'" What the hell? They are really pushing it. Alternating connections for PK battles. They're trying to drive Xiaoyu to her limit. Exactly. I checked. This connecting streamer, Xiaoqi, belongs to the same company as those who connected previously to harass her. Xiaoyu, don't accept the PK. They are orchestrating this through company manipulation to make your life miserable. We'll always support you. Seeing that they were continuing their harassment, some of Lu Xiaoyu's loyal fans rallied in the chat to support her. What's wrong? Are you scared to accept? If you don't, just go offline. As Lu Xiaoyu remained silent, her opponents grew bolder, pressing her further. Even clay figures have some spirit. If it comes to it, I'll just stop streaming. All right. No matter how you play it. I'm accepting. Left with no choice, Lu Xiaoyu accepted the PK challenge. If she lost again, she would have to quit streaming. After all, there was no way she could face her audience after shouting "I am garbage" 100 times. Fine, we'll follow the usual rules. 3 minutes to see who can gather more gifts. The loser must do 100 squats and shout "I am garbage." With her opponents closing in, Lu Xiaoyu had no choice but to accept the challenge. She understood that dodging one adversary would only lead to another popping up. Brothers, I really don't want to do 100 squats and call myself garbage. Anyone with gifts, please lend me your support. Afterward, I'll treat you to a dance. Once Lu Xiaoyu accepted the PK, Xiaoqi immediately returned to her own streaming room to rally viewers, completing the company's mission to suppress Lu Xiaoyu while also seeking gifts for herself. Why wouldn't she seize the opportunity? Under her various temptations, a wave of otaku began sending gifts, with some wealthy patrons also contributing generously. In an instant, the score shifted dramatically to 3,800 in favor of Xiao Qi. This moment, Lu Xiaoyu's streaming room was filled with a stifling atmosphere. After the previous rounds of pressure, many capable fans had been driven away by her adversaries, leaving only a handful of loyal supporters behind, most of whom lack the resources to help. Those who can, please contribute. If this continues, Xiaoyu will undoubtedly lose. As the opposing score continued to climb, some loyal fans began expressing their concerns in the chat. Everyone should do their best, but not exceed their own limits. If it becomes too overwhelming, I shall withdraw from the internet. I am grateful for everyone's care. Lu Xiaoyu understands that under the company's oppression, it is exceedingly difficult for her to resist alone. Thus, she does not wish for her long supportive fans to waste their money in vain. Brothers, let's put in extra effort. If the opponent steals the tower, I will have to do 100 squats. That little brat on the other side is about to crumble. I await her acknowledgement of her own worthlessness. Meanwhile, the streamer Xiao Qi continues to solicit gifts in her dulcet voice within the live stream. As both sides engage fiercely, a user named Baozapapixia quietly enters Lu Xiaoyu's live stream. Damn, I forgot to ask her for the live room number, making it quite a challenge to find. After a considerable search, Yang Yi finally locates Lu Xiaoyu's live room. Are they in a PK match? Through the chat records, Yang Yi gradually pieces together the situation. This foolish woman does not even think to tell me when she encounters difficulties. My woman cannot be bullied by just anyone. Witnessing Xiao Qi's various taunts, Yang Ye's gaze grows increasingly cold as he silently binds his bank card. This moment, 2.5 minutes have passed in the PK. With only 30 seconds remaining, the score stands at 26,100 to 2490, leaving Lu Xiaoyu trailing by over 20,000 points. On the Shark platform, 1 yuan equals 10 points. Thus, Lu Xiaoyu is behind by over 20,000 points and would require someone to gift her over 2,000 yuan in the final 30 seconds to even the score. Moreover, the wealthy big brother in her live stream has already been driven away. Furthermore, with the support of the opposing company, if she starts gifting herself points, the opponent will surely retaliate fiercely. Anything less than 100,000 points would be futile. Forget it. I shall no longer engage in live streaming. In this moment, Lu Xiaoyu begins to concede. Under the company's targeting, being forced to withdraw from the internet is merely a matter of time. Suddenly, a flurry of bullet comments flashes through the live stream. User Baozapapixia sends out rockets 10. 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 In the final 30 seconds, Baozapapixia sends a total of 100 rockets in Lu Xiaoyu's live room. On the Shark platform, 1 rocket is worth 1,000 yuan. 100 rockets amount to 100,000 yuan. Had it not been for the remaining 30 seconds and Yang Ye's unfamiliarity with this software for gifting, he would have undoubtedly sent more than 100 rockets. What? 100 rockets? Where did this Baozapapixia come from? This big shot. Oh my. A complete turnaround victory. Under Yang Ye's fervent gifting, the final score reaches 319,800 to 1003040. The company behind Xiao Qi, upon discovering someone was rescuing Lu Xiaoyu, begins to gift vigorously, but they only manage to send over 20 rockets before time runs out. This outcome utterly surprises everyone. Not only has Lu Xiaoyu won, but she has done so by nearly 70,000 points. At this moment, all are pondering who this Baozapapixia truly is, having sent 100 rockets in merely 30 seconds. This is undoubtedly the stuff of legends. Thank you, Brother Xia, for the gifts. You truly need not have sent so many. In that instant, Lu Xiaoyu's emotions ride a roller coaster. She initially believed she would undoubtedly lose, and to admit in the live stream that she is worthless would be tantamount to bowing to the opponent, something she would never do. Moreover, the Shark platform has very strict regulations. As long as the punishment is not illegal or immoral, the losing party who fails to fulfill their punishment would face account suspension. Lu Xiaoyu had prepared herself for account suspension and withdrawal from the internet, but unexpectedly welcomed this reversal. She understands that this Papixia is undoubtedly a wealthy individual, yet if he intends to leverage this to compel her into other matters, she would rather withdraw from live streaming than acquiesce. For her heart has already been claimed by Yang Yi. Chapter 17. The conspiracy behind it all. 100 squats on the opposing side, while shouting, "You are worthless. We are watching, and if you do one less, I will report you to get your account suspended." At this moment, under Yang Ye's generous support, Lu Xiaoyu crushes the opponent with a decisive victory, and the fans in the live stream breathe a sigh of relief. In contrast, Xiao Qi's face is as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. She cannot fathom that in these final 30 seconds, a benefactor would appear to gift Lu Xiaoyu 100 rockets, catching her completely off guard. Now she faces two choices. Either accept the punishment of doing 100 squats while proclaiming herself worthless, or refuse to fulfill her promise and risk account suspension from being reported by the opponent. She has labored in the streaming industry for years to achieve her current status. Losing her account would mean all her efforts are in vain. Yet, she fails to realize that had she not pushed Lu Xiaoyu to the brink, she would not be in this predicament. Sister Xiaoyu, can I just do 100 squats? Must I really proclaim myself worthless? After careful consideration, Xiao Qi adopts a pitiful expression, pleading for Lu Xiaoyu to show mercy and spare her. If she were to declare herself worthless 100 times, she would undoubtedly become the laughingstock of the entire Shark platform. Thus, she feels compelled to beg for Lu Xiaoyu's forgiveness. Oh my! Just now you were so eager to shout. Now you come to plead for mercy? Typical green tea behavior, certified. If apologies were effective, why would we need the police? In an instant, the fans in Lu Xiaoyu's livestream are amused by Xiao Qi's antics. When in a position of strength, one seeks to bring others to their knees, but upon losing, they immediately plead for mercy. Let her shout. Just as Lu Xiaoyu is torn, a line of golden, shimmering text slowly floats across the screen. Congratulations to user Bowsapapixia for activating the top-tier VIP Emperor title in the Angel's Wing Room. With Yang Yi acquiring a top-tier Emperor VIP, the Shark platform immediately broadcasts this across the network. Oh my! The big shot has spoken. Little Yu has truly caught the attention of a benefactor, first with 100 rockets, now with a top-tier VIP worth 500,000. To the green tea on the other side. Do you know that Brother Xia wants you to shout? Hurry and shout. Observing the barrage of fervent comments in the live stream, Yang Yi feels a headache. His simple statement has been overly interpreted by these people. Seeing the benefactor has spoken, Lu Xiaoyu also ceases to hesitate and declares, willing to bet, willing to lose, accept the punishment. At this moment, Xiao Qi's face turns ashen. Under the company's arrangement, she believed that oppressing Lu Xiaoyu would be a simple task. Yet, unexpectedly, it has ensnared her instead. Suddenly, someone seems to whisper something in her ear, and her previously despondent mood transforms into excitement as she speaks into the mic. All right, I am willing to bet and willing to lose. But next, I will challenge you to another PK match. Whoever loses must withdraw from the internet. Do you dare accept? Oh my! This green tea is definitely up to some mischief. It is apparent that the unseen forces are still unwilling to relent, seeking to further entrap Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, do not accept? The fans in the live stream can see through the company's machinations, and so can Lu Xiaoyu. Do you truly intend to go this far? At this point, a hint of coldness flashes across Lu Xiaoyu's face. Agree to her. I will handle the rest. Witnessing the opponent's audacity, Yang Yi grows increasingly furious. Had he not thought to come and support Lu Xiaoyu today, she might have already been bullied into withdrawing. Those who dare to bully my woman shall pay the price. Brother Xia has spoken. Following this, Xiaoyu, I will also contribute my instant noodle money. Damn it, this is too much. I will throw in $10 to make a dent. Brother, since Brother Xia has spoken, you might as well save that $10 for toilet paper. Seeing that the fans in the live stream steadfastly stand by her, Lu Xiaoyu feels a sense of relief. Yet she knows that since the company is targeting her, this situation will not be simple. Rest assured, I won't encounter any issues here. Brother Xia is truly magnanimous. In that case, let us gamble. Realizing that the benefactor has spoken to such an extent, Lu Xiaoyu no longer hesitates and directly proceeds to the next round of PK. I will take on this round. You must fulfill your punishment first. Just moments ago, the Tianma Entertainment Company had promised Xiao Qi that all the rewards from the next round of PK would belong to her personally. And if she could force Lu Xiaoyu to withdraw from the internet, the company would intensify its support for her. This round of PK would be fully controlled by the company to avoid any repeat of the earlier tower stealing incident. Lu Xiaoyu's benefactor is but one person, while Tianma Entertainment Company represents a collective force. The disparity in strength is evident. Passerby with wealth can only gift a few 100,000 at most, which is clearly impossible. However, what he does not realize is that this decision will lead to unforeseen consequences. Chapter 18. The Explosive Shark Platform. Under the instigation of Tianma Entertainment Company, The two once again connect for a PK match. Everyone, Xiaoqi still wishes to continue dancing for you. Please do not force me to withdraw from the internet. In the live stream, Xiaoqi begins to sway her slender waist to engage her fans. Observing this, Lu Xiaoyu remains unfazed. After all, she refuses to sell her integrity for the sake of streaming. However, Yang Yi in the live stream becomes restless, fervently gifting rockets on his phone. You think you can force my woman to withdraw? Baozupapixia sends out rockets 10. Baozupapixia sends out rockets 10. Baozupapixia sends out rockets 10. In just 30 seconds, Yang Yi sends nearly 200 rockets. Brother Xia is incredible, I ask. Who else can match this? Brother Xia's campaign leaves no grass standing. On the other side, upon witnessing the swift gifting of nearly 200 rockets, Xiaoqi quickly loses her composure. She immediately shouts in the live stream, "Family, let us put in more effort. Otherwise, Xiaoqi will have to withdraw." Her words are not merely directed at her fans, but are a signal to Wang Jie that it is time to act. Otherwise, she may lose again. Start by sending 500 rockets. Let us see if the opponent can keep up. Inside Tianma Entertainment Company, Wang Jie gazes coldly at the PK match. In his view, Lu Xiaoyu must have reached some secret agreement with this Baozupapixia. Otherwise, how could a passerby possibly gift so much to a streamer? Instantly, the screen is filled with rockets, and Yang Ye's fingers tap the screen furiously. In just 1 minute, Yang Yi has sent over 1,200 rockets. Thankfully, he can send in batches of 10, or he might have exhausted himself. On the other hand, Wang Jie's expression darkens. Despite sending over 1,000 rockets, he struggles to gain ground against Yang Yi. The company provided him with a budget of 2 million, but if he spends that without achieving results, then he will be the one in trouble. Send me 2,000 rockets directly. I want to see if he dares to continue. One rocket costs 1,000. 2,000 rockets represent 2 million, which is the maximum amount Wang Jie can deploy. With a team effort, they quickly send 2,000 rockets, momentarily surpassing Yang Yi. Damn. I nearly wore my fingers raw to get 1,500 rockets. And you all think this is fair? Brother Xia, give it your all. The opponent has already sent 2,000 rockets, and there's only a minute left. A single person's speed can only be so fast. It's commendable for Brother Xia to have that hand speed in just over a minute. Do you think Brother Xia is just sitting at home practicing hand speed? Watching these comments from the trolls, Yang Yi grows increasingly frustrated. They think they can mock my hand speed. I'll switch it up. Seizing Li Na beside him, he hands her the phone. Quick, send out the rockets. Li Na, bewildered, takes the phone from Yang Yi. 1,600 rockets. She plays live streams herself and knows that 1,600 rockets equate to 160,000, but recalling that their recent lunch cost over 400,000, she quickly regains her composure. Stop dawdling. Send them. To her surprise, Li Na's dexterity surpasses Yang Ye's by a wide margin, and soon she sends out several hundred rockets. Meanwhile, with 1 minute remaining, Yang Ye's rockets match the opponent's. Yet, Yang Yi shows no signs of slowing down. Keep sending. If you can send 3,000 rockets in this last minute, I will reward you handsomely. Bayu bayu bayu. With Li Na's frantic tapping, the gift leaderboard on Lu Xiaoyu's side rapidly rises. 2,100 rockets, 2,200 rockets, 2,300 rockets. On the other side, Wang Jie sits in shock. He never anticipated that this Baozupapixia could gift so much. Not only did they surpass him, but they also maintained an aggressive gifting pace, as if money were no object, completely overwhelming him. It's over. This wave not only failed to suppress Lu Xiaoyu, but, under Yang Ye's relentless gifting, her popularity surged. In just a few minutes, she gained an additional 200,000 fans. After all, people in Huaxia love to join in on the excitement, and even though they aren't the ones gifting rockets, it's still thrilling to watch. At this moment, Wang Jie slumps in his chair. The company's 2 million has gone down the drain. Not only will he not be promoted to vice president, but he may also find it difficult to retain his current managerial position. 1 minute later, Li Na, exhausted, collapses into Yang Ye's embrace. 3,600 rockets. In this PK, Yang Yi alone sent 3,600 rockets, and with additional gifts from other fans, Lu Xiaoyu's popularity soared to over 36 million. In contrast, despite Xiaoqi receiving 2,000 rockets from the company, she still lagged behind Yang Ye's 3,600 rockets by nearly half. In this PK, not only did she lose, but she would also be forced to withdraw from the Shark platform. Brother Xia is amazing, truly a sight to behold. Upon my first encounter with the barrage of rockets, the screen was entirely filled. 3,600 rockets. Shrimp General, please accept my humble reverence. Across the way, the green tea drinker swiftly arranged for my internet refund. Within the live streaming room, the collective emotions of the crowd were instantly ignited by the onslaught of 3,600 rockets. In stark contrast, the complexion of Xiao Qi, situated opposite, had turned ashen. She could hardly fathom that a mere passerby would lavish 360,000 on Lu Xiaoyu. Reflecting on the wager made earlier, she couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating chuckle. How naive I was to think victory was in my grasp. Ah well, I shall accept my loss gracefully. After all, the company had just gifted her 2 million. And after deducting the platform's commission, she still pocketed over 1 million from this PK. Enough for her to indulge for a while. As for being shameless and playing tricks, she dared not. If someone could spend over 3 million to slap her in the face, they undoubtedly possessed the power to crush her. Thus, she promptly deactivated her account. Shrimp General 666, a streamer with mere hundreds of thousands of followers, could be easily subdued. Following this round of PK, the ID Rampaging Prawn became an overnight sensation across the Shark platform. In contrast, Yang Yi felt little excitement, as the system had credited him another 10 million. This was under a spending cap. Otherwise, he could have earned 36 million just from this round of donations. While the fans were euphoric, Lu Xiaoyu remained composed, pondering the motives behind Rampaging Prawn's generosity. Being a veteran in the streaming realm, she could not believe that a passerby would casually spend over 3 million on her. Curiosity piqued, she couldn't resist clicking on Rampaging Prawn's profile. The moment she did, she was taken aback. Rampaging Prawn logged in via WeChat and was her friend. Seeing that familiar WeChat avatar, Lu Xiaoyu was suddenly moved to tears of joy. Chapter 19. The Cloud Mansion. Once the matter was settled, I took my leave, choosing to remain hidden from both fame and fortune. After assisting Lu Xiaoyu with her PK, Yang Yi casually browsed the Shark platform but found no promising fish seedlings above 8 points. Disheartened, he turned off his phone, glancing at the soft and delicate Lina in his arms. Yang Yi unusually refrained from further advances and instead held her gently, drifting into a peaceful slumber. The following morning, he was awakened by the ringing of his phone. Upon checking, it was a call from Lu Xiaoyu. Still groggy, he answered, "Hello, Yi Xiao. Why are you so good to me? At first, I thought I was merely a fleeting moment in your life. But yesterday, you appeared quietly when I was at my most vulnerable. And today, you've given me a tremendous surprise. I'm sorry, Yi Xiao, I misunderstood you." Before Yang Yi could respond, Lu Xiaoyu, her voice tinged with emotion, poured out her feelings. Could he have realized I am Rampaging Prawn? Through her words, Yang Yi quickly deduced the crux of the matter. Lu Xiaoyu must have recognized that Rampaging Prawn was indeed him, and the Lamborghini he had gifted her must have arrived, or she wouldn't have mentioned a surprise. You knew all along? The third rule of the Sea King principle. When your contributions to the fish seedlings become known, one must appear indifferent, showcasing a natural demeanor devoid of pretense. This enhances the seedlings' recognition of you. Why, Yi Xiao, why didn't you tell me? These were simply obligations. Nothing to discuss. Come pick me up at Qining Cloud residence at noon and accompany me to handle some matters. Under Yang Ye's persuasion, Lu Xiaoyu was entranced by this man, who was 7 years her junior. After hanging up, Yang Yi noticed Lina gazing at him intently. What's wrong? Are you jealous? Yang Yi had long been upfront with Lina about his intentions. He would not limit himself to just one woman. He saw no reason to evade the issue, as they would eventually realize he was not exclusive. I'm not jealous. As long as you think of me, that's enough. Lina understood that a man like Yang Yi could not belong solely to her, and she was prepared for that, showing little emotional upheaval. Since there was no jealousy, Yang Yi decided to treat her to something delightful. With a mischievous grin, Yang Yi displayed an indescribable expression. Half an hour later, Lina looked at him with a sorrowful gaze, saying, "You just like to bully me." Seeing her pitiful demeanor, Yang Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Pulling her into an embrace, he then planted a gentle kiss on her forehead, softly saying, "All right, take good care of yourself for the next few days. I have some matters to attend to." Upon hearing that Yang Yi was leaving, Lina clung tightly to him, burying her head in his chest. Yang Yi tenderly brushed her hair aside and kissed her forehead before they drifted back to sleep. At noon, Yang Yi was once again awakened by Lu Xiaoyu's phone call. After a brief wash-up, he chose a fresh outfit and stepped out. Meanwhile, Lina, exhausted from Yang Ye's antics, remained in bed, unable to rise. Upon arriving at the hotel lobby, Yang Yi spotted a pink Lamborghini parked at the entrance, with a charming figure standing beside it. Today, Lu Xiaoyu had donned a light pink Chanel gown, her black hair cascading down her back, her cherry-like lips adorned with a subtle shade of lipstick. Under the sunlight, she appeared ethereal. Upon noticing Yang Yi exiting the hotel, her face lit up with joy as she rushed over and leaped into his arms. Wei Xiao, I missed you. Regarding Lu Xiaoyu's boldness, Yang Yi merely smiled, wrapping his arms around her delicate waist as they made their way toward the Lamborghini. Let us go. Today, I have another grand surprise for you. As the saying goes, a beautiful woman and a fine car. Yang Yi settled into the passenger seat, inhaling the faint fragrance emanating from Lu Xiaoyu, feeling utterly elated. At that moment, she radiated a vibrancy and passion that starkly contrasted with her previous melancholy. It was this vitality that rendered her even more enchanting. As they navigated through traffic, Lu Xiaoyu skillfully maneuvered the Lamborghini, drawing the attention of passers-by. Half an hour later, they arrived at a high-end CAF within the Yunfu Mall. Yang Yi ordered 2 cups of coffee and some snacks before casually selecting a spot to sit with Lu Xiaoyu. Wei Xiao, what are we doing here? Yang Yi had promised her a grand surprise but hadn't disclosed any specifics, leaving Lu Xiaoyu filled with anticipation. Xiaoyu, I want to tell you something. What is it? Meeting Lu Xiaoyu's expectant gaze, Yang Yi took a sip of his coffee and said, I once believed that coffee without sugar was the most bitter, but I later realized my error. The real bitterness was not meeting you sooner. Pfft. Lu Xiaoyu burst into laughter, nearly spitting out her coffee. Wei Xiao, when did you learn such cheesy lines? Is it cheesy? This line was something Yang Yi had recently picked up online, but who knew it would turn into a cheesy pickup line in Lu Xiaoyu's ears? Just as Yang Yi pondered the cheesiness of his words, Zhang Yu strolled in, appearing as if he had just awoken. Noticing that Yang Ye's companion had transformed from Li Na into the more captivating Lu Xiaoyu, Zhang Yu instantly gave Yang Yi a thumbs up, clearly expressing, Bro, you're amazing. What brings you here at noon, Yi Xiao? Having partied all night at the bar, Zhang Yu was utterly exhausted. Had it not been for Yang Ye's call, he would have slept until the afternoon. What about the villa we discussed yesterday? Can we finalize the transfer today? Yang Yi cut straight to the chase, skipping any unnecessary chatter. Everything else is ready. You just need to handle the paperwork. Seeing that Yang Yi was serious about business, Zhang Yu reined in his playful demeanor and stopped joking. Would you accompany me to handle the transfer? Sure. Since I'm not busy this afternoon, I'll call Wang Gang and arrange something for tonight. With Zhang Yu leading the way, the trio arrived at Yunshang Mansion adjacent to Yunfu Mall. Yunshang Mansion is the premier residential complex in Qian City, and Zhang Yu's family was responsible for its construction. Typically, individuals must book in advance to purchase properties here, but with Zhang Yu's assistance, Yang Yi secured a luxurious villa ready for immediate occupancy. The villa was centrally located within the complex, which comprised 30 buildings. This particular unit was initially reserved for someone else, but Zhang Yu managed to snag it. Enough of the pleasantries, thanks. In the world of connections, camaraderie is key. Zhang Yu's words were merely to remind Yang Yi of his favor. Chapter 20. Capturing the first fish seedling. Come. Let us take a look inside. Upon entering, they were greeted by a vast living room, elegantly furnished, exuding an air of sophistication. The villa spanned 3 floors and included a basement, with the 3rd floor balcony featuring an 80-square-meter outdoor swimming pool. All necessary amenities were in place, allowing Yang Yi to move in immediately upon purchase. Do you like it? After a brief tour, Yang Yi turned to Lu Xiaoyu and asked, Lu Xiaoyu was taken aback that Yang Yi sought her opinion. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, Yunshang Mansion is the pinnacle of real estate in Qian City, and this villa complex is the heart of the community. Of course, I love it. Then please, Xiaoyu, lead us to the payment. Yang Yi pulled Lu Xiaoyu closer, signaling to Zhang Yu. All right, I'll call the manager to bring the contract. Zhang Yu promptly made a call, and shortly after, several impeccably dressed managers arrived with documents in hand. Xiaoyu, here is the contract for this villa. As per your instructions, the price has been adjusted to 88 million. The lead manager respectfully presented the contract to Zhang Yu. Seeing this, Zhang Yu waved his hand, redirecting his gaze to Yang Yi, gesturing, not for me, but for Yi Xiao. Upon hearing Zhang Yu's words, the manager recognized Yang Yi's significance. After all, Zhang Yu, as the eldest son of the Zhang family, had never personally brought anyone to purchase property before. Having become the project manager for this development, he possessed exceptional capabilities. Yi Xiao. This is the purchase contract for Villa 001. Please review. 001. Yang Yi accepted the contract without even glancing at it, passing it directly to Lu Xiaoyu. Take a look. If everything seems fine, fill in your details to finalize the purchase to MY details. In that moment, Lu Xiaoyu realized that the grand surprise Yang Yi had promised was, in fact, this magnificent villa spanning 1,280 square meters. Instantaneously, she felt overwhelmed, nervously stammering, "Yi Xiao, this is far too extravagant. I can't accept it." She understood that even after discounts, this villa still cost 88 million, not 8,800. Although Lu Xiaoyu's family had some wealth, she had never imagined owning such an opulent villa. Zhang Yu, standing nearby, was equally astonished by Yang Ye's audacity. Typically, when pursuing women, they would settle for handbags or watches worth a few $100,000. But Yang Ye's willingness to spend 88 million was beyond their realm. Without hesitation, Yang Yi produced his bank card and handed it to the property manager. "Swipe it. Register it in her name." As Yang Yi insisted on swiping his card and forcibly registering the property under Lu Xiaoyu's name, she could no longer contain her emotions, throwing herself into Yang Ye's embrace. "Darling, you are my first woman. This is a home I am giving you." Yang Yi gently held Lu Xiaoyu, whispering sweetly in her ear. He could clearly feel her body stiffen momentarily as she clung tightly to him, unwilling to let go. That declaration shattered all of Lu Xiaoyu's defenses. She knew Yang Yi could not solely belong to her, but he was willing to provide her with a home. Though they could not be together every day, she felt content. Zhang Yu was utterly stunned. He could see that Lu Xiaoyu genuinely cared for Yang Yi, even to the extent of sacrificing her life for him, which starkly contrasted with his own flings. At that moment, he was envious. Ding. The host spent 88 million on fish seedling Lu Xiaoyu and received a cash back of 100 million. Ding. Fish seedling Lu Xiaoyu's affection for the host reached 95 points. She has been successfully captured. Ding. The host has spent a total of 106 million and 10,000 on fish seedling Lu Xiaoyu. With full cashback. Ding. The host has successfully captured fish seedling Lu Xiaoyu, gaining a sincere love, rewarding the host with 10 attribute points, granting the host master-level piano performance skills, and awarding a card for ancient martial inheritance. Name, Yang Yi. Age, 18. Appearance, 85 points. Height, 180. Physique, 10. Normal level. Title, Junior Sea King. Minimum income, 10,000 yuan. Day wealth, 310 million yuan. Skills, master-level piano performance. Attribute points, 10 points. Fish pond, Lu Xiaoyu. Affection, 95 points. Each subsequent increase by 1 point rewards 10 attribute points. Consumption on high-quality beauties will yield tenfold cashback. Maximum cashback of 100 million per person per day. No further cashback after capture. Sincere love will grant special skills along with attribute points and monetary rewards. Task, become a senior sea king. Current progress. 10. What on earth is an ancient martial inheritance card? I shall delve into this later tonight. With the gifting of this villa, Yang Yi had successfully captured Lu Xiaoyu, marking the first fish seedling in his once empty pond. Lu Xiaoyu, having adjusted her mindset, embraced Yang Ye's words. This was indeed a home he had given her. Coming to terms with this, she no longer hesitated, taking her ID to handle the necessary paperwork with the property manager. Yi Xiao, I must commend you. Simply handing over an 88 million villa, no wonder the women around you are utterly devoted. To this, Yang Yi merely smiled slightly and replied, with greater ability comes greater responsibility. I'm not entirely free. Though Yang Yi appeared carefree at that moment, Zhang Yu dared not underestimate him. To simply gift away an 88 million villa was a feat he could never replicate. Even with the Zhang family's assets worth billions, at this moment, he found Yang Yi increasingly enigmatic, reminding himself to cultivate a good relationship with him. Unbeknownst to Zhang Xiao how much he knew about the world of live streaming. Suddenly, Yang Ye's playful demeanor shifted, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he spoke. What do you know about live streaming? Live streaming? I typically just reward some of my favorite streamers. Beyond that, I have little interaction. As a wealthy second generation, Zhang Yu often rewarded female streamers but knew little about the operational side of live streaming. Are you familiar with Tianma Entertainment Company? Yang Yi had no intention of letting them off easily, especially since they dared to target his woman. I've heard of them. Their entire scale is less than 50 million. Why? Are you looking to acquire an entertainment company? I had some disagreements with them previously. I intend to give them a challenge. That's simple. I happen to know a brother who runs an entertainment company. We can discuss it in detail tonight. All right, then we shall have an in-depth discussion this evening. Tianma Entertainment Company had no inkling that their reckless actions against Lu Xiaoyu would lead to their impending doom. Chapter 21. The strongest biker, as the saying goes, it's easier to get things done with someone in the inner circle. With Zhang Yu's assistance, the transfer registration procedures Lu Xiaoyu needed to complete were remarkably efficient. Many tedious steps were bypassed, and within just 20 minutes, the high-end villa valued at 88 million was officially registered in her name. All right, now that it's settled, I'm heading back for a nap. I'm dead tired after partying all night. Zhang Yu couldn't help but yawn. He had no intention of lingering around as a third wheel. Thanks. Brothers don't need to be so formal. I'll get in touch with you tonight. Tio Yang Ye's gratitude. Zhang Yu casually waved his hand, leading the property manager out in an instant. Only Yang Yi and one other person remained within the expansive villa. Is this truly our home? Yes, this is indeed our abode. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu's sense of happiness reached its zenith. It had been less than a week since she met Yang Yi at the bar. Yet he had bestowed upon her an experience unlike any other, continuously presenting her with surprise after surprise. Gazing at the man before her, who was 7 years her junior, Lu Xiaoyu felt her once broken heart gradually come alive again. Adorned with tenderness. Ding! Detection indicates that Lu Xiaoyu's affection for the host has risen to 96 points, rewarding the host with 10 attribute points. The current total of attribute points is 20. Achieving a closeness of 95 points signifies unwavering devotion. Thereafter, each increment represents a deepening of Lu Xiaoyu's feelings for the host. Upon reaching 100 points, Lu Xiaoyu might even sacrifice her life for the host. Noticing the system's prompt, Yang Yi realized that women could indeed be quite easy to please, requiring merely a smidgen of time and an abundance of wealth. Suddenly, a delicate figure leaped into Yang Ye's embrace, a subtle fragrance flooding his senses, as this intended to lead me astray. Before long, Lu Xiaoyu noticed Yang Ye's unusual demeanor, her ears flushing with a hint of crimson. However, she did not retreat. Instead, she grew bolder. Goodness! How could the 18-year-old Yang Yi withstand such an ambush? He swiftly lifted her and carried her to the second-floor bedroom. The age difference of 3 years granted Yang Yi a taste of the pleasures of a mature woman. Analyzing his feelings, he pondered if he truly preferred more mature types, as both Lu Xiaoyu and Li Na were 6 to 7 years his senior. Yet, Lu Xiaoyu offered him no time for contemplation, her sweet scent enveloping him as she pressed her lips against his. 2 hours later, Yang Yi had entered a state of reflection. System, what exactly are attribute points useful for? Today, capturing Lu Xiaoyu had granted him 20 attribute points and an ancient martial arts inheritance card. After satiating Lu Xiaoyu's needs, Yang Yi began to delve into the research. Attribute points could enhance the host's fundamental attributes and skill proficiency. Currently, the host's overall physique stood at 10 points, the standard for an average person, with a mastered skill. Master-level piano performance is advisable for the host to first invest attribute points into their overall physique. After receiving the system's reply, Yang Yi contemplated for a moment. The body is indeed the foundation of one's being. System, utilize 20 attribute points to enhance my physique. Use the ancient martial arts inheritance card. Having reached this conclusion, Yang Yi allocated all 20 attribute points to bolster his physique. Ding! Attribute points successfully utilized. The host's current overall physique value is now 30, 3 times that of a normal adult. Ding! Ancient martial arts inheritance card successfully activated. The host comprehends the iron cloth technique. Suddenly, Yang Yi felt a surge of immense power erupting within him, invigorating his entire being, as the fatigue from 2 hours of exertion vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, the method for operating the iron cloth technique imprinted itself in his mind. With a mere exertion of strength, his entire body would become exceptionally resilient. Under the transformation brought by the attribute points, Yang Yi inexplicably developed well-defined pectoral muscles and a set of six-pack abs, his physique surpassing that of many professional bodybuilders. Have I evolved? As the subject of this transformation, Yang Yi could distinctly perceive every change within his body, feeling as though he could topple a bull with a single punch. Though no bull was present for him to test this theory, he remained confident that as long as his mindset remained steadfast, solutions would always outweigh difficulties. Revitalized, Yang Yi cast a glance at Lu Xiaoyu, whose face still bore a slight flush, and grinned. 2 hours later, Lu Xiaoyu lay on the bed, unable to move a finger. In stark contrast, Yang Yi appeared invigorated, radiating vitality. The ultimate principle of the Sea King doctrine. Abundance of wealth. It was now 5 in the afternoon. Yang Yi quickly took a warm shower and donned a fresh outfit. With the enhancement from his attribute points, his aura had further elevated, not only in physique but also in spirit. If Yang Ye's previous attractiveness rated at 8.5, he now stood at a minimum of 9. Young Master Yi, at 6 this afternoon, I'm hosting a gathering at Yunshang Club, and I'll introduce you to a few more brothers. Just as Yang Yi finished changing, Zhang Yu's call came right on time. This fellow is remarkably punctual indeed. Observing Lu Xiaoyu, who was sleeping soundly, Yang Yi hesitated to wake her, especially since this gathering was not suitable for her presence. However, as he stepped outside, Yang Yi suddenly realized he had no means of transportation to Yunshang Club, and Lu Xiaoyu's flashy sports car was not an option. Fortunately, Yunshang Club was not far from Yunshang Mansion, so seeing that he had time to spare, Yang Yi opted to rent a shared bicycle. Dressed in a casual suit, he pedaled the little yellow bike, exuding a certain charm. Son, you must study hard in the future. Otherwise, you'll end up like him, selling insurance while riding a bicycle. Mom. But look how fast he rides that bike. With the enhancement from his attribute points, Yang Ye's physique now surpassed that of an average adult by 3-fold. A typical shared bicycle was propelled to a speed of 70 miles per hour beneath his strength. What good is speed? Even the fastest 86 cannot catch up to a Mercedes, let alone a shared bicycle. At that moment, while waiting at a traffic light, Yang Yi overheard the conversation within a Mercedes. Damn, why does my riding a bike concern you? Growing increasingly furious, Yang Yi abruptly stood and pedaled vigorously, the shared bicycle straining under the extraordinary output. Incredibly, Yang Ye's shared bicycle truly began to match the pace of the Mercedes in traffic. Oh my! The shared bicycle has caught up to our Mercedes. That big brother is so handsome. Yang Yi managed to align his speed with the Mercedes and declared, "Let us keep it playful. But don't jest with my bicycle." Yang Ye's astonishing maneuver drew the attention of passers-by. What the heck? The strongest bicycle hero. This handsome guy has such high looks. I think I could cry on his back seat. You? Wake up. Shared bicycles don't have back seats. 10 minutes later, guided by his navigation, Yang Yi arrived at Yunshang Club. Just as Zhang Yu and his group disembarked from their sports cars, they witnessed a bicycle skid to a stop at 80 miles per hour in front of the club. Executed with flair. Young Master Yi, what is this attire? Zhang Yu was taken aback that a young master possessing a 60 million supercar was riding a bicycle and racing against a Mercedes. Basic skills? Don't overdo it. Noticing Yang Ye's silence, Zhang Yu and the others ceased their inquiries, guiding the group into the Yunshang Club. As a top-tier rich second-generation heir in Qian City, Zhang Yu had extensive connections, and the doorman greeted them with enthusiasm. Yunshang Club was a high-end private establishment owned by a local big shot, offering everything one could desire. Today, the brothers intended to revel in excess. Upon entering, Zhang Yu boisterously proclaimed, "What generosity, young Master Yu!" Led by the welcoming staff, the group arrived at an opulent private room. The basic amenities resembled those of a KTV, albeit equipped with the finest devices available on the market. Naturally, for the likes of Zhang Yu and other wealthy heirs, it was not merely about the equipment. They valued the service above all. Today's gathering was primarily to introduce a brother to the group. As everyone settled, Zhang Yu gestured, highlighting Yang Yi. "This is Yang Yi from Qian University." Noticing the crowd's attention, Yang Yi nodded slightly, offering a faint smile. "Wow, this brother is quite the looker. Definitely a heartthrob, Yang Jie. Don't assume everyone shares your taste for older women. What's wrong with liking older women? Unlike you, who spends every day in the university town selling Red Bull." Observing the playful banter among these seasoned insiders, Zhang Yu felt a twinge of concern and couldn't help but interject, "Young Master Yi, don't mind their flirtations. They see you as one of their own, but they can be quite reserved with outsiders. It's fine. One must read countless books and travel extensively. I happen to have a few techniques I wish to discuss with Gongzi." Seeing Yang Yi ready to engage, Zhang Yu quickly intervened, saying, "Let us keep it serious. Everyone. There will be some exciting projects ahead, and I'll introduce everyone properly. Young Master Yi, I've already introduced everyone, but I want to add one more thing. Everyone here is family. Your prowess is beyond what they can fathom. Just watch how you carry yourself." For someone like Yang Yi, who could easily part with 80 million, Zhang Yu took his position very seriously. This afternoon, he had immediately instructed friends at the police station to investigate Yang Ye's background. Naturally, the results showed no access. What does it mean to have no access? As per his friend's words from the police station, it indicates either a high-ranking official or a prominent family from the capital, neither of which Zhang Yu could afford to provoke. Thus, he adopted a humble demeanor tonight and directly conveyed this to everyone. Those entering this gathering were not fools. They typically looked to Zhang Yu for guidance. Now that Zhang Yu had made such a statement, they naturally took it to heart. At this moment, the group's gazes towards Yang Yi were imbued with a mix of deference and respect. Wang Gang, another young master of equivalent status, shot Zhang Yu a questioning glance, only to receive a slow shake of the head in response. In that instant, he understood that Zhang Yu had discerned something significant, yet now was not the time to inquire further. He would seek clarification later. All right, back to business. Let me introduce you to the brothers. Young Master Yi, this is Yang Jia, who runs an entertainment business. Young Master Yi, let us hang out together in the future. Upon Zhang Yu's introduction, Yang Jia promptly stood and shook Yang Ye's hand. Although his family was also a first-tier family in Qin City, he recognized Zhang Yu and Wang Gang's stature, thus adopting a respectful demeanor. Gongzi needs no introduction. The others are Lu Bing, Wu Kai. This gathering included 9 individuals, including Yang Yi. Through the introductions, Yang Yi discerned that they all revolved around Zhang Yu and Wang Gang, with Yang Jia being a step below. The others, like Lu Bing and Wu Kai, were at the lowest tier. Zhang Yu's family operated in real estate, and their business heavily relied on the Zhang family, hence they clustered around Zhang Yu. At this moment, under Zhang Yu's endorsement, Yang Yi was elevated to the same status as Zhang Yu, becoming someone they needed to curry favor with. Manager, let us get things started. Bring us some fun. Following the introductions, Zhang Yu called for the club manager, as a gathering of men without women was hardly fitting in no time. 20 women clad in dark green kipayos, all above 1.7 meters in height, entered the room, their appearances ranging from 7.5 to 8.0 in attractiveness. Wow, the quality here is impressive. I heard they operate on a membership basis. Without a membership card, they want to entertain you. Looks like I'm riding on Young Master Yi's coattails today. Young Master Yi, you choose first. In the realm of second-generation wealth, there were indeed hierarchies. Since Yang Yi was a newcomer, Zhang Yu and Wang Gang selected first. Noticing Zhang Yu's humble approach, Yang Yi refrained from being overly polite. He activated his intimacy system and surveyed the 20 women, pleasantly surprised to find many appealing options. Thereupon, he pointed out 2 women rated at 8.0, who immediately took their seats beside him. Next, Zhang Yu and Wang Gang made their selections. Coincidentally, the 2 chosen by Wang Gang turned out to be seasoned veterans. Gongzi, why not switch for 2 others? Yang Yi casually suggested 2 more suitable options to Wang Gang. Is there any significance to this? Seeing Yang Yi's confidence, Wang Gang asked curiously. Yang Yi chuckled. Those 2 aligned better with Yang Jia's preferences. He then flashed the group a knowing expression. How could you tell? With my years of experience, I couldn't discern any differences. Is that the gap between me and the seasoned ones? The group shared a laugh, their spirits lifted. Chapter 23. Navigating the entertainment sphere under Zhang Yu's guidance. Everyone made their selections according to their preferences. Manager, bring us 10 bottles of Ace of Spades and 10 bottles of red wine. As everyone in attendance finalized their choices, Zhang Yu began to order drinks. Once the beverages arrived, they all clinked glasses, as pleasantries were exchanged. After all, formalities are necessary. Following that, they engaged in conversations, for many of them had mutual business interests and seized this opportunity to network. As for Yang Yi, he sat in a circle with Zhang Yu, Wang Gang, and Yang Jia. Cheers, brothers. As the host, Zhang Yu invited everyone for a drink once more. Jia Xiao, how much do you know about Tianma Entertainment Company? Setting down his glass, Zhang Yu reclined on the sofa, one arm draped around a woman, casually inquiring. Tianma Entertainment Company? I believe it's a small firm with a dozen streamers, having some dealings with my family's companies? Yang Jia pondered for a moment then, with a mischievous grin, asked, what is up? Have your eyes set on one of their female streamers? Get lost. They have some matters to discuss with young Master Yi. Earlier that afternoon, Yang Yi had mentioned this issue, prompting Zhang Yu to bring it up. Now, is that so? Young Master Yi, how can I assist? Upon hearing that Tianma Entertainment had offended Yang Yi, Yang Jia was taken aback, yet recalling Zhang Yu's earlier demeanor towards Yang Yi, he recognized this as an opportunity to curry favor with him. As the conversation reached this juncture, Yang Yi no longer remained silent, stating plainly, they have wronged a friend of mine. I wish for them to learn a lesson and for a person named Wang Jia to pay the price. If that happens, consider it a personal favor owed to you. Brother, Yang Yi had long held a grudge against Tianma Entertainment. To dare to touch his woman was to invite the consequences. You don't need to say that. Within 3 days, I'll provide you with a response. Yang Jie's family primarily operated in the entertainment sector in Qian City, with assets amounting to several billion. Dealing with a smaller company like Tianma Entertainment, which only boasted a few million, was child's play. Thus, he readily accepted the task. Cheers, brother. Let us drink to that. Yang Yi raised his glass and downed its contents in one go, prompting Zhang Yu and the others to follow suit. As the drinks flowed, the atmosphere in the private room grew lively. Everyone began to let loose, singing and flirting. Zhang Yu even arranged for a charismatic DJ to join them, filling the room with vibrant energy. Young Master Yu, spill the beans. What's Young Master Yi's background? Amidst the pulsating music, Yang Jie leaned closer to Zhang Yu, eager to know more. What exactly did you uncover? I feel like your attitude towards him has shifted dramatically today. Beside him, Wang Gang wore a perplexed expression. As one of the top wealthy heirs in Qian City, few could forge a connection with Zhang Yu as he had. Noticing the urgency in their demeanor, Zhang Yu decided to reveal the matter without further ado. As both were core members of his circle, he promptly disclosed the outcome of his investigation regarding Yang Ye's casual gifting of a villa worth over 80 million this afternoon. A villa valued at 88 million was given away so easily? The query into the level of access was insufficient. Previously, when Yang Yi purchased a sports car worth over 60 million, they were already aware of his wealth. But the effortless transfer of such a high-value villa, merely to woo a girl, indicated that he possessed more than just affluence. The crux of Zhang Yu's transformation lay in the inadequacy of the police system's query level. You speculate he hails from the capital. Where else could he possibly be from? If that were the case, befriending him would not only benefit us but our families as well. After a brief discussion, their gazes towards Yang Yi grew increasingly respectful. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the so-called insufficient access level was merely a protective measure from the system. Yang Yi did not originate from any prominent family and could at best be considered a nouveau riche. Upon realizing this, Yang Jie promptly stepped outside to make a call. Utilize all connections to blacklist Tianma Entertainment Company. Especially target a certain Wang Jie. I desire his complete discredit. After concluding the call, Yang Jie returned to the private room with a broad smile, raising his glass to toast Yang Yi once more. Wang Gang and the others followed suit, initiating a round of toasts. The oblivious Yang Yi found himself bewildered by their antics. But fortunately, his physical constitution was 3 times that of an average person, allowing him to handle the alcohol with little consequence. Why the hell are you all coming to drink with me instead of finding girls around you? Let me state this clearly. I'm not into that. Observing this, the group refrained from continuing their drinking contest and opted to engage with the nearby girls instead. In the first half, they had discussed all necessary business, and now it was time to pursue the charming companions beside them. Yang Yi was no exception. With his physique far surpassing the others, he was equally adept in that regard, his hands naturally maneuvering with agility. Under the DJ's command, the entire private room transformed into a nightclub, with everyone immediately joining in the revelry. In a moment, chaos reigned as everyone danced wildly. Yang Jie seized a bottle of Ace of Spades, vigorously shaking it to drench everyone in temptation. In the face of capital, the multitude of beauties offered no resistance, allowing the drinks to spill over them. Witnessing this, Zhang Yu handed out a VIP room card, for it seemed that if they did not change venues soon, one of the brothers was likely to prepare for a live broadcast. Gongzi, remember our bet? Seeing Wang Gang embrace 2 girls and head out, Yang Yi couldn't help but tease. Wang Gang chuckled, made an okay gesture, and eagerly hopped into the elevator to ascend, in stark contrast to the merriment of Yang Yi and his friends. The atmosphere within Tianma Entertainment Company was palpably strained. Mr. Wang, 2 hours ago, the Yang Group severed all cooperative ties with us. Mr. Wang, the Shark platform seems to have sanctioned us. All our live streams have been shut down for skirting the rules. Mr. Wang, Wang Dana, the owner of Tianma Entertainment, was infuriated by the series of misfortunes plaguing his company, especially after having recently enjoyed the benefits of the internet, amassing a fortune of 50 million. The scandal involving manager Wang and several streamers had stirred up considerable turmoil online, severely damaging the company's reputation. Under Wang Dana's pressing inquiries, the secretary laid bare the situation. Although the collusion between entertainment company management and streamers had become a tacit understanding, such matters were not meant for public discourse. Get Wang Jie in here. As the head of an entertainment company, Wang Dana recognized he had undoubtedly made enemies. Chapter 24. Opening ceremony. The following morning, Yang Yi awoke in a luxurious bed. Rich people truly know how to indulge. Before his rebirth, he had been consumed by a green tea girl, never daring to imagine such a lavish lifestyle. Yet now, he found himself living the dream of his past life, leaving him overwhelmed with emotion. Yi Xiao, the class opening ceremony is at 10 a.m. today. The instructor requires everyone to attend. Damn. I almost forgot about the important matter. After registering, he had enjoyed 3 days of leisure, completely forgetting about today's classes. Had it not been for seeing a message from Li Su, he would have likely overlooked it entirely. Glancing at the clock, it was just past 8, and he had ample time. Despite having activated the system, Yang Yi still wished to experience university life once more, as he had left many regrets in his previous life that he now sought to fulfill. After a quick wash, he messaged a small group he had with Zhang Yu and the others. Brothers, I'm headed back to school for class. You all continue to enjoy. And Gongzi, don't forget about my water for half a month. As for the two women still lounging on the bed, Yang Yi had no time to indulge further. He left them behind and took a taxi to Qin University. 1850, he arrived at the philosophy college. Arriving just in time, in his past life, he had only had eyes for the green tea girl, refraining from participating in any activities or engaging with others. Thus, even in his rebirth, he maintained a fresh, new student mentality. Upon entering the classroom, he quickly spotted Li Su and the others seated at the back and made his way over. Here, Yi Xiao, we saved you a spot. You guys arrived so early? After sitting down with his roommates, Yang Yi began to chat idly. The early bird catches the worm. You guys have managed to get a good grasp of our class situation. Wang Banxian, with a cheeky grin, chimed in. Our class has a total of 26 girls, 18 of whom are single. There's one who's a perfect 9, and 6 others above 8, and I've gotten their WeChat. He pointed to the third girl from the left in a white top and light blue jeans. That's Huang Yi, our class S only 9-pointer. The others are her roommates, all at least 8 points. Following Wang Banxian's indication, Yang Yi glanced up, catching only a glimpse of her back, unable to ascertain if she indeed warranted a 9. However, he recognized the name Huang Yi from his previous life. She had been the belle of the philosophy college, and her family was reputed to be quite well off. After some casual banter, a middle-aged woman in her 30s entered right on time. Hello, everyone. I'm Huang Mei, your counselor. The counselor briefly outlined some guidelines and expectations, a rather monotonous process that Yang Yi tuned out, having long been aware of such matters. Next came the self-introductions from the new students and the election for class officers, which Yang Yi found uninteresting, yet Wang Banxian was thoroughly enthused. As he articulated, being class president gives me a reason to add every girl's WeChat. Yang Yi couldn't help but admire his unconventional thinking. Hello, everyone. I'm Huang Yi from Qin City, and I enjoy painting. I hope we can all get along well. Huang Yi, dressed in a white short-sleeve top and light blue jeans, confidently introduced herself on stage. Ding. Successfully bound fish FRY. Name. Huang Yi, height. 168 centimeter appearance rating. 9.1 points. Affection level. 20. Task reward. Tenfold cashback on spending for the fish fry. Maximum cashback of 100 million daily. No cashback after capture. If the fish fry's affection for the host reaches above 95, a sincere love will be rewarded with a special skill, 10 attribute points, and a refund of the spending amount. 9.1 points? Quite impressive. However, Yang Yi had already secured 2 instances of sincere love from 9.0 point fish fry, making Huang Yi's 9.1 points less striking in his eyes. Several amusing roommates took their turns introducing themselves. The lively Li Su even performed a comedic routine. Hello, everyone. I'm Li Su from Hunan. I don't have any special skills, but I'm quite proficient at playing instruments. I can play the ceremonial drum like a pro. Bursting into laughter, many girls found Li Su's humorous introduction delightful. Sitting at the back, Yang Yi patiently awaited his turn. When his name was called, he calmly adjusted his clothing and walked to the podium. Scanning the classroom with a composed demeanor, I'm Yang Yi. I'm skilled at playing the piano. If you have nothing to discuss, please don't approach me. If you do have something, even more so, don't come looking for me, as I dislike trouble. Except for beautiful ladies. As Yang Yi stood on stage, he locked eyes with Huang Yi for a moment before descending from the podium. Wow, our class has such a high-value male god. He is at least 1.8 meters tall. His demeanor is so impressive. He seems like that wealthy young man from the forum. Did he just look at you for a second? In a society where looks reign supreme, Yang Ye's 9.0 appearance naturally stirred excitement among the female students. Huang Mei, as an experienced counselor, had never encountered a student as unique as Yang Yi. Yet university life was all about inclusivity, so she refrained from commenting further. Following the introductions, the election for class officers commenced, with interested students invited to take the stage and campaign. After everyone had finished their introductions, it was time for the election. Ultimately, Li Su, riding on the coattails of being Yang Ye's roommate, garnered considerable support from the female students and successfully became the class president. Yang Yi paid little attention to the others, engrossed in his phone instead. Wei Xiao, you're truly remarkable. I'm willing to bet on my military training that I'll bring you water for half a month. These two are indeed seasoned veterans. Their experiences surpass mine. I can't keep up. By nearly 11 o'clock, Wang Gang and Yang Jie, having awakened, initiated their group chat. Wei Xiao, please enlighten me on the intricacies. There's so much to learn. It's endless. With the system in hand, Yang Yi felt confident, replying in the group chat. Read more books, watch more news, eat fewer snacks, and get plenty of sleep. Afterward, he promptly turned off his phone. After all, he couldn't simply proclaim that with the system in hand, he had the world at his feet, could he? Following Li Su's election as class president, he excitedly organized the new class officers to distribute books, even adding every female student from the class on WeChat, declaring, "Cast a wide net to catch more fish." Chapter 25. Fish fry flirtation. With the opening ceremony concluded, Yang Yi had no intention of lingering. Having spent 3 days outside enjoying himself, he wished to return to his dormitory. Calling over Zhang Jian and Wang Banxian, they made their way outside while Li Su, having just been elected class president, was enthusiastically adding everyone else on WeChat. What a thick skin. If only I had half the audacity of my brother Su. I'd be in. Old Wang, one day I'll take you out to enjoy and let you taste the sweetness of the goddesses. Yang Yi chuckled, playfully patting old Wang's shoulder as they headed out. Yang Yi, wait a moment. A clear female voice suddenly rang out from the classroom, causing Yang Yi to halt slightly, turning to see Huang Yi approaching with several of her roommates. Yang Yi, I'm Huang Yi. These are my roommates Lindan, Xiaotong, and Sunqian. I heard you play the piano. Would you be interested in performing at the welcome party? Having just campaigned for the cultural committee, Huang Yi approached Yang Yi after hearing about his piano skills, eager to invite him, especially since the counselor had just assigned her the task of preparing over 3 performances for the welcome party. Not interested. Had it been before, Yang Yi might have found it intriguing, but now he merely wished to float through life and complete his system tasks as soon as possible. Upon hearing his response, Huang Yi's mood visibly dampened, yet she couldn't press the matter further, so she reluctantly let it go. Don't bother with him. He probably doesn't know anything and was just putting on a show up there. At that moment, a flamboyant young man approached. I've studied vocal music. We could do a duet. Upon seeing him, Huang Yi's expression turned distinctly displeased. The young man, Wang Bo, was also a local from Qin City, rumored to be a side descendant of the Wang family, which monopolized hotel businesses in the area. Since he had laid eyes on Huang Yi upon registration, he had been persistently pestering her. This student, why do you need to meddle in someone else's affairs? Zhang Jian and the others had witnessed Yang Ye's abilities, believing he must come from a prominent family where mastering the piano was quite natural. Exactly, a flamboyant guy like him clearly comes off as a sissy. Ding. Current limited time task triggered. The host must perform a piano piece at the welcome party to astonish everyone and will receive a mysterious gift package. A limited time task? The last time, merely for a novice gift package, he had received a watch worth 18 million and a sports car worth tens of millions as rewards. This mysterious gift package couldn't possibly be worse. Besides, with his master-level piano skills, standing out at a typical welcome party would be a breeze. System. I'm taking this job. I just said I dislike trouble, but you're barely acceptable as a beauty. I'll participate in the welcome party, but you owe me a meal. After saying that, Yang Yi strode out, leaving Huang Yi with no chance to reconsider. Wow, such a unique personality. Instantly, she felt a hint of the domineering CEO vibe. Barely acceptable as a beauty. I'm curious to see how you'll perform. Huang Yi, coming from a privileged background and possessing goddess-like beauty, had always received applause and admiration, and Yang Ye's remark ignited her competitive spirit. As for the roommates beside her, they had completely succumbed to Yang Ye's looks, gazing at him like starry-eyed admirers. Only Wang Bo, watching Yang Ye's retreating figure, harbored a cold glare. How dare this outsider show off in front of me? Just wait and see how I deal with you. Yi Xiao, You think Huang Yi is just barely acceptable as a beauty? You're not like us. You eat to fill your stomach, while others eat for pleasure. But Huang Yi is genuinely beautiful. I can't reason with you. Seeing his two roommates bickering, Yang Yi couldn't help but find it amusing and then spoke up, all right, in a few days. I'll introduce you to some new friends and take you to broaden your horizons. In the midst of passionate nights and conflicts with others, the fact that his roommates stood by him earned Yang Ye's approval. Zhang Jian and Old Wang were both locals of Qian City. Having friends at Yang Ye's level might even benefit their families, and they were quite looking forward to it. Wow. Is that someone confessing over there? 5 Audi A4s are just a small scene. Brother, you might be misunderstanding what a small scene is. An ordinary person might not even drive an A4 in their lifetime. Looks like it's Xia Yao. Old Wang's keen eyes quickly recognized the girl from the music department, Xia Yao, whom they had partied with a few days back. Shall we go take a look? After all, Yang Yi seemed to have been somewhat interested in her. And now she is being pursued by someone else. Yang Yi's physical prowess was 3 times that of an average person, and his vision was exceptional. From over 100 meters away, he spotted a flicker of displeasure on Xia Yao's face. It appeared she was being harassed. Let us go. We can't let anyone else cast their line into my fish fry. Yao Yao, please agree to be my girlfriend. I would do anything for you. A few people approached and saw a man in a white suit, holding flowers, kneeling on one knee, confessing his feelings to Xia Yao. Beside him was a large heart made of roses, reminiscent of a marriage proposal. Xiaolong, I do not like you. Please stop bothering me. Since the last dance, I have been deeply enchanted by you. Xia Yao, if you agree to be my girlfriend, I am willing to give everything for you. Observing the beauty before him, Xiaolong once again boldly spoke. Hey, hey, hey. If someone doesn't like you, don't linger around like this. It feels like coercion. Yang Yi saw that this man was merely infatuated and, wanting to protect Xia Yao, directly positioned himself in front of her, teasingly saying, Who are you to meddle in my affairs? Who am I? Yang Yi wrapped his arm around Xia Yao's waist, unable to resist giving her a gentle squeeze, and then asked, Now, who do you think I am? Xia Yao did not expect Yang Yi to appear here, especially in such a public setting while embracing her. Instinctively, she wanted to resist, but upon seeing Zhao Long in front of her, she held back. Compared to Zhao Long, she leaned more towards Yang Yi. Witnessing his goddess, whom he had long coveted without even holding her hand, now being embraced by another without resistance, Zhao Long's expression darkened considerably. He had previously learned that Xia Yao was a freshman in the music department with no boyfriend, and this sudden obstacle could only be a shield she found. His gaze turned icy, filled with a chilling contempt directed at Yang Yi. Chapter 26. Let me show you what status is, kid. Some prestige comes at a price. In public, the goddess he had long pursued was suddenly embraced by an unexpected shield, which felt like a resounding slap in his face. Currently, Xiaolong had 5 cars and over 10 people on his side, while Yang Yi had only 3 college students with him. Thus, Xiaolong issued a harsh threat. Price? My brother, although I, being as handsome as I am, cannot understand the disheartening feeling of being rejected in love, not being able to win her over does not mean I cannot drive. And you want me to be your chauffeur? I'm busy dating Yao Yao and simply do not have the time. Wow, that truly cracks me up. Chauffeuring. Ha ha ha. As Yang Ye's words fell, the onlookers erupted into laughter. Kid, do you think I won't dare to act against you? At this moment, Zhao Long was infuriated. This brat had the audacity to mock him under his threat, clearly disregarding his words. Zhao Long was the son of a construction company owner in Qian City, accustomed to having some thugs do his dirty work. Ever since he fortuitously met Xia Yao, he had regarded her as an unattainable idol. Though they were at Qian University, striking someone could lead to consequences. Yang Ye's nonchalant demeanor was pushing him to his limits. Moreover, he noticed Yang Ye's hand continuously squeezing Xia Yao's waist, which was the primary cause of his fury. Kid, I'm giving you one last chance. Let go of her, come over, and kneel to me 3 times. I will consider letting you off this time. Otherwise, you will know what it means to have dignity. Besides, with you being just a student, can you provide her the life she desires? Are you going to take her to eat instant noodles? You and I are not even in the same league. Do you understand? Poor loser. At this moment, Zhao Long wore an arrogant expression, believing that someone like Yang Yi, a poor student, had nothing to offer besides some words and a slightly attractive face. Life requires more than love. It needs bread as well. That eye in your eyes. Are you quite wealthy? Do those 5 shabby A4s carry any weight? Observing the more than 10 people and 5 Audi A4s before him, Yang Yi remained calm. If it were a week ago, an A4 would indeed have been a luxury he could not afford, but now he had over 3 billion in cash on hand. A 30-some thousand A4 hardly stirred his emotions. Shabby A4? Kid, let me tell you, someone like you will probably never afford an A4 in your lifetime. At this point, Zhang Jian and the others could no longer hold back their laughter. Yang Yi drove multi-million-dollar supercars. How could he not afford an A4? You wouldn't be interested in such a nouveau riche, would you? Yang Yi ignored Zhao Long's rants and instead looked at the beautiful Xiaoyao in his arms. We've only met once. I don't know how he found out about me, and you already know the rest. Upon facing Yang Ye's inquiry, Xiaoyao quickly shook her head, not wanting Zhao Long to create misunderstandings, even though she and Yang Yi had not yet defined their relationship. That's wonderful. You truly crack me up, like an old lady sneaking into bed. A few shabby A4s, making a fuss here. That moment, Yang Yi, facing Zhao Long's furious gaze, slowly released his hand from Xiaoyao's waist and spoke with a half-smile. As soon as his words fell, Zhao Long's face turned extremely red. Stop boasting. The type I detest the most is exactly like you. What? I'm the one boasting. What? Not convinced? Kid, let me tell you. I've seen countless people like you. If you didn't know any better, you'd think you were some big shot, but you're just a loser. All right, not fighting for a bun, but for pride. I don't want anyone talking behind Yao Yao's back. Give me 20 minutes, and I'll show you what status is. Following that, Yang Yi picked up his phone and made a call, saying a few simple words before returning to his spot. What's this status you mentioned? Zhao Long and his group, seeing Yang Yi make a call, fell silent, subconsciously thinking he was just putting on a show, and they began to mock him. Exactly. I thought this kid was something special. He keeps talking about a shabby A4. If I didn't know any better, I'd think the bank was his family's. Ha ha ha. The 10 or so people around Zhao Long chimed in, attempting to drown Yang Yi in their mockery. Though this, Yang Yi remained calm, unwilling to waste his breath. The old Wang beside him could no longer hold back and remarked, "A bunch of fools. Young Master Yi drives multi-million-dollar McLarens. How could he not afford an A4? Surprisingly, old Wang's comment only fueled their mockery further. I'm dying of laughter. He drives a multi-million McLaren? If he can bring a regular supercar, I'll smash it on the spot." 20 minutes later, the sound of roaring engines shattered the awkward standoff. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a procession of supercars entered Qian University and arrived at the playground. Leading the pack was a red Porsche 918, followed by Ferraris, Lamborghinis, and other supercars. Wow, is this a gathering of rich second-generation heirs in Qian City to pick up girls? The lead car seems to be the $2 million Porsche 918. Could these supercars be called here by Yang Yi? Impossible. I know the one in front. He is the young master of the Zhang Group in Qian City. The Zhang Group is a family with assets worth billions. At that moment, I realized those 5 Audi A4s were indeed, just as Yang Yi said, mere shabby autos. The entire convoy comprised 16 supercars, and under the lead of the red 918, they directly surrounded the 5 A4s brought by Zhao Long. Once all the cars came to a halt, the door of the 918 opened first, and a smiling Zhang Yu stepped out, followed by Wang Gang, Yang Jia, Wu Kai, Lu Bing, and others, all walking towards Yang Yi. Some of these individuals Yang Yi had never met, but he figured they must be members of the Supercar Club. At this moment, Zhao Long was utterly astonished. He did not recognize any of the leading figures, but he was quite familiar with a certain blonde guy trailing behind. That was a genuine second-generation heir in Qian City, with family assets worth tens of billions. His mere 1 or 2 million in assets was insignificant in comparison. What happened next was even more shocking to Zhao Long. Zhang Yu, with a humble demeanor, approached Yang Yi, skillfully handed him a cigarette, and then turned to glare coldly at Zhao Long and the others. Are you a bunch of fools trying to show off in front of young Master Yi? Chapter 27. Really smashing it. Despite Zhang Yu usually appearing playful, his upbringing in a wealthy family naturally endowed him with an air of authority. Zhao Long, being the primary target of Zhang Yu's ire, felt 80% of the pressure. He knew that Zhang Yu and his companions were not individuals he could afford to offend. His previous arrogance was now in stark contrast to his current panic. He understood that if they spoke, his family's small business could collapse in an instant. Under Zhang Yu's intense gaze, Zhao Long nervously swallowed, then put on a flattering smile, saying, "Esteemed young master, it's all a misunderstanding. The flood swept away the Dragon King's temple. I am Zhao Long from the Zhao Construction Company in the west of the city. Mingling with brother Huang, Zhao Long offered a sheepish smile to Zhang Yu, glancing at the blonde guy behind him, and immediately stepped forward to offer a cigarette, hoping to curry favor. Seeing this, Yang Yi smirked in disdain. Just moments ago, Zhao Long had acted as if he were the king of the world, yet now he appeared as a sycophant. Zhang Yu glanced at Yang Yi, then swatted away the cigarette Zhao Long offered. Addressing the blonde guy behind him, Huang Mao. Is this kid with you? Initially, seeing Zhao Long offend Yang Yi, Huang Mao instinctively shrank back into the crowd, knowing that Yang Yi was someone even Zhang Yu had to curry favor with. Now, hearing Zhang Yu call for him, he was eager to give Zhao Long a couple of slaps. Young Master Zhang, this kid comes from the west side where the construction company is. His family only has a few million in assets. His father has invited me to dinner twice for a project. Huang Mao, whose real name was Li Yi, had his family's business mainly in the west, so he had interacted with Zhao Long. Young Master Zhang, this kid has nothing to do with me. He dared to offend young Master Yi, and you don't need to say it. I want to let him go. Huang Mao angrily stepped forward, grabbing Zhao Long by the collar and delivering a resounding slap. Slap! A crisp sound echoed throughout the venue. But Huang Mao did not stop there. He continued to strike and scold, you blind dog. Showing off in front of young Master Yi, today, I'll make you understand. Over there is young Master Zhang from the Zhang group, young Master Wang from the Wang group, young Master Yang from the Yang group. Every name Huang Mao uttered drained the color from Zhao Long's face. Young Master Yi is someone they all need to befriend. You flaunted in front of young Master Yi. Are you not blind? After a while, Huang Mao kicked Zhao Long away and, panting, approached Yang Yi, saying, young Master Yi, this kid is a fool. However you want to deal with him, I'll follow through. Meanwhile, Zhao Long, lying on the ground, had his face swollen from the slaps but dared not resist in the slightest. This kid flirted with my girl and told me that someone like me, a poor loser, does not deserve love. I told him his A4 was trash and he wouldn't believe it. He insisted on arguing with me, saying if I could call a supercar, he would smash his car. So, I, being honest, just wanted to see whether he would smash it or not, which is why I called young Master Zhang. Looking at Xiaoyao beside Yang Yi and the flowers at the scene, everyone naturally imagined Yang Yi returning to school to find another man confessing to his woman. Do you still dare to compete with young Master Yi for a woman? Upon hearing this, Huang Mao rushed over to Zhao Long, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks. In the second-generation circle, what matters is face. Zhao Long's public confession and his mockery of Yang Yi's right to love were simply intolerable. Young Master Yi, how do you wish to deal with this? Seeing Zhao Long, already battered and bruised, speak up, Zhang Yu stepped forward, coldly observing Zhao Long and his companions. Since we are at school, I still want to study properly. Yang Yi held no significant grudge against Zhao Long. It was merely his foul mouth and arrogance that needed correcting. After all, with Xiaoyao by his side, he couldn't allow her to think he was cold-hearted. All right, let us proceed as young Master Yi suggests. You all better smash with enough force. Otherwise, I will show you what real power is. Wang Gang spat at Zhao Long, coldly stating. Just as he finished speaking, Yang Jia looked at Wang Gang with a hint of grievance. His previously built-up emotions now unable to find an outlet. Under the gaze of the crowd, Zhao Long and his group cleaned up the scene and then, looking quite dejected, drove the 5 Audis outside Xi'an University. They pulled tools from the trunk and began to smash the cars as if they were not their own. Wow, they're really smashing it. Hundreds of thousands of cars just like that? Showing off comes with risks. Be cautious when entering the industry. With a wrench in hand, Zhao Long smashed away at a brand new A4, his heart aching with every blow, yet he dared not lessen his strength in the slightest. Haven't you eaten? Smash it. Give it all you've got. The crowd was taken aback by Zhao Long's frenzied orders to his subordinates to smash the cars, expressing their astonishment. Zhang Jin and Old Wang's admiration for Yang Yi reached its peak. Initially thinking Yang Yi was on the 3rd tier, they realized he was on the 10th tier. Young Master Yi, how does today's display measure up? Young Master Zhang sent a message in the group, and the brothers came rushing over. Yang Jia brushed his hair back, speaking with a smug expression. The display is decent. I'll find an opportunity to organize a gathering to treat the brothers to some relaxation. Yang Laosan, what do you have to be smug about? If you could learn young Master Yi's astounding skills with women, that would be impressive. Under Yang Yi's guidance, Wang Gang, who had experienced success with 2 girls, was now filled with immense respect for Yang Yi. Wow, I almost forgot. Young Master Yi, you're truly incredible. Yesterday, Those two were skilled in every aspect. How did you see through them? Seeing the two of them so fervent, Yang Yi glanced at Xiaoyao beside him and slowly replied, "Some secrets must not be revealed. All right then, everyone, don't delay young Master Yi from his business. Let us wrap up." Zhang Yu and his group were in and out swiftly. Moments later, over a dozen supercars roared away, and Zhang Jian and the others discreetly departed, leaving only Yang Yi and Xiaoyao behind, gazing into each other's eyes. Chapter 28. Making a name at Qin University. On the small path of Qin University, Yang Yi and Xiaoyao walked side by side. "Has anyone told you that you seem rather strange today?" Yang Yi broke the silence first, gazing at Xiaoyao's face, which flushed slightly. Throughout her life, many boys had pursued Xiaoyao, but she had mercilessly rejected them all. However, Yang Yi was different. He could stir emotions within her, awakening feelings in her previously tranquil heart. "What seems strange?" Xiaoyao touched her face, repeatedly confirming whether her makeup was smudged or not. Seeing this, Yang Yi no longer teased her and directly said, "It's quite beautiful." Over the past couple of days, Yang Yi had absorbed numerous corny love lines from the internet and couldn't resist trying them out on Xiaoyao. Puff, the previously blushing Xiaoyao, was instantly amused by Yang Yi's antics, her pearly white teeth peeking through her fingers, appearing utterly enchanting. She never expected that a wealthy young master like him would utter such cheesy lines. In Xiaoyao's eyes, men like Yang Yi, who were accustomed to a life of luxury from a young age, seemed utterly disconnected from such cringe-worthy phrases. However, she was taken aback when Yang Yi actually spoke these corny lines to her. After letting go, Xiaoyao became lively, engaging in delightful conversation with Yang Yi. "Yang Yi, do you like me?" Having met Yang Yi twice, she had succumbed to his embrace on both occasions, and today, he had summoned over a dozen supercars to teach Xiaolong a lesson, providing her with an unprecedented experience. Thus, she mustered the courage to directly inquire of Yang Yi. Yang Yi was taken aback by Xiaoyao's sudden, straightforward question, but under the scanning of the intimacy system, nothing was concealed. Intimacy level, 85 points. An intimacy level exceeding 80 signifies a relationship that surpasses ordinary friendship, while 90 indicates the threshold of romantic involvement. Therefore, Xiaoyao's current attitude towards Yang Yi indicated a burgeoning affection, yet it had not yet blossomed into genuine love. Further nurturing was required. Observing this, Yang Yi tenderly combed Xiaoyao's wind-tousled hair and spoke with deep sincerity, "Who does not adore beautiful things? Especially when it is a goddess like you. How annoying!" Upon receiving his reply, Xiaoyao lightly spat in jest, then leaned closer to Yang Yi's ear and whispered, "Then I shall wait for you to pursue me." With a background in music, she was inherently bold. Previously, she had felt a distance between herself and Yang Yi, but now, liberated from that restraint, she began to act playfully. Without waiting for Yang Yi's response, her crimson lips brushed against his cheek, and she swiftly ran away, saying, "I'll be performing at the welcome party in half a month. If you dare, I'll be waiting for you." Watching Xiaoyao's retreating figure, Yang Yi shook his head with a smile. Now this is what university life is all about. Meanwhile, the campus forums of Qin University were in a frenzy. Shocking. Why did 16 supercars enter the campus so ostentatiously? Shocking. The rich second-generation heir went on a wild spree, smashing 5 Audis. Shocking. The music department's campus beauty is already taken. At this moment, all communication platforms at Qin University were abuzz with discussions about the recent events. As gossip was always welcomed in this wave of excitement, Yang Yi became a sensation throughout the Qin University circle. On the other hand, Zhao Long lay collapsed on the ground, utterly exhausted. Looking at the 5 cars, which resembled nothing more than scrap metal, a hint of relief washed over him. The absence of Huang Mao and his gang meant this incident had come to a close, and at least it wouldn't implicate his family. "Young Master Long, should we smash more?" A breathless lackey approached Zhao Long cautiously. "What the hell? Hurry up and call someone to handle this mess and take me home." At this moment, Zhao Long harbored no ill intentions towards Xiaoyao. Considering the power behind Yang Yi, he still felt a chill run down his spine. He never imagined that he had provoked one of Qin City's top wealthy heirs, and he was fortunate to have merely endured a beating and lost 5 cars. When Yang Yi returned to the dormitory, Zhang Jian and Old Wang exchanged knowing glances. "Young Master Yi, have you won over the stunning Xia?" "What nonsense. It seems to me that it is young Master Yi who has been won over by her." Seeing the mischievous grins on their faces, Yang Yi instantly understood their implication and retorted, The joy of a playboy is beyond what you mere sycophants can comprehend. Wow, why would we want to provoke him? Just then, Lisu burst into the room. Brothers, do you know? A major news event just unfolded at our Qin University. After gulping down some water, he looked at everyone with astonishment. What major news? Did Teacher Tsang come to Qin University? Or did you find a girlfriend? Zhang Jin and Old Wang, having been put in their place by Yang Yi, shifted their focus to Lisu. What nonsense! Haven't you seen the forums? Just now, a wealthy heir brought 16 supercars to school to impress a girl. 16 supercars. Do you know what that means? Damn! Qin University has so many rich people. Upon hearing Lisu's words, Zhang Jin and Old Wang immediately lost interest. The protagonist was right in front of them. Yet here they were, astonished by the news. What expressions do you two have? That young master is now a sensation. I've heard that many girls are trying to hunt him down, wanting to pursue him. If only I had such treatment. Or perhaps, if I could befriend that young master and borrow a supercar for a spin, it would be the pinnacle of my life. Isn't that how it works? Young Master Yi? Seeing that Zhang Jin and Old Wang were ignoring him, Lisu pulled Yang Yi aside and began to chatter. Actually, having many girls can be quite troublesome. Oh no. I almost forgot that you're also a tycoon. Talking to you is like preaching to a cow. Reflecting on Yang Ye's million-dollar McLaren, Lisu once again realized he had chosen the wrong audience for his sharing. Stop your rambling. That young master you're talking about is young Master Yi. Thankfully, you didn't speak ill of him behind his back. Old Wang, unable to bear the awkward atmosphere any longer, intervened to explain what had transpired at noon. What? You mean that young master is young Master Yi? Here I was, desperately trying to be the sycophant to the goddess, while she was already wagging her tail at you. At that moment, Lisu deeply felt the disparity between himself and Yang Yi. Alas, you all only see my superficial happiness, not realizing that I am even happier behind the scenes. Listen to him. Is he even speaking human language? Yang Ye's words sent the resentment levels of the three in the dormitory soaring. All right, next time I'll take you three out for some fun. The ladies are yours to choose. Yang Yi, fearing that further teasing might hurt their fragile egos, decided to invite them out instead, offering them a little benefit. I've been waiting for that. Yang Ye's words instantly brightened their eyes. The last time he mentioned introducing a few friends, they had brushed it off, but today, the spectacle Yang Yi had orchestrated left Zhang Jin and Old Wang utterly astonished. Befriending Zhang Yu and the others would bring them immense benefits, and they were very much looking forward to it. Chapter 29. This is the true essence of an online tycoon. After chatting for a while, they learned from Lisu that they would continue to rest for half a day that afternoon, and the following day would mark the beginning of a month-long military training. Upon hearing military training, Zhang Jin and Old Wang's faces turned ashen. A.S. Qin University's top-tier institution, the military instructors were actual serving soldiers, and the training intensity was exceedingly high. Reports from previous years indicated that many students fainted from heat exhaustion due to physical strain, and Zhang Jin and Old Wang were terrified of becoming part of that unfortunate group. Given that the training would be conducted by active-duty soldiers, the final day would involve live ammunition shooting, which provided a sliver of anticipation, for what boy doesn't love guns? After a brief chat, Yang Yi began to relax on his bed, fiddling with his phone. He exchanged messages with a few fish models before logging onto Shark Live, as cashback was indeed a serious matter that could not be delayed. Shark Live, being the most popular streaming platform, hosted a variety of streamers, but Yang Yi had a clear goal: to find high-quality fish models rated above 8 for tipping, thereby earning cash-backed. It was around noon, and since Lu Xiaoyu was not streaming, Yang Yi began to browse the platform aimlessly. Before long, he stumbled upon a high-quality streamer rated 9 in the live stream. The simple-looking young Xiaoming entered a home of impoverished residents, carrying 2 boxes of nutritional supplies. Grandpa, I am a member of the Qin Province Love and Help Association. I'm here to visit you today and bring you some nutritional supplies. Wishing you good health. The warm smile of young Xiaoming provided a glimmer of comfort to the elderly residents. Everyone, in the mountainous regions of Qin Province, there are many left behind elderly and impoverished families. They face hardships and require our attention. Friends who can help, let us warm the world together. Xiaoming, nowadays people only know to tip those scantily clad female streamers. It's hard to get them to part with their money. I followed this streamer for 2 years, and she genuinely engages in charitable activities. Not only is Xiaoming beautiful, but she also has a kind heart. I've heard that their team's funds have run dry in recent years. which is why Xiaoming started streaming to raise some activity funds. I can only contribute 100. I'll donate 50. Thank you all for your support, but please give within your means. Despite the donations being only a few dollars or tens of dollars, Yang Xiaoming did not belittle them, for she understood that each represented the goodwill of the donors. Observing the modest live stream room with just over 4,000 followers, Yang Yi's gaze suddenly sharpened, and he entered the streaming room. Ding! Successfully bound to the fish model. Name: Yang Xiaoming. Height: 172 cm. Appearance: 9.2. Favorability: 20. Task reward: tenfold cashback on spending for the fish model, maximum cashback of 100 million per day. No cashback after capture. When the fish model's favorability towards the host reaches 95 or above, a genuine love will be successfully harvested, rewarded with a special skill 1, 10 attribute points, and a refund of the spin amount. Sister Xiaoming, let us go. We need to visit the next family, and after that, we'll head back. Sigh. The camera caught young Xiaoming letting out a slight sigh. Everyone, due to limited funds, we will return to Qin City after visiting the next family and rest for a while until we can gather enough funds to continue our charitable activities. Xiaoming, we will always support you. In an effort to ascertain whether this streamer was genuine, Yang Yi attentively watched the entire process of her home visits. Her sweet smile, genuine character, and heartfelt words left no room for pretense. Noticing that the elderly resident had difficulty moving, Yang Xiaoming rolled up her sleeves and energetically helped with the housework. 20 minutes later, the previously chaotic room was tidied up to perfection. Unbeknownst to Yang Yi, Shark Live had such a positive influencer. He decided to invest in this project. Just as Yang Xiaoming was about to leave the elderly resident's home and shut down her stream, a flurry of rockets exploded in the live stream room. Sister Xiaoming, quick, look at the stream. Has another kind-hearted person sent gifts? Hearing her assistants shout, Yang Xiaoming instinctively thought that a viewer had sent her some small gifts. Given the team's current predicament, they needed at least 100,000 yuan to gather supplies for the next visit, and small gifts of dozens or hundreds wouldn't significantly alleviate their actual difficulties. Thus, she had prepared to end the stream and return to fundraise. However, since another kind-hearted person was willing to offer their love, even if it couldn't resolve the current crisis, she still wanted to express her gratitude. No, just watch the stream. What has gotten into you? Why are you so flustered? Yang Xiaoming lightly dusted off her clothes and took the phone, her eyes widening in shock as she stood frozen in place. Crazy Pippy Shrimp sent 1,000 rockets. Crazy Pippy Shrimp sent 1,100 rockets. Crazy Pippy Shrimp sent 1,200 rockets. At that moment, Yang Yi had already sent over 1,000 rockets in Yang Xiaoming's live stream. According to Shark Live's pricing, each rocket was worth 1,000 yuan, meaning Yang Yi had donated over 1,000,000 yuan in gifts. Under the barrage of Yang Yi's rockets, the heat of Yang Xiaoming's live stream room surged dramatically. This kind-hearted person, that's enough. The gifts you've sent are enough for our team to operate for a while longer. No need to send more. Upon receiving the phone, Yang Xiaoming was momentarily overwhelmed by Yang Yi's sudden generosity. However, she was merely accepting gifts for charitable purposes, and seeing that Yang Yi had already sent over 1,000,000 yuan without any signs of stopping, she quickly spoke up, urging him to reconsider. After all, she couldn't allow a benefactor's kindness to be overextended. Yet, Yang Yi had no intention of heeding her advice. His fingers flew with speed. Crazy Pippy Shrimp sent 2,000 rockets. Crazy Pippy Shrimp sent 3,000 rockets. Crazy Pippy Shrimp sent 4,000 rockets. The 4,000 rockets instantly propelled Yang Xiaoming's live stream to the top of the rankings. Various onlookers flocked into her room to see what was happening. Wow, this streamer is so beautiful. So it turns out it's the Pippy Shrimp who's sending rockets. That makes sense. The Pippy Shrimp has such high standards. Only high-scoring streamers catch his eye. Is this what the happiness of the wealthy feels like? Just a few days prior, Yang Yi had helped Lu Xiaoyu in a PK battle by spending thousands of rockets, which had already made him a well-known figure on Shark Live. Now, seeing that the streamer was rated 9.2, the audience was no longer surprised. Chapter 30. We owe Pippy Shrimp an apology. The streamer Angel of Feather, who had previously been showered with millions from Pippy Shrimp, had taken a 2-day break, and it was believed that she had been utterly captivated by Pippy Shrimp's monetary charm. Now, with Pippy Shrimp once again lavishly spending, showering thousands of rockets on a beautiful streamer, the audience naturally assumed Yang Yi was merely trying to woo another girl. Under the influence of some extreme anti-wealth sentiment, several uninformed users began to criticize Yang Yi's being rich is amazing. Huh? This live streaming culture has been corrupted by people like you. Isn't it enough that you stole a Xiaoyu? Now you're going after another girl. How are we supposed to cope? So salty. I see we have a couple of lemon enthusiasts. Amidst the overwhelming heat, all sorts of characters flooded into Yang Xiaoming's live stream room. Some came to watch the spectacle, some mocked Yang Yi, and others, without discernment, entered to spew vitriol. They not only lambasted Yang Yi but also hurled insults at the streamer, Yang Xiaoming, filling the screen with foul language. The previously harmonious and uplifting atmosphere of the live stream room was obliterated in an instant. Yet, engrossed in sending rockets, Yang Yi remained blissfully unaware. Crazy Pippi Shrimp sent 7,000 rockets. Crazy Pippi Shrimp sent 8,000 rockets. Crazy Pippi Shrimp sent 9,000 rockets. Yang Ye's actions had drawn the attention of Shark Live's upper management, as a super tycoon sending 9,000 rockets had never been seen before on the platform. Watching the rockets continue to surge, everyone began to speculate. Could Pippi Shrimp be aiming to send 10,000 rockets? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, 9, 100, 9, 200, 9, 300. Crazy Pippi Shrimp sent 10,000 rockets. Wow, he really sent 10,000 rockets? Pippi Shrimp is so generous. In the boys' dormitory of Qin University, Yang Yi looked at the 10,000 rockets he had sent, slowly waving his sore arms. Sending a gift wasn't easy. Perhaps it was time for Shark Live to increase the value of their gifts. You're quite the wealthy young master, indulging in this hobby. Li Su, seeing Yang Yi exhaustedly lying on his bed while waving his arms, couldn't help but smile mischievously. What hobby? You wouldn't understand. Li Su broke into a mischievous grin and cast Yang Yi a suggestive glance. What a lunatic! As a seasoned veteran, Yang Yi quickly grasped the implications of Li Su's words. Damn, I've been tapping away at the rockets until my hands are sore. Can't you keep your thoughts less vulgar? Do I really need to shift gears manually like you? Yang Yi was at a loss for words when it came to Li Su, the quintessential introvert. Tapping rockets until your hands ache? Young Master Yi, don't tell me you're that shrimp general who just showered the live stream with 10,000 rockets. On the other side, Old Wong, who was lounging in bed watching the stream, sprang up in shock, exclaiming, 10,000 rockets? That's a cool 10 million. Zhang Jin, beside him, looked over in astonishment, curiosity etched on his face as he gazed at Yang Yi. Sensing the moment, Yang Yi smirked slightly, and an intriguing idea took shape in his mind. He put down his phone, adjusted his attire, and declared, I initially wished to engage with you as an ordinary person, but it seems I've been met with misunderstandings. Let us drop the pretense. I am indeed the Shrimp General. I am a billionaire. What the hell? 10 million, young Master Yi. Money is merely a figure. You come into this world with nothing and leave the same way. That's enough for an ordinary life of extravagance. Yang Yi proclaimed, indifferent to the value of money. Under his grandiose rhetoric, the three in the dormitory were thrust into a melancholic reverie. Meanwhile, Yang Xiaoming was utterly stunned. 10,000 rockets equated to a solid 10 million. After deducting the platform's share, she would still pocket around 7 million. Dear streamer, remain true to your heart and continue your philanthropic endeavors. Feel free to reach out whenever you need assistance. Shark Platform, could you kindly increase the limits on gift amounts? Tapping 1,000 rockets is truly exhausting. As the top-tier aristocrat, Yang Yi's comments were boldly highlighted in the livestream chat. Silence. The Shrimp General has spoken. Philanthropy? Is this streamer not supposed to be wiggling her waist and exposing her legs? Damn. My hands are sore. When will I ever reach the level of the Shrimp General? You? Dream on. That's 10,000 rockets worth 10 million. Go get some sleep, kid. At that moment, at the Shark Platform headquarters, executives were riveted to Yang Xiaoming's livestream, compelled to pay attention due to the 10,000 rockets. Soon, Yang Ye's prominently displayed comment caught everyone's eye. Operations Department, increase the high-value gifts immediately. Did you not see how the wealthy patroness hands are sore from tapping? How much should we increase the gift values? Are you the one in charge of operations? Or am I? Do you really need to ask me? Under Yang Ye's influence, Shark Platform promptly added gifts worth 100,000 for aircraft carriers and 1 million for spaceships in the livestream. Yang Xiaoming began expressing her gratitude to Yang Yi, assuring him that every cent of his donations would be used for impoverished communities. Yang Yi, however, was indifferent. Ding! The host successfully spent 10 million on fish fry Yang Xiaoming, and a successful cashback of 100 million has been credited. Donating 10 million and receiving 100 million in return while contributing to charity. What could be more delightful? As for the trolls in the chat, he couldn't be bothered to engage with them further, simply typing a message. Dear netizens, I do not require your guidance on how to conduct myself. Here's a piece of advice. When you stare into the abyss stares back at you. The shrimp general is magnificent. I've long been displeased with these brainless trolls. Insider information, officially confirmed. This streamer, Yang Xiaoming, is a philanthropist with a positive influence. So the shrimp general's 10 million donation was not for flirting but to support charitable causes? No wonder he urged the streamer to remain true to her heart. Let us reflect on what the shrimp general just said. It subtly mocks the dark hearts of those trolls. With Yang Xiaoming's gratitude and explanations, the audience gradually understood the reason behind Yang Ye's 10 million donation. It was to support charity and spread kindness. Once, I thought the shrimp general's donations to female streamers concealed ulterior motives. I even joined the trolls in ridiculing him. What a fool I was. The shrimp general has faced so much misunderstanding, and he must feel quite wronged. In the face of public misinterpretation, the shrimp general expressed his helplessness through a profoundly philosophical remark. Shrimp general, we have underestimated your depth. We owe you an apology. Chapter 31. The Pippi sect. At this point, Yang Yi had already exited Yang Xiaoming's livestream. After all, he had reached his cashback limit of 100 million for the day and needed to find another fish fry to exploit a bug. Observing the nearly 100,000 viewers, Yang Xiaoming swiftly utilized this surge in popularity to promote her charitable work, gaining several thousand followers almost instantaneously. However, what truly left a lasting impression on Yang Xiaoming was the individual known as the rampant Pippi shrimp. In a rural village in Qian province, Yang Xiaoming ended her livestream and retrieved her phone to find the user rampant Pippi shrimp on the Shark platform, proactively adding him as a friend. Sister Xiaoming, the funds we just secured are enough to sustain our team for at least half a year, her assistant remarked, hastily packing up the livestream equipment, a broad smile illuminating his face. Because of this, we must excel in our charitable endeavors and not disappoint those who have shown us their kindness. Yang Xiaoming's family was relatively well off. Upon her university graduation, they planned for her to work at the family business. But she declined, instead choosing to join a charity organization and embark on a philanthropic journey. Meanwhile, on Shark platform, various live streams buzzed with discussions surrounding rampant Pippi shrimp's lavish 10 million donation to charity. Previously, people spoke of wealthy youth splurging on streamers. Never had anyone witnessed someone engaging in charity during a live stream. The shrimp general truly is a breath of fresh air in the streaming world. I, Long Outyin, hereby declare my allegiance to the shrimp general. Anyone who dares to malign him in the chat is challenging me. I, Zhao Ritian. Second that. I, Dongmin de Guanyuan, 1. In an instant, Yang Yi became a refreshing presence on Shark platform, garnering immense support from numerous netizens. However, Yang Yi remained oblivious to this. At that moment, he was busy locating two talented streamers with ratings above 8. Rampant Pippi Shrimp sent 100 rockets. Rampant Pippi Shrimp sent 100 rockets. Zhang Ya, an ordinary graduate student whose research focused on promoting Qian province's ethnic minority attire, boasted a score of 8.5 in looks and nearly 100,000 followers on Shark platform. She promoted the production process of ethnic garments through her livestream, enabling many rural specialty products to reach major cities. Today, she continued her usual routine, meticulously detailing the crafting of minority clothing. Suddenly, her livestream flickered and a system notification appeared. The imperial aristocrat Rampant Pippi Shrimp has entered the livestream. Welcome, esteemed aristocrat. Typically, only folk enthusiasts frequented her stream, so the presence of an elite VIP was unprecedented. Nevertheless, Zhang Ya promptly extended a welcome. Oh wow. It's the Shrimp General, 666. We VE captured a wild shrimp general. Bro, is this shrimp general that famous? Some fans unfamiliar with Yang Ye's background couldn't resist asking as the chat exploded with shrimp general-related comments. Famous? You don't even know who the shrimp general is? He is the philanthropist of Shark platform, casually donating 10,000 rockets for charity. Could it be that the shrimp general came to support rural industries? As Yang Yi made his entrance, Zhang Ya's viewer count skyrocketed. Am I really that famous? In his dormitory, Yang Yi stared at the barrage of comments on his phone, utterly bewildered. He merely donated 10 million worth of gifts to a charitable team. How had he suddenly become the philanthropic ambassador of Shark platform? With so many admirers? Shrimp General, I'm Long Outyin. Henceforth, you shall be the leader of our Pippi sect. Hail the leader. The leader is amazing, Long Outyin, the head of a network troll group, capitalized on Yang Ye's rising fame on Shark platform to form a fan club named Pippi Sect based on the Pippi in Yang Ye's ID. 1. He genuinely admired Yang Ye's actions. 2. He sought to leverage Yang Ye's popularity to attract attention. What the hell? A leader of the Pippi Sect. Yang Yi felt his brow darken at the sight of the juvenile comments. Young streamer, I see you are a person with dreams. I shall grant you a fortune. You must work hard to promote these unique minority products. Oh wow. Is the leader about to start the cash donation mode again? Supporting ethnic features? The leader has a grand vision. I thought he was on the 3rd tier. He is clearly on the 9th. Yang Yi was inundated with a flurry of rockets amid the enthusiastic comments. 10 minutes later, after sending 5,000 rockets, he reluctantly paused, his hands sore from the continuous tapping. Ding! The host successfully spent 5 million on fish fry Zhangya and received a cashback of 50 million. With the latest influx of 50 million, Yang Yi suddenly realized a new way to earn money. By showering gifts on female streamers rated above 8. However, Yang Yi was selective with his donations, primarily focusing on charitable and talented streamers, while ignoring those who relied solely on seductive dances. Shrimp General, I have dreams too. Leader, I'm also an aspiring youth. Wherever Yang Yi went, a swarm of enthusiastic netizens followed in the comments. Amused by the juvenile behavior of the fans, Yang Yi chuckled, casually donating a few million before taking his leave, planting a seed of thought in their minds. After an hour, Yang Yi had showered over 30 million in gifts on Shark platform. With the cashback mechanism in play, his assets soared to over 6 billion. Shaking his sore fingers from tapping rockets, he closed the Shark platform app. What are you all doing crowding around me? Turning around, Yang Yi saw his 3 roommates standing behind him, their expressions vacant. 30 million. That's enough for a lifetime of extravagance. What a spendthrift. Are you some illegitimate child of my dada? Or is Wang Tsongtsong your brother? What a lavish lifestyle. After this, you must have amassed a horde of female streamers as friends. Oh damn. I got so caught up in gifting that I forgot to exchange contact details. Realizing his oversight, Yang Yi smacked his forehead. He had been too focused on gifting and entirely neglected to gather contact information from the streamers. Suddenly aware, he reopened the Shark platform app and discovered over 20 female streamers had sent him friend requests. First, he accepted the request from charity streamer Yang Xiaoming, then added a few others based on personal preference, ignoring the rest. Ugh, this feeling of being added by others is so annoying. Behind him, his 3 roommates, under the influence of Yang Yi's grandiosity, fell back into a state of melancholic reflection. Chapter 32. A hero saves the beauty at 4 in the afternoon. Yang Yi was roused from his slumber by the ringing of his phone. Hello, young Master Yi, this is a staff member from the Yunfu Mall Auto Exhibition Center. All the paperwork for your Bugatti Veyron has been completed. How would you like to arrange for its delivery? Oh crap, I almost forgot about that. Please deliver it to the gate of Qian University. Having spent 60 million on the Bugatti Veyron, Yang Yi had yet to take possession of it due to procedural delays, and he had completely forgotten about it during this time. Understood, young Master Yi. We expect to deliver it to you around 5 o'clock. After hanging up, Yang Yi got up and washed his face. Upon checking his phone, he found messages from Lu Xiaoyu, Li Na, and several other fish fry, which took him nearly 10 minutes to respond to. Having too many fish is truly exhausting. At 5 o'clock, Yang Yi arrived punctually at the gate of Qian University. The area was swarming with onlookers, all focused on a trailer parked by the roadside. The trailer wasn't special in itself, but it was carrying the world-renowned luxury car, the Bugatti Veyron, worth 60 million. Excuse me, let me through. Yang Yi felt embarrassed to see the scene bustling with people. He hadn't anticipated such a commotion. Had he known, he would have picked up the car discreetly. Why are you pushing? It's not your car. Why are you trying so hard to squeeze in? One disgruntled young man, whom Yang Yi had pushed aside, scolded him as he tried to approach the car. Exactly, dude, don't be so impatient. A car like this is not something we can possess. This car is indeed mine. Despite feeling slightly annoyed at the unexpected ridicule, Yang Yi responded calmly, your car? I see you just want to take a picture and show off. Young man, I understand your little scheme. Do you even know what kind of car this is? It's a Bugatti Veyron. If you accidentally scratch it, you'd have to sell yourself to pay for the damages. Seeing the 2 young men with smug expressions, Yang Yi couldn't be bothered to explain further and pushed his way to the front of the car. Young Master Yi, as he approached, a manager-like individual hurried over to him. Young Master Yi, I'm Xiao Lu from Yunfu Mall. I was the one who assisted you when you purchased the car. Having dealt with a significant client like Yang Yi, The sales manager had memorized his face. Yang Yi nodded slightly, then commanded, "Unload the car." Right away. Upon receiving Yang Yi's approval, the sales manager immediately instructed his team to carefully begin unloading the vehicle. Given the value of such a luxury car, any minor scratch could cost them years of wages, so everyone was exceedingly cautious. At that moment, Yang Yi glanced back at the two young men who had mocked him earlier, noting their flushed faces as they lowered their heads and retreated. They were clearly taken aback to discover that Yang Yi was the owner of the luxury car. After 10 minutes, the dark red Bugatti Veyron was flawlessly unloaded, and the sales manager respectfully handed the key to Yang Yi. "Young master, we registered the license plate with your initials, followed by 3/8. Does that work for you? Qian A, YY888. Not bad. I quite like it." The fact that the dealer had gone to such lengths to arrange a personalized plate indicated their dedication, and Yang Yi was thoroughly satisfied. "All right, you all can return to your duties. I will contact you if needed." Utilizing his professional driving skills, Yang Yi quickly mastered the operation of the luxury car, cruising through traffic with ease. With a tap on the accelerator, he reached a speed of 100 in just 2 seconds. After a brief test drive, he returned to Qian University, as it was mealtime, and he wanted to treat his roommates to a hearty meal before military training commenced. Under Yang Yi's guidance, the four of them took Zhang Jian's BMW 5 Series to a high-end private dining establishment within the university's food court. Tomorrow is military training, so let us go easy on the alcohol. As soon as they sat down, Yang Yi ordered an array of signature dishes, mindful of the upcoming military training, and opted for a case of beer. Fate brought us together, and as brothers, we should cast aside all else. It is a matter of emotions. There is no need for further elaboration. To this, I raise my glass. In the spirit of genuine camaraderie with his 3 roommates, Yang Yi sincerely wished to forge a true friendship. However, over the past few days, he sensed a persistent distance between them. Thus, he earnestly invited them to share the first drink, as the others watched Yang Yi down an entire glass of beer. Their hearts were instantly warmed by his gesture. "Wai Shao, no need for further words, let us drink," they exclaimed with laughter, "and no matter how wealthy you are still my brother. Don't forget to take me to meet the goddess." Zhang Jian and the others promptly followed suit, finishing their own large glasses of beer. Initially, they had maintained a sense of awe and distance due to Yang Yi's wealth and background. Yet, with that one drink, the barrier was swiftly drowned in the youthful exuberance and carefree spirit that ensued. "Wai Shao, you've completely reshaped my worldview these past few days. Over 30 million spent in just one afternoon. Indeed, I thought arriving at school in my BMW 5 Series was impressive, but it pales in comparison to just one tire of his supercar. Drink, drink, drink." As a case of beer was emptied, the group opened their hearts, consuming little food but sharing countless words, ultimately growing closer. "Let us head back and get some rest. We have military training tomorrow, by now." It was 8 in the evening, and the group exited the private room, preparing to call a designated driver to return to Qian University. Just then, a loud voice filled with curses reached their ears. "You shameless harlot! If you don't finish that drink, you won't be leaving here today." As they stepped out, they saw a graceful figure dash out of the adjacent room, pursued by 2 men who were hurling insults. Upon noticing that the figure was running towards them, Yang Yi and his friends halted in their tracks. "Junior, help me!" The newly arrived Wang Yuni, having spotted several boys at the entrance, rushed towards them in desperation. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was Yang Yi, the freshman she had been assigned to assist, and she urgently sought his help. Hearing her cry, Yang Yi turned to look, recognizing her as the very person responsible for welcoming him during registration. It seemed he could not avoid this predicament. Observing the flustered Wang Yuni, Yang Yi stepped forward protectively, shielding her behind him. "Junior, help me! These men mean to harm me." At that moment, Wang Yuni was gasping for breath, one hand pressed against her chest while the other rested on her hip, her figure quite captivating on the other side. The 2 pursuers, noticing Wang Yuni had hidden behind Yang Yi, fixed their icy gazes on the quartet and warned, "This is none of your business. Don't seek trouble for yourself, or you won't even know how you died. What are you threatening me?" The moment Wang Yuni spoke, Yang Yi realized there was no escaping this situation, and since they dared to threaten him, he had to play along. "Young man, this woman is someone Brother Long has set his sights on. It would be wise not to meddle. Seeing Yang Yi and his friends unperturbed, the two lackeys pressed on, knowing they could not directly confront Yang Yi and his companions. What is going on? Yang Yi, noticing Wang Yunyi's panicked expression as she hid behind him, contained his curiosity and refrained from asking. My family has some business dealings with them, and they summoned me today for discussions. Initially, everything was normal, but after a couple of drinks, they grew increasingly unruly, attempting to get me drunk and make unwanted advances. I seized the chance to escape while they were distracted. At this point, Wang Yunyi's voice trembled with emotion, reflecting her confusion over why her parents had sent her to negotiate with Zhao Long. Moments later, Yang Yi grasped the situation. Wang Yunyi's family was entangled with Zhao Long's, and they were at a disadvantage. Her parents had compromised with the Zhao family for the sake of their business, resulting in Wang Yunyi being sent to dine with Zhao Long. Leave the rest to me. Yang Yi gently patted Wang Yunyi's shoulder, guiding her behind the others before turning to the two lackeys. You will not take her today. That is my word. Hearing this, Wang Yunyi felt a warm surge of emotion, her gaze toward Yang Yi shimmering with newfound admiration. You think you're tough? Just wait and see if I don't deal with you. With Yang Yi and his friends resolute in their stance, the two henchmen ripped off their facade of civility, with one returning to summon reinforcements while the other remained, glaring menacingly. Wai Shao, should we call for help? Zhang Jian, wary of potential repercussions, stepped forward to inquire as the other lackey went to summon Aid. No need. I want to see what tricks they have up their sleeves, Yang Yi scoffed, waving his hand dismissively. His physical prowess surpassed that of an average person by threefold, and having mastered the ancient martial art of iron cloth, he was more than capable of handling a few thugs. Meanwhile, Zhao Long, bruised and battered, was seated in the main position of the private room, surrounded by over a dozen lackeys. Humph! This little harlot dares to defy me. Once Wang Er brings her back, I'll teach her to know her place. With his underlings fawning over him, he downed a glass of liquor in one gulp. After being humiliated by Yang Yi during his confession to Xia Yao that afternoon, Zhao Long was seething with frustration. Hearing from his men about a beautiful daughter of a material supplier, he sought to assert his influence, attempting to intoxicate Wang Yunyi and take advantage of her. Here's to hoping Long Shao swiftly wins the fair maiden's heart. Cheers to Long Shao, may he have company every night. Amidst the flattery, a hint of a smile finally graced Zhao Long's face, his earlier gloom momentarily lifted. Just then, Wang Er burst through the door, returning with urgency. Wang Er, why are you so flustered? Long Shao brought you out to see the world tonight. You can't be this reckless, a lackey admonished as Wang Er rushed in. Fine, just pay attention next time. So, have you dealt with those two? Zhao Long, noticing Wang Er's solitary return without Wang Yunyi, laid down his drink, a trace of displeasure shadowing his features. Long Shao, a few students are protecting her outside. I couldn't handle it with Dado. I need to bring a few brothers to teach them a lesson. Someone dares to interfere with my business? Zhao Long, accustomed to bullying others in the university town due to his family connections, felt a surge of anger upon hearing that someone had openly defied him. If I can't handle those top-tier young masters, surely I can deal with a few students. Everyone, follow me. I'll show them who's in charge around here. Zhao Long, emboldened, strode forward, flanked by a dozen lackeys, exuding the aura of a leader. In the restaurant hall, Yang Yi remained calm, casually chatting with Wang Yunyi and the others, undeterred by the threats. Although Zhang Jian and the others felt a twinge of apprehension, they steadfastly stood behind Yang Yi. Moments later, Zhao Long and his entourage entered the restaurant hall with an air of bravado, causing other patrons to scatter and even prompting the restaurant owner to shrink back in silence. Who dares to disrespect Zhao Long? Before he even arrived, his furious roar echoed through the space. The remaining lackeys, seeing Zhao Long's arrival, switched to a brazen demeanor. Kid, don't say I didn't warn you. If you go over and kneel to Long Gu to apologize, you might just get spared. Wang Yunyi felt a wave of anxiety wash over her as Zhao Long approached with his lackeys. She dared not call the police, for she now understood that her parents had sent her to accompany Zhao Long in hopes of fostering a good relationship. If she reported him, she might face his ruthless retaliation. In that moment, despair crept into Wang Yunyi's heart. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Yang Yi seemed to sense her distress, turning to offer gentle reassurance. That moment, tears streamed down Wang Yunyi's face. Her gaze fixed on Yang Yi's silhouette, momentarily lost in thought. Yunyi, don't hide. Zhao Long's voice cut through the tension. Dio, you still want that 5 million for the materials? Keep hesitating. And I'll make sure your family's decades-old business goes bankrupt. In that instant, Xiaolong reveled in his ability to manipulate others. As a raw material supplier, Wang Yunyi's family was currently facing a financial crisis, and Xiaolong was holding 5 million in payments that had yet to be made. Wang Yunyi's father had been forced to bow to the Zhao family in order to revive the business. Indeed, those in debt held the power. The thought of Wang Yunyi's striking beauty, rivaling that of Xia Yao, only fueled Xiaolong's excitement. So, you're quite impressive, aren't you? Upon seeing Xiaolong's bruised visage in the hall, Yang Yi couldn't help but feel an odd sense of fate. Earlier, he had been suspicious of the constant references to Long Xiao, but upon seeing Zhao Long in such a state, he mused, fate is truly extraordinary. The moment Yang Yi's words fell, Zhao Long's mood plummeted, as if he had been cast into the depths of despair. Yang Yi's voice had burrowed deep into his psyche. Looking up, he met Yang Yi's smiling gaze, and a wave of cold sweat broke out, causing his legs to tremble. Damn it! Who told you to speak to Long Xiao like that? Do you believe I won't break your legs with a single word? One of the remaining lackeys, seeing Zhao Long's composure falter while Yang Yi remained unyielding, arrogantly threatened him. Long Xiao, this kid is incredibly arrogant. He claims no one can take her away as long as he is here. I'll take a few brothers and teach him a lesson. At that moment, Zhao Long felt as though 1,000 horses were galloping through his mind, leaving him utterly drained. Are you serious? You're going to break my legs? Yang Yi asked with a smile, observing Zhao Long's crumpled form on the floor. I'll tell you this. If you dare to oppose Long Xiao, not only your legs but your head could end up with a hole in it. The frontmost lackey, oblivious to Zhao Long's change in demeanor, continued to boast about his master's prowess, threatening Yang Yi with impunity. Enough. See? You've already provoked Long Xiao's wrath. Hurry up and kneel to apologize, or you'll regret it, damn it. I'm talking about you. At that moment, Zhao Long could no longer allow the lackey to continue. Trembling as he staggered to his feet, kicking the boastful lackey to the ground. I told you to shut up. I told you to shut up. Zhao Long kicked the lackey repeatedly, yet could not dispel the fear coursing through him. The injuries he bore were the result of Yang Yi's earlier confrontation, and it seemed Wang Yunyi shared a different connection with him. Attempting to snatch her away before Yang Yi was undoubtedly a suicidal move. In that moment, Zhao Long's face turned pale, his mind blank as he stood there, dumbfounded. Isn't what I taught you this morning enough? Yang Yi's expression became icy, his gaze locked onto Zhao Long, and he suddenly shouted, causing Zhao Long to jump in fright. Thud. Under Yang Yi's fierce admonition, Zhao Long fell to his knees on the floor. Why Xiao? I truly didn't know you were here, nor that Yuni was your woman. The crowd was left in shock as they witnessed the once commanding Zhao Long kneeling before Yang Yi, tears and snot streaming down his face in a disheveled state. Yuni is your call? Smack! Zhao Long slapped his already swollen face, exclaiming, I deserve this. I'm guilty. He quickly followed up with another slap to the opposite side. The onlookers were utterly bewildered. What was happening? How could the side with the numbers be the one kneeling? What an idiot, can't you see? That handsome guy must be more impressive. Otherwise, why would he be kneeling before him? While the bystanders were astonished, Wang Yunyi's emotions surged even more. Understanding the Zhao family's methods due to their business ties, she was acutely aware that Zhao Long was behaving like a mouse cornered by a cat the moment he laid eyes on Yang Yi. What exactly is your background? She marveled at Yang Yi's figure. Stop with the useless chatter. I'm a practical person. Show me something tangible to demonstrate your remorse. Mere apologies won't suffice. As Zhao Long knelt there, weeping, Yang Yi felt a wave of annoyance. I don't wish to make things difficult for you. Since this is your issue with her, you need to resolve it promptly. I expect to see a satisfactory resolution by noon tomorrow. You understand what I mean, right? Under Yang Yi's piercing gaze, Zhao Long hastily wiped his tears and snot, fervently replying, Yi Xiao, rest assured. I will provide you with a satisfactory resolution. Seeing Zhao Long's battered state, Yang Yi believed he would follow through on his word, then turned to the others and said, Let us go. We need to rest for military training tomorrow. No need to linger here. Zhang Jin and the others gradually relaxed, thinking they would have to engage in a fight that evening. When it comes to fighting, I've never feared anyone, they declared, dropping their beer bottles. All right, brothers, let us go. Under Yang Yi's lead, they exited and returned to Qin University. Meanwhile, after Yang Yi left, Zhao Long slowly rose, disregarding the stares of the onlookers as he arranged for his lackeys to escort him home. On the other hand, upon arriving at Qin University, Zhang Jin and the others retreated to their dorms, leaving Yang Yi and Wang Yuni alone on the basketball court. Wang Yuni composed herself, as the day's events had profoundly impacted her. First, Yang Yi had heroically shielded her, and then he revealed an astonishing background that caused Zhao Long to kneel and apologize. This man was a mystery. She had initially thought he came from a good family, but now it seemed she had only scratched the surface of his true identity. Yang Yi, thank you for today. After standing in silence for 2 minutes, Wang Yuni broke the stillness. It's nothing. Such trivial matters are hardly worth mentioning. Besides, you helped me a great deal when I registered. As a person of many talents, Yang Yi preferred not to dwell on favors received, and it was this nonchalance that calmed Wang Yuni's heart significantly. Observing Yang Yi's relaxed demeanor, she chose not to mention the incident again and began to stroll aimlessly alongside him on the playground. Bathed in the glow of the streetlights, Wang Yuni's delicate features appeared exceptionally fair. Her small hands clasped behind her back, embodying a charming femininity. As a high-quality prospect with a score of 9.0, she stood at 168 centimeters tall, her hair dark and lustrous, especially her captivating large eyes. Perhaps due to her earlier tears, her enchanting gaze appeared slightly reddened, evoking an instinctual desire to protect her. Moreover, due to their age difference, Wang Yuni exuded a youthful vibrancy that contrasted with the sensuality of Lu Xiaoyu and Li Na. Is this what it feels like to be in love? After walking a couple of laps around the playground with Wang Yuni, Yang Yi experienced an entirely different sensation, reminiscent of the freshness that follows the melting of snow. Yuni, do you smell something unusual? He inquired, his voice imbued with a hint of magnetism as he gazed at the charming girl before him. Something unusual? Wang Yuni turned around and glanced at her surroundings. Finding nothing amiss then, she sniffed herself, appearing quite bewildered. There was certainly no peculiar scent. After confirming repeatedly, Wang Yuni still detected no unusual odor, so she shifted her gaze to Yang Yi, filled with curiosity. Yang Yi gently shook his head, placed his hands on her shoulders, and slowly remarked, "The air is sweet when I'm with you." Yang Yi, who had long cultivated his skills in delivering cheesy lines, began to test the waters once more. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Yuni's cheeks flushed instantly, resembling a ripe little apple, making her even more enchanting. Her heart raced. Was he confessing? But we've only met twice. Oh dear. Moments later, Wang Yuni's face turned crimson, and she lowered her head, standing before Yang Yi like a child who had misbehaved. Seeing this, Yang Yi realized he had successfully hooked her and began to reel her in. All right. Perhaps I was overthinking it. You should get some rest. We have military training tomorrow, so I'll take my leave. Without waiting for Wang Yuni to respond, Yang Yi turned and left the playground. Ah, he's leaving just like that? The girl is shy and unable to speak up, and he just walks away? Yang Yi caught a glimpse of Wang Yuni's astonishment from the corner of his eye, and a smile unconsciously crept onto his lips. Chapter 35. Freshman military training. Yi Xiao, back so soon? A man can't be too quick. I have a can of goji berries here. Take it and soak it for a drink later. As soon as he pushed open the dormitory door, several roommates began to tease him, leaving Yang Yi utterly perplexed. Can you all think a little more clearly and stop being so suggestive? Yang Yi spat in jest and went to take a hot shower, as he felt rather uncomfortable after the meal, which left him smelling of hot pot. After a brief interaction with a few fellow students, Yang Yi lay down on his bed for a comfortable nap. The next morning, they donned camouflage uniforms and arrived punctually at the playground for assembly. As the class monitor, Li Su immediately organized everyone for roll call. The instructor in charge of military training, Gong Jian, was a third-term sergeant, lean and sharp-eyed. Exuding an aura of elite prowess, I am Gong Jian, your instructor for the next half-month, and I shall also be your nightmare. In my eyes, there is no distinction between boys and girls. There is only one role: soldier. I hope everyone can coexist amicably with me over the next half-month. Otherwise, you will endure endless hardships. Gong Jian's style was notably pragmatic, executing tasks without hesitation. After finishing his speech, he ordered everyone to run 5 kilometers. Damn. This instructor is truly ruthless. He starts us off with 5 kilometers, while I see other classes R&T running it all. Run faster. Did you not see those slackers in the back getting kicked? I can't take it anymore. I haven't run like this in ages. Under Gong Jian's command, everyone began to sprint across the playground. Pick up the pace. Stop your chatter. Noticing a few boys slacking off at the back, Gong Jian swiftly kicked one of them, adhering to his principle of treating everyone as soldiers. After a few kilometers, many began to slow down, especially the female students, who transitioned from running to walking. What is wrong with you all? The old lady selling popsicles at the entrance runs faster than you. Is this what they call the new generation of college students? Gong Jian, true to his name, displayed a cold demeanor, showing no mercy to anyone. Ding, random system task issued. Gain the high recognition of female classmates to receive a mysterious gift package 1. Will you accept? Damn. A system task. Accept? I must accept. Half an hour later, everyone returned, panting heavily. Some of the weaker girls even turned pale, their lips turning blued. I can't continue like this. I'll be ruined. I feel like my lungs are about to explode. This is inhumane. How can we withstand such training? On the playground, everyone lay sprawled on the ground, grumbling about Gong Jian's training methods. At Qin University, military training is a compulsory course for every freshman, earning 3 academic credits. Failing to pass could impact one's graduation 4 years later. Thus, despite their complaints, everyone endured. However, a few rather bold boys decided to take the lead. Instructor, our primary responsibility here is to study at Qin University. Military training is merely one course. Everyone's physical condition is limited, and your training methods are unreasonable. Exactly, unreasonable. Hearing this, Gong Jian frowned. His strictness was primarily to establish authority for the management of the next half-month. Just as he pondered how to make an example, these few bold boys jumped forward, creating a seamless opportunity. A cold smile appeared on Gong Jian's lips as he provocatively inquired, "Are you all dissatisfied?" "Yes, we are." "All right, don't say I didn't give you a chance. If you don't want to train, that's fine. As long as you can surpass me in this event, then you won't have to train for it anymore." "Step forward. What event do you want to skip?" 5 kilometers, right? Run with me once. If you beat me, you won't have to run for the next 15 days. Ah. The boys were taken aback by Gong Jian's cunning, momentarily frozen in place. Instructor calling him instructor was futile. What he despised most were those who dared not compete. Get into push-up position. Give me 100 push-ups with his command. Their faces fell instantly. Yet under Gong Jian's fierce gaze, they had no choice but to comply. Leaning down to perform push-ups, "Is there anyone else who wants to reduce their training? Speak up boldly. I am a reasonable person." Seeing that no one dared to speak, Gong Jian realized his purpose of setting an example had been achieved, and he continued to entice. "Nothing more? If you don't speak now, don't blame me for being merciless later." Noticing the few brave souls already struggling through their push-ups, the others naturally fell silent, understanding that Gong Jian was making an example of them. "If not, I shall continue report, I do." Suddenly, a deep voice resonated among the crowd. Who is bold enough to provoke him now? This is a classic case of being a little too reckless. Everyone turned to see Yang Yi smiling at Gong Jian, showing not an ounce of retreat. "What is your name? What do you wish to compete in?" Gong Jian, surprised that someone dared to challenge his authority, approached Yang Yi. "Yang Yi, I'd like to wager with you, instructor." Gong Jian, intrigued by Yang Yi's calm demeanor, narrowed his eyes and asked, "What kind of wager do you propose?" "I want to bet on the 5-kilometer race and mixed martial arts if I win both. The girls in our Class 1T have to participate in the 5-kilometer training and will receive additional rest time." Gong Jian was astonished. He hadn't anticipated Yang Yi's intention to advocate for his female classmates. He had no desire to make things difficult for them. If anything went wrong, he couldn't afford the fallout. His earlier show of strength was merely a preliminary warning, as he intended to reduce the training intensity for the girls later on. Thus, his gaze toward Yang Yi held a hint of admiration, though his expression remained stern. "And if you lose?" "If I lose, you may deal with me as you wish." "All right, I accept this wager, but let me remind you. Without absolute strength, attempting to play the hero comes with a price. Life is precious, friendship even more so. The girls in my class are treasures to me, and as a man, I wish to try." Yang Yi's words stirred a profound wave among the 26 girls in Philosophy 151. They hadn't expected Yang Yi to step up to help them secure benefits in an instant. Yang Yi's reputation soared among his female classmates. Chapter 36. Is this still a human? Under the gaze of the crowd, Yang Yi stepped out from the lineup. Standing at 1.82 meters tall, his facial features were sharply defined thanks to the system's enhancements, his physique resembling an inverted triangle. and his attractiveness rated at a solid 9.0. Wow. Yigu is not only warm but also a heartthrob. I'm in love. Regardless of whether Yigu wins or loses, I'm his little fan from now on. You all are such infatuated fools. On the playground, Yang Yi and Gong Jian lined up at the starting line, with Li Su taking on the role of the timer. Kid, I admire your courage. At least you're not like those cowards who won't even dare to compete. As an active-duty soldier, Gong Jian's physical capabilities were nearly double that of an average adult, capable of completing 5 kilometers in under 15 minutes, surpassing the national second-level athlete standard and nearing that of a first-level athlete. In contrast, Yang Yi, an ordinary college freshman, would be doing well to finish in under 20 minutes, even with regular training. Damn. Someone is actually going head-to-head with the instructor. Where? Bring me a stool. I must watch this excitement. As the surrounding freshmen gathered to cheer, knowing that few dared to challenge an instructor, Yang Yi and Gong Jian quickly became the focal point. On the podium, a junior officer frowned at the scene. What is Gong Jian doing, challenging a student? Another officer chuckled. Today's students are fearless, each with their own personality, and it's just right for Gong Jian to show them a lesson. Hearing this, the officer refrained from further comments, though his focus remained on the competition. Kid, are you ready? Just so you know, I want to go easy on you. Don't blame me for losing face later. With the entire playground watching, Gong Jian felt compelled to warn Yang Yi, fearing he might lose too badly. Instructor, just give it your all. We'll quickly finish this and prepare for the mixed martial arts. Yang Yi's physical conditioning was already 3 times that of a normal adult. How could he falter? All right, let us see who is truly capable on the playground. Under the gaze of all, Li Su raised the timer and announced, on your marks, go. As the words left his mouth, Gong Jian shot forward like a bullet. The combat prowess of a professional soldier immediately evident. In contrast, Yang Yi, lacking starting experience and still adjusting to the enhanced capabilities of his body, fell behind the seasoned Gong Jian. Gong Jian is so fierce. He is already 200 meters ahead. With this momentum, he shows no signs of slowing down. Of course, he is a professional soldier, do you understand? This reckless kid is just asking for trouble by challenging the instructor. Shut up, both of you. Yigu is doing this for us girls to secure benefits. Even if he loses, he is still our hero. Exactly. Look how handsome Yigu is while running. The 2 boys who had just spoken fell silent under the collective disapproval of the enamored girls. Realizing that reasoning with a group of smitten females was futile, on the playground, 6 minutes into the run, Gong Jian had covered nearly 2 kilometers, leading Yang Yi by a distance of approximately 300 meters. At this point, Yang Yi had fully adapted to his strength after a few minutes and focused his gaze on the lead. He had to close. It's time to show my true skills. Suddenly, Yang Yi's legs surged with power, concentrating all his strength into his limbs, and his stride length and frequency increased dramatically. If Gong Jian's strength was at 20 points, Yang Yi's earlier performance was around 15 points. But now, fully unleashed, he surged to 30 points, 1.5 times Gong Jian's capability. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Yang Yi's figure accelerated rapidly, the gap between him and Gong Jian diminishing swiftly. 200 meters, 150 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters, damn. Yang Yi is catching up, and he is running faster than the instructor. He overtook him. Unbelievable. Go, go, go. With a full-blown burst of energy, Yang Yi soon surpassed Gong Jian. By this point, they had both run over 3 kilometers, with just 1.5 kilometers remaining. Old Yang, look. Gong Jian is actually being overtaken by that college student. On the podium, a shocked officer turned to his companion. I see it. That kid was definitely hiding his strength. Look at him, not even out of breath. Gong Jian has met his match. In the race, Gong Jian was spurred on by his competitive spirit upon seeing Yang Yi pass him, focusing solely on the back of Yang Yi as he pushed himself to chase after him. However, Yang Yi's full exertion was beyond Gong Jian's reach, and despite his eyes turning red from effort, he could only watch as Yang Yi's figure grew ever more distant. Moments later, Yang Yi had lapped Gong Jian, gaining a distance of 400 meters. At this sight, the crowd could no longer remain seated and erupted in cheers. He lapped him. I don't care about anything else. I admire this brother. This kid must be from the railway gorillas. He is too damn fast. Ultimately, Yang Yi finished with a lead of 1.5 laps over Gong Jian, crossing the finish line with a time that left Li Su dumbfounded. 13 minutes and 20 seconds. A minute later, Gong Jin reached the finish line, panting heavily, his eyes red. 14 minutes and 39 seconds. Simultaneously, the officer on the podium glanced at his timer. Old Yang, this student is extraordinary. He seems to have broken our military's record. Even Gong Jin, spurred on by the competition, broke his own record, finishing in 14 minutes and 39 seconds, surpassing the national first-level athlete standard. For the 5-kilometer event, the national athlete standard is 14 minutes and 40 seconds. Thus Gong Jin's time naturally met the criteria. However, when considering Yang Yi's remarkable 13 minutes and 20 seconds, which reached the international athlete level, the officer's eyes sparkled with excitement. A fine recruit, a promising soldier. Under the gaze of the crowd, Li Su announced the results of both Yang Yi and Gong Jin, revealing that not only had Yang Yi won, but he had also done so by over a minute, achieving the status of an international athlete. The only thought that resonated among everyone was, is this still a human? Chapter 37. The Army Seeks Recruits. As a soldier, Gong Jin had showcased his best performance. Although he lost, he accepted his defeat graciously. Yang Yi, I apologize, I underestimated you. I'm sorry. In the military, only the strong earn respect, and Yang Yi had rightfully earned Gong Jin's admiration by defeating him in the race. You may be fast, but in the upcoming mixed martial arts, you may not fare as well. In response, Yang Yi smiled and said, Instructor, I assure you that I am quite adept in mixed martial arts, so do be cautious not to find yourself in over your head. From the fact that Gong Jin took the initiative to apologize to him, Yang Yi discerned that the man was not inherently malicious. This straightforward military demeanor endeared Yang Yi to him, prompting him to offer a word of caution. Very well. Let us see the true measure of our skills beneath the surface. As a top performer in his unit, Gong Jin not only possessed excellent physical attributes, but also boasted exceptional fighting techniques. Moreover, as a reconnaissance soldier, he had mastered highly practical moves, eschewing the fanciful and ineffective flourishes. Although he regarded Yang Yi's assertion of prowess with mild interest, he held a deep admiration for Yang Yi and intended to keep things light, not wanting to embarrass him unduly. During their brief respite, the classmates quickly marked out a large circle with a radius of 10 meters on the grass, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Ah, so there's mixed martial arts involved? How intriguing! I am keen to see what surprises you can bring forth. On the podium, an officer, equipped with binoculars, eagerly observed the duel between Yang Yi and Gong Jin. Other instructors from different classes also gathered to watch, especially after Yang Yi's astonishing 5-kilometer performance. Yang Yi, if you can't handle it, just let me know, and I will hold back. Gong Jin's eyes glinted like daggers as he slightly crouched, adopting a typical fighting stance and fixating intently on Yang Yi. Thank you for your concern, instructor, bring it on. I can withstand a few punches. Very well then, I shall not hold back with that. Gong Jin lunged forward like a cannonball, unleashing a powerful hook aimed squarely at Yang Yi's jaw. The jaw is a crucial joint, and if struck, it would render Yang Yi incapacitated. Seeing this, Yang Yi's pupils dilated, and he muttered under his breath, What the hell? That's intense. Despite possessing physical capabilities 3 times that of an average person, Yang Yi remained a novice in combat techniques. As Gong Jin charged with ferocity, he instinctively activated the ancient martial arts technique known as iron cloth shirt. In an instant, he felt a surge of energy coursing through him, significantly enhancing his physical strength. He instinctively stepped forward, bracing his chest to absorb Gong Jin's punch. Simultaneously, he channeled all his strength into his right arm and retaliated with a strike aimed at Gong Jin's chest. Trading punches, are we? This kid has some spirit. How bold to exchange blows with Gong Jin. The officer on the podium found Yang Yi increasingly likable, akin to a mother-in-law admiring her son-in-law. Gong Jin was taken aback to see Yang Yi's intent to endure the punch, and he promptly reduced the force of his blow, redirecting his attack from the jaw to the chest. After all, Yang Yi was merely a student, and should any unfortunate incident occur, even his superior might not be able to cover for him. Thus he refrained from unleashing his full power. Bang! Despite Gong Jin's significant reduction in force, the impact of his fist against Yang Yi's chest still resonated loudly. In that moment, Gong Jin's expression shifted dramatically, for upon striking Yang Yi's chest, he felt as though his fist had collided with a solid rock, sending a tremor through his arm. Wow! As the saying goes, an expert sees the subtleties, while a layman merely observes the spectacle. Yang Yi's stoic demeanor in withstanding Gong Jin's punch left the onlookers astounded. Simultaneously, Yang Yi also tempered his own strength, for should he truly knock Gong Jin down, his straightforward nature would make it impossible for him to remain in this setting. Bang! Gong Jin stumbled back 3 steps from Yang Ye's punch, feeling a heaviness in his chest. However, to Yang Ye's surprise, Gong Jin endured without uttering a word. Truly a man of fortitude. Observing this, Yang Yi stepped forward and said, "Instructor, let us consider this match concluded." Upon hearing this, Gong Jin furrowed his brow. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden voice interrupted him. "Gong Jin, this matter ends here. You come with me." Under the gaze of the crowd, a rather unassuming officer arrived on the scene to halt the ongoing contest, his interest piqued by Yang Yi. "Yes, instructor." Upon seeing the newcomer, Gong Jin immediately stood at attention. Yang Yi, perplexed, followed the officer to the edge of the field. Suddenly, the officer spun around and delivered a punch to Yang Yi's abdomen. What the hell? Yang Yi had not anticipated such a sudden attack, and instinctively activated the iron cloth shirt technique, unable to react in any other way. Bang! The punch landed solidly on Yang Yi's stomach. Although the iron cloth shirt provided some defense, Yang Yi still felt a surge of anger rising within him. A personal vendetta? Ha ha ha, kid. You truly have mastered hard qigong. Upon hearing this, Yang Yi quickly retracted his right fist and questioned, "Are you testing me?" "Indeed. I am Lei Jian, Gong Jin's instructor. Seeing your potential as a soldier, would you be interested in joining the army for some training?" "Join the army?" "Yes, join the army. You could enlist as a university student, and with your abilities, you would undoubtedly thrive in the military." Just as Yang Yi was on the verge of activating the godly wealth system to ascend to the pinnacle of his life, he could not possibly entertain the idea of joining the army. "I'm afraid not, instructor. My parents wish for me to prioritize my studies." Without a second thought, Yang Yi firmly declined. Subsequently, Lei Jian elaborated on the various benefits and promising prospects within the military. Yet Yang Yi, resolute in his desire to become a city-dwelling king, remained unmoved. Ultimately, Lei Jian left with a look of disappointment, while Yang Yi returned to his class. "Look, young Master Yi is back. Instructor, how shall we settle this wager?" As the mixed martial arts bout had concluded without a definitive victor, Yang Yi inquired. "You won." Gong Jin readily acknowledged defeat. Aware that Yang Yi had indeed held back, and considering the circumstances, it was evident that he possessed genuine skill. The outcome of a real fight remained uncertain. Thus, he graciously conceded. From now on, all female students are exempt from the 5-kilometer training, and on hot days, they will be allowed to rest. Gong Jin, with a strong sense of execution, immediately honored the wager. "Hooray! Long live the instructor! Long live Brother Yi! Finally, we won't have to run 5 kilometers anymore. We can rest more. I feel like I'm in heaven." The entire class of girls erupted with excitement, their admiration for Yang Yi soaring. Nearby, Lao Wang and Li Su gazed enviously at how Yang Yi had amassed a legion of admirers in just one morning. Damn! Let you, a country bumpkin, bask in glory for a few more days. Just wait until military training ends, and we shall see. Wang Bo observed as Huang Yi and the others flocked around Yang Yi, his eyes filled with envy. "Yang Yi, come here." Under Gong Jin's direction, the two stepped aside. "Your overall abilities have reached a top-tier standard in the military. You may forego participation in the upcoming training, and I shall grant you full marks. This is simply too good to be true." Yang Yi thought to himself, astonished that he would not have to undergo training for the next half-month. Just as the two were about to continue their conversation, a bright red Ferrari pulled up to the field, causing a commotion. "Which class is Philosophy 151? I've brought you water." Yang Yi turned to see Wang Gang, flamboyantly dressed in an Armani leisure suit, shouting at the top of his lungs. Before Yang Yi could intervene, Wang Bo rushed forward, exclaiming, "Cousin, I'm here." As a member of the Wang family group in Qin City, Wang Bo was well acquainted with Wang Gang, a direct descendant of the family. Wang Gang, as the eldest son of the Wang family, had come to deliver water to his class. Who else could it be for? In that moment, Wang Bo felt as though he had reached the pinnacle of his life. While undergoing military training, having his family's direct heir come to provide him with water was the height of prestige. As he approached Wang Gang, he boasted to his classmates, "This is my cousin, the heir of the Wang family group, who came to deliver water because he knew I was training." Wow, Wang Bo is quite impressive. The Wang family group is the top consortium in Qin City, with assets exceeding billions. Who would have thought Wang Bo had such a background? As the gazes of those around him shifted, his vanity swelled to new heights. Although he was a distant relative of the Wang family, he was a marginal figure with no standing within the family. Now, Wang Gang's actions had propelled him to dizzying heights. Wang Gang, noticing a plump fellow running towards him and waving frantically, quickly located Philosophy 151. With a press of the gas pedal, he sped toward the class. Wang Bo, seeing the sports car approach, was further convinced of his assumptions, grinning broadly. However, to his surprise, the Ferrari did not slow down as it passed him, instead driving directly in front of the crowd, leaving him behind. Wang Bo remained blissfully unaware, believing Wang Gang had merely forgotten to hit the brakes, and continued running toward the group. The car came to a stop next to the crowd, and Wang Gang, preening his freshly styled hair, stepped out with a broad smile. Zhang Jin and Lao Wang immediately recognized Wang Gang as one of the wealthy heirs who had come to support Yang Yi on that previous occasion. Just as he was about to inquire about Yang Yi's situation, the previously mentioned chubby figure rushed over, panting. "Cousin, I'm here," Wang Bo shouted as he ran, eager to ensure everyone knew of his connection to Wang Gang. Seeing the plump fellow incessantly calling him cousin, Wang Gang couldn't help but furrow his brow. Did one of his uncles have an affair and produce this distant relative? "Cousin, I'm Wang Bo. My father is Wang Dana, and I work in the security department of the company." Wang Bo hurriedly introduced himself. Wang Gang merely nodded politely, glancing at this marginal relative. "Could you be a bit more low-key? Why the need to be so flamboyant?" At that moment, Yang Yi approached and, seeing Wang Gang's ostentatious demeanor, teasingly remarked, "Who allowed you to speak to my cousin in such a manner? Apologize immediately, or I'll have someone deal with you." Before Wang Gang could respond, Wang Bo immediately adopted a sycophantic attitude, threatening Yang Yi. "How dare you speak to my cousin like that?" At this moment, Wang Bo appeared haughty, looking down on Yang Yi with an air of superiority. Hearing this, Yang Yi frowned, puzzled by how this arrogant fellow had suddenly appeared, and turned his gaze toward Wang Gang, his expression one of confusion. "What are you looking at? Does my cousin's status as a Wang family heir need verification? If my cousin had not come to deliver water today, you wouldn't have had the fortune to meet him." Slap! A resounding slap echoed across the field, leaving the audience in stunned silence. Wang Bo stared incredulously at Wang Gang, a look of disbelief on his face as he protested, "Cousin, you've hit the wrong person. It should be that Yang Yi." Slap! The crisp sound rang out again. "Young Master Yi, this foolish fellow seems to have emerged from nowhere, a mere footnote on the fringes of the Wang family. Am I truly here to deliver water for him?" As Wang Gang explained, the crowd quickly grasped the situation's context. Wang Gang had come to fulfill the wager and deliver water to Yang Yi, while Wang Bo mistakenly believed it was for his benefit, eagerly attempting to ingratiate himself. Moreover, he sought to leverage Wang Gang's influence to suppress Yang Yi, only to find himself embarrassingly exposed. Damn. I initially thought this fellow was something special. What a letdown. Everyone expressed their disdain for Wang Bo's behavior. "Young Master Yi, I've brought a total of 50 cold drinks from Starbucks. How do you wish to distribute them?" Shortly thereafter, Wang Gang unloaded 50 cold drinks from the Ferrari, placing them on the ground. Yang Yi first took a cup and handed it to Gong Jian, then turned to class leader Li Su, saying, "Su, please distribute these drinks to our classmates. We cannot let young Master Wang's kindness go to waste." "Sure thing." Li Su grinned as he stepped forward and called over a couple of boys to help with the distribution. "Wow. Is this really Starbucks cold drinks? Just one of these costs a pretty penny." Young Master Yi is both handsome and incredibly generous. Unlike that Wang Bo, who only seeks to show off, only to get slapped down by young Master Yi. Wang Gang observed as the drinks he purchased were attributed to Yang Yi, especially as some girls referred to him as young Master Yi with adoring voices. "Young Master Yi, your class is quite impressive," Wang Gang remarked, glancing at Huang Yi and the other girls enjoying their drinks, a glint of intrigue in his eyes. He then turned to Yang Yi and said, "Except for the one with the ponytail, the others are fair game." Yang Yi pointed to Huang Yi, as she was the one he had bonded with, wanting to clarify matters to avoid any potential misunderstandings among friends. No problem. Huang Yi's friends were also attractive, though not as striking as she. Wang Gang then adjusted his demeanor, approaching with a charming smile and saying, "Hello, beautiful, I'm Wang Gang. Would you mind adding me on WeChat to keep in touch? We're all young Master Yi's little fans. We don't want to add your WeChat." Wang Gang's face fell momentarily, but then his eyes gleamed with mischief as he said, "I happen to have many private photos of young Master Yi. Are you sure you don't want to add me to learn more? Isn't that inappropriate?" What's inappropriate about it? You simply don't know that young Master Yi's physique is simply perfection. Under Wang Gang's persuasion, one girl actually added his WeChat. How about it? Young Master Yi? Impressive, right? Wang Gang waved his phone triumphantly. Young Master Wang, remember to send me Young Master Yi's private photos, or I'll just delete you. At that moment, Yang Yi finally understood how Wang Gang managed to add girls on WeChat. And a vein throbbed on his forehead. Bro, we're in this together, and you're pulling tricks on me. Since they were currently undergoing military training, Gong Jian had already shown considerable leniency by allowing everyone to enjoy drinks. If Wang Gang continued to act out, it would not bode well for Yang Yi. Young Master Yi, will you be expecting this level of service every day? Wang Gang asked earnestly, recalling that the wager had stipulated deliveries for 15 days. Let us skip that. Yang Yi shook his head helplessly. He felt one flamboyant entrance was more than enough, and coming daily was a risk he was not willing to take on that day. Yang Yi earnestly participated in a full day of military training, while Gong Jian proved to be a man of his word. As other classes endured the scorching sun, Yang Yi found solace beneath a grand tree, reveling in the company of over 20 female classmates, engaging in cheerful conversation. How unfair it was! Why could the girls from their class enjoy the shade while they had to endure the relentless heat? Alas, it was not others they could blame, but rather their own male classmates for lacking the courage to confront the instructor. In truth, the boys from other classes shook their heads in dismay. They had attempted to emulate Yang Yi's actions, but were swiftly quelled by the instructor's stern response. That moment, the girls from philosophy class 151 felt a wave of happiness wash over them, as comparisons often bring about a sense of injustice. Yet, due to Yang Yi's actions, it was he who gained their admiration, and in an instant, the collective fondness for him surged dramatically. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have completed the system task and earned the high esteem of all the female classmates, receiving a mysterious gift pack. Please check it. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have received a mysterious gift pack. Would you like to open it? Open? Immediately. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired 100 elite assassins, unwaveringly loyal to the host, possessing the comprehensive abilities of special forces, proficient in skills such as computer technology and driving, all currently employed legally at a security company in Chen City. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have attained Hall of Fame level basketball skills. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have received the latest stock trend chart. This chart can accurately predict stock fluctuations within a week. In an instant, the mysterious gift pack was opened, and upon seeing what he had received, Yang Yi's smile became almost uncontainable. The following day, Yang Yi decided against attending military training again. After informing Gong Jian, he retreated to his dormitory to study the stock trend chart. This chart predicted that a semiconductor stock named Nuon Growth would rise for 5 consecutive days, with a maximum increase of 120. This meant that if Yang Yi began purchasing this stock the next day, he could sell it at its peak 5 days later, yielding a profit of 1.2 times his investment. With 600 million in available cash, he realized that to maximize his gains, he needed to increase his principal today. Without hesitation, Yang Yi logged onto Shark platform, searching for high-value fish seedlings. To his surprise, Lu Xiaoyu was online. In an instant, Yang Yi entered Lu Xiaoyu's livestream. Welcome, Supreme Emperor Pai Pai Shrimp, to the livestream. Inside Villa number 001 of Yunshang Mansion, Lu Xiaoyu noticed Yang Yi's entrance and couldn't help but smile. Wow, the master has appeared. Pai Pai Min Yang Lao Air welcomes you. Pai Pai Min is here out of sheer loneliness to welcome the master. Pai Pai Min Qin Province Pengyan welcomes you. As Yang Yi read the barrage of comments from these exuberant youths, he felt goosebumps rise. Oh, Shark platform has actually added large gifts. Observing the $1 million spaceship and the $100,000 aircraft carrier, Yang Yi felt quite pleased, as it would take 10,000 clicks to send 1,000 rockets worth 11 each, causing his fingers significant discomfort. Now, however, with a $1 million spaceship, he only needed to send 10 to achieve his goal, efficient and convenient. Supreme Emperor sent out 1 spaceship. In an instant, a colossal spaceship dominated the entire live stream's comments. 1 million for a gift is quite extravagant. The master is indeed lavish. Did he just spend $1 million like that? Without waiting for others to react, Yang Yi unleashed his full firepower, sending 10 spaceships in one go. Since each fish seedling could only receive a maximum rebate of 100 million, Yang Yi halted after spending 10 million. Enjoy the live stream. I'm off. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have spent 10 million on fish seedling Lu Xiaoyu and received a 100 million rebate. Having completed the task, Yang Yi exited the live stream, leaving Lu Xiaoyu in the audience in a state of bewilderment. You appeared so gently, casually spending 10 million without taking a single cloud away. Chapter 40. I go all in. You decide freely in the morning. Yang Yi was active across various live streams on Shark platform, having given away over 40 million in rewards. Thanks to the system's rebate mechanism, his liquid cash had swelled to over 1 billion. With the stock set to surge the next day, he realized he needed to purchase them before 3 o'clock that afternoon to capitalize on the impending rise. It was already noon, and time was of the essence. He had only 3 hours left for operations, so he ceased his rewarding activities. Exiting the live stream, Yang Yi pondered for a moment before dialing Zhang Yu's number. The phone rang twice before being answered. Yi Xiao, what's up? It's not my active time yet. Hearing the sleepy voice of Zhang Yu, Yang Yi couldn't help but sigh. These second-generation heirs truly lived nocturnal lives. Meet at Qianding Yunju in half an hour. Bring Wang Gang and Yang Jie. It's urgent. Without further ado, he provided the necessary details and headed downstairs. Such a significant stock transaction required a large company to facilitate it, and with only 3 hours remaining, Yang Yi had no time to waste. On the other end of the line, Zhang Yu was momentarily confused by Yang Ye's urgency, but quickly dismissed it and pushed aside the red-mouthed fish beside him. Heading to Qianding Yunju. Half an hour later, Yang Yi parked his Bugatti Veyron in front of the entrance with a drift and strode directly to his supreme suite. That moment, Li Na, who had received Yang Ye's call in advance, had already brewed tea and greeted him with a smile as he entered. The tea is ready. Just call me if you need anything. Today, Li Na was dressed in a fitted business suit, her perfect figure accentuated, and her gaze towards Yang Yi was filled with a hint of affection, igniting his temper. Had he not anticipated Zhang Yu and the others arriving soon, he would have taken immediate action. You summoned us in such a hurry. What is it? Just then, the voices of Zhang Yu and the others echoed from outside, causing Yang Yi to retract his outstretched finger. At this, Li Na quickly stepped aside, casting a resentful glance at Yang Yi. He smiled helplessly and addressed the newcomers. Let us sit down and talk. Before long, the four gathered around the tea table, Zhang Yu and the others appearing as if they had just woken up after a night of revelry. Does anyone have a stock purchasing channel? A stock purchasing channel? I have a financial company. Why? Are you looking to venture into finance, Yishao? Although Zhang Jie's family primarily operated in the entertainment industry, they also had a financial company in Qin City that included stock purchasing services. Have them bring the equipment here immediately. I have a lucrative opportunity for you. Yishao, this stock market can be quite treacherous. You should proceed with caution, Zhang Yu interjected, sensing Yang Ye's urgency. The others nodded in agreement, aware that without sufficient strength, engaging in stocks could lead to substantial losses. Just contact them. I'll explain everything shortly. Understanding their hesitance, Yang Yi remained firm in his request for Zhang Jie to call over their contacts. Do you trust me? Yang Ye's gaze scrutinized the three faces before him. They had indeed assisted him in overcoming several challenges recently, and he wanted to offer them a chance to earn together. However, if they lacked faith in him, he would not force them. I've received some internal information. I plan to invest 10 billion, flipping it in 5 days. Those willing to join me can hop on board. Those who prefer not to, I want tea press. Yang Yi took a sip of tea, continuing nonchalantly. 10 billion? Wow, Yishao, you really are going big. Are you serious? The enormity of Yang Ye's proposal left the others stunned. Though their families were all worth over 100 billion, their personal cash flow was merely around 10 billion, and they each possessed only hundreds of millions. The fact that Yang Yi could casually propose a 10 billion investment piqued their curiosity about his background. This return could easily double. Whether you join or not is your choice. I'm just offering you the opportunity. Yang Yi remained calm, allowing them to consider. I need to think about it. I also need some time. Investment inevitably carries risks, and while they were astonished by Yang Ye's wealth, they needed to deliberate carefully. Yang Yi permitted their contemplation, savoring his tea leisurely. Yishao, how confident are you? 10 minutes later, Zhang Yu broke the silence. Hearing this, Wang Gang and Zhang Jie turned their expectant gazes towards Yang Yi. In the gaze of the three, Yang Yi slowly set down his teacup and spoke. Let us put it this way. I'm investing this 10 billion because it's all the liquid funds I currently have. I'm all in. You decide. With that, Yang Yi smiled at the three, eager to see if they had the courage to seize this opportunity. To Yang Yi's surprise, Wang Gang was the first to speak up. Damn, I'm in for 50 million. He had initially expected Zhang Yu to respond first. I'm in too, 50 million. Zhang Jie downed his tea and declared his own contribution. All right. Yishao is daring enough to invest 10 billion. I may not be as bold, but I'll put up 1 billion. Afterward, they hurried to the side to make phone calls for funds. Though they were top-tier second-generation heirs, they only had a few million in liquid cash, so they needed to find ways to mobilize the money they promised. 20 minutes later, they returned to the tea table, where Yang Yi refilled their cups to Yishao. This is all I have. If it goes under, you'll have to feed me. Indeed, you must feed me. Though they had hesitated at first, they ultimately decided to trust their own judgment and pooled their available funds. Yang Yi felt genuinely moved by their commitment. Don't worry. In 5 days, you'll be in for a surprise. Yang Yi smiled knowingly, for the existence of the system was beyond their comprehension. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, staff members from Zhang Jia's financial company arrived at Xianding Yunju with the necessary equipment. Yang Yi promptly pulled out his bank card and invested 10 billion in the Nuan Growth Mixed Fund. In an instant, the operators were left dumbfounded, their eyes widening in astonishment, soon replaced by excitement and eagerness, as the transaction fees alone would yield substantial profits for them. Upon witnessing Yang Yi's bold move, Zhang Jian and the others followed suit. Chapter 41. The Underworld. After completing the relevant procedures, Zhang Yu and the others chatted with Yang Yi for a while before leaving. As they put it, they needed to monitor the real-time trends of the Nuan growth stock. Despite their confidence in Yang Yi, it was their entire fortune at stake, necessitating their vigilance. Once they departed, Yang Yi's demeanor shifted to one of lively energy. Unaware of the situation, Li Na continued preparing fruit juice at the bar when Yang Yi suddenly appeared behind her and gently embraced her. Startled by Yang Yi's unexpected approach, Li Na spilled the juice from her cup, unfortunately splattering it in a rather inappropriate area. Seeing this, Yang Yi chuckled and swiftly scooped her up, carrying her into the bedroom. An hour later, Li Na lay beside Yang Yi, her body feeling weak, gazing at him with admiration and a nah. Is there anything you wish to do? Since Li Na had become his woman, it was time to consider her development, especially as their intimacy had reached 93 points. An opportune moment to capture her heart. Li Na was momentarily taken aback by Yang Yi's sudden question, responding with a dazed nod. I have some experience in hotel operations, but I haven't tried anything beyond that. After a brief pause, she answered softly. Hotel management? Huh? An idea suddenly sparked in Yang Yi's mind, though he merely smiled and kept it to himself. Rule 11 of the Sea King. Always provide a sense of surprise for your fish seedlings. After purchasing the Nuan Growth Mixed stocks, Yang Yi's remaining funds dwindled to just over 20 million. As a Sea King, he couldn't allow himself to run low on resources. Therefore, he took Li Na back to Yunfu Mall. Welcome to Yunfu Jewelry. How may I assist you? The two first entered a jewelry store. Please bring out the latest styles for her to try on. Women often have little resistance to sparkling things. And upon Yang Yi's request, the sales staff quickly presented the newest collections. As for Yang Yi's purchasing power, they didn't need to ponder that, especially after noticing the Patek Philippe he wore upon entering. Shortly after, the sales assistant selected a necklace, a bracelet, and a pair of earrings for Li Na. With her natural allure enhanced by these adornments, Li Na radiated an irresistible charm, akin to a ripe peach exuding an intoxicating fragrance. Just as Yang Yi was deeply engrossed in his admiration, an unwelcome voice shattered the atmosphere. Beautiful lady, I'm Wang Shuai, the general manager of Xingyu Company. May I add you on WeChat? A man in his 30s, dressed in a suit, suddenly approached Li Na, completely ignoring Yang Yi at her side. Is he trying to put a forgiveness hat on me? Yang Yi couldn't help but frown, even with his usual composure. Not interested. Before Yang Yi could speak, Li Na coldly rejected him and wrapped her arm around Yang Yi, casting a frosty glare in Wang Shuai's direction. Beautiful lady, I forgot to mention that besides being the general manager of Xingyu Company, I'm also the son of the president of the Xingyao Society. Are you sure you want to reject me? Wang Shuai's tone turned icy, laced with a hint of veiled threat. Used to bullying others with his family connections, Wang Shuai was immediately captivated by the striking Li Na and sought to possess her for himself. At that moment, Yang Yi's frown deepened. How dare he attempt to poach his woman and threaten him? With that thought, Yang Yi stepped directly in front of Wang Shuai, impatiently stating, You better leave while I'm still calm, or I won't hesitate to teach you a lesson. The sales assistant promptly retreated to the side as the confrontation escalated. Yang Yi was unaware of what the Xingyao Society was, but she certainly was aware. The Xingyao Society was a notorious underground gang in Qin City, known for its formidable strength. At this moment, Li Na leaned closer to Yang Ye's ear and informed him of the Xingyao Society's background. As a high-end manager in one of Qin City's top hotels, she had long been acquainted with their reputation. You are flaunting your power here. Let us see you teach me a lesson. Wang Shuai arrogantly approached Yang Yi, believing that simply invoking the name of the Xingyao Society would command respect, disregarding Yang Yi entirely. Then I'll see how you plan to prevent me from leaving this store with that. Yang Yi swung his hand, delivering a sharp slap across Wang Shuai's face. Slap! The sound of the resounding slap echoed throughout the room. Under the full force of Yang Ye's explosive outburst, Wang Shuai was sent flying by a single slap, his right cheek instantly swelling, losing 2 teeth in the process. You dare strike me? Wang Shuai, his face red and swollen, displayed an expression of utter disbelief, quickly followed by an intense fury. Slap! Yang Yi delivered another resounding blow to his left cheek, exclaiming, "Get lost!" Realizing he was no match for Yang Yi, Wang Shuai turned to exit the store, but not before leaving a venomous threat. Kid, if you have the guts, wait here for 10 minutes. If I don't call someone to finish you off, I'll change my surname. Yang Yi, however, paid him no mind, simply taking out his phone to send a text message before resuming his assistance to Li Na with her decorative items. Dear customer, I suggest you take cover. The Xingyao Society is truly formidable. The nearby sales assistant, witnessing Yang Ye's calm demeanor after the altercation with Wang Shuai, couldn't help but interject, Young Master Yi, perhaps we should leave. Li Na also tugged at Yang Ye's sleeve. Although Yang Yi was wealthy, it didn't imply he could hold his own in a fight, especially against a gang. Yang Yi gently patted Li Na's head and replied nonchalantly, Relax, our primary mission today is to shop for you. The rest is under my control. Despite Yang Ye's casual tone, Li Na remained anxious. Ultimately, Yang Yi not only purchased the accessories Li Na had tried on earlier, but also acquired a plethora of the latest jewelry designs, totaling a staggering 210,000 yuan. Thanks to a cashback incentive, Yang Yi received a return of 2,100,000 yuan. Just as Yang Yi and Li Na stepped out of the Yunfu jewelry store, over 20 men clad in black surged towards them. That is the kid. Don't let him escape. Chapter 42. The Army of Death. At that moment, the swollen-faced Wang Shuai approached with his entourage, his eyes filled with malice as he fixated on Yang Yi, wishing nothing more than to obliterate him. Seems those 2 slaps failed to wake you up. Despite being surrounded by more than 20 menacing figures, Yang Yi exhibited no sign of panic. Instead, he taunted Wang Shuai with an air of nonchalance. Initially, I only intended to break your legs today, but now I've reconsidered. I shall shatter every bone in your body. As the son of the president of the largest gang in Qin City, the Xingyao Society, Wang Shuai had been indulged since childhood, developing an arrogant demeanor. Faced with Yang Ye's defiance and mockery, Wang Shuai's wrath surged anew, determined to impart an unforgettable lesson to Yang Yi. What is happening over there? A bystander remarked, witnessing the duo being encircled. Young man, don't get involved. Those men in black are from the Xingyao Society and are unreasonable. Alas, that poor couple. The 20 or so fierce-looking gangsters scanned the area, forbidding onlookers from taking pictures. Kid, remember to keep your eyes peeled next time. Offending me, Wang Shuai, leads only to death. Go. Break every bone in this kid's body and take that girl with you. At that moment, Wang Shuai was utterly deranged, openly performing the despicable act of abducting a woman in plain sight. This brazen display of bullying infuriated Yang Yi, his gaze turning frigid as he regarded Wang Shuai with the indifference of a corpse. Following Wang Shuai's orders, the gangsters lunged at Yang Yi, believing that daring to offend the Xingyao Society warranted a brutal reckoning. In response, Yang Yi swiftly pulled Li Na behind him, a surge of power coursing through him, 3 times that of an ordinary adult. Bang, bang. Yang Yi delivered 2 punches, sending the foremost gangsters crashing to the ground, rendering them incapacitated. Subsequently, activating his ancient martial arts technique, he plunged into the crowd, empowered by both strength and defense, effortlessly toppling one gangster with each punch. While the blows aimed at him felt like mere tickles, in mere moments, over 10 gangsters lay sprawled on the ground, while the remaining thugs recoiled in fear, hesitant to advance. What is this? Is this the backup you summoned? Weren't you going to break my legs? Why are you lying on the ground? With Li Na beside him, Yang Yi refrained from pursuing the advantage, merely casting a mocking glance at Wang Shuai. Wang Shuai fell silent, astounded by the unexpected turn of events. He had not anticipated Yang Ye's fighting prowess and lamented, not bringing more ammunition as he wrestled with the decision of whether to flee. Chaos erupted in the crowd as approximately 100 men in black charged toward them. Wang Shuai regained his composure, his gaze at Yang Yi growing colder. You can take on 10. I refuse to believe you can handle 100. Wang Shuai thought to himself. Kid, my reinforcements have arrived. Now, if you kneel and apologize and hand over the girl beside you, I might allow you to suffer less. Yang Yi, however, remained silent, regarding Wang Shuai with an expression of derision. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the newly arrived 100 black-clad men swiftly encircled Yang Yi and Li Na. Haha, kid, what do you have left to fight me with? Everyone, attack. No mercy. Kill him. In that moment, Wang Shuai reveled in the exhilarating sensation of controlling the situation, feeling as if he could dictate life and death with a mere thought. Yet, to his astonishment, the 100 reinforcements did not heed his commands. Instead, they swiftly incapacitated the remaining gangsters in a matter of moments. You've got it wrong. The target is that little punk. Witnessing his own gangsters being dispatched, Wang Shuai erupted in frustration, but the 100 formidable men remained unfazed. Bowing respectfully to Yang Yi. Young Master Yi, we apologize for our tardiness. Please, punish us as you see fit. This spectacle captured the attention of all present, including Li Na, who covered her mouth in disbelief. Gazing at this young man who had extravagantly spent on her and unhesitatingly shielded her from danger, Li Na felt captivated, unaware of the surprises Yang Yi had in store for her. The most shocked of all was Wang Shuai. Impossible. Aren't you all members of the Xingyao Society? To Wang Shuai, the sudden appearance of these 100 men could only be members of his gang. For only they donned such attire in Qian City. He was aware that no new forces had emerged recently. Had these men fallen from the sky? Disinterested in engaging with such scum, Yang Yi turned to the leader of the death squad, Yang Bin, and commanded, break every bone in his legs and dismantle the Xingyao Society within a week. Yang Yi had initially considered how to deploy these elite death warriors, but with the emergence of the so-called Xingyao Society, he saw an opportunity to eradicate them. Over the past few days, Yang Yi had realized a fundamental truth. Despite his newfound wealth, he lacked a solid foundation of power. This was the perfect moment to establish his first industry in Qian City through the Army of Death. With that, Yang Yi embraced Li Na and strode away confidently. What are you doing? My father is Wang Hu, the leader of the Xingyao Society. Don't act recklessly. Under the orchestration of the 100 black-clad warriors, Wang Shuai and his entourage were taken to a secluded corner for processing. Following Yang Ye's specific orders, Wang Shuai's 3-centimeter calf was crushed, leaving no possibility for recovery. However, the black-clad warriors did not cease their assault on the Xingyao Society. Instead, they extracted intelligence about the gang's operations through Wang Shuai and his cronies. The leader of the Xingyao Society was Wang Hu, who had, through sheer force of will, carved out a domain in Qian City over 2 decades ago. Today, the Xingyao Society stands as the largest underground gang in Qian City, boasting over 1,000 members, primarily laundering their operations through casinos and KTV venues. On the surface, they engaged in a variety of legitimate businesses, but behind the scenes, they monopolized the gambling and drug trade in Qian City. Little did the Xingyao Society know that due to Wang Shuai's arrogance, an invisible net was closing in on them. Chapter 43. Has the son attached himself to a wealthy woman? Due to the unexpected interruption, Yang Yi decided against continuing his shopping spree with Li Na. After dropping her off at Qianding Yunju, he drove to the Yunshang mansion. Villa 001.it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and Lu Xiaoyu was live-streaming in her room. Upon hearing the door open, she rushed out to check. Young Master Yi, aren't you supposed to be in military training? Upon seeing Yang Yi, her face lit up with surprise. What? Can't I come see you if I miss you? Today, Lu Xiaoyu was dressed in a homey outfit, exuding a strong sense of comfort, prompting Yang Yi to playfully poke her nose. If I had known you were coming, I wouldn't have gone live. Lu Xiaoyu leapt into Yang Ye's embrace, relishing his presence. Be good, finish your stream first. I'll make you something delicious tonight. Yang Yi preferred not to meddle in Lu Xiaoyu's life, understanding that she would be occupied with her tasks. The 4th rule of the Sea King doctrine: never let a woman be idle, or she will incessantly seek trouble. After Lu Xiaoyu returned to her room to continue streaming, Yang Yi made his way to the private swimming pool on the 3rd floor, arranging a platter of exquisite fruits and a glass of rich red wine. Before opening his phone to scroll through social media, click. Yang Yi snapped a selfie, capturing his chiseled physique, the luxurious pool, the upscale community, and the elegant wine all in one frame. Sigh. I intended to engage in military training, but my capabilities are lacking. I can only swim and enjoy a glass of wine, savoring this dull and monotonous life. As a true Versailles contender, Yang Yi promptly shared the post on his social media. The ripple effect was immediate, with numerous friends commenting on his post, "Li Su. How can such icy words come from a mouth that's 37 degrees hot? Zhang Yu. Young Master Yi. Your calm demeanor impresses me. Yang Jia. 1. Xia Yao. Why aren't you in military training? Please share. Huang Yi. Confirmed. It's a true Versailles moment. Wang Gang. Young Master Yi. Teach me how to achieve such perfect muscles." Yang Yi replied to each comment in turn. Suddenly, a message popped up on WeChat. Upon opening it, he saw that Wang Yuni had sent him a note. "Junior, thank you. The Zhao family has already transferred the payment for our materials, along with an additional 2 million in late fees. I'll treat you to dinner soon to express my gratitude." Yang Yi smiled lightly, thinking to himself, indeed, power and influence are the foundations of everything. After accepting Wang Yuni's invitation, Yang Yi luxuriated in the swimming pool, thoroughly enjoying his leisure time. That moment, he reflected on the changes he had experienced since obtaining the system. Compared to the Zhang family's conglomerate, he currently possessed some wealth but lacked substantial backing. If someone were to seriously target him, he would find himself in dire straits. I must establish my own industry and influence. Qian City is too small. Let us start with the underground scene in Qian City. As the saying goes, one may die at dusk after hearing the dawn. Although Yang Yi had yet to reach such a level, he had already devised a clear plan for his future. Suddenly, an urgent video call notification rang, and upon answering, his expression shifted to one of discomfort, but he promptly accepted the call. "Hello, Mom. You little rascal. I told you to go to school, yet here you are, gallivanting about and skipping military training. Are you ignoring me, or did the school bar you from participating? Is your living allowance sufficient? If not, I'll have your dad send you another 2,000. As soon as Yang Yi opened his mouth, he was met with a barrage of motherly admonitions, yet her tone was infused with care. The caller was none other than Yang Yi's mother, Lu Xiaofeng. In recent days, Yang Yi had accumulated a significant fortune with the system's help, but he had yet to find an appropriate moment to share this news with his parents. Having just posted on social media, his mother had called right away, indicating that they were always keeping an eye on him. His family wasn't particularly affluent. His parents were average workers in a small county, yet they had never been stingy with his expenses. Reflecting on this, Yang Yi felt a warm sense of happiness within. "Mom, I haven't skipped class. I'm exempt from military training because my physical fitness is satisfactory, and the instructor allowed me to sit it out. As for money, I have enough. You don't need to worry about me. Where are you? You seem to be in a high-end villa?" Lu Xiaofeng immediately noticed the difference in Yang Yi's surroundings and couldn't help but inquire. "I'm at a friend's house. Her family is quite wealthy." Since he had yet to find a suitable reason to be honest with his parents, Yang Yi casually deflected with an excuse. "Son, take good care of yourself out there. Although your dad and I don't earn much, we can manage your schooling. Just don't go astray. Don't worry, Mom. I'll take care of myself out here, and you and Dad will be just fine at home, as the saying goes. A mother worries for her child traveling 1,000 miles. This was Yang Yi's first time leaving his family to study at university in Qian City, so Lu Xiaofeng chatted with him extensively. Suddenly, just as they were getting into the flow of conversation, Lu Xiaoyu appeared in the private pool on the 3rd floor, wearing a bikini. Since Yang Yi had come back after a long absence, she didn't want to spend the whole time live streaming. "Young Master Yi, how do you like my outfit?" Unaware of the ongoing video call, Lu Xiaoyu struck a pose and shot Yang Yi a playful glance. In an instant, both Yang Yi and his mother fell silent, their eyes fixated on Lu Xiaoyu. Yang Yi was drawn in by Lu Xiaoyu's alluring bikini, while Lu Xiaofeng was taken aback by the scene. "My son is dating? And he's with a young, beautiful, rich woman? This little rascal even lied to me about being at a friend's house." In a flash, Lu Xiaofeng's mind raced with various thoughts. Yet a smile unconsciously graced her lips. "Mom, I have something to attend to. I'll call you back later." Without considering his mother's feelings, Yang Yi abruptly hung up the video call. On the other end, Lu Xiaofeng, seeing her son disconnect, couldn't help but mutter, "This little rascal has truly forgotten his mother now that he has a girlfriend." Moments later, she excitedly dashed out of her room, exclaiming, "Old Yang, your son is in a relationship, and she is a wealthy woman. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu, realizing what had just transpired, froze in place, mortified. Had she just flirted with Yang Yi in front of his future mother-in-law while wearing a bikini? Would Lu Xiaofeng think she was a promiscuous woman? What? You were so bold just now. Why are you blushing now? Yang Yi teased, noticing Lu Xiaoyu's flushed cheeks. You're the worst. Embarrassed to the extreme, Lu Xiaoyu attempted to flee the awkward situation, but Yang Yi had no intention of letting her off the hook. Chapter 44. Acquiring Qian Ding Yunju. The next day at noon, Yang Yi finally enjoyed a natural awakening. The reason? He had switched his phone to silent mode the night before, not wanting phone calls and messages to ruin the hard-earned atmosphere. The moment he unlocked his screen, Yang Yi noticed multiple missed calls from Zhang Yu and a flurry of group chat messages. Young Master Yi, I'm in awe of you. Today, the Nuan Growth Mixed Fund surged by 20%. Had I known earlier, I should have requested a bit more money. 50 million seems rather insufficient. Let us not engage in hindsight. 50 million is the utmost you could muster. Do not presume I am unaware. Gongzi, it sounds as though you two merely invested 50 million. Yang Yi casually opened a few voice messages, only to discover Wang Gang and Yang Jia engaging in trivial banter. Observing how the current 20 increase had astonished them, Yang Yi couldn't help but shake his head, subsequently sending a message to the group. We are merely at the foothills. If you can still gather more funds, doubling your investment is still a possibility. With Yang Ye's participation, Wang Gang and Yang Jia ceased their idle chatter and began to earnestly analyze Yang Ye's earlier statement. Gongzi, shall we proceed? Doubling our returns, I'm all in. Splendid, I'm with you. Zhang Xiao, will you join us? My apologies, I've already secured another small goal to follow up on. Damn it, you didn't even inform us when you decided to invest. Brothers are connected at heart, why play tricks on us? Stimulated by this wave of profits, Zhang Yu and the others pooled all their resources for a big gamble. Ultimately, Zhang Yu invested 200 million, while Wang Gang and Yang Jia each contributed 150 million. The trio committed their entire fortunes, declaring, if the sky were to fall, let someone tall support it. What is there to fear? In truth, they were enamored by Yang Yi's recent surge, which had already netted 2 small goals. After some light banter, Yang Yi resumed his long journey of livestream cashback. After all, the funds he had on hand were entirely invested in stocks, leaving only a few million for operational expenses, necessitating the urgent need to generate more cash. That afternoon, Yang Yi ordered takeout, spending the remainder of his time seeking quality fish fry for rewards. By day's end, Yang Yi had rewarded over 30 million, garnering 300 million in cashback. Xiaoyu, aside from live streaming, have you considered other avenues for development? As a competent sea king, Yang Yi did not wish for his fish fry to idly seek trouble. They must be kept busy for his own comfort. I had always aspired to be an actor, but the entertainment industry is too treacherous, so I eventually transitioned to being a streamer. Upon Yang Yi's inquiry, Lu Xiaoyu candidly shared her original career aspirations. How about I devise a way for you to enter the film industry? With his growing strength, Yang Ye's vision had broadened. Lu Xiaoyu, as his first woman, no longer suited the identity of an ordinary streamer. Thus, Yang Yi sought to create a brand new path for her. Can I really? In truth, Lu Xiaoyu was acutely aware of the widening gap between herself and Yang Yi. She did not want to merely hold him back, but wished to assist him in crucial moments. You possess exceptional qualities in all aspects. Since you're interested, I will handle the arrangements. In his heart, Yang Yi had already devised a plan. To develop his industry, he must penetrate various sectors, and as he could not be everywhere, his fish fry became the optimal choice. Currently, Yang Ye's preliminary plan involved Lu Xiaoyu entering the entertainment sector, Li Na venturing into the hotel industry, and with Yang Bin and 100 elite enforcers aiding him in unifying the underground forces of Qian City, the initial scale of development had begun to materialize. Let us start with the easiest sector, the hotel industry. At 5 in the afternoon, Yang Yi convened with Zhang Yu, Wang Gang, and Yang Jia at Yunshang Club. Upon meeting, they greeted Yang Yi with exuberance. Their respect for him noticeably heightened. Previously, their camaraderie with Yang Yi was motivated by future prospects, intangible and elusive. Now, having profited significantly from stocks under his guidance, it was undeniably tangible wealth. Furthermore, this solidified their belief that Yang Yi's background was anything but ordinary. Otherwise, how could he possess such insider information? Come, brothers, let us raise a toast. Amidst the lively atmosphere, the group enjoyed the service of nearby beauties while lifting their glasses to drink Wai Shao, When the peak cashing out moment arrives, you must alert us immediately. With this money, I can buy several more cars and indulge in more women. At that point, I'll treat everyone, allowing my brothers to truly let loose. Although he initially invested only 50 million, the 20 increase had netted Yang Jia a cool 10 million, prompting him to generously cover the next outing. Yang Yi merely shook his head. Turning to Wang Gang, he inquired, Gongzi, how much do you know about the owner of Qining Yunj? If I were to purchase Qining Yunj, would he be willing to sell? Upon hearing this, Wang Gang displayed a look of surprise, but quickly reconciled it with an understanding of Yang Yi's capabilities. Yi Xiao, to be frank, the owner of Qining Yunj, Li Xiongwei, is contemplating selling the hotel to retire abroad. However, the underground gang, Xingyao Society, seems to have taken an interest in Qining Yunj as well, and both sides are currently at a stalemate. Unless there are exceptional circumstances, I would advise against you delving into this murky water. The Wang Group primarily operates in the hotel industry in Qian Province, so Wang Gang was well acquainted with the situation surrounding Qining Yunj. Xingyao Society? Yang Yi responded with a hint of derision. Yi Xiao, do not underestimate Xingyao Society. Their members are ruthless and battle-hardened. Observing Yang Yi's nonchalance towards Xingyao Society, Zhang Yu, being a local of Qian City, understood its formidable influence. I have my arrangements in place. Just help me get in touch with Li Xiongwei, and I will handle the rest. Seeing that Yang Yi was resolute in his decision to wade through these murky waters, Wang Gang felt helpless but still stood up to make a phone call. An hour later, a middle-aged man in a tailored suit, around 40 years of age, walked in. Upon sighting him, Wang Gang did not act presumptuously but promptly stood to greet him. Uncle Li, this is Yi Xiao. He is quite interested in your Qining Yunj, so you two can have a thorough discussion. As soon as Wang Gang finished speaking, Li Xiongwei focused his gaze on Yang Yi. Having navigated the business world for decades, he had developed a keen eye for assessing people, yet no matter how he scrutinized Yang Yi, he appeared merely as an 18-year-old college student, not someone capable of purchasing Qining Yunj. Are young people these days really this extravagant? Chapter 45. The Downfall of Xingyao Society. Mr. Li, please state your price. Yang Yi, oblivious to Li Xiongwei's current thoughts, got straight to the point. Uncle Li, you need not worry about the rest. Yi Xiao will take care of it. You only need to focus on the transaction. Wang Gang seemed to sense Li Xiongwei's apprehensions and reassured him from the side. Seeing this, Li Xiongwei ceased his hesitations, adjusted his demeanor, and said with utmost seriousness, since we all know each other well, I won't beat around the bush. 18 billion. If we reach an agreement, we'll sign the contract directly. As for post-transaction matters, I'll have no further involvement. Splendid. Before Li Xiongwei arrived, Yang Yi had already inquired about Qining Yunj's specifics from Wang Gang. 18 billion was a safe bet, as it was unlikely to incur losses. Had Li Xiongwei not been in a hurry to emigrate, and considering the interference from Xingyao Society, it would have taken at least 25 billion to secure Qining Yunj. I will return in 5 days to sign the contract at Qining Yunj. Yang Yi spoke without hesitation regarding the so-called Xingyao Society. Whether they could hold up until 5 days later was inconsequential. After reaching an agreement, the two shook hands, and Li Xiongwei turned to leave. Yi Xiao, if you require any assistance during that time, do not hesitate to ask. Zhang Yu and the others, witnessing Yang Yi's steadfast determination to navigate these murky waters, ceased their persuading but expressed their willingness to support him and apply pressure if necessary. Upon hearing this, Yang Yi felt deeply moved. There is no need to trouble my brothers over such trivial matters. I appreciate your goodwill. Yang Yi raised his glass and shared another toast with them. He did not intend to register Qining Yunj under his name, but rather planned to gift it to Li Na, thereby capturing his second fish fry in one fell swoop. While Yang Yi and his companions reveled in their happiness, the Xingyao Society was being vehemently attacked by an unknown force, resulting in the loss of 2 casinos and 3 entertainment establishments in a single day. That moment, within the lavish Gold and Splendor Entertainment Club, dozens of burly men congregated in a private room, with over 100 subordinates waiting outside. Inside the room, Wang Hu smashed his wine glass in anger, exclaiming, "Where did this force come from? President, we have no idea where this force emerged. They seem to know our strongholds inside out, and they are formidable fighters. Our brothers simply cannot withstand them. Yes, any one of them can easily take on 5 or 6 of our men. By the way, has the young master been found? This is a troublesome time. He should stay out of sight." Ever since Wang Hu unified the underground forces of Qian City 3 years ago, no one had dared to openly challenge the Xingyao Society. Now, This suddenly appearing force had caught them completely off guard. Wang Hu paced back and forth within the private room, unable to fathom who could be behind this attack. He commanded, "All brothers from the 5 halls must be on high alert. Should we spot this black-clad army again, we will initiate a siege. I want to see who dares oppose me." Bang, bang, bang. Just as Wang Hu finished speaking, a commotion erupted outside. Moments later, a subordinate rushed in, panic-stricken, shouting, "It's bad, President! The black-clad army has stormed our headquarters, and the young master is in their hands. Damn it! This is utterly intolerable. Brothers, grab your weapons, and let us go out and annihilate them." The Gold and Splendor Entertainment Club serves as the headquarters of the Xingyao Society. If the opposing force dares to attack here, it indicates a desire for a decisive confrontation. When Wang Hu, accompanied by the upper echelons of the Xingyao Society and dozens of subordinates, arrived in the lobby, over 100 of their guards stationed there lay defeated on the ground. It is worth noting that elite enforcers are comparable to active-duty special forces. 100 special forces soldiers would easily handle over 100 thugs, wouldn't they? Initially, Yang Bin intended to gradually erode the Xingyao Society's strongholds. But upon learning from Wang Shu about the Xingyao Society's gathering that night, he decided to take decisive action, leading 100 elite enforcers for a complete takeover. Upon witnessing the 100 formidable elite enforcers across from them, Wang Hu instantly grasped the disparity between the two sides. His opponents were seasoned killers. "Friends, I do not know where I, Wang Hu, have wronged you to warrant such ruthless elimination." Wang Hu, despite being at a significant disadvantage, calmly inquired, for he still had no idea who was behind this. In response, Yang Bin coldly scoffed and remarked with a sneer, "Ask your esteemed son. He is the one aiming to break every bone in our boss's body." With that, Yang Bin unceremoniously hurled Wang Shu towards them. "Dad, save me, save me!" On this day, under the torment of the elite enforcers, Wang Shu was pushed to the brink of collapse. Upon returning to his father's side, he immediately broke down. Witnessing this, Wang Hu finally understood that his son had offended a significant figure, leading to the Xingyao Society's impending doom. Despite the Xingyao Society boasting over 1,000 members, they could not muster a ripple against 100 elite enforcers who resembled killing machines. Moreover, at this moment, the Xingyao Society's leadership was completely cornered, leaving no room for a comeback. Yang Bin's eyes, filled with murderous intent, swept across the faces of the crowd before he spoke in a hoarse voice. "You have 2 options. Either surrender your existing enterprises and leave Qian City, or test whether the edge of my blade can sever your throats." Simultaneously, the 100 elite enforcers fixed their murderous gazes upon everyone, their blades glinting ominously. It was as if, at Yang Bin's command, they would charge in without hesitation, brandishing their weapons. I never imagined that I, Wang Hu, a once great figure, would meet such an end. Wang Hu glanced at his subordinates and at Wang Shu at his feet, letting out a deep sigh before finally conceding. "I admit defeat. I shall never set foot in Qian City again." In that instant, Wang Hu appeared to age 10 years, his spirit and vigor utterly depleted. Under Wang Hu's leadership, the members of the Xingyao Society surrendered en masse, transferring their relevant enterprises into Yang Bin's hands. Wang Hu departed Qian City, taking Wang Shu and 20 million in cash with him. The more sensible members became Yang Bin's subordinates. While some diehard loyalists were expelled from Qian City.as for whether Wang Hu and his cohorts would return, Yang Bin was indifferent, for strength was paramount. Subsequently, Yang Bin informed Yang Yi of the night's achievements through WeChat. While enjoying a jovial time with Zhang Yu and the others, Yang Yi felt a sense of awe at the might of the elite enforcers upon receiving the message. He promptly replied to Yang Bin, "Take full control of the underground forces in Qian City. No drugs are to be tolerated in Qian City." Thus, the underground world of Qian City fell entirely under Yang Yi's dominion. Chapter 46. Reaping the Stock Market. The following morning, the citizens of Qian City went about their usual routines, but the underground realm had undergone a seismic transformation. Have you heard? Last night at the Gold and Splendor Entertainment Club, there was a conflict, and the Xingyao Society was wiped out. Really? I heard that the president of the Xingyao Society, Wang Hu, was arrested for soliciting. Don't be ridiculous. It's said that a black-clad army was responsible. Black-clad army? No one knew where this force had emerged from, but they all donned the same black attire. Hence the moniker. In no time, the news of the Xingyao Society's eradication spread like wildfire among the citizens of Qian City. The prominent families of Qian City received the news almost immediately, and unlike the rumors circulating among the common folk, they learned that this force had completely taken control of the underground world of Qian City. Where there is light, there is shadow. These elite families often chose to steer clear of such desperate individuals, maintaining a policy of non-interference. Yet the sudden emergence of the black-clad army instilled a sense of unease among them. If they could eliminate the Xingyao society in a single night, they were certainly capable of unpredictable actions on a whim. Investigate. We must ascertain the particulars of this black-clad army at once. The major families of Qian City dispatched personnel to uncover the specifics of the black-clad army. However, the astonishing black-clad army seemed to vanish without a trace, disappearing into the shadows, leaving only a few lackeys to handle the surface affairs. At Yunshang Club, Yang Jie, who had pulled an all-nighter, suddenly erupted with astonishment. No way! The Xingyao society was wiped out overnight. What's going on? Zhang Yu and Wang Gang, equally fatigued, rushed over to see what was happening. Only Yang Yi remained composed, standing calmly in place. I just received word from home. A new force appeared in Qian City last night and wiped out the Xingyao society, taking over their control of the underground world. I also received the news. Not long after, Zhang Yu and Wang Gang got similar updates from home, detailing the downfall of the Xingyao society and advising them to avoid stirring trouble and to keep a low profile for the time being. Yishao, aren't you the least bit shocked by such explosive news? Yang Jie, observing Yang Yi's calm demeanor, couldn't help but ask. What's so shocking about it? It's merely the Xingyao society. Let us focus on how much the stocks have risen today. That's what truly matters. As Yang Yi shifted the conversation, the others quickly redirected their attention to the stock of Nuon Growth Mixed Fund. After all, the destruction of the Xingyao society was merely gossip and had little bearing on them, whereas the fluctuations in this stock directly impacted their financial interests. Only Zhang Yu regarded Yang Yi with a thoughtful expression. Yang Yi's confidence from the previous night and his current tranquility sparked a bold idea within him. He possessed an inexplicable sensation, a subconscious belief that the annihilation of the Xingyao society was inextricably linked to Yang Yi. After all, Yang Yi was shrouded in an aura of mystery. It's rising. It's rising. It's rising. Young Master Yi, from this day forth, you shall be my deity. Beside him, Wang Gang, having checked the stock market trends on his phone, promptly descended into a state of delirium. By how much has it risen? Speak, quickly. 32. What? Repeat that. With an incredulous expression, Zhang Yu slapped Yang Jie's arm, causing him to grimace in pain. Why did you hit me? I'm not dreaming. It truly has surged by 32 points. I invested 200 million, and this morning alone, that's over 60 million. Ha ha ha. In that instant, Zhang Yu and his companions felt as though they were soaring into the heavens. The majority of their investment capital was sourced from their families, and typically they only had a few million for pocket money each month. Now, just a few days alongside Yang Yi had allowed them to achieve a minor financial goal, which was enough to exhilarate them. Moreover, this money was earned by their own efforts, adding to their prestige when spoken of in the following days. Yang Yi remained sequestered in the Yunshang Mansion, Villa 001, exchanging a plethora of knowledge with Lu Xiaoyu. No knowledge. Meanwhile, he was also engaging in live streaming to brush up on cashback. Today marked the peak of the Nuon Growth Mixed Fund stock, and early in the morning, Yang Yi called Zhang Yu and his friends, inviting them to meet at Qining Yunjun Dai in the suite. Yang Yi arrived first, soon followed by Zhang Yu and his companions, who appeared with pronounced dark circles under their eyes. What on earth? Did you three go on a cattle-stealing spree or something? Upon seeing their haggard appearance, Yang Yi was momentarily taken aback. Enough. We haven't been able to sleep these past few days, constantly monitoring the stock's upward trend. Despite their exhausted state, their words were filled with excitement. I'm impressed. Yang Yi couldn't help but commend their fervor. At noon today, we must sell all stocks at the peak. I've been waiting for that very phrase, young Master Yi. If we don't sell now, I feel as if I might just wither away. Although watching the stock skyrocket was exhilarating, their sleep deprivation had pushed them to their physical limits. At noon, under the direction of the financial firm, they sold all their stocks at the peak, achieving a remarkable increase of 120 points, perfectly aligned with the system's forecasts. As Yang Yi gazed at the long string of numbers in his bank account, a smile broke out across his face. This stock investment had returned a total of 2.2 billion, and combined with the cashback from the past few days, Yang Yi now possessed 3 billion in liquid assets. Before he could revel in his thoughts, His companions once again spiraled into a frenzy. Over 200 million. In just 5 days, I've made over 200 million. Despite Zhang Yu hailing from a prestigious family in Qinshi, the efficiency of earning 200 million in 5 days had thoroughly reshaped his worldview. Wang Gang and Yang Jia also earned 180 million, their faces beaming with joy. Young Master Yi, if such opportunities arise again, please inform me in advance. I'd even consider selling my ancestral home. The mere thought of Yang Yi raking in 1.2 billion filled them with envy. You three should take a moment to rest. Come back tomorrow at noon to assist me in purchasing more properties. In a bid to prevent any unforeseen calamities from their exuberance, Yang Yi promptly ushered them out. All right, I must return and show my father that his son is an investment prodigy. As he envisioned his friend's triumphant demeanor upon their return, Yang Yi couldn't help but furrow his brow, thinking that the youth certainly knew how to indulge themselves, in stark contrast to Yang Yi and his companion's jubilation. Li Xiongwei found himself ensnared in a dilemma. The primary reason he had been willing to sell Qining Yunjun for 1.8 billion was due to the pressure from the Xingyao society. Now that the society had been obliterated, his mind began to wander once more. Chapter 47. An 18 billion gift. The following afternoon, Yang Yi, along with Zhang Yu, his 3 companions, and Li Na, convened in the chairman's office of Qining Yunjun to meet with Li Xiongwei. Uncle Li, hurry and bring over the contract for signing. I have plans to find some amusement with young Master Yi. Young Master Yi, I've been contemplating this. Qining Yunjun is the most upscale hotel in Qinshi, and it is currently operating smoothly. Can we perhaps negotiate the price a bit more? Li Xiongwei lowered his gaze, occasionally glancing up at Yang Yi, eager to gauge his reaction to his proposal. Uncle Li, that's rather unscrupulous of you. We had previously agreed on 1.8 billion. How can you now go back on your word? Before Yang Yi could respond, Wang Gang abruptly slammed the table and stood up. Li Xiongwei had been the one to introduce Yang Yi, and his reversal left Wang Gang feeling quite embarrassed. Nephew, you don't understand my predicament. Qining Yunjun embodies my life's work, and this is quite difficult for me. Noticing Yang Yi's silence, Li Xiongwei began to feign distress, speaking in a manner that suggested a deep emotional connection to Qining Yunjun. From the moment Li Xiongwei began speaking, Yang Yi discerned his intention to renegotiate the price. Previously, he had been willing to sell for 1.8 billion due to the existence of the Xingyao society, but now that it had been disbanded, he felt he could hold out for a higher price. Yang Yi smirked coldly and replied, Boss Li, I see you are an elder of the Zhang family, so I shall offer you this advice. A person without integrity cannot stand. Or, as the saying goes, when the birds are gone, the bough is hidden. When the cunning rabbit dies, the hunting dog is cooked. My willingness to take over your establishment stems from my ability to resolve certain issues. And now that those issues have vanished, you wish to play the game of crossing the river and dismantling the bridge. The Xingyao society can vanish overnight, and Qining Yunjun could very well encounter unforeseen circumstances as well. Boss Li, do you believe it or not? Finally, Yang Yi's aura surged, his eyes locked onto Li Xiongwei, each word laced with menace. In that moment, Yang Yi resembled a formidable authority, as if a single misstep from Li Xiongwei could unleash a cataclysmic disaster. Instantly, Li Xiongwei felt a chill run down his spine. He sensed that Yang Yi was not jesting. He truly possessed the capability to plunge him into an abyss. This moment, Zhang Yu, observing from the side, became even more convinced of his suspicions, his gaze toward Yang Yi growing increasingly serious. Boss Li, would you care to test the waters? Despite Yang Yi's tone being rather calm, Li Xiongwei detected an undercurrent of something ominous. Young Master Yi, I shall retrieve the contract immediately, Li Xiongwei conceded, unwilling to gamble. Having always aspired to retire abroad, he became subdued upon feeling the pressure emanating from Yang Yi. Shortly thereafter, the secretary presented the drafted documents, but instead of taking them himself, Yang Yi instructed Li Na to receive them. Li Na meticulously reviewed the entire contract, then turned to Yang Yi and nodded, saying, The contract is in order. We can proceed to sign. Young Master Yi, shall we sign the contract over here? At this moment, Li Xiongwei adjusted his demeanor, extending an invitation to Yang Yi to sign the agreement in a more private setting. This contract is not to be signed with me. Huh? If you're buying the property, who else would you sign with? Li Xiongwei was taken aback by Yang Yi's statement, wondering if he still harbored resentment over his earlier attempt to increase the price. A multitude of thoughts flashed through Li Xiongwei's mind, and you sign on my behalf. Just as Li Xiongwei stood there, at a loss, Yang Yi turned to Li Na, offering her an encouraging smile and a nod. Me, young Master Yi, only the property owner can sign. Realizing that Yang Yi had entrusted her with the significant responsibility of validating a property worth 1.8 billion, Li Na felt a surge of emotion. But she pointed out the relevant regulations. Indeed, young Master Yi, the contract must be signed by you to hold legal effect. Observing that Yang Yi might not fully grasp the intricacies of the situation, Li Xiongwei interjected, Qinning Yunjun was originally purchased as a gift for you. What issue could there be with you signing? Boom. Yang Ye's words detonated like a nuclear bomb, sending shockwaves through those present. What? Young Master Yi, you spent 1.8 billion on Qinning Yunjun as a gift? Previously, hearing that he had spent over 80 million on a villa as a gift for a girl had seemed unbelievable, but now it appeared that 80 million was a mere trifle. Young Master Yi, are you certain you want to register Qinning Yunjun in your name? This is 1.8 billion, not 180,000 or even 18. Yet you are giving it away without batting an eye. While the others were astonished, Li Na, the party in question, was left utterly speechless, unable to find her voice. Young Master Yi, this is far too precious. I can't accept it. After a moment, Li Na spoke up. In her time with Yang Yi, he had already given her so much, and she couldn't accept the 1.8 billion Qinning Yunjun. Upon seeing this, a warm current surged through Yang Ye's heart. Despite Li Na initially expressing her desire to change her fate, through their time together, Yang Yi had come to realize that she often considered things from his perspective. As a man of sentiment, how could he retract a gift once given? Thus, Yang Yi feigned anger and said, What? You want to accept a gift I've given you? Do you wish to see our differences grow wider and our distance increase? Yang Ye's words struck Li Na like a thunderclap, and after a moment, she came to a realization. Indeed, Yang Yi's mysterious background surely hinted at a powerful backing, and if she continued to remain an ordinary hotel manager, how could she ever hope to keep pace with him? Young Master Yi, I understand your intentions. I shall accept this gift, but if you ever need it back, I will return it to you at any time. In that moment, Yang Yi had thoroughly ingratiated himself into Li Na's heart. Subsequently, Yang Yi swiped his card, entrusting all procedural matters to Li Na, as he did not wish for trivialities to detract from his enjoyment of the trident. Ding! Li Na's affection for the host has reached 95 points. Successful capture. Ding! The host has expended a total of 1.816 billion on Li Na, with full cashback. Ding! The host has successfully captured Li Na, earning a sincere love, rewarding the host with 10 attribute points, a 50 million value Tianma film and television media company, with a senior executive included, fluency in English, French, and Russian, and a 10-day game kill cashback experience card. Name, Yang Yi. Age, 18. Appearance, 9.0. Height, 180 cm. Physique, 30, strong and robust. Title, Junior Sea King. Daily allowance, 10,000 yuan. Wealth, 3.15 billion. Skills, master level piano performance, hall level basketball skills, ancient martial arts iron cloth shirt. Attribute points, 10. Fish Pond, Lu Xiaoyu. Li Na. Task, become a senior sea king within a year. Current progress 20. Listening to the system prompts echoing in his mind, Yang Yi couldn't help but exclaim, being a cheat is indeed delightful. Chapter 48. Isn't this red envelope a bit too generous? Half an hour later, all the paperwork was completed. Li Na felt as though she was in a dream. One moment she was merely a high-end private manager at Qinning Yunjun, and the next she had become the owner of this 1.8 billion establishment. Young Master Yi, when it comes to wooing women, I am utterly defeated by you. Just a few days ago, I was toiling over a couple of minor goals, while you, young Master Yi, effortlessly gifted away 1.8 billion. In that instant, Zhang Yu and his friends comprehended that Yang Yi was on an entirely different level from them. Their respect for Yang Yi deepened, and their attitude toward him subtly shifted upward. Yang Yi's decision to gift Qinning Yunjun to Li Na was not merely for the sake of capturing her affection. As the high-end private manager of Qinning Yunjun, she was already well-versed in its operational model, and trusting her with its management would ensure seamless continuity. Furthermore, Yang Yi hoped that his fish would become busy with their own endeavors, allowing him more freedom while also potentially assisting him in the future. Coupled with the rewards from the system, Yang Yi felt no reluctance in gifting away the hotel valued at 1.8 billion. Work hard, and that way, our distance won't grow. Yang Yi gently kissed Li Na on the forehead, giving her a look that conveyed his complete trust. In that moment, Li Na felt utterly overwhelmed by Yang Yi's tenderness and faith, and tears of joy welled in her eyes. The considerate Zhang Yu and his companions had already escorted Li Xiongwei out of the room. The following narrative is omitted. An hour later, Yang Yi gazed at Li Na with affection and said, "Na, from now on, Qining Yunjun will be entirely under your management. Don't feel too pressured. I only wish for your happiness. Young Master Yi, why are you so good to me? I've said it before. As long as you don't leave me, you are mine." The Sea King's Law, Article 14. Any matter that can be resolved with money is no matter at all. After a brief conversation with Li Na, Yang Yi drove his Bugatti Veyron back to Kunda. At that moment, Li Su and others were engaged in military training on the playground. As they saw Yang Yi zoom by in his Bugatti, they felt an extreme sense of envy. Young Master Yi has swapped cars again. He must be off to chase girls. His life is my dream. Yang Yi paid no mind to their thoughts. After 2 days of revelry, he returned to his dormitory for a well-deserved rest. That evening, after a day of military training, Li Su and his companions returned to their dormitory. "Let us play some games, brothers. Young Master Yi, are you joining us for Honor of Kings?" At that time, Honor of Kings was an immensely popular game, and Yang Yi had played it before. Having recently received a 10-day Game Kill cashback experience card, he decided to join in. "Let us do it." All four in the dormitory were around the platinum rank, and they quickly matched with a random player to commence their 5-man team. Ding! The host is currently engaged in an online game. Would you like to bind the online game Honor of Kings and use the Game Kill cashback for 10 days? Oh, it even activates automatically? Use Ding. The host has successfully bound the online game Honor of Kings. For each kill during the next 10 days, a reward of 100,000 renminbi will be granted. Achieving a rank of 30 stars within 10 days rewards a mysterious gift package 1 and 1 billion renminbi. What the heck? A mysterious gift package and 1 billion rewards. Is this game meant to keep me glued to the screen? Moments later, Yang Yi grasped the functionality of the game experience card. Indeed, the System S products were always top-notch. Focusing on the task at hand, Yang Yi promptly selected Zhuge Liang. For when it came to securing kills, none could surpass him. Young Master Yi, why did you choose Zhuge Liang as a support? To secure kills. Could you not be a bit more tactful in your explanation? Yang Yi's response left Li Su feeling a bit dazed. You guys let me get the kills, and I'll send you red envelopes based on the number of kills at the end. Instead of simply giving his friends money, Yang Yi thought it better to offer them some benefits through this method. He was aware that among them, Li Su's family circumstances were not particularly favorable, and if he simply handed him money, it would hurt his pride. This way, he could still assist them. Young Master Yi, are you planning to give out benefits? He could easily spend 30 million. Today, he would let his friends share in the wealth. Indeed, the profits should remain within the family. Yang Yi's approach not only failed to provoke any resentment from his dorm mates, but also ignited their enthusiasm even further. Ultimately, the team composition was Lao Wang as Qin Yaojin in the top lane, a random player as Diao Chan in mid, Zhang Jian as Monkey King in the jungle, Li Su as Yu Ji in the marksman role, and Yang Yi as Zhuge Liang to secure the kills. The opposing lineup comprises Arthur in the top lane, Dianwei in the jungle, Huli in the mid lane, and Hui alongside Xiao Qiao in the bot lane. Aspiring to be the headhunter, Yang Yi boldly forewent purchasing any support items, opting instead for a spell amplifier before hastening to his lane, Li Su. Renowned for his remarkable speed after 18 years of being single, skillfully maneuvered Yu Ji, continuously depleting the enemy's health with his abilities. Upon reaching level 4 and noticing 2 adversaries on the brink of death, he exclaimed, Yi Xiao, activate your ultimate. Without hesitation, Yang Yi capitalized on Zhuge Liang's ultimate reset effect. Claiming both kills, to his surprise, there was no RMB credited. Could it be that rewards only materialize at game end? Noticing the lack of system notifications after securing 2 kills, Yang Yi briefly speculated. His roommates, all relatively skilled, played smoothly, and by the 20th minute, Yang Yi had amassed 21 kills, leading to a triumphant victory. Ding! The host successfully eliminated 21 foes, earning a bonus of 2 million, now successfully credited. Wow, this is real. Elated by his success, Yang Yi swiftly exited the game interface and sent a red envelope of 21,000 in the dormitory group chat. Brothers, grab the red envelope. Ha ha ha, I can't wait to see how hefty the envelope you sent us is. Li Su, grinning, opened the WeChat group to claim Yang Yi's recently sent red envelope. As he opened it, Li Su was left stunned, for his phone displayed that he had snagged 81,000. Yi Xiao. How large of a red envelope did you send? Li Su gulped, adjusting his throat, and inquired with a slightly trembling voice. I secured 21 kills and sent out 21,000. What's going on? 21,000? Zhang Jin and Lao Wang, who had yet to claim their envelopes, instantly wore expressions of disbelief. However, upon clicking the envelope and viewing the amount, they found themselves at a loss for words. Wai Shao. Isn't this red envelope a tad excessive? In the next chapter, the group played 2 more matches. Perhaps due to a winning streak, the second game proved challenging, nearly resulting in a comeback from the opposing team. Yang Yi distributed over 400,000 in red envelopes across these 2 rounds, but thanks to system rewards, he personally netted over 4 million. Contemplating the ultimate mysterious gift, Yang Yi felt the first inkling of wanting to become a carry. Sue, hold on for a moment. I'll find a streamer to lead us. All right, given their own skill levels and the fact that they were granting kills to Yang Yi, the dormitory crew felt their limitations after several consecutive victories. Although Yang Yi was unfamiliar with any game streamers, the allure of the system's mysterious gift compelled him to invest money to elevate himself to 30 stars in the king rank. Soon, Yang Yi opened the Shark live streaming platform, where he encountered a plethora of streamers in the gaming section. To his dismay, the top listings were dominated by female streamers leveraging their looks rather than skill. Ignoring them entirely, Yang Yi sought a capable streamer who could elevate his rank, not a so-called online beauty. After a brief search, he discovered a live stream titled The Strongest Nakaruru in the national server Online Headhunting, hosted by a streamer with 300,000 followers. Perfect. Using Xiaoming as bait to lead them, he would secure heads. Upon entering, Yang Yi spammed 10 rockets in the chat. Welcome, Supreme Emperor Violent Pippy Shrimp to the live stream. Thank you for the 10 rockets. Wow. It's actually Shrimp Boss. The master has switched tastes, rewarding a male streamer. Master, I am 1.75 meters tall and weigh 120 pounds. I can be both aggressive and submissive. What do you think? Upon reading these comments, Yang Yi's forehead instantly developed a black line. Streamer, take me up the ranks, win a game, and I'll pay you 10,000. You must secure the kills for me. Are you in? What? Win a game for 10,000? Shrimp Boss, choose me. I can play better than this streamer even with my feet. Meanwhile, Luo Pei, sitting at his computer while enjoying instant noodles, was taken aback. He was the one streaming Nakaruru. Big shot. Add me. After quickly finishing his noodles, Luo Pei's eyes sparkled. As a small streamer, he barely earned 10,000 a month. And now this violent Pippy Shrimp had gifted him 10 rockets right off the bat and promised 10,000 for each win. A stroke of good fortune he never expected. Moments later, Luo Pei added Yang Yi on WeChat through a private message. Big shot. What rank is your account? Platinum. Wow. It's happening. As a professional game streamer with a king rank of over 100 stars, Luo Pei initially assumed Yang Yi's generous offer implied he held a high-ranked account, only to discover it was merely platinum. This was clearly a money-making opportunity. Big shot. Do you have any special requests? None. Just log in quickly. We're waiting online. Within a minute, Luo Pei found a platinum account to add Yang Yi as a friend. Upon entering the game, he noticed Yang Yi was in a 4-man party and promptly messaged, "Hello, esteemed players. You can call me Pei Pei. Give me the kills, and we'll win guaranteed. The rest is up to you." As Luo Pei entered the room, Yang Yi immediately activated the team voice chat and instructed him. "All right, big shot. Can I stream our match? Go ahead." Initially anxious, Luo Pei gradually relaxed after conversing with Yang Yi for a bit. Soon, the match commenced. Yang Yi chose Kai as the top lane, Diaochan in the mid, and Yu Ji as the marksman, while he selected Xiaoming to guide Luo Pei's Nakaruru. To ensure Nakaruru could develop, Yang Yi opted for a knowledge gem item. Luo Pei, being a professional streamer, quickly secured the red buff and led Yang Yi into the enemy jungle. The opposing Han Xian quickly fell to Nakaruru as high burst damage, leaving him severely wounded. Big shot. Go for the kill. Yang Yi used an ability to claim Han Xian's life, and seeing Luo Pei's responsiveness, he praised, "Not bad." On the other end, Luo Pei, feeling flattered by Yang Yi's compliment, bashfully scratched his head. Subsequently, Yang Yi's Xiaoming led Nakaruru on a rampage through the canyon, racking up kill after kill. Within the live stream, hundreds of thousands of fans watched as Luo Pei was led around like a pet by Xiaoming, teasingly commenting, "Pei Chi, you truly have a talent for being a pet. Shocking." A streamer was taken for a walk by Shrimp Boss in the canyon. "I misjudged you, streamer. I used to call you a headhunter, but now I realize you are just a pet." Due to the vast skill disparity, the match concluded in a mere 15 minutes, with Yang Yi's Xiaoming achieving 15 kills and earning a reward of 150,000. Generously, Yang Yi sent a red envelope of 15,000 to Zhang Jian and the others, while he directly transferred 10,000 to streamer Pei Qi. On the other side of the screen, Luo Pei, seeing the 10,000 credited to him, leaped from his chair in excitement as he was live streaming. The record of Yang Yi's 10,000 transfer was visible to the hundreds of thousands of fans. Wow, Shrimp Boss really transferred 10,000 to Pei Qi. If I'm not mistaken, this match only lasted 15 minutes. I envy you. Those who called Pei Qi a pet, take a look. What's wrong with being a pet? Thanks to Yang Yi, Luo Pei's livestream grew increasingly popular, with his follower count skyrocketing from 300,000 to 1 million in just 1 hour. Throughout this hour, they played 3 more matches, with Yang Yi consistently leading Pei Qi with Xiaoming I in those games. Yang Yi thoroughly enjoyed himself, ultimately sending Pei Qi 5,000 in the final match, inciting jealousy among the viewers. Shrimp Boss. I'm delicate and will shout 666. Stop shouting up there. Shrimp Boss doesn't tea like girls. He only cares about kills and ranking up. Shrimp Boss, I can handle platinum matches too, after winning 7 consecutive games. Yang Yi ascended from platinum to diamond, and his roommates each received red envelopes totaling over 400,000, resulting in exuberant excitement. I'm tired today. Pei Qi, find some stronger friends tomorrow, as long as they're capable. The price remains the same. After informing Luo Pei, Yang Yi closed the game, for it was already midnight, and his roommates had military training the next day. Meanwhile, Luo Pei, astonished by his surge to 1 million followers, felt as if he was on the brink of reaching the pinnacle of his life. Reflecting on the teasing from the live stream, he could only think to himself, what's wrong with being a pet? In the following chapter, Luo Pei, having long struggled to make ends meet as a small streamer, had grown weary of life's hardships. Encountering someone like Yang Yi, who was generous and lavish, was a first for him, prompting him to take every one of Yang Yi's requests seriously. Considering Yang Yi's desire for reliable companions to join him in the game, he began calling friends despite the late hour. Hey, fatty, are you up for game companionship? Are you crazy? Waking me up at this hour just for that? On the other end, a 21-year-old chubby individual named Chen Bing, annoyed, responded, So, you're not interested? What's the point? I'm exhausted. Alright, I was going to offer you a good opportunity, but if you're not interested, I'll just ask along and the others. What did you say? How much per game? Luo Pei deliberately teased Chen Bing, casually replying, there's a big shot looking for teammates to rank up, guaranteeing kills for him, and if we win a game, it's 10,000. If you're not interested, I'll ask along. Pei Yi. You know my skill. Give me a chance. Chen Bing, a small streamer on the Shark platform with a king rank of over 100 stars, quickly realized the opportunity and stopped joking around. Luo Pei then used the same tactic to contact 2 more acquaintances. Under the promise of 10,000 per game, these so-called experts all succumbed to the allure of easy money. The next morning, while several roommates attended military training, Yang Yi leisurely strolled to the cafeteria for a breakfast of soy milk and fried dough sticks, savoring the leisurely pace of college life. Yang Yi. Suddenly, a melodious female voice interrupted his routine. Looking up, he saw Wang Yuni and another girl approaching with breakfast in hand. It's already 9. Why are you still here eating? Aren't you supposed to be at military training? Wang Yuni took a seat across from Yang Yi. Surprised by his absence from training, I had a premonition I would run into my senior here this morning, so I skipped military training. Recalling Wang Yuni's demeanor that night, Yang Yi couldn't help but tease. Are you trying to deceive a ghost? Wang Yuni didn't by his excuse. If she hadn't called out to him, he might not have even noticed her. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. The instructor thought I was handsome and exempted me from military training. Do you believe that? You're insincere. Since you're free, how about dinner tonight? It's a thank you for your help the other day. With that, Wang Yuni buried her head shyly into her neck, feeling bashful for inviting a boy to dinner for the first time, even if it was merely to express gratitude. Yang Yu, walking alongside Wang Yuni, was astonished to see her in such a flustered state, having never witnessed this side of her as her roommate. Will you agree? Noticing Yang Yi staring at her without responding, Wang Yuni gathered her courage to ask again. Okay, but not for too long. I need to get back to gaming. At that moment, Yang Yi's sole focus was on achieving 30 stars in the king rank to obtain the mysterious gift. As for women, they would only hinder his progress. If he weren't worried about Wang Yuni slipping away, he wouldn't have bothered agreeing. What? Not for too long. Going back to game. What kind of absurdity was this? Instantly, Wang Yuni felt a pang of insecurity. After all, she was the belle of the philosophy department. How had she suddenly found herself in such a predicament with Yang Yi? Was her allure overshadowed by a game? Under the gaze of both, Yang Yi stuffed the last piece of fried dough into his mouth and gave Wang Yuni a gesture to contact him later before heading back to his dorm. At this point, Wang Yuni's roommate could no longer contain her laughter, holding her stomach while pointing at Wang Yuni. Our department's bell almost got rejected. Ha ha ha. Furious at the sight of Yang Yi's retreating back, Wang Yuni stomped her foot, her petite hands clenching and unclenching in frustration. As a professional heartthrob, Yang Yi had no time to ponder Wang Yuni's feelings. His priority was to rank up and claim rewards. He first browsed the live streaming platform but found no suitable fish with an 8-star rank or higher, so he promptly sent a WeChat message to Pei Qi. Let us rank up. Quickly. Enthusiastic Luo Pei had been waiting for Yang Yi's message since 8 in the morning. Upon receiving it, he quickly contacted his friends. Hurry up and log in. Diamond match. Don't keep the big shot waiting. 3 minutes later, under Pei Qi's coordination, a 5-man squad was ready to roll. Big shot. The other 3 are my friends, Fatty, Along, and Hazy. All possess king rank with over 100 stars. Alright, you all know the rules, right? We know. All kills go to the big shot, and we must win. Good. Let us aim for a significant climb today. If you perform well, there'll be a big red envelope in it for you. As the saying goes, a generous reward begets brave men. Under the leadership of Pei Qi and the 400-star players, Yang Yi consistently achieved over 20 kills per match, dominating each game. Yang Yi was also generous, promptly transferring the red envelopes as promised. By the end of the day, they had played 15 matches, and from just the kill rewards, Yang Yi earned over 30 million, while his rank soared to Diamond 1. Due to his commitment to Wang Yuni's dinner invitation, the game entered anti-addiction mode, prompting Yang Yi to conclude his ranking endeavors for the day. In high spirits, he sent Pei Qi and the others a red envelope of 5,000 each. Big shot. You've already given us 10,000 per match. This is more than enough. Take it and use it. Let us aim to get me to 30 stars in the king rank over the next few days. To Yang Yi, these few thousand were merely pocket change, but for Pei Qi and the others, it was quite significant. Earning 10,000 for each match, plus the final 5,000 red envelope, meant Pei Qi and his crew made 200,000 in a single day. Big shot. Hazy, may be speechless, but from now on, if you ask me to go east, I won't dare go west. If you ask me to hunt heads, I won't chase chickens. Big shot. Fatty, feel the same. Along one. How about this? Let us pay our respects to the big shot. Otherwise, it feels uneasy accepting this money. Good idea. Big shot, please accept our worship. Observing the overly enthusiastic group, Yang Yi felt a wave of embarrassment and helplessness. From now on, don't call me Big Shot. Just call me Yang Yi. Right? Such immense grace, how could one still refer to him as merely a big shot? It is nothing short of a godfather. A veritable godfather. Oh, esteemed godfather, please allow us to pay our respects. Chapter 51. Not a single capable fighter present at 5:30 in the afternoon. Wang Yuni's call came in punctually. Yang Yi, gather at the school playground at 6 o'clock. Do not be late. With half an hour still remaining, Yang Yi took a quick shower. Over the past few days, he had attempted to don some high-end branded clothing, only to find no discernible difference, and they proved inconvenient for movement. Thus, he opted for a casual outfit this time. After all, it was merely a dinner outing. At 6 o'clock. Yang Yi appeared promptly at the playground of Qian University. However, he did not spot Wang Yuni's figure. Accustomed to the characteristic tardiness of girls, Yang Yi wandered around the playground. Approximately 10 minutes later, he noticed Wang Yuni rushing over, visibly flustered, followed closely by a tall, burly man who seemed to be pursuing her while saying something. I apologize, Yang Yi. I encountered a bit of trouble and was delayed. Wang Yuni was dressed simply today, in black casual pants and a light pink cartoon t-shirt. Her hair was casually draped over her back, and she wore a touch of light makeup, rendering her quite charming. Yang Yi could easily tell that Wang Yuni had been held up by her persistent shadow, and he took it lightly, teasingly saying, "What is this? Are you afraid I might have ulterior motives, senior?" Bringing along a bodyguard when stepping out. Upon hearing Yang Yi's jest, the tall figure beside Wang Yuni visibly changed his expression, but quickly regained composure, arrogantly stating, "Junior, I am Su Liang, the president of the student council at our school. I heard that you and Yuni are going out for dinner, and as luck would have it, I haven't eaten yet either. Do you mind if I join? Wang Yuni, today I am treating Yang Yi to dinner alone. Please do not create a disturbance here. Seeing that Su Liang intended to persist, Wang Yuni, already feeling somewhat apologetic, could no longer contain her emotions and directly refused. Su Liang was taken aback by Wang Yuni's sudden change of heart, momentarily stunned. Unable to vent his frustrations on her, he directed his ire at Yang Yi instead. Junior, as far as I know, the freshmen are supposed to undergo training in the evenings, right? You ought to adhere to the military training instead of wandering off. As the student council president, it is my duty to remind you that the rules must be followed, or the consequences are beyond your capacity to bear. Noting that Su Liang had shifted the conflict onto himself, Yang Yi frowned slightly. This must be a fool. A mere student council president thinks he can provoke me, and dares to threaten me. Little did he know, Yang Yi hardly regarded him with any seriousness, casually replying, Su, the student council president, wields quite a bit of authority, I see. I quite enjoy your frustrated yet helpless demeanor. Yang Yi had always despised such so-called student councils, ostentatious in public, as if they were something remarkable. Come on, Yuni, let us finish our meal so I can head back and rank up. Ignoring the towering Su Liang, Yang Yi took Wang Yuni and headed towards the school exit, leaving Su Liang standing there, his face flushed with anger. Yang Yi, I will make you pay for this. Meanwhile, Yang Yi was walking along a path outside the school with Wang Yuni. Yang Yi, that Su Liang has been pestering me for a while now. I just happened to run into him downstairs, which led to that little scene earlier. Perhaps fearing that Yang Yi would overthink it, Wang Yuni took the initiative to explain Su Liang's situation. I noticed that fool, despite his serious appearance, is nothing more than a simpleton. He thinks being the student council president makes him something special. Yang Yi did not mind having admirers around Wang Yuni. After all, he had already cast his line and would eventually reel her into his pond. So, what shall we eat? The beautiful Wang. As it was Wang Yuni treating, Yang Yi relinquished the decision-making power to her. How about hot pot? After a brief contemplation, the two arrived at a renowned hot pot restaurant. At this hour, the place was bustling with patrons. After placing their orders, they settled at a table to chat. About half an hour later, all the dishes were served. Wang Yuni picked up a drink and invited, Yang Yi, thank you once again for your help. Seeing this, Yang Yi smiled helplessly and took a sip from his drink. It must be said, the flavors at this hot pot restaurant were delightful. They had ordered a spicy broth, and Wang Yuni was soon consuming it with flushed cheeks and beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. As Yang Yi observed Wang Yuni's slightly parted lips, a bold idea momentarily crossed his mind, yet it remained only a thought for now, difficult to act upon. What are you staring at while I eat? Under Yang Yi's gaze, Wang Yuni felt a tinge of shyness. Ever since Yang Yi had stepped up to help her family with Zhao Long's troubles, his figure had unconsciously etched itself in her heart. Now, under his direct stare, she felt a rush of bashfulness. As the ancient said, beauty is a feast for the eyes. I never believed it before, but sitting here with the senior, I find myself devoid of any appetite for the food before me. Perhaps that is the truth. Yang Yi spoke with deep affection, and under the system's scrutiny, Wang Yuni's intimacy with Yang Yi soared from 60 to 70 points. Witnessing Wang Yuni shyly burying her head into her meal, Yang Yi refrained from further teasing, understanding that sometimes moderation is key. Their meal lasted over an hour, and eventually, Yang Yi generously picked up the tab. After all, a great sea king would never allow a mere fish fry to pay. On the way back, Yang Yi and Wang Yuni engaged in various topics, and Yang Yi showcased his proficiency in English, French, and Russian, recently rewarded by the system, earning him a wave of admiration from Wang Yuni. Upon returning to Qin University, the two parted ways, and Yang Yi headed directly toward the boys' dormitory. Just as he turned a corner, a group of over 10 figures approached him with ill intent. Yang Yi glanced over. These individuals were tall and robust, likely athletes accustomed to physical training. Are you Yang Yi? The group spread out, encircling Yang Yi completely, with the leader exuding arrogance, almost as if the word domineering were tattooed across his face. Yang Yi pondered briefly and surmised the unfolding situation. Who else could harbor a grudge against him and enlist the university's athletes to confront him but Su Liang? Just as Yang Yi had deduced, Su Liang, in a fit of rage after witnessing Yang Yi leave with Wang Yuni, had called the head of the student council's sports department, instructing them to teach Yang Yi a lesson, leading to the current scene. Realizing this, Yang Yi decided against being polite, launching a powerful slap that sent the leader of the group flying. How dare you hit me? Brothers, take him down. Zhang Long had not anticipated that Yang Yi would dare to strike back under such circumstances, and was caught off guard, sent sprawling by the unexpected blow. Witnessing this, the rest of the group charged at Yang Yi en masse. Yet, under their assault, Yang Yi remained unperturbed, activating his iron shirt technique. A cold smirk creeping onto his lips. 3 minutes later, all 10 of them lay on the ground, moaning in pain, while Yang Yi casually brushed off his clothes. Not a single capable fighter present. Chapter 52. A public disgrace. Although the retaliation orchestrated by Su Liang did not inflict any substantial harm on Yang Yi, it had certainly managed to provoke his ire. His arrogance and pettiness were glaring. Merely because Yang Yi had dined with Wang Yuni, he arranged for over 10 athletes to block him. Had Yang Yi been an ordinary person, he would undoubtedly have been beaten to a pulp and bedridden for half a month. Yet, such trifles were beneath Yang Ye's concern. After sending a message to his loyal subordinate, Yang Bin, he returned to his dormitory. "Young Master Yi, shall we continue ranking up tonight? Enough. Haven't you seen that young Master Yi has already climbed to Diamond 1? Your skills would only drag him down. Wow, I hadn't noticed. He must be riding a rocket to rank up so quickly. By the way, young Master Yi, Huang Yi asked me to tell you that she has submitted your piano solo for the upcoming event. You should practice more as the welcome party will be the night after military training ends." Upon seeing Yang Yi return, Zhang Jin handed him a bottle of drink and relayed Huang Yi's message. "What is there to practice? It's just about having hands, right?" Yang Yi took a large gulp from the drink in his hand. With the system's assistance, he had already attained master-level piano skills. Handling a welcome party was merely a matter of having hands. However, this statement sparked yet another wave of envy among his roommates. Meanwhile, Zhang Long and the others, bruised and limping, arrived at a late-night eatery. Su Liang had already ordered a lavish spread, a cold smirk playing on his lips. "This is what you get for being arrogant in front of me. Let us see how you fare now." As the group of over 10 approached, Su Liang's smile gradually faded into shock. "What on earth happened to you all?" Looking at the disheveled group, some limping and others with swollen faces resembling pig heads, Su Liang was utterly baffled. "How could a mere freshman take down so many of you? Whose fault do you think this is?" "It's your precious student council president's doing." Zhang Long slammed his palm on the table, causing drinks to splash everywhere. "You said this kid was just an ordinary university student, right? An ordinary student couldn't possibly take down all of us, damn." Due to Su Liang's inaccurate intel, Zhang Long and the others had been thoroughly beaten by Yang Yi, and now they were seething, with Su Liang conveniently standing before them as a target for their ire. "Are you saying that kid took down all of you single-handedly?" Su Liang's mouth hung open in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how Yang Yi had managed to incapacitate Zhang Long and his gang of athletes. "Stop talking nonsense, just pay up. Give us 30,000 for our hospital bills." Initially, Zhang Long had intended to spare Su Liang's feelings, believing that teaching a freshman a lesson would be easy. However, the reality had slapped them hard in the face. Now, with injuries sustained, they naturally required medical expenses, and if not from Su Liang, then from whom? 30,000? Su Liang was utterly stunned. He came from an ordinary family and had only amassed a bit of savings as the student council president over the years. Parting with 30,000 would leave him financially strained. Yet, seeing the fury in Zhang Long's eyes, he dared not refuse, fearing they might turn on him. Ultimately, Su Liang begrudgingly transferred the 30,000 to Zhang Long's WeChat, his anger directed squarely at Yang Yi. In the following 3 days, Yang Yi, alongside Pei Qi and the others, continued to rank up vigorously, and under the generous rewards, their potential was thoroughly unleashed. "Godfather, there's a head, come and take the kill." "How bold, to dare pursue my godfather. Prepare to pay with your life. Godfather, your child is here." At this point, the four had completely succumbed to the pressure of wealth. Should Yang Yi fall into an ambush, they would rush in like madmen to rescue him, immediately transforming into sycophants the moment a kill was secured to end this surge of momentum. Yang Yi had accumulated 10 stars in the king rank, with just 20 more needed to complete his task and earn the grand prize. Just as Yang Yi was about to continue his ascent, his phone rang. It was Zhang Yu calling, and Yang Yi had no choice but to answer. "Hello. Young Master Yi, there's a top-tier auction at Yunshan Club tonight at 8. Are you interested?" "An auction?" "Yes, it's organized by the upper echelons of Qin City and takes place every 3 months. Tonight is the scheduled event. Would you like to attend? What items will be available?" Each session varies. Most attendees come to expand their network, and very few actually purchase items. All right, I'll drop by tonight. It was already 5 in the afternoon. After informing Peichi and the others, Yang Yi logged off. After changing into a casual Armani outfit, he made his way to the parking lot of Chin University. That moment, a streamer was broadcasting live in front of a Bugatti. Folks, do you see this? The world's top supercar, Bugatti. Hey little streamer, step back from that car. If you scratch it, you'll owe a fortune, true. But if the owner takes a liking to the little streamer, it might be a different story. Where is this streamer? How can there be such luxury cars? Anqing, as an outdoor streamer, typically showcased scenery and luxury cars while sharing anecdotes to engage her audience. Today, she was randomly streaming at Chin University and was naturally excited to spot the Bugatti Veyron, rushing to broadcast it. Folks, I'm currently at the parking lot of Chin University. As Anqing continued to interact with her fans, she failed to notice that Yang Yi had approached her. Hey, could you move aside? You're blocking my way. Although this handsome guy was undeniably good-looking, his straightforward approach irked Anqing slightly. You're not blocking my way. We're over a meter apart, and there's a roadway beside us. How could I be blocking you? This method of flirting felt too cliche to Anqing, causing her to mildly lose interest in Yang Yi. The chat in her live stream exploded with comments. I admit he is handsome, but his flirting style is really off. I bet he is about to say something cheesy like, you're blocking my way to your heart. Hilarious. Could it be that this car belongs to him? Shut up, I just checked. This car is over 60 million. Not just anyone can drive it. Handsome guy, if you want my contact, just say so. With your looks, you don't need to do this. Seeing that Yang Yi wasn't leaving and stood there staring at her, Anqing became increasingly convinced he was trying to flirt. Without hesitation, Yang Yi pulled out the car key and pressed it. Instantly, the Bugatti Veyron's lights flashed, and he opened the door and sat inside. In that moment, Anqing felt utterly embarrassed, as if she had been slapped across the face. Her cheeks flushed with heat. Chapter 53. Lin Wanner, can you please step aside now? I'm not trying to embarrass you. I've been standing here in front of the car for a while. I've given you enough face. Yang Yi opened the door and sat inside. Anqing finally snapped out of her daze and quickly retreated. At that moment, her live stream exploded. Wow! Angxia Omei encounters the top wealthy heir of Chin City, only to be hilariously embarrassed. I told you. I suspected this car belonged to someone else, but you all didn't believe me. Angxia Omei, hurry and add his WeChat. This could be your chance to enter the upper class. Don't be shy. If you don't take the initiative, you'll miss out, and that will be regrettable. Angxia Omei, go for it. In an instant, fans flooded the chat with suggestions, urging Anqing to approach Yang Yi. However, Yang Yi offered her no such opportunity, flooring the accelerator and speeding away, leaving Anqing standing there in utter embarrassment. She never expected that the seemingly youthful Yang Yi would be the owner of this 60 million supercar. Half an hour later, Yang Yi parked the car in front of the Yunxiang Club. Such top-tier luxury cars were rare in Chin City, and as soon as Yang Yi parked, a valet rushed over to assist him with parking. Yang Yi initially intended to leave a small tip of a few hundred yuan, but upon checking his pockets, he realized he had no cash on him and had to abandon the idea. Young Master Yi, over here. Zhang Yu and others had already arrived at the first floor of the club, and upon seeing Yang Yi, they immediately stood up and waved. After Yang Yi waved back, he made his way directly to the main hall. This guy looks unfamiliar. How can someone who can afford a top-tier supercar like Bugatti leave no impression on me? He must be acquainted with that Zhang family kid. I should ask him later. This moment, a number of prominent figures from Chin City had gathered in the hall, sizing up Yang Yi's arrival, eager to make connections. Young Master Yi, there will be many young ladies from influential families present today. Don't say I didn't warn you. Wang Gang began with a series of knowing glances, casually adjusting his meticulously styled hair. What's a young lady compared to that? Young Master Yi, I must tell you, even the once famous film star Lin Wanner will be here. If only you know what I mean. Yang Yi was already accustomed to the antics of Wang Gang and Yang Jia. However, his own social circle seemed to lack individuals like them, which made Yang Yi feel a sense of anticipation. You two only know how to focus on that. From what I've heard, this auction is more about the various families discussing how to deal with the emerging underground forces in Chin City. After saying this, Zhang Yu cast a meaningful glance at Yang Yi. Unfortunately, Yang Yi's expression remained inscrutable, revealing no hint of vulnerability. Oh, isn't that Zhang family's second master? Why has the Zhang family sent you to the auction today? Do you have the funds? Just as the conversation was getting lively, An untimely voice interrupted. Zhang Yu's expression darkened in an instant. "Zhou-san, if you keep quiet, no one will mistake you for a mute." Who was this person? Seeing that this individual was ready to confront Zhang Yu, Yang Yi turned to Wang Gang and the others for clarification. "This guy is Zhou Feng, the third in line of the Zhou family, which is also a wealthy family worth over 100 billion. The Zhou family has always been in competition with Zhang Yu's family, so a confrontation was inevitable." Wang Gang whispered to Yang Yi. "I see. As the saying goes, affluent families are rife with disputes. The Zhang and Zhou families are both real estate companies, so conflicts of interest are naturally bound to arise, yet neither side can truly overpower the other, leading to occasional verbal sparring. We'll see whose capabilities shine at this auction. That piece of land in the suburbs is ours." After a few exchanges of banter, Zhou Feng left with a grin, while Zhang Yu's initial enthusiasm waned. The Zhang family also sought to acquire that piece of land, and Zhou Feng's boldness suggested that the Zhou family had made ample preparations, which left Zhang Yu feeling somewhat uncertain. "If you need assistance, feel free to ask, young Master Yu," Yang Yi said calmly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu offered a grateful smile. In recent days, aside from playing games, Yang Yi had been raking in cash through live streams, with his liquid assets reaching a staggering 4 billion yuan. Moreover, just the other day, Yang Bin reported that after fully integrating the resources of Xingyao Club, the assets of the Haizi army now exceeded 10 billion. However, Yang Yi preferred to let Yang Bin manage things independently. The auction was well prepared, with a lavish dinner laid out before the proceedings to facilitate communication among the guests. Having arrived in haste, Yang Yi missed dinner and naturally joined Zhang Yu and the others for a complimentary meal. The group grabbed some steaks and snacks before finding a place to sit. "Look over there. That's Lin Wanner." Shortly after sitting down, Yang Jie set down his utensils and pointed forward to signal Yang Yi. Raising his gaze, Yang Yi saw a stunning figure clad in a dark purple and black evening gown. She stood about 1.68 meters tall, her skin remarkably fair, and her silhouette was strikingly captivating, as if the fabric of her gown could barely contain her form. Compared to other candidates, Lin Wanner appeared particularly alluring, exuding a subtle elegance that perhaps stemmed from her past as a film star. Ding. Successfully bound candidate. Name: Lin Wanner. Height: 168. Attractiveness: 9.3 points. Favorability: 30. Task reward: tenfold cashback on expenses toward the candidate, maximum daily cashback of 100 million. And no cashback after capture. If the candidate's favorability toward the host reaches above 95, a genuine love will be successfully obtained, rewarding a special skill 1, 10 attribute points, and refunding the expenditure. Observing the impressive score of 9.3, Yang Yi couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. This was the highest rating he had encountered among all the candidates he had bound thus far. Gazing at the enchanting Lin Wanner, a smile involuntarily crept onto Yang Ye's lips. "This candidate looks promising. What do you think? I wasn't lying, was I? Isn't she stunning?" Seeing Yang Yi so focused, Yang Jie chimed in. "She is indeed remarkable. She hails from the Lin family in Qin City, which is relatively well off. After rejecting the unspoken rules of investors, she faced ruthless suppression from a top entertainment company in Modu, ultimately returning to Qin City after paying a hefty penalty for breach of contract. It is said that she announced that whoever helps her regain justice and return to the entertainment industry will have her loyalty." Realizing that there had been no applause, Yang Yi agreed with this assessment. "Is there truly no one in Qin City willing to step in?" Wang Gang, intrigued by Yang Jie's narrative, couldn't help but ask. "It's not that simple. She offended the third son of the Zhao family from Modu. No wonder. The Zhao family in Modu is a family with assets exceeding 100 billion. Under Yang Jie's explanation, Yang Ye's interest in Lin Wanner grew deeper, while he didn't feel the need to concern himself with the distant Zhao family for now. Chapter 54. Hardened. During their idle chatter, a middle-aged man in a suit approached the stage. "Good evening, esteemed guests. I am tonight's auctioneer, Gu Yilong. The auction will now officially commence. Please take your seats in an orderly manner." With this announcement, two staff members placed the first auction item on the front display table. The first item up for bid was a limited edition Richard Mille tourbillon watch, starting at a price of 20 million yuan, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increase of 1 million. Let the bidding begin. Richard Mille, a renowned luxury watch brand, is known for its opulence, and the tourbillon is a top-tier limited edition watch within their collection. The starting price of 20 million perfectly aligns with its market value. Although the attendees were all top tycoons from Qin City, spending 20 million on a watch seemed extravagant. The auctioneer, noticing the silence, displayed a hint of disappointment. Could it be that today's auction would end in failure? Everyone present knew that a 20 million watch was only affordable to the wealthiest elite. Just as the auctioneer was about to withdraw the item and present the next one, a calm voice rang out from the crowd. 20 million, I bid. Everyone turned to see Yang Yi, composed, raising his paddle to place a bid. The auctioneer's face lit up with a broad smile, excitedly announcing, VIP number 68 bids 20 million once. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? He quickly scanned the room to see if anyone would counterpoint 20 million twice, 20 million 3 times. Sold. With no further responses, the auctioneer quickly called it sold, fearing Yang Yi might change his mind. After all, each item auction brought him a commission, and selling this 20 million Richard Mille tourbillon would net him at least several 100,000 yuan. The crowd, noticing Yang Ye's purchase of the 20 million watch, cast curious glances in his direction. Even Lin Wanner, seated nearby, regarded him with renewed interest. Young Master Yi, didn't you already acquire a Patek Philippe minute repeater? I think this watch complements my outfit perfectly. Is that the reason? Yang Jie was taken aback by Yang Ye's rationale. Yet, was Yang Yi really buying this watch solely for aesthetics? Clearly not. His intention was to subtly showcase his capabilities to Lin Wanner, laying the groundwork for his next strategy. Esteemed guests, the next auction item is a crystal necklace named Tears of the Angel, crafted by renowned French designer John. It consists of 72 crystals and 36 diamonds. Starting bid, 60 million. Each subsequent bid must be no less than 10 million. 65 million. Women are naturally drawn to glittering items, and among the attendees were numerous affluent ladies. Some wealthy men felt compelled to bid for the sake of domestic harmony. 70 million. The gentleman in seat 26 has bid 70 million. Is there anyone willing to go higher? 80 million. The bid has reached 80 million. Ladies, if you haven't placed your bids yet, you better hurry, or you may miss out. The price for this crystal necklace escalated to 85 million, yet despite the auctioneer's entreaties, few were willing to raise their bids further. After all, spending 85 million on a necklace was an act of extreme luxury. In Chen City, 85 million could purchase a lavish villa. 100 million. Just as the bidding stalled at 85 million, Yang Yi abruptly raised the price to 100 million. My goodness. This necklace has reached 100 million. Who is this young man? After Yang Yi's bid of 100 million, the affluent ladies who had been eager to continue bidding halted when they saw the grim expressions on their husbands' faces. At that moment, curiosity about Yang Yi's identity peaked among the crowd. Is there anyone willing to bid 100 million? The auctioneer was practically beaming, looking at Yang Yi with infinite delight. Today, Yang Yi had become his golden goose. Congratulations to VIP number 68 for successfully acquiring the top-tier necklace, Tears of the Angel. Please have the staff present the necklace to VIP number 68. As no further bids were made, the auctioneer hurriedly called it sold. Knowing that this opportunity could not slip away, and no need to deliver it to me. Just as the staff prepared to bring the necklace over, Yang Yi interjected. Not giving it to you? You've won the auction? Who else would it go to? I understand now. He must be having second thoughts. After all, who in their right mind would spend 100 million on a necklace? The crowd began to label Yang Yi as a pretentious show-off, and Zhou Feng seized the opportunity to mock him. Kid, once something is auctioned off, it's not about whether you want it or not. If you lack the funds, don't pretend to be someone you're not. Do you think the people here are easy to fool? Since Zhou Feng and Zhang Yu were at odds, and Yang Yi mingled with Zhang Yu, he quickly sought to tarnish Yang Yi's reputation. Consequently, the auctioneer's smile faded, but recalling that Yang Yi had just purchased a 20 million watch, he maintained his composure, curious to see how Yang Yi would respond. Previously, there had been others who attempted to show off at auctions, but they paid a heavy price in the end. While the crowd was bewildered, Zhang Yu and his companions remained unfazed. Someone who could casually spend 1.8 billion wooden tea fret over an additional 100 million. They were more curious about Yang Yi's true intentions. Kid, did I hit a sore spot? Just look at your shifty eyes. You can't be a decent person. Zhou-san, mind your language. Zhang Yu and the others quickly reprimanded Zhou Feng. Seeing that he had escalated to personal attacks, this moment, Yang Yi cast a calm glance at Zhou Feng and then addressed the crowd. Which one of you forgot to zip up their pants and is exposing such nonsense? Just because I said I don't want it doesn't mean I can't afford it. What kind of foolishness is this? With Yang Yi's words, Zhang Yu and the others burst into laughter, nearly doubling over. You have to admit, with that oval-shaped head of his, it does resemble something. Young Master Yi is truly something else. The audience found it hard to suppress their laughter, but given the influence of the Zhou family, they restrained themselves, maintaining composure. Zhou Feng felt his face flush with embarrassment as the crowd regarded him with strange expressions. Seizing the moment, Yang Yi gleefully exclaimed, "Look, he is turning red. It's getting hard. Everyone, step back. He might spit. Damn. That is so disgusting." At this moment, under Yang Ye's vivid description, the crowd could no longer contain their laughter. Chapter 55. A clash of wits. Yang Yi hadn't intended to confront Zhou Feng, but since this fool attacked him first, he felt compelled to return the jab. "Kid, don't try to play word games. You haven't clarified your stance on the necklace yet, so don't try to change the subject." Zhou Feng, realizing he was at a verbal disadvantage, redirected the conversation back to the necklace. "Are you an idiot? What would a man do with that necklace? I only said not to give it to me because there's a lady here who deserves it more. Miss Lin, I believe this Tears of the Angel necklace suits your elegance perfectly, so I bid on it directly. I trust you won't refuse. Will you?" Yang Yi, uninterested in Zhou Feng's provocations, slowly stood up, took the necklace from the staff, and unceremoniously presented it to Lin Wana. In that moment, Lin Wana appeared taken aback, while the onlookers were equally astonished. Spending such an amount casually for a woman? Is this how wealth is typically flaunted? Zhang Yu and the others bore expressions of just as expected. Having spent time with Yang Yi, they were gradually becoming desensitized to his actions. At this moment, Lin Wana looked at Yang Yi, her gaze shifting from initial curiosity to contemplation. "Are you certain you want to give this to me?" Lin Wana, a high-quality candidate with a score of 9.3, possessed not only a captivating appearance but also a melodious voice. Such beautiful jewelry deserves to adorn a beautiful lady. With a subtle smile, Yang Yi leaned forward, directly fastening the necklace around Lin Wana's neck. "Damn. Young Master Yi is indeed an expert. He just sealed the deal." Yang Jie and the others envied Yang Ye's boldness in making such an intimate gesture toward Lin Wana. Lin Wana was momentarily stunned by Yang Ye's audacity, but upon seeing his chiseled features and confident smile, she found herself unable to protest, allowing him to place the necklace around her neck. As he fastened the necklace, Yang Ye's hand brushed against Lin Wana's exquisitely smooth skin, eliciting a sensation of unparalleled softness. At that moment, he sensed a tremor from Lin Wana as he touched her neck. With everyone watching, Yang Yi withdrew his hands in a gentlemanly manner, stepping back. "It indeed compliments your elegance." At this moment, the dazzling tears of the angel necklace lay against Lin Wana's fair neck, imparting an air of nobility, making her even more enchanting. "Thank you." Lin Wana quickly grasped Yang Ye's intentions. Having navigated the entertainment industry for years, she understood that there were no free lunches. Moreover, Yang Ye's striking appearance did not repel her. To avoid disrupting the auction's proceedings, Yang Yi added Lin Wana on WeChat before returning to his seat. "Yi Shao. Impressive. Basic skills, no nonsense. Ding. The host has spent 100 million on fish fry. Lin Wana, successfully receiving a refund of 100 million. Please check. Waste of money. You might think it's a small profit, but as the affluent Yang Yi, he definitely won't incur losses." The upcoming auctions mainly consist of antiques and calligraphy, which Yang Yi finds uninteresting. Thus he refrains from participating. As for Zhang Yu and the others beside him, they also hold back. From the beginning, Yang Yi knew Zhang Yu's target was the land on the outskirts of the city. Wasting funds in the early stages would hinder future competition. Dear guests, the next item being auctioned is tonight's grand finale: the development rights to 100 acres of building land in Huaxi Park on the outskirts. Starting at 1.5 billion, with each bid increment not less than 1 million. Please bid. As the auctioneer's voice fell, the wealthy attendees displayed expressions of astonishment. The development rights to 100 acres in Huaxi Park represent a high-end residential project. Securing the land for construction would undoubtedly yield immense profits. In an instant, many were tempted. 16 billion. After a moment of silence, someone began a tentative bid. 17 billion, 18 billion, 19 billion, 20 billion. The bidding continued vigorously, showing no signs of abating. 25 billion. Suddenly, Zhou Feng raised the price by 5 billion, signaling his determination to win. The Zhou family has made their move. It seems we have no chance now. Some smaller families that had just entered the bidding contemplated withdrawing upon seeing the Zhou family's participation. 26 billion. Just as Zhou Feng wore a proud expression, Zhang Yu raised his bidding paddle. Having earned over 2 billion alongside Yang Yi, he returned home, received high praise from his elders, and thus made a point to participate in this auction for the sake of experience. Upon noticing Zhang Yu's engagement, Zhou Feng's face turned cold, and without hesitation, he raised his bidding paddle again to 27 billion, 28 billion. At this moment, others ceased to bid as Zhang Yu and Zhou Feng clashed. The normal price for this land is approximately 30 billion, and with the two competing, the bid had already edged close to that threshold. Zhang Lao, as far as I know, your Zhang family's bottom line is 30 billion. Any excess is currently unattainable for you. I'm bidding 31 billion now. Let us see how you respond. As rivals, both families are aware of each other's capabilities. 30 billion is indeed Zhang's limit. Exceeding that would jeopardize their financial chain, making it a losing game. Upon hearing Zhou Feng raise the price to 31 billion, Zhang Yu's complexion darkened, and he clenched his fists involuntarily. Zhang Lao, are you angry? Ha ha ha. Seeing you struggle under my hand brings me inexplicable joy. Observing Zhang Yu's pallor and his hesitation to continue bidding, Zhou Feng reveled in his triumph, akin to a petty tyrant. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate your participation. It seems this land is destined to enter my Zhou family's possession. However, just as Zhou Feng gloated, Yang Yi slowly lifted his bidding paddle. 31 billion 1 million. Yang Ye's declaration struck like a bolt from the blue, momentarily stunning Zhou Feng. He hadn't anticipated that after defeating Zhang Yu, another contender would emerge. Moreover, Yang Ye's mere increment of 1 million was clearly a provocation. Go ahead and raise your bid. I'll always be 1 million ahead of you. Yang Ye's words landed like a slap, stinging Zhou Feng's pride. 32 billion. Zhou Feng suppressed his inner fury and raised the price by another billion. 32 billion 1 million. As soon as Zhou Feng's voice fell, Yang Yi immediately added another million. At this moment, Zhou Feng was utterly vexed because the Zhou family had set his limit at 32 billion. Are you really trying to oppose me? Enraged, Zhou Feng slammed the table and yelled at Yang Yi. However, Yang Yi chose to ignore him, addressing the crowd instead. Could a kind soul please pull down the zipper and take this fool away? Ultimately, Yang Yi secured the ownership of the 100 acres of land for 32 billion 1 million. After deducting the expenses from tonight's auction, Yang Yi still had over 8 billion in liquid assets remaining. Ding! The cumulative spending of the host has reached 50 billion, triggering an upgrade in the refund amount. The current maximum daily refund limit for each fish fry is raised to 1 billion. An already captured fish fry can be refunded again. Wow, Brother Tong, impressive. Yang Yi had been contemplating that with the current level of spending, the 1 billion maximum refund limit was somewhat inadequate, and the system promptly upgraded. Truly the pinnacle of affluence. Kid, I'll remember you. As the auction concluded, Zhou Feng approached Yang Yi with a sullen demeanor, threatening him with an air of intimidation. You can't talk big. You can't throw money around either. What gives you the authority to threaten me? Is it because of your looks or your flowery words? Do you think I'll tremble at your harsh words? Zhou Feng was left speechless, his lips trembling, unable to articulate his thoughts. At that moment, Zhang Yu felt an immense sense of relief. He understood that Yang Yi didn't need this building. He spent 32 billion to help him vent his frustration and teach Zhou Feng a lesson. Seeing Zhang Yu hesitate, as if words were stuck in his throat, Yang Yi waved his hand and said, "No need for further words, brotherhood is understood. Since I've acquired this project, let us make money together. I propose we each contribute 8 billion for a 25 stake, but you'll be responsible for the development. If it works, we proceed. If not, I'll hand it over to someone else. You shall." Are you sure? Zhang Yu and the others' eyes brightened instantly. They knew this land would undoubtedly be a lucrative project, and the Zhang family could not afford it due to a lack of sufficient liquidity. Do you think I care about this little money? Zhang Yu and his companions had always held Yang Yi in high regard, so Yang Yi generously offered a substantial share of the profits. After all, profits are the best lubricant for relationships. Why Yi Shao, with your move, I'll boldly flip the table at dinner with my family. I'll contact my elders right away. In stark contrast to the excitement of Zhang Yu and his companions, Zhou Feng, left speechless by Yang Yi's retorts, departed gloomily. Suddenly, a graceful figure approached Yang Yi. A faint fragrance enveloped Yang Yi's senses, and upon looking up, he found Lin Wanner standing before him, hands clasped behind her back. Familiar with the situation, Zhang Yu and his companions gave Yang Yi an okay gesture before taking their leave, as they certainly had the presence of mind. Care for a chat? Noticing Yang Yi's prolonged silence, Lin Wanner took the initiative to invite him. All right, Yang Yi was indeed interested in Lin Wanner, so he agreed. The two made their way downstairs through the crowd. Yang Yi brought over his Bugatti and gestured for Lin Wanner to get in. Lin Wanner did not hesitate, opening the door and taking a seat. Until now, I still haven't learned your name. Are you not going to tell me? Lin Warner glanced at Yang Ye's profile, questioning him with a hint of reproach in her tone. To her, this man was shrouded in mystery, an extravagant necklace gifted casually, a land purchase worth billions without a blink, all displayed his formidable strength and background. Yang Yi? Yang Yi? In that moment, Lin Warner's mind raced, yet no matter how she pondered, she could not find a family in Qin City that matched him. Could it be he isn't from Qin City? The Yang family? Could it be the prominent Yang family from the capital? As a former renowned film star, Lin Warner was familiar with the notable families across the nation. Only a scion of the top-tier Yang family from the capital could so casually spin tens of billions. Lin Warner quickly composed herself, conducting her first test. You're not a local of Qin City, are you? Seeing Lin Warner's curious demeanor, Yang Yi couldn't help but ruffle her beautiful hair. To his surprise, Lin Warner did not resist, allowing him to tousle her hair. However, Yang Ye's playful tone caused her cheeks to flush. Over the past 2 years, Lin Warner had grown indifferent to worldly vicissitudes. Young men like Yang Yi, who were willing to spend lavishly, were indeed rare. With the unique aura of the Bugatti, Yang Yi smoothly drove Lin Warner to a designated American CAF at that moment. The CAF was sparsely populated, with only a few patrons enjoying the tranquil night. Upon exiting the car, Lin Warner donned a mask, clearly wishing to avoid being recognized. They found an elegant private room, ordered 2 cups of coffee casually, and sat down. The room was adorned with a warm yellow light, soft and inviting, allowing one to relax easily. Yang Yi reclined comfortably on the sofa, while Lin Warner maintained an elegant posture, seemingly mindful of her image. Soon, the server brought in their coffee. Lin Warner ordered a cappuccino, while Yang Yi opted for an Americano. The server, a foreigner, awkwardly spoke a few clumsy Chinese phrases before looking at them with embarrassment. I'm sorry, I only speak a little Chinese. Witnessing this, Yang Yi offered an understanding smile. He then proceeded to converse fluently in American English with the server. Lin Warner had naturally learned English during her acting career and was quite proficient. Yet hearing Yang Ye's fluent American English brought a look of surprise to her face. I didn't expect your English to be so good. Have you spent some time abroad? After the server left, Lin Warner gazed at Yang Yi curiously, as if she had discovered a treasure. I'm currently a freshman at Qin University. I've only practiced English for a couple of days on a whim. Just practiced for a couple of days? I can't believe that. Lin Warner was skeptical of Yang Ye's claim of merely practicing for a couple of days. After all, such a pure accent couldn't be acquired without years abroad. Don't believe me? Yang Yi then dazzled her with a display of fluent French and Russian. I happened to develop an interest in English, French, and Russian recently, so I just practiced casually. Isn't that normal? Hearing Yang Yi speak perfect French and Russian, Lin Warner appeared utterly astonished. Could this be the essence of genius? This CAF serves excellent coffee. You should give it a try. Feeling somewhat defeated, Lin Warner forced a change of topic. For continuing to converse with Yang Yi about languages would only deepen her sense of inferiority, unaware that Yang Yi was an exceptional talent. Yang Yi, why did you gift me this necklace? After a moment of sitting in silence, Lin Warner voiced her curiosity regarding that date. In response, Yang Yi smiled lightly, setting down his coffee, fixing his gaze on Lin Warner's exquisite features, and slowly replied, throughout history, a hero deserves a fine sword, and treasures should naturally accompany beauties. That's not what I meant. You know what I'm asking. Seeing that Yang Yi didn't get to the point, Lin Warner pressed further. She vaguely sensed that Yang Yi might have feelings for her, but having offended the Zhao family in the magic capital, she felt it necessary to clarify her position. Moreover, she held some private thoughts. If Yang Yi truly hailed from the Yang family in the capital, she might have a chance to escape the Zhao family's oppression. Not waiting for Lin Warner to respond, Yang Yi stood up, fixing his gaze intently on her face. I heard you offended the Zhao family in the magic capital. Yang Yi did not directly answer Lin Warner's question, but instead posed a counter-question. Without waiting for Lin Warner to reply, he moved closer, gently grasping her chin. I'm quite interested in your previous story. Following that, his gaze dropped slightly, and he smirked. I'm even more interested in you. At Yang Yi's bold approach, Lin Warner's body shivered. She hadn't expected him to be so daring. Yet, for some reason, she didn't feel repulsed, but rather stirred with excitement. Speak up. I won't allow anyone to suppress the woman I like. At that moment, Yang Yi exuded the aura of a domineering CEO, taking control of the conversation. Upon Yang Yi's candid declaration, Lin Warner felt a twinge of sweetness. He indeed had feelings for her. I was developing my career at a major entertainment company in the Magic Capital. Initially, everything was going smoothly until one day they wanted to introduce me to the real power holder of the company. Zhao Tai, the third son of the Zhao family. At that time, my career was at its peak, and since Zhao Tai treated women as mere commodities, many stars were passed around as gifts to business partners once he grew tired of them. So I rejected his unspoken rules. Lin Warner revealed a bitter smile. It was only then she realized that, in the face of capital, stardom meant nothing. And then, regarding the darkness of the entertainment industry, Yang Yi had heard rumors but had not yet encountered it so deeply. The entertainment company first put me on ice, then hired online trolls to defame me. Under the Zhao family's pressure, I had to pay a hefty penalty to return to Qian City. However, the Zhao family was relentless, along with local forces like the Zhou family, targeting my Lin family. Ultimately, my father had to sell off the family business, retaining only a portion of the funds to make a comeback. At this point, Lin Warner's eyes turned red. She loathed Zhao Tai for ruining her career and felt even more resentment for dragging her family into the fray. Upon hearing this, Yang Ye's gaze gradually turned cold. The Zhao family's actions were indeed excessive. I heard that if I help you regain justice and return to the entertainment industry, you'd be willing to offer yourself in return? Yang Yi gazed intently at Lin Warner, speaking with a hint of teasing. Indeed, I did say that before. Lin Warner didn't feel repulsed by Yang Yi. However, which woman doesn't harbor dreams of love? Yang Yi's words implied a transactional nature between them, inevitably leaving her feeling somewhat disheartened. Ding? The fish fry Lin Warner's affection for the host dropped from 60 points to 40 points. At a critical moment, the system's notification chimed in. Yang Yi looked at Lin Warner, who was smiling at him, and recalled the recent drop in intimacy. The system doesn't lie, so it must be that his previous words stirred strong aversion within her. Women are inherently sensitive. Lin Warner had bravely refused Zhao Tai precisely because he viewed her as a commodity. Yang Ye's previous behavior led Lin Warner to mistakenly perceive it as a transaction, hence the sharp decline in intimacy. Realizing this, Yang Yi quickly adjusted his demeanor, retracting his outstretched hand, and earnestly stated, "If I were to act according to your perspective, what difference would it make from a transaction? The woman I desire, I will cherish and treat with care, rather than merely employing methods to obtain her body. What I seek is a heartfelt connection of mutual concern." After speaking, Yang Yi gazed gently at Lin Warner, casually smoothing the 2 strands of hair she had let fall. At this moment, Lin Warner felt as though her mind had been struck by lightning, instantly blanking out as Yang Ye's words resonated deeply within her heart. It turned out he was not the person she had misunderstood. Noticing a subtle change in Lin Warner's expression, Yang Yi realized his words had made an impact, prompting him to continue his discourse. "Just now, I transferred 25 of that piece of land to you, while the remaining 75 will be equally divided among the Zhang, Wang, and Yang families. You 4 families will collaborate on the development. With their alliance, I believe the Zhao family in the distant Magic City will be unable to halt the resurgence of your Lin family. Furthermore, I happen to own a company named Tianma Film and Television Media. I will initially invest 1 billion as the first phase of funding to develop you, and I will continue to increase the investment until you reach your pinnacle once again. Why are you being so good to me?" Lin Warner, who had long since seen through the world's vicissitudes, felt a profound warmth from Yang Yi at that moment. She sensed that every aspect he mentioned was actionable and not mere empty talk. "I have a flaw. Once I decide on a woman, I will pamper her with all my might." Yang Yi embodied the archetype of a domineering CEO, dismantling Lin Warner's fragile emotional defenses with an unwavering yet caring approach. At that moment, Lin Warner gazed at Yang Yi with a hint of tenderness in her eyes. This man not only possessed an intimidating background and formidable strength, but was also exceptionally talented, fluent in English, French, and Russian. Most importantly, he regarded her as a person rather than an object, genuinely considering her needs. A true treasure of a man. With this thought, Lin Warner couldn't help but lift her gaze to Yang Ye's handsome visage, only to feel a wave of shyness wash over her, causing her cheeks to flush involuntarily. Ding! Lin Warner's affection for the host increased from 40 points to 80 points. Upon hearing this, Yang Yi noticed Lin Warner's slightly reddened face, and a satisfied smile crept onto his lips. Chapter 58. Tianma Film and Television Media Company. Come on, let me take you home. From Lin Warner's earlier reaction, Yang Yi understood that he could not rush things. He needed to play the long game. Just as Lin Warner was contemplating how to interact with Yang Yi, his voice broke her reverie. What, can't bear to part with me? Yang Ye's teasing caused Lin Wanner's delicate features to flush crimson once again. Seeing this, Yang Yi couldn't help but chuckle, standing up to open the door with a gentlemanly demeanor, holding it for Lin Wanner. The 16th rule of the Sea King. A qualified Sea King must pay attention to the details in life. By coincidence, Lin Wanner also resided in the Yunshang Villa district. Yang Yi drove his Bugatti directly to Yunshang, where Lin Wanner lived in Villa 009, just a few rows of houses away from his Villa 001. Would you like to come up for a glass of water? Currently, Lin Wanner's feelings towards Yang Yi were quite complex, yet she felt their time together was too brief, and a certain reserve was still necessary for a lady. Out of politeness, after some hesitation, Lin Wanner invited Yang Yi in a voice barely above a whisper. Being an experienced man, Yang Yi recognized Lin Wanner's current state. One could not rush into things. Thus, he responded to her invitation, "Does your cat do backflips?" "Ah, I don't have a cat." Lin Wanner hadn't expected Yang Yi to ask such a question, momentarily struggling to follow his train of thought. "You want me to come up without a cat that does backflips? Seriously? Let's go." Yang Yi playfully brushed his fingers against Lin Wanner's nose, then swiftly entered the car and drove off, leaving Lin Wanner bewildered on the spot. After a moment, Lin Wanner realized Yang Yi had made an excuse to avoid going upstairs, sparing her from embarrassment. A smile involuntarily crept onto her lips at his quirky yet considerate behavior. What an interesting man. Meanwhile, Yang Yi drove directly to Villa 001. He opened the door. He found Lu Xiaoyu standing at the entrance in a pink bunny pajama, her eyes still slightly bleary. Without waiting for Yang Yi to respond, she wrapped her arms around his neck. Yang Yi felt a rush of softness as Lu Xiaoyu lunged at him. Seeing this, he couldn't help but smile genuinely, embracing the lovely girl as they stepped into the villa. "What brings you here tonight?" After snuggling for a while in Yang Ye's embrace, Lu Xiaoyu nestled against him, her face radiating bliss. "I attended an auction tonight and thought I would come over to discuss the film company's matters." "Film company?" "Yes, I currently have a Tianma film and television media company valued at 50 million. I mentioned your future development to you before, and now I'm here to seek your opinion." Yang Ye's words warmed Lu Xiaoyu's heart. She hadn't expected this man to care for her so much, turning a casual mention into reality just a few days later. "But I have no relevant experience." Although she had been eager to enter the film industry, now that the moment had arrived, Lu Xiaoyu felt a hint of nervousness. "Don't worry. I've arranged for a mentor to guide you. I will initially invest 1 billion to develop both of you." Yang Ye's decision to place Lin Wanner and Lu Xiaoyu together in Tianma Entertainment was well thought out. Lu Xiaoyu, as a newcomer, lacked experience, while Lin Wanner could perfectly complement her shortcomings. As for any potential rivalry between the two, Yang Yi was unconcerned. Both understood that they could not rely solely on one opportunity. He would ensure they received everything they deserved, instilling a sense of urgency that would stimulate their vitality. "I'll follow your lead." In Lu Xiaoyu's eyes, Yang Yi had already given her enough, and his arrangements were quite reasonable. She felt she only needed to focus on her responsibilities without overthinking the rest. "Do you really mean you'll do everything I say?" This section is omitted for brevity. The next day at noon, Yang Yi began searching for information regarding Tianma Film and Television Media Company in his mind. Tianma Film and Television Media Company, located in Qian City Film City, currently employs 50 staff and is managed by top executive Li Jia. Instantly, information about the media company and executive Li Jia flooded Yang Ye's mind. He took out his phone and called Li Jia as per the system's prompts. After 3 rings, a competent female voice answered. "Hello. This is Yang Yi." Due to the system, Li Jia was already aware of Yang Ye's existence, so he introduced himself promptly to Mr. Yang. "This is Li Jia. How may I assist you?" Upon hearing Yang Ye's voice, Li Jia was momentarily taken aback, but her high professionalism enabled her to quickly regain composure. "I'll be coming to the company this afternoon. Please wait for me and prepare a few contracts." "Understood, Mr. Yang." After giving her instructions, Yang Yi hung up the phone. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu, who had been worn out by Yang Yi all night, slowly opened her eyes, looking at him with fatigue. "Did I wake you?" Yang Yi gently brushed Lu Xiaoyu's hair back and pulled her into his embrace. Lu Xiaoyu shook her head slowly, leaning against him, savoring the rare tranquility. Suddenly, a mischievous smile appeared on her lips. "Woman, you're playing with fire." Noticing that Yang Yi was proficient in English, French, and Russian, Lu Xiaoyu proactively engaged in in-depth language lessons with him. Their discussions proved highly beneficial for her. Chapter 59. Company transfer at noon. Yang Yi took Lu Xiaoyu to a nearby Western restaurant for a casual meal. Watching Lu Xiaoyu struggle to chew on a piece of steak, her cheeks puffing out, Yang Yi couldn't help but laugh. "Dio, you know what this is called. You're both inexperienced and playful." "Ha ha ha." In contrast, Lu Xiaoyu shot him an annoyed look, pinching his waist with her right hand. "That's what you get for laughing." Ouch. Yang Yi, with his extraordinary physique, was hardly affected, but to appease Lu Xiaoyu's discontent, he pretended to cooperate. "Humph. Just wait and see if you dare to tease me again." Seeing Yang Yi jump around, Lu Xiaoyu wore a satisfied smile as she sought a sense of achievement in this playful exchange. During this time, Yang Yi made calls to Lin Wanner and Zhang Yu, instructing them to arrive at Tianma Film and Television Media Company by 3 o'clock that afternoon. He had no time to waste on this matter and intended to resolve it all at once. At 2 o'clock, Yang Yi arrived at Tianma Film and Television Media Company, holding Lu Xiaoyu's hand. "Hello, whom are you looking for?" The receptionist greeted Yang Yi and Lu Xiaoyu warmly upon their arrival. "I'm looking for Li Jejia." Since the employees were unaware of Yang Ye's true identity as the actual owner, he got straight to the point. "Dio, you have an appointment. Our manager has an important client to meet this afternoon and may not be available." Li Yin, the receptionist, was responsible for reception duties. Seeing the extraordinary aura of Yang Yi and Lu Xiaoyu, she patiently inquired. "Tell her my surname is Yang. She will know who I am." Yang Yi was pleased with Li Yan's diligence. The efficiency of a company could often be gauged by such details. As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, a tall, well-dressed woman in professional attire hurried out from inside the company, the sound of her high heels echoing against the floor. "I apologize, Mr. Yang. I was discussing the company's development strategy and didn't realize you had arrived. I'm sorry." The newcomer was none other than the highly regarded executive Li Jejia, who, upon hearing the commotion at the entrance, rushed out. "It's fine. I didn't call you. Let's focus on development." As Yang Yi responded, he assessed the system's designated high-ranking manager. At this moment, Li Jejia, dressed in a black professional outfit, exuded competence. Standing at approximately 1.75 meters, her height was accentuated by her high heels, making her appear quite tall and striking. Ding. Senior Executive Li Jejjia's affection for the host is 60, loyalty 100. Although the system did not provide a rating for Li Jejjia, Yang Yi, an experienced observer, estimated her rating to be around 9.0. System, what does a loyalty rating of 100 mean? A loyalty rating of 100 signifies her absolute loyalty to the host, with no hint of resistance or betrayal. In simple terms, the host can command her as they wish. You understand? Wow. What do you mean by that? As if I have ulterior motives. Li Jejjia and the others were unaware of Yang Ye's conversation with the system. "Let's go inside and talk." Yang Yi, eager to learn more about his film company, led Lu Xiaoyu inside. Li Jejjia promptly took a step forward, providing Yang Yi with detailed explanations. "Mr. Yang, this is our directing team. Over there is the filming crew, and those are the props and costume departments." As Li Jejjia introduced the company, Yang Yi and Lu Xiaoyu gained a preliminary understanding of Tianma Film and Television Media Company. The three then moved to the meeting room, where Li Yin prepared several cups of tea for them. At this point, Yang Yi took the opportunity to closely observe Li Jejjia. At approximately 25 or 26 years of age, she had shoulder-length hair and wore a deep V black outfit, with a dark pencil skirt accentuating her long, fair legs. "Mr. Yang, what do you think of the place?" "Not bad, very bright, and the design is appealing. I just wonder what the material feels like." At this moment, Yang Yi was mentally evaluating Li Jejjia, and upon hearing her question, he instinctively voiced his thoughts. "Huh?" Li Jejjia was taken aback by Yang Ye's response, her face flushing as she struggled to find a way to continue the conversation. It was evident to anyone that Li Jejjia was inquiring about the company, while Yang Yi had completely sidestepped the topic. "Could you be a bit more serious?" Seeing Li Jejjia frozen in awkwardness, Lu Xiaoyu shot Yang Yi a glare. As an experienced man, Yang Yi remained unfazed, adhering to his principle that if he was not embarrassed, the awkwardness would fall on others. "I was talking about the company. The lighting throughout is excellent, the bright white walls catch the eye, and the distinctive features are prominently displayed, though I haven't touched the materials yet, so I'm unsure about them." The two women, witnessing Yang Ye's forced explanation, could only inwardly marvel at his resilience. "Where are the contracts I asked you to prepare? Li Yin, please hurry and bring over the contracts you printed at noon." In no time, several contracts were placed on the coffee table. Yang Yi grinned and pulled Lu Xiaoyu closer, addressing Li Jejjia. "From now on, she will be the boss of the company, and all decisions will be made by her. You just need to guide her well." While Yang Yi was joking, he did not forget the day's business and formally transferred the company to Lu Xiaoyu's name. As she gazed at the transfer contract, Lu Xiaoyu felt as if she were living in a dream. She now owned luxury cars and villas, and had become the boss of a multi-million-dollar film company. I plan to invest $1 billion to get you started. And if that's not enough, I will provide more later. $1 billion? Yang Ye's statement astonished both women, as the company's total value was only $50 million. An additional $1 billion would elevate the company to a whole new level. The contract just signed transfers 20 of the shares to your name. You two will work together to make the company thrive. Even though Li Jiejie was a talent match by the system with a loyalty rating of 100, Yang Yi still transferred 20 of the shares to her name. Realizing that motivating people required more than just promises, Li Jiejie felt a warmth in her heart at Yang Ye's initial generosity, as she hadn't expected to receive 20 of the shares upon their first meeting. Considering Yang Ye's promised $1 billion investment, her 20 stake was worth 200 million in an instant. Her gaze toward Yang Yi sparkled with newfound admiration. Chapter 60. The Alliance of Four Ding. Successfully bound fish FRY. Name. Li Jiejie. Height. 168 cm. Attractiveness. 9.0. Affection. 60. Loyalty 100. Can be commanded at will. Task reward. Tenfold cashback on expenses for the fish fry. Maximum cashback of 1 billion per day. When the fish fry's affection for the host reaches above 95, a sincere love will be rewarded, along with a special skill 10 attribute points, and a refund of the expenditure. Ding. The fish fry Li Jiejie was touched by the host's actions. Loyalty surpassed 100, and she will unconditionally execute the host commands. Wow, is there such an operation? Yang Yi had not anticipated that in his efforts to motivate his employees, he would inadvertently break through Li Jiejie's loyalty threshold. Perhaps this was the unintentional result of nurturing relationships. Just as the three were engaged in conversation, Lin Wanner and Zhang Jin arrived at Tianma Film and Television Media Company. Isn't that the famous film star Lin Wanner? Wow, she is even more stunning in person than on television. Is she coming to our company to shoot a film? Today, Lin Wanner is adorned in a pure white Chanel ensemble, elegantly complemented by the tears of an angel necklace gifted by Yang Yi last night. With every graceful movement, she exudes a captivating charm, radiating a queenly aura. Zhang Yu and his companions trail behind her, their faces alight with excitement. After discussing matters with their families last night, they received overwhelming approval from their elders. The land in Yang Ye's possession resembles a hen that lays golden eggs. Although each family holds only a quarter of the shares, the risk is thus mitigated. With their family's strong backing, these individuals have taken full responsibility for advancing the project, swiftly elevating their status within their households. Consequently, they have grown increasingly appreciative of Yang Ye's friendship. Everyone, come and sit. Under Yang Ye's attentive care, Lin Wanner confidently takes a seat beside him, flanked by Lu Xiaoyu. Zhang Yu and the others settle onto the opposite sofa. Yi Xiao, thanks to your support, our brothers are now thriving at home. Yang Jie exclaims, his excitement evident as he recounts the stark contrast in his family's treatment of him since he returned home. Yesterday, after mentioning the real estate project, my father nearly lit a cigarette for me. The exuberance in his tone is palpable. Zhang Yu and the others chime in, Yi Xiao, from now on, we're sticking with you. All right, enough of this banter. I've invited you here to sign the contract, Yang Yi interjects, waving a hand to halt the frivolity. He picks up his tea, takes a sip, and turns his gaze to the group. I've entrusted that portion to Wanner, and the subsequent development will be a collaborative effort among your four families. I won't interfere. Yang Yi adopts the demeanor of a hands-off manager, announcing his decision to pass his shares to Lin Wanner. Although Zhang Yu and the others are somewhat frivolous, they are astute enough to grasp Yang Ye's intentions. He seeks to unite their families to assist the Lin family in rising again. If only one family were involved, they would surely tread cautiously, but with three families joining forces, their apprehensions dissipate. Yi Xiao, I have no objections. I can represent the Zhang family in this. I'm on board too. Count me in. Excellent. The relevant contracts are here. Please review them and sign. Yang Yi gestures towards the documents on the coffee table. With Yang Yi as the intermediary, the group begins discussing the project's future development. Zhang Yu and the others contact their families, transferring the shared investment of 800 million into Yang Ye's account. Lu Xiaoyu and Lin Wanner seem to share an unspoken understanding, each discreetly assessing the other. Lu Xiaoyu never intended to monopolize Yang Yi, yet she is astonished that he could indeed attract such a renowned actress as Lin Wanner. Meanwhile, Lin Wanner scrutinizes Lu Xiaoyu. She has always known that a man like Yang Yi could never be tied to a single woman. Having experienced the world's vicissitudes, she sees through the situation clearly, especially since nothing has transpired between her and Yang Yi, thus as a master of relationships. Yang Yi understands the importance of establishing boundaries now to avoid future complications. You two, follow me. Leading the way, Yang Yi guides Lu Xiaoyu and Lin Wanner into a private room. Taking a deep breath, he observes the smiling faces before him and states, I do not wish to deceive you nor conceal the truth. Xiaoyu is my woman and Wanner. You hold significance as well. Yang Yi continues, I have no concerns regarding Xiaoyu, but I must address you. Wanner, as I mentioned to Xiaoyu, I will always care for my women, but I cannot be bound to just one. Liu Xiaoyu feels no aversion to Yang Ye's words, and Lin Wanner is taken aback by his candor. Yet, it is precisely this honesty that eases her defenses. Over the years, I have come to understand many things. You could have easily secured my affection under the terms I proposed, yet you chose to be forthright, and I must admit, I find that quite touching. An exceptional man cannot possibly have only one woman, but I hope you will treat me as you promised. Lin Wanner realizes that from the moment Yang Yi facilitated the alliance with the Zhang, Wang, and Li families, she was destined to be entwined with him. Moreover, Yang Yi is indeed remarkable, and she harbors no aversion towards him, so she accepts this reality. Subsequently, Lu Xiaoyu and Lin Wanner each take hold of one of Yang Ye's arms and rejoin Zhang Yu and the others. Am I dreaming? This is the pinnacle of romance. Zhang Yu and his companions are utterly astonished, unable to fathom how Yang Yi has managed to have both Lu Xiaoyu and Lin Wanner coexist harmoniously. They can't help but express their admiration for him. Seeing their reaction, Yang Yi chuckles. He hadn't anticipated this outcome, but with great power comes great responsibility. Ultimately, Lin Wanner represents the Lin family, while Zhang Yu and his companions sign on behalf of their respective families. This contract not only signifies the future operations of the land, but also represents the alliance of the four families. Meanwhile, Yang Yi calmly observes the proceedings. Zhang Yu and his friends, eager to report back to their elders, depart swiftly. As the owner of Tianma Film and Television Media Company, Lu Xiaoyu remains behind to discuss future developments with Li Zhejia and Lin Wanner. Bored, Yang Yi wanders the company, seeking someone to chat with. Chapter 61. An unexpected reunion this afternoon. Overwhelmed by boredom, Yang Yi decides to engage in a 5-game winning streak with Pei Qi and the others. Nearing the completion of his goal of achieving 30 stars in the king rank. In high spirits, Yang Yi rewards each of the four with an additional 100,000 yuan as a bonus. Overcome with excitement, Pei Qi and the others momentarily lose their composure, dropping their phones and performing a celebratory gesture. We bow to you, our esteemed father. This leaves Yang Yi feeling quite awkward at that moment. Lu Xiaoyu and the others finish their discussion and approach Yang Yi, chatting and laughing. Noticing them, Yang Yi puts away his phone and greets them with a smile. Let us go out to celebrate this joyful occasion with a meal. The three women readily accept Yang Yi's invitation. After all, they are all close to him and will inevitably need to collaborate in the future. Lin Wanner drives a Porsche Panamera, suitable for 4 passengers. Engrossed in conversation, the three women pile into Lin Wanner's car, leaving Yang Yi to drive his Bugatti alone. Under Lin Wanner's guidance, they arrive at a private restaurant in the city center called Yayunju. According to Lin Wanner, the chef here is a former palace master renowned for his exceptional culinary skills, capable of preparing even a full Manchu Han banquet with ease. The restaurant's decor is styled in an antiquated manner, evoking a sense of temporal elegance. At this hour, the dining area is bustling with patrons. However, Lin Wanner, leveraging her VIP privileges, manages to secure a private room. Yang Yi. Just as they are about to enter, a voice calls out from behind. Yang Yi turns to see a familiar face, and a smile instantly brightens his features. Old Xie. The one calling him is none other than his high school best friend, Xie Qing. What a surprise! At first, I couldn't be sure seeing you surrounded by 3 stunning beauties, but it's truly you. After confirming Yang Yi's identity, Xie Qing approaches with a wide grin, playfully punching Yang Yi on the chest. It's been ages. Ever since you transferred to Qin City, it must have been over 2 years. Xie Qing comes from a well-off family and had looked out for Yang Yi during high school, but after transferring to Qin City in his 2nd year, they lost contact. One of life's greatest joys is encountering an old friend in a foreign land, and Yang Yi feels genuinely delighted to see Xie Qing here. What brings you out for a meal with friends today? Given that both he and Yang Yi are now freshmen, and noticing the professional demeanor of Lu Xiaoyu and the others, especially Li Zhejia, who appears to be a strong career woman, Xie inquires out of curiosity. Just out for a meal. Why don't you join us? Yang Yi, feeling comfortable with his old friend, extends an invitation for him to dine with them. I have a friend with me. The restaurant is so popular that I'm here to queue up, Xie explains. Perfect timing, we have room. Having not seen Xie in such a long time, Yang Yi looks forward to catching up. All right, then I'll graciously accept, but I'll cover the bill. Unaware of Yang Ye's newfound prosperity, Xie, who remembers Yang Ye's family as ordinary, insists on treating, thinking it will relieve some financial burden from Yang Yi. Yang Yi understands Xie intentions, recalling how he used to discreetly pay for their outings in high school, often bringing gifts from home. 2 years later, seeing Xie continued kindness touches Yang Ye's heart, and he embraces him as they head to the private room. Moments later, they enter a lavishly appointed private chamber. Xie initially thought they would be dining in the main hall, not realizing they had reserved a top-tier room. As one of the finest private dining establishments in Qian City, Xie knows that securing a room during peak hours requires connections. He had come to Yayunju primarily to treat his newly dating girlfriend. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen such an expensive venue, as dining here could easily cost over 100,000 yuan. His family runs a small business in Qian City, earning about 4 to 5 million annually, making such extravagance unsustainable. Old Xie, call your friend. Let us start ordering with that. Yang Yi hands the menu to Lin Wanner and the others, knowing she is familiar with the restaurant's specialties. It is only at this moment that Xie notices the 3 stunning women accompanying Yang Yi, each a goddess in her own right, a rare sight indeed. Old Xie, hurry and call your friend over. I'm starving after a long day, prompted by Yang Yi. Xie takes out his phone and steps outside to make a call. Hey babe, I've reserved a table at Yayunju with a few friends. Come over quickly. 3 minutes later, Xie returns to the private room, where he finds Yang Yi engaged in lively conversation with the 3 women, making them laugh heartily. Yang Yi, aren't you going to introduce these 3 beauties? Oh, I've been so caught up chatting with you all. Yang Yi first introduces Xie to the 3 women before introducing Lu Xiaoyu and the others to him. This is Xiaoyu, Wanner, and Zhejia. They're currently busy with a film and television media company. The 3 women smile and nod in acknowledgement of Xie. From Yang Ye's earlier demeanor, they recognize Xie holds a significant place in his life. So they treat him with respect. Look at you, surrounded by 3 goddesses. You're really living the life. Xie teases, clearly noting the complex relationships between Yang Yi and the women. I'm just a freshman at Qin University, biding my time. Yang Yi replies casually. Do you remember Wu Yong from our class? That guy who used to just play online. He has hit it big in the past 2 years with some cryptocurrency, and now he is worth millions, living quite lavishly in Qian City. After chatting for a while, Xie begins to share news about their old acquaintances in Qian City. Cryptocurrency? Oh, right, that's some kind of online currency that's really valuable now. Upon hearing this, Yang Yi's eyes light up. He has been contemplating how to explain to his parents that he has earned money to improve their lives, and Xie mention of cryptocurrency presents a perfect opportunity. Would you believe me if I said I've also invested heavily in cryptocurrency? Seriously? Guess. Just as they are engrossed in conversation, a commotion erupts from outside the room. Hearing this, Xie stands up from his chair, opens the door and rushes out. Chapter 62. Are you brave enough to accept? Seeing this, Yang Yi informs the 3 women before following Xie outside. When he steps out of the private room, he finds Xie grappling with 2 men, while a girl stands behind him, her eyes red with tears. Among the assailants, one, a spoiled rich kid, clutches his face and hurls insults. Beat him to a pulp. How dare you lay a hand on me? Not only will you pay, but your woman will also suffer. Yang Yi's blood boils at the sight, and Xie, consumed by rage, kicks the rich kid in the stomach. However, he is quickly retaliated against, falling to the ground as one of the others grabs a chair to strike him. Standing at around 6 feet tall, the assailant swings the chair with full force. If it connects, Xie would surely be injured. Ah! The girl screams in terror. The surrounding patrons gasp in shock, knowing that a chair to the head could result in a gruesome scene. Only the rich kid, who had been kicked away, smirks. Smash it. How dare you touch me, Wang Bin? You must not know the power of the Wang family in Qian City. Amidst the onlookers, the chair hurtles through the air towards Xie. Having just been knocked down, Xie is gasping for breath, unable to evade the impending blow. and can only close his eyes in despair, not solely from the threat of the chair, but from the mention of the Wang family. Bang! The anticipated bloodshed does not occur. In the moment before the chair strikes Xie Qing, Yang Yi lunges forward, using his remarkable physical prowess to grasp the swinging chair with one hand. The assailant, taken aback by Yang Ye's intervention, instinctively pulls harder, but no matter how much he struggles, he cannot budge Yang Yi an inch, courting death. Wang Bin, enraged by Xie Qing's earlier kick, sees Yang Yi intervening and rushes forward with his accomplice to confront him. Yang Yi's eyes narrow as he swiftly kicks the man holding the chair away, effectively blocking their path. He then pulls Xie Qing to his feet. What happened? At this point, Xie Qing has calmed down, realizing the Wang family's formidable reputation makes them not worth crossing. Yang, their identities are not trivial. Don't get involved. Let me handle this. Xie Qing is well aware of the Wang family's influence in Qin City and wishes to protect Yang Yi from the fallout. You, tell me what transpired. Yang Yi turns to the girl, his expression serious, radiating an undeniable aura. Under his gaze, the girl struggles to maintain her composure, her voice trembling. When I entered, I happened to encounter them. They approached me, but I ignored them. I never expected they would try to force me into their room. In the struggle, I slapped one of them, and that S when Xie Qing came out. After speaking, the girl immediately begins to straighten Xie Qing's clothing, checking for any injuries. At this moment, Yang Yi pieces together the events leading up to this confrontation. Wang Gongzi, let us settle this matter fairly, don't involve my friend. I leave his fate in your hands. Before Yang Yi could utter a word, Xie Qing stepped forward, eager to shoulder all responsibilities. Observing this, Yang Yi could only shake his head in resignation. Xie Qing remained as righteous as ever. Humph. Now you realize your mistake? Let me tell you, it's too late. Unless you and that brat immediately kneel and bow to me 3 times, and ensure your girlfriend obediently follows me tonight, I might consider sparing you. Upon hearing this, Xie Qing's expression darkened instantly, his fists clenched tightly, trembling with fury. Wang Xiao, you have gone too far. At that moment, Xie Qing glared coldly at Wang Bin, disregarding the influential figures behind him, resembling an enraged lion ready to pounce for a fatal confrontation. Gone too far? Let me tell you, in the face of absolute power, you cannot stir up any storm. Try to make a move and I assure you, not only will you be finished, but those two will share the same fate. Wang Bin's arrogance reached its peak, fully showcasing his tyrannical demeanor. Just as the tension escalated, the manager of Yayunju approached, wearing a smile as he addressed Wang Bin. Wang Xiao, grant me some favor. It's not easy for me to conduct business here. Upon seeing the newcomer, Wang Bin's expression softened slightly. This man was Liu Dao, the owner of Yayunju, who, as rumored, had a past in the underworld, wielding a kitchen knife from East Street to West Street, earning him fame and a certain level of influence in Qin City. Fine, since Boss Liu has stepped in, I must show some courtesy. However, those two had just attacked me. They must receive some punishment. If they both kneel and bow 3 times, we can let this matter go. Seeing Wang Bin take a step back, Liu Dao felt there was little more he could say. After all, these aristocratic heirs valued their reputation. It was enough that he could mediate to this extent. All right, I'll kneel. My brother and I will kneel together. With the mention of his girlfriend no longer on the table, Xie Qing gritted his teeth and stood up. He dared not offend Wang Bin, for with just a slight use of his family's connections, Wang Bin could ruin the business his family had built over the years in Qin City. At that moment, Yang Yi could no longer bear to watch. He seized the disheartened Xie Qing, casting a cold gaze at Wang Bin as he spoke. I dare to kneel. Will you dare to accept? A joke. You think I'd be afraid to accept your bowing? You must have lost your mind. Ha ha ha. The 2 men accompanying Wang Bin couldn't help but laugh. Witnessing this, Yang Yi let out a cold sneer, his gaze toward Wang Bin growing increasingly frigid. Call Wang Gang and tell him I, Yang Yi, am bowing to you. Can your Wang family handle it? You know my elder brother? Yang Ye's words caused a slight change in Wang Bin's expression. The Yang family's elder had 5 sons, with the current leader being the eldest, Wang Gang's father. Meanwhile, Wang Bin's father ranked 5th, a core figure in the Wang family but subordinate to Wang Gang. It was said that Wang Gang had recently formed connections with a prominent young master from the capital, not only earning for himself, but also bringing substantial profits to his family. At present, he was indeed the rising star of the Wang family. If Yang Yi truly had ties with Wang Gang, Wang Bin would think twice before challenging him. Realizing this, Wang Bin hesitantly pulled out his phone and dialed Wang Gang's number. Chapter 63. This is my brother after 3 rings. Wang Gang's excited voice came through the line. What's up, Xiao Bin? Brother Gang, I have something to ask you. Wang Bin glanced up at Yang Yi, seeing him still standing calmly, and continued without hesitation. Brother Gang, do you know someone named Yang Yi? He claims to know you. At that moment, Wang Gang was at home, reporting to his father about the situation with the 4 alliances earlier that afternoon, including the investigation Zhang Yu had conducted on Yang Yi. Yang Ye's mysterious background had naturally drawn the Wang family's attention. As the top power in Qin City, he was aware of the formidable Yang family from the capital. If Yang Yi indeed came from the capital's Yang family, the Wang family would have secured a significant ally. What is this? Are you with Xiao Yi? Xiao Yi? Wang Bin's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. It seemed that the person before him truly had some connection to Wang Gang and was of no ordinary status, or else his elder brother wouldn't refer to him as Xiao Yi. Rapidly processing this in his mind, Wang Bin realized there were no prominent families with the surname Yang in Qin City, leading him to categorize Yang Yi as a member of a smaller family clinging to Wang Gang's influence. After contemplating, Wang Bin decided to honestly inform Wang Gang of the current situation. If this person really had a close relationship with Wang Gang, then demanding him to kneel would undoubtedly embarrass Wang Gang. Brother Gang, I'm in a bit of a conflict with him. I originally intended to make him kneel and bow 3 times, but since he knows you, I'll let him off the hook. What did you say? You want Xiao Yi to kneel to you? You're letting him off? On the other end of the line, Wang Gang was instantly alarmed. He had yet to share one piece of information with his father, which was that Zhang Yu had privately communicated with him, suggesting that Yang Yi was very likely the true mastermind behind the black-clothed army. At this moment, Wang Bin actually wanted Yang Yi to kneel to him. Setting aside Yang Ye's mysterious background, just the black-clothed army alone could ensure he would be found floating in the Huaxi River by morning. Wang Bin, don't you dare drag our entire Wang family into your foolishness. Quickly apologize to Xiao Yi and plead for his forgiveness. You fool, where are you? I'm coming over immediately. At this moment, Wang Bin suddenly realized that Yang Yi was not only not Wang Gang's subordinate, but seemed to be someone even the Wang family could not afford to offend. He was utterly stunned. Amid Wang Gang's scolding, Wang Bin tremblingly sent the address of Yayunju, then stood there in a daze on the other side. Wang Gang immediately relayed this news to his father, Wang Yunlong, and also shared Zhang Yu's speculation that Yang Yi was the true controller of the black-clothed army. You must head over immediately, striving to minimize the impact of this matter, if necessary. As long as it doesn't touch upon bottom-line issues, you have the authority to make any decisions. Wang Yunlong was also shocked by this news. Setting aside Yang Ye's background, just the influence of the black-clothed army could turn Qin City upside down. After some consideration, he agreed with Wang Gang's approach, instructing him to handle the situation right away. Meanwhile, Wang Bin at Yayunju was utterly bewildered. He knew that Wang Gang would never scold him like this unless he were absolutely furious. So, what did Wang Gang say? I kneel, and does your Wang family dare to accept it? Wang Gang's furious voice on the phone was naturally heard by Yang Yi, who was eager to see how the Wang family would respond. Yi, Xiao Yi, I was blind and foolish, I won't kneel. No need to kneel at that moment. Wang Bin felt like crying. He had never imagined that an innocent meal and an attempt to flirt with a girl would lead him to provoke someone like Yang Yi, a figure so significant that even the Wang family had to tread carefully, and he had foolishly demanded the man to kneel and bow 3 times. Here comes the slap in the face. I won't make it difficult for you. If I don't receive a satisfactory resolution before I finish this meal, I can't guarantee whether you'll be floating in the Huaxi River tomorrow. At this moment, Yang Yi no longer remained low-key, directly issuing Wang Bin an ultimatum. Let's go. It's time to eat. Yang Yi left Wang Bin standing in the hall, leading Xie Qing and the others back to the private room. The 3 women had already ordered the dishes in advance, and Yang Yi placed a piece of food onto Xie Qing's plate, solemnly stating, Old Xie, I will ensure that they give you a satisfactory resolution today. Yang Yi, the person opposite is not simple. As long as Qingqing is fine, I will be at ease. Xie Qing picked up a wet tissue from the table and gently wiped his girlfriend Wang Qingqing's face. Although he didn't know how Yang Yi planned to resolve the issue with Wang Bin, he didn't want to trouble Yang Yi further. At this moment, Yang Yi finally took a good look at Xie Qing's girlfriend, who was petite and delicate, with a beauty rating of around 8.8. No wonder Wang Bin would try to forcefully flirt with her. The 3 women had also gone out to take a look, so they were aware of Wang Qingqing's previous predicament and approached to offer comfort. Yang Yi then ordered a bottle of wine and started drinking with Xie Qing. Old Xie, you remain as righteous as ever. Yang Yi raised a glass and toasted with Xie Qing. Qian City is not like our little county. One careless move could lead to being stepped on. Xie also raised his glass and drank it all. After several rounds, Xie gradually relaxed, and his girlfriend Wang Qingqing, comforted by the three women, also started to feel at ease. It wasn't that she had a good mindset. Rather, the three women assured her that with Yang Yi present, the situation would be perfectly handled. Coupled with Wang Bin's final change of heart, she was entirely convinced. Yang Yi, you've changed quite a lot over the past 2 years, from having these 3 goddess-level beauties by your side to Wang Bin's subsequent attitude. Everything showcased Yang Yi's transformation. We must always view issues from a developmental perspective. Let's drink. Xie smiled knowingly, raising his glass once more to toast with Yang Yi. Approximately 40 minutes later, there was a knock at the door of the private room. Come in, Yang Yi frowned, slowly placing his wine glass down and calmly calling out toward the door. Xie and the others also set down their chopsticks, directing their gaze towards the entrance. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Wang Gang cheerfully pushed the door open and walked in. Xiao Yi. Wang Gang first greeted Yang Yi, then nodded at the three women before finally focusing his attention on Xie. Wang Bin followed silently behind Wang Gang. Gongzi, you sit first. We will discuss things later. Xiao Yi. Today is truly a case of a big shot crashing into the Dragon King's temple. This kid was blind and offended you. Let me first drink a toast to apologize to the two brothers. With that, Wang Gang raised a large cup of white wine and downed it in one go. Yang Yi shot a glance at Wang Gang and said, Gongzi, how do you think I treat my brothers? Xiao Yi, as a brother, you have no issues here. Good. I will be frank with you, Gongzi. I do not wish for this matter to affect our brotherly bond, but this is also my blood brother. Yang Yi directly brought Xie into the conversation. There must be a satisfactory resolution to this matter today. Let us not speak of brotherly loyalty. It was that brat who first broke the rules. With that, Yang Yi coldly glared at Wang Bin. If the Wang family didn't take a stance, Yang Yi had no qualms about teaching him a lesson. Chapter 64. Xie shocked Xiao Yi. My attitude is clear here today. If one is wrong, they must admit it. If one is hit, they must stand straight. This kid, Wang Bin, was blind to offend this brother. Let Xiao Yi handle it as he sees fit. My Wang family will not interfere at all. Wang Gang shot Wang Bin a cold glance. This ungrateful brat was truly too good at causing trouble. After all the effort to build a relationship with Yang Yi, he had the audacity to demand Yang Yi kneel to him. Truly, it was a level of foolishness beyond comprehension. Old Xie, how do you suggest we handle this? Yang Yi did not respond to Wang Gang but instead directly turned to Xie. You need not worry about anything else. Everything will be handled by your brother. At this moment, Xie felt as though his worldview was being shattered. This was the Wang family, the top family in Qian City, controlling over 100 billion in capital, now humbly admitting fault before him. Xie had navigated the business world alongside his parents for years, becoming quite adept at handling situations. Today, with Yang Yi backing him, he felt a surge of pride. Yet if the Wang family sought revenge in the future, his family would have no means to retaliate. Thus, he dared not make any demands, suppressing his anger as he spoke. Yang Yi, Wang Xiao coming here to apologize is already a great favor to me. Why don't we just let this matter pass? Hearing Xie words, Wang Bin's brows instantly lifted in delight, thinking to himself, small fries will always be small fries. When given an opportunity, you still prove useless. Upon hearing this, Yang Yi's brow furrowed slightly. He quickly understood Xie intentions. Old Xie, you may be able to endure, but I cannot. Yang Yi empathized with Xie predicament. When Wang Qingqing was about to be harmed, he was willing to risk his life. However, now that peace had been restored, he did not wish for a moment of pride to jeopardize his family's safety. As a brother, he needed to help Xie assert himself, and thus he turned his gaze towards Xie girlfriend, Wang Qingqing. Qingqing, who touched you just now? Which hand was it? Wang Qingqing was not as composed as Xie. Reassured by the three women, she had come to understand Yang Yi's power, so she recounted the events as they had unfolded. Xiao Yi, all three of them laid hands on me. At this moment, Wang Gang felt there was little more to be said. What Wang Bin had done was intolerable for any man. Gongzi, since you are here today, I must give you face. I demand each of them to offer up their hands. Is that too much? Thud. As Yang Yi's words fell, Wang Bin, who had been standing behind Wang Gang, crumpled to the ground. Xiao Yi, I know I was wrong. Please spare me. Gongzi, quickly help me plead with Xiao Yi. I can't lose my hands, Gongzi. Wang Bin knelt on the ground, repeatedly begging Yang Yi for mercy, his face a mess of tears and snot. Yang Yi, how about just giving him a lesson instead? Upon hearing Yang Ye's demand for Wang Bin and his accomplices to lose their hands, Xie Qing was utterly shocked, and even Wang Qingqing's face turned pale. They were just ordinary students, having never witnessed a scene of such brutality. Brother, I was blind and foolish to offend you. Please, help me speak well for Wang Bin. Let him off this time, Wang Bin. Hearing Xie Qing plead for his life, immediately crawled over to him, shedding all semblance of his earlier arrogance. Yang Yi, how about letting him go this time? Qingqing, what do you think? Yang Yi did not respond to Xie Qing, but instead inquired Wang Qingqing once more. Xiao Yi, how about not cutting off their hands and giving them some other lesson? Women are inherently emotional beings, and while they might spare Wang Bin from death, they believed he must still face some punishment for his transgressions. All right, I understand. Seeing this, Yang Yi no longer pressed further. He cast a deep glance at Wang Gang and then spoke. Gongzi, I want to put you in a difficult position. If I truly sever their hands, it would be hard for you to report back. I will take care of the breaking. How you deal with it afterward is up to you. What do you think? Wang Gang understood that Yang Yi was giving him a chance to save face. A simple break would allow for recovery in 2 months. It would serve as a lesson for Wang Bin. Xiao Yi, Wang Bin must pay the appropriate price for his mistakes. I have no objections. Wang Bin, lying on the ground, breathed a sigh of relief. After all, his hands had been spared. Someone. Suddenly, Yang Yi turned and called out to the door, and shortly after, several burly men in black pushed the door open and entered. Xiao Yi. These men were the elite assassins from before. Yang Yi knew that as the top family in Qian City, if he did not display some muscle, Wang Gang would have a hard time justifying his actions. Take him and those two outside, break their hands, and then toss them at the hospital entrance. Yes. The assassins moved without hesitation. One of them stepped forward, crouched down, and effortlessly lifted Wang Bin. Under the cold, murderous aura of the elite assassins, Wang Bin dared not resist, trembling as he was dragged outside. Wang Gang's expression turned grave upon witnessing this. He recognized these men as the currently rising black-clothed army. Yang Yi truly held dominion over the underground world of Qian City. Even the 3 women beside Yang Yi, along with Xie Qing, fell silent under the intimidating presence of the elite assassins, their hearts racing with trepidation. Who exactly were these men? Why do they obey Yang Ye's words? What hidden identity does Yang Yi possess? This man is shrouded in mystery. Meanwhile, Wang Bin and his companions were abruptly taken to the roadside by the elite assassins. Bang, bang, bang! Ah! The elite assassin ruthlessly shattered the arms of Wang Bin and his companions with his fists. You'd better behave yourselves from now on. Otherwise, next time it won't just be a matter of broken arms, but you'll find yourselves tossed directly into the Huaxi River. At this moment, Wang Bin and his companions lay on the ground, trembling as their bones were fractured. Even Wang Bin, though not the brightest, realized the extraordinary nature of Yang Yi. He understood that these individuals genuinely dared to eliminate him. Simultaneously, Yang Yi and the others finished their meal and exited the Yayan residence. Yi Shao, I'll take my leave now. I'll arrange a gathering another day, and you can invite this brother of yours for a proper meal, Wang Gang suggested as they stepped outside. Yang Yi understood that Wang Gang was concerned about any lingering feelings of discomfort, so he decided to postpone the matter for another time. After all, he needed to report the entire process of today's events back to his family, especially concerning the black-clad army. All right, today's events have nothing to do with Wang Gang. Yang Yi readily agreed, seizing the opportunity for the others to take care of Xie Qing. Upon hearing Yang Ye's agreement, Wang Gang departed. Thank you, Yang Yi. At that moment, Xie Qing looked at Yang Yi with a complex gaze. Initially, he had intended to care for Yang Yi, but he never anticipated such a significant transformation in him. Yang Yi chuckled and playfully punched Xie Qing on the chest. As brothers, we're united at heart. If there's anything, just give me a call. Chapter 65. Informing parents due to having consumed alcohol, Lu Xiaoyu drove Yang Yi back to the Yunshang mansion, Villa 001. Lin Wanner took Li Jujia back to her Villa No. 9 to continue discussing the next steps for their film and television company. After exchanging the latest contact information with Yang Yi, Xie Qing left with his girlfriend, as tonight's events required some time to digest. Inside Yunshang Mansion, Villa 001, Yang Yi first requested Lu Xiaoyu to brew him a pot of tea. Subsequently, he dialed his mother Lu Xiaofeng for a video call. As the phone rang, Lu Xiaofeng pressed the answer button. Hello, Mom. What is up, Xiao Yi? On the other end, Lu Xiaofeng had just finished her household chores and was sitting in the living room with Yang Ye's father. Yang, watching television, I have something to discuss with you and Dad. Yang Yi pondered for a long time but couldn't find a suitable reason to explain to his parents how he made money. However, what Xie mentioned about Bitcoin provided Yang Yi with a brilliant idea. What is it? Are you in a relationship? It's fine, you're in college now. Your dad and I understand you. Lu Xiaofeng teased Yang Yi while munching on sunflower seeds. Yang Yi seemed accustomed to his mother's nonsensical remarks and continued. I was messing around with Bitcoin online, and now its value has skyrocketed. I've made over 20 million, thud. Lu Xiaofeng dropped the sunflower seed plate onto the floor. Xiaoyi, what did you say? How much did you earn? Mom, I made over 20 million. Our family is thriving now. You and Dad don't have to work so hard anymore. Boom. As Yang Yi spoke again, Lu Xiaofeng's mind went blank. Slap. Lu Xiaofeng slapped Yang Yang's thigh. Ouch, Lu Xiaofeng, are you crazy? That hurts. Is this a dream? Is it real? Son, are you certain you're not just teasing your mother? After Yang Yi repeatedly reassured her, Lu Xiaofeng picked up her phone to check information about Bitcoin. Confirming its legitimacy, Old Yang, our son has made it big. After repeatedly confirming with Yang Yi, Lu Xiaofeng immediately informed her husband Yang about their son's earnings. Shortly thereafter, another gasp escaped as Yang was equally stunned by the news. They were merely ordinary employees in a small county, ensuring a modestly comfortable life for their family, and 20 million seemed distant from their reality. Yet, unbeknownst to them, 20 million was merely a drop in the bucket for Yang Yi. Had it not been for the concern that his parents might struggle to accept such news, he wouldn't have only mentioned 20 million. Subsequently, Yang Yi transferred 2 million to his mother's account via online banking. Knowing that his parents had lived a frugal life, and that giving them too much money would only become a psychological burden, why giving them 2 million and sharing the news of his earnings, he struck a balance that he believed was the best choice at that moment. Mom, you don't need to tire yourselves out anymore. Buy whatever you need, and if you don't want to work, then don't. You little rascal, your dad and I will have 30 years of service in 2 more years. At that point, we can apply for early retirement. How could we just stop working? Hearing Lu Xiaofeng's reprimand, Yang Yi chuckled. His parents were both state employees, and indeed, in 2 years, they could retire early, but the older generation always found it hard to remain idle. After chatting with his parents for a while, Yang Yi ended the call, planning to buy some gifts for them and head back home the following day. That night, he allowed Lu Xiaoyu to rest well while he called Peiqi and the others for another round of gaming. Without any surprises, by 1 o'clock in the morning, Yang Yi successfully ranked up to 30 stars in the King tier. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to 30 stars in the King tier. Receiving a mysterious gift pack 1 and a cash reward of 1 billion has been automatically deposited into the host's account. Upon hearing the system notification, Yang Yi tossed his phone aside. Awesome! Currently, Zhang Yu and the others had transferred the shared 24 billion into Yang Ye's account. And with the additional 1 billion prize, his liquid assets had reached 42 billion once again, in a jubilant mood. Yang Yi sent 50,000 to Peiqi and each of the 4 others as a reward for their efforts during this period. At that moment, Luo Pei, enjoying some freshly ordered barbecue, was taken aback when she saw the red envelope from Yang Yi. Instantly, her eyes widened in shock. 500,000. A full 500,000. The other 3 had a similar reaction. Yang Yi's generosity with the red envelope was astonishing. I might play fewer games in the future. This is a reward for you all during this time. Without waiting for any responses, Yang Yi logged off, eager to open his mysterious gift pack. Open the mysterious gift pack. Ding. Mysterious gift pack opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the chef skill 1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a venture capital company valued at 3 billion. Tianma Venture Capital Company Limited. Congratulations to the host for gaining the Divine Doctor skill 1. Wow. 2 skills and a venture capital company worth 3 billion. This is exhilarating. The moment the skills activated, a surge of information regarding culinary arts and medical knowledge flooded Yang Ye's mind and body. Moments later, Yang Yi slowly opened his eyes, a smile unconsciously appearing on his lips. These 2 skills are incredibly useful. Culinary arts and medicine are both closely related to daily life, providing immense assistance to Yang Yi. Along with the previous rewards, Yang Yi currently possessed professional-level driving skills, master-level piano skills, hall-level basketball skills, chef skills, divine doctor skills, and proficiency in English, French, and Russian. Any one of these would be unattainable for an ordinary person. Curious, Yang Yi swiftly made his way to the kitchen. With the enhancement of his chef skills, he smoothly prepared a delicious fried rice. The rice was golden, plump, and exuded a unique aroma. What is that smell? Lu Xiaoyu, awakened by the sounds from the kitchen, was instantly drawn in by the tantalizing fragrance. Wai Yishao, did you make this? She asked, unable to believe that someone like Yang Yi could possess such culinary skills. Yes, give it a try, Yang Yi replied, scooping a spoonful and offering it to Lu Xiaoyu. Typically, Lu Xiaoyu would avoid eating at night to maintain her figure, but this spoonful of fried rice seemed to possess an irresistible allure, compelling her to take a bite. As the fried rice entered her mouth, her taste buds were immediately overwhelmed by an extraordinary flavor. So delicious! Lu Xiaoyu promptly snatched the spoon from Yang Ye's hand and began devouring the fried rice. In the end, Yang Yi didn't get a single bite, while Lu Xiaoyu wore an embarrassed expression. Wai Yishao, I want more. Chapter 66. Shopping Frenzy? Early the next morning, Yang Yi invited Lu Xiaoyu and Lin Wanner to accompany him on a shopping trip. Upon hearing it was for Yang Ye's parents, both women eagerly joined him at the Yunfu Mall. Following the same approach, Yang Yi first took them to the Patek Philippe boutique to purchase a watch for each of his parents. Hello. Welcome to Patek Philippe. The trio's outstanding demeanor caught the attention of the sales staff as soon as they entered the store. Sir, may I ask what type of watch you are looking for? The sales associate's smile widened upon recognizing Yang Yi. His previous extravagant purchases at the store had left a lasting impression. Although luxury sales associates might not remember every detail, they certainly had countless ways to recall true VIPs. Select 2 wristwatches for me, something understated yet sophisticated for my parents. Considering that his parents still worked in the system, Yang Yi aimed for watches that appeared more subtle and styled, of course. Sir, right this way. The sales associate, delighted to hear Yang Ye's intent to purchase, guided him to the section for middle-aged wristwatches. You two help me choose, Yang Yi requested, lacking expertise in selecting women's watches. These, and these. Let us take a look at these first. The 2 women, especially Lin Wanner, a former renowned film star, had a keen understanding of luxury items and quickly selected 3 highly suitable women's watches. At this moment, the store manager hurried over to Yang Yi, presenting several options for understated yet sophisticated timepieces. This is so tough. All these options are suitable for someone your mother's age. And I don't know how to choose. The 2 women browsed through the selections, ultimately narrowing it down to 3 suitable options, yet they remained at a loss. What is there to be indecisive about? Wrap them all up, and also, wrap up these 2 men's watches, Yang Yi concluded. You 2 choose one each as well. Don't hold back on my account. Since we're here, let us go all out. Yang Ye's words were like a blessing to the sales associate, who instantly felt elated. Ultimately, he purchased each of Lin Wanner and Lu Xiaoyu a women's watch priced over 6 million, earning a refund of over 1 billion. The average price of his parents' watches was around 3 million, totaling over 15 million spent. After this round of shopping, Yang Yi benefited from the refunds, netting nearly 1 billion, which was precisely why he insisted on bringing Lin Wanner and Lu Xiaoyu along. Next, they visited brands like Chanel, Gucci, and Armani, indulging in another shopping spree, acquiring seasonal clothing for both his parents and the 2 women. Thankfully, they were driving Lin Wanner's Panamera, or they might not have managed to fit all the purchases. Let us go buy a car next. That should wrap things up. Yang Yi recalled that his family owned an old Santana. While it was sufficient for an ordinary family, he wanted to get his parents a better vehicle. Familiar with Yunfu Mall, Yang Yi skillfully maneuvered the Panamera, expertly drifting to the entrance of the car sales center. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yang Yi and the 2 women calmly exited the vehicle. Yishao, as soon as Yang Yi stepped out of the car, a sales representative rushed over, looking respectful. Wai Yishao, I'm the sales manager here. Xiao wanted I handled your Bugatti purchase last time. Do you remember? Upon hearing this, Yang Yi indeed recalled the encounter and responded, Show me a car that's low-key yet luxurious for my parents. Certainly. Please follow me. The sales manager, quick on his feet, led Yang Yi inside. They soon arrived at the central area of the sales exhibition, Wai Yishao. This model is the Volkswagen Phaeton. At first glance, it may seem similar to an ordinary Passat, but it boasts a 12-cylinder configuration, and the interior is entirely crafted from mahogany. This car appeared ordinary on the outside, yet once inside, one would instantly experience its luxury and depth. Yang Yi was quite pleased with the black Phaeton before him. Its exterior indeed bore a resemblance to the Passat, yet its interior was top-tier. Initially, he considered purchasing a Porsche Panamera for his parents, but given their positions in the system, the Phaeton was the perfect fit. How much is this car? I want to drive it away today. You shall. The model you're looking at is our only top-spec Phaeton, and it would cost $3 million to finalize everything. However, since you're buying today, we can settle it for $3 million. The sales manager's excitement was evident as Yang Yi showed satisfaction. Selling this car would yield him a considerable commission. All right, let us do it. Swipe my card, get the registration done quickly, and make sure the license plate starts with YY, with the following numbers being favorable. Since he was purchasing a car for his parents, Yang Yi intended to have everything sorted out, especially since he had saved his father's identity information. With the push of money, the sales manager quickly completed the vehicle registration and assigned Yang Yi a plate number of Qian AYY 666. Satisfied, Yang Yi proceeded. It was now noon. Yang Yi quickly grabbed a bite with the two women before transferring the items from Lin Wanner's car to the newly purchased Phaeton. In the afternoon, Yang Yi drove the new Phaeton alone, accompanied by two elite assassins in a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, back to Qin County. You two can find a place to stay. If you need anything, I'll call you. Yang Yi was heading home, so bringing the two elite assassins along was inconvenient, so he arranged for them to settle independently. Yes, you shall. Once everything was arranged, Yang Yi happily made his way home. Yang Ye's family resided in an older neighborhood in the city center, and as he arrived around 5:30 in the afternoon, he encountered the rush hour traffic, which was quite congested. As Yang Yi drove into his neighborhood, it was nearly 6 o'clock. Just as he entered the community, he noticed a crowd gathered in the middle of the road, blocking the path entirely. Just as Yang Yi was about to exit the car to see what was happening, a familiar figure caught his eye. What the heck? Yang Yi immediately erupted in anger, flinging open the car door and charging out. Chapter 67. Smashed to smithereens, Yang Yi pushed through the crowd to the center. There, two cars had collided. A BMW 5 Series, which had been driving in reverse, had crashed into the front of an old Santana. The BMW owner was acting arrogantly, pushing the Santana driver without a hint of civility. You better not push me again. Yang Ye's furious voice echoed before he even reached the scene, directed at the BMW owner. The sound of Yang Ye's roar, the BMW driver halted his aggression, shifting his focus to Yang Yi. Who do you think you are, kid? This isn't your business, so scram. As the owner of the Santana caught sight of Yang Yi, a look of surprise washed over his face. Xiao Yi, you're back? Dad. In an instant, Yang Yi dashed to his father's side, placing himself firmly between them. The Santana owner was none other than Yang Ye's father, Yang, who had just returned home from work when the BMW had recklessly collided with him while going the wrong way. The collision itself was of little concern, but the BMW owner audaciously claimed that Yang had struck his new car and demanded compensation. Given that Yang was clearly in the right, he refused to pay, leading to an escalating argument that drew the attention of onlookers. Seeing that Yang was driving nothing more than a dilapidated Santana, the BMW owner became increasingly arrogant, pointing and threatening him, insisting that he would not be allowed to leave without settling the bill. The situation intensified, and he even approached Yang, shoving him. This scene was witnessed by Yang Yi, who had just arrived home. Oh, so it's a father-son duo. No wonder you rushed in to defend your kin. But let me tell you, my car is a brand new BMW 5 Series, worth over $600,000. If you don't pay up, don't even think about leaving. This brat is too unscrupulous. We all saw him crash into old Yang. Exactly, he just relies on having a bit of money. Old Yang, the neighbors are here. We stand with you? The crowd's eyes were sharp, and many had witnessed the unfolding events, which led to growing discontent towards the BMW driver. Old Yang, let us just call the police. The neighbors will testify for you. Call the police. There are no lines marked on this road in the community, so if the police come, it's a 50-50 situation. How much is your old Santana worth? This is a brand new BMW 5 Series. Can you afford to compensate? The BMW driver smirked at the thought of the police, knowing that accidents like this in the neighborhood are difficult to adjudicate, leaving him unperturbed. For someone so shameless, Yang Yi couldn't be bothered to waste words. He directly called two men in black. Kid, calling for help won't change the fact that you owe money. At this moment, Yang Ye's expression darkened. Xiao Yi, don't argue with him. I'll just call the police and let them handle it. Dad, please go home first. I'll handle this. How can that be? Seeing his father's refusal to leave, Yang Yi stopped insisting. He approached the BMW owner, his tone icy. I'll give you one more chance to resolve this. Stop making a scene. Who are you trying to scare? I'm doing just fine. What can you do to me, you pathetic loser? Just as Yang Yi felt his temper nearing a boiling point, A black Mercedes G-Class rolled into the community, and two men in black approached him directly. Young Master Yi, the BMW owner, upon seeing the unexpected duo, felt an inexplicable chill, realizing they were not ordinary characters, given their luxury vehicle worth over 3 million. The two men, however, showed utmost respect towards Yang Yi. Did this kid have some extraordinary backing? Smash this car. Aren't you worried about your precious vehicle? I'll smash it for you. Understood. The two elite enforcers would unconditionally obey Yang Ye's command, and the reason was irrelevant to them. They turned back to the G-Class, retrieving two specially made baseball bats, and approached the BMW owner, shoving him aside. What are you doing? The BMW owner felt panic rise within him. Bang! The elite enforcers answered him with action. The specially crafted baseball bat smashed against the BMW's windshield, shattering it instantly. Stop! What are you doing to my car? Seeing this, the BMW owner was frantic. He had just bought this car on loan, and his plan was to extort some money to ease his repayment burden. The blow from the elite enforcer felt like a hammer to his heart, leaving him in despair. However, the enforcers were undeterred by his protests, continuing to rain down blows with the bats. The onlookers were left in shock. Where did these two come from? Though their actions were brutal, it felt oddly satisfying to witness. Did you not see the connection with the Yang family? The Yangs must be thriving. I saw that kid return in a brand new Passat. Bang! With each strike, the BMW owner's insides twisted, realizing he had crossed paths with someone he could not afford to offend. 10 minutes later, the once pristine BMW lay in ruins. I'm not unreasonable. I'll compensate you 60,000 for the car. Yang Yi instructed one of the elite enforcers to seize the BMW owner and handed him his phone to transfer the 60,000. Have you received the money? Yes, yes. In that moment, even the BMW owner understood he had provoked someone beyond his means to confront. After all, who would be bored enough to smash your car and then compensate you at full price? Is the car matter settled? Yes, yes, thank you. Yang Yi cast a disdainful glance at the BMW owner before continuing. Now that the car issue is settled, we must discuss your pushing my father, this? Yang Ye's gaze turned icy, causing the BMW owner to feel a chill run down his spine. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. Do you think I'm easy to bully? I compensated you full price for your car. But you think a mere apology is enough for pushing my father? Yang Ye's shout sent the BMW owner into a state of panic. Ah. The BMW owner hadn't anticipated Yang Yi would trap him like this, but knowing that with a mere phone call, Yang Yi could summon his intimidating associates, he dared not resist. As he looked up, he met Yang Yi's cold gaze just as a hand approached him swiftly. In an instant, a resounding slap echoed as Yang Yi struck him to the ground. Take him away and teach him a lesson at a cost. The two elite enforcers dragged the BMW owner to the G-Class, and the outcome of his fate remained unknown to the onlookers. However, before the G-Class could drive off, the crowd heard the sounds of fists connecting with flesh and the BMW owner's anguished screams. Chapter 68. The top tier is impressive. Everyone disperse. There's nothing more to see. Following this, Yang Yi contacted the security to deal with the BMW, now reduced to scrap metal, clearly stating he would not take a single cent from whatever it sold for. The security staff eagerly took on the task. Dad, come help me carry things home. Once everything was settled, Yang Yi quickly parked the old Santana and brought down the newly purchased Phaeton. You brat? Just because you've made some money doesn't mean you should spend it all like this. At this point, Yang was still in a state of shock, pondering the connection between the two men in black and his son. Now, seeing Yang Yi return with a brand new Passat, he found it hard to process. Just help me carry the things upstairs first. Faced with this, Yang could only smile helplessly as he took bag after bag from Yang Ye's hands. How much did you buy? Bag after bag. Are you trying to wear me out? These are all for you and Mom. If you're tired, go complain to her. All right, I'll carry them. Despite his father's slight complaints, Yang Yi could sense the underlying happiness in his demeanor. As they moved the various bags into the house, Lu Xiaofeng arrived home just in time. Old Yang, when did you buy so many things? Hurry up and tidy up. My second sister invited us out to dinner, saying her future son-in-law is coming to visit. Upon entering, Lu Xiaofeng was taken aback by the numerous bags, and as she casually rummaged through them, she instantly spotted several seasonal outfits for women, a smile creeping onto her face as she thought, has this old Yang suddenly become enlightened? He actually knows to buy clothes for me. But when she saw the brands and prices of the clothing, she gasped in shock. Old Yang, come out here. What's with all the fuss? Yang Yang had just stepped out of the bathroom when he heard his wife's commotion and couldn't help but grumble. Did you spend the money our son sent? How can you spend so recklessly? These clothes cost tens of thousands each. Did you actually use the money he sent? Don't you think he should save it for marriage? Yang Yang was immediately met with a barrage of complaints from his wife, and unable to counter, he redirected his frustration towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi, you brat, come out here. You've made your mother scold me. You're such a troublesome child. Mom, these are all for you and Dad. Seeing his father getting scolded, Yang Yi walked out of his room with a mischievous grin. Lu Xiaofeng hadn't expected her son to come home and immediately beaming with joy approached him. You rascal, tell me, is that girl from the video we called last time your girlfriend? Yang Yi hadn't anticipated his mother would ask that right away, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Mom, look at this. These are the seasonal outfits I carefully selected for you this morning. Go try them on. Oh, and there's a watch too. Still caring for me, unlike your father with his thick-headedness. Reluctantly, Yang Yi diverted Lu Xiaofeng's attention. Sigh, all he sees is you. Where is the place for me as your father? Meanwhile, Yang Yang observed as Lu Xiaofeng took the clothes, watches, and cosmetics to the room, his tone dripping with envy. Seeing this, Yang Yi couldn't help but chuckle at his father's jealousy. Dad, how could I forget you? There are clothes and a watch for you too, and that car outside is also for you. It's registered in your name. Yang Yi handed his father the car keys while pushing clothes and watches into his hands. Least you've got a bit of conscience. It's worth enduring that scolding earlier. With the gifts in hand, Yang Yang wore a broad smile as he retreated to his room. Shortly thereafter, both parents emerged wearing their brand new outfits and shoes in the living room. Xiaoyi, how do I look in this outfit? Lu Xiaofeng had donned a complete Chanel ensemble, complemented by a light red Patek Philippe watch, exuding an air of elegance. Son, what do you think of your old man's outfit? I'm not bragging, but in my youth, I captivated your mother with my looks. However, the moment of pride was short-lived as Lu Xiaofeng swiftly grabbed Yang Yang's ear. Come here and tell me how you managed to charm me. Ouch, that hurts. It was me. I fell for you at first sight. Please let go. At this sight, Yang Yi couldn't help but shake his head, amused by his parents' playful banter. Mom, didn't you say we were going out to eat? If this continues, Dad's ear will be in trouble. Right, I almost forgot about that. My second aunt's family is treating us to dinner at the Chin County Grand Hotel. Honey, they've never really looked down on us. I don't see the need for this gathering. Yang Yang rubbed his ear, expressing mild dissatisfaction. Exactly, Mom. My second aunt's family has always looked down on us just because they have a bit of money. I'm on Dad's side this time. What are you saying, you little rascal? No matter what, that's still your second aunt. Lu Xiaofeng poked Yang Yi's forehead, well aware of the underlying tension but recognizing that she had to acknowledge her sister unless it was too much. Fine, since Xiaoyi has found success, we should go and show off. Look at you, so proud. Ultimately, Yang Yi decided to accompany his parents to the dinner gathering, having returned to ensure they would have a better life. If the other side overstepped their bounds, he wouldn't hesitate to put them in their place. At the foot of the community, Yang Yang gleefully ran towards the newly purchased phaeton, holding the car keys. Wife, look, our son just bought us a Passat. Such progress. Despite Lu Xiaofeng's words, the joy radiating from her face was unmistakable. Witnessing this, Yang Yi felt a surge of happiness. Soon, both Yang Yi and Lu Xiaofeng got into the car, with Yang Yang excitedly exploring every feature of the new vehicle. Son, why does our Passat feel so much more upscale than theirs? As an experienced bureaucrat, Yang Yang was quite familiar with Passats, and the model Yang Yi had purchased seemed to offer many more features, with a power that felt leagues ahead, and even the interior was a world apart. This is the latest top-tier Passat. Nothing else can compare. In the end, not wanting to be scolded by his mother for wasting money, Yang Yi could only provide this explanation. Wow, with this acceleration, we can hit 100 in just under 4 seconds. Top tier really is impressive. Chapter 69. The snobbish relatives throughout the drive. Yang Yang resembled a little boy with a new toy, occasionally flooring the accelerator to experience the thrill of rapid acceleration. Naturally, this reckless behavior earned him a scolding from his wife, Lu Xiaofeng. Ultimately, he obediently drove them to the Chin County Grand Hotel. At the entrance of the hotel, Zhao Yilong and his wife, Lu Erfeng, were waiting with beaming smiles. Today, their second daughter, Zhao Yuanyuan, was bringing her future husband home for a visit. It was said that this son-in-law was impressive, serving as the deputy director of a real estate company in Qian City. With an annual salary in the millions, a veritable golden son-in-law, Zhao Yilong ran a supermarket in Qian County, earning around 1 to 200,000 a year. He had never thought much of relatives like Lu Xiaofeng, but today, he invited everyone to dinner to flaunt his daughter's remarkable fiancé. Under Zhao Yilong's watchful gaze, Yang parked right at the hotel's entrance. Though the exterior of the Phaeton bore a resemblance to the Passat, it exuded a more commanding presence. As Zhao Yuanyuan had not mentioned the type of car they were driving, the sight of the vehicle with the license plate Qian AYY 666 immediately caught Zhao Yilong's attention. Look, the second brother-in-law isn't as snobbish as you all claimed. He even came to wait for us right at the hotel entrance. Upon seeing Zhao Yilong approaching, Lu Xiaofeng couldn't help but speak up. Did he really have such keen intel about who was arriving in a new car? Despite her skepticism, Yang chose not to contradict his wife. As the car door opened, Zhao Yilong's expectation of seeing the coveted son-in-law was dashed when the individuals stepping out were none other than the Yang family, whom he had always looked down upon. The smile on his face vanished, replaced by a frosty demeanor as he remarked, "Oh, it's you. Just because you're in a Passat, there's no need to be so ostentatious. Just park it in the lot. Quickly move aside. My son-in-law is arriving, and we can't have him unable to park." Upon hearing this, both Yang and Yang Yi furrowed their brows, while Lu Xiaofeng's expression soured, though she held back from confronting him. Second brother-in-law, haven't Yuan and the others arrived yet? Lu Xiaofeng took the initiative to break the awkward silence, as she was there for her second sister Lu Erfeng's sake. Isn't it obvious? If they were here, why would I still be waiting? Zhao Yilong's tone was slightly impatient. Despite the fact that Yang and the others were driving a brand new Passat, it still failed to pique his interest. His gaze remained fixed on the hotel entrance, waiting for the arrival of his so-called golden son-in-law. Xiaofeng, you're here. Beside them, Lu Erfeng noticed Yang Yi and the others arriving at the entrance and proactively approached them. Although her demeanor was not as aloof as Zhao Yilong's, her conversation was filled with talk of her son-in-law earning several million a year, and her family's supermarket grossing 1,800,000 annually. In simpler terms, her attitude was one of ostentation. Yang and Yang Yi had long since become accustomed to this scenario and chose not to engage further, instead proceeding directly upstairs to the private room. Zhao Yilong had reserved the largest private room at the Qian County Grand Hotel, summoning all relatives from his side, which underscored his regard for the future son and Lord. As they entered the room, a slender, slightly dark-skinned young man, slightly older than Yang Yi, approached him. This was Li Chong, the son of Yang Ye's maternal aunt, Yang Dafeng. They had played together since childhood and shared a close bond. Cousin. Upon seeing Li Chong, Yang Ye's face lit up with joy. Yang Ye's aunt, Yang Dafeng, and her husband, Li Jiangguo, were honest and straightforward individuals with modest means. After graduating high school, Li Chong had been working odd jobs in the county town, which contributed to his sun-kissed complexion. Like his parents, he was earnest and unpretentious, always the first to leap to Yang Ye's defense during childhood scuffles. This time, Yang Yi returned not only to visit his parents, but also to facilitate Li Chong's development in Qian City. In the private room, aside from Yang Yi and Li Chong's family, the remaining occupants were Zhao Yilong's relatives. Inside, Yang Ye's aunt and uncle, Li Chong's parents, busied themselves with various tasks, while Zhao Yilong's relatives sat idly, engrossed in mahjong and their phones. This sight irked Yang Yi. Throughout his upbringing, Zhao Yilong's relatives, who ran small businesses and had a bit of money, had always ordered his aunt's family around, often bullying the honest couple. Previously, Yang Yi and Yang had spoken to their mother multiple times about this, but she always urged them to consider the bigger picture. However, Yang Yi no longer wished to endure such behavior. Yang Yi, stop chatting idly with Li Chong and come help prepare everything. Zhao Yilong's eldest daughter, Zhao Lili, began barking orders at the elder sister. It's fine for you to call me that, but Li Chong is older than you. You should address him as cousin. In Zhao Lili's eyes, both Yang Yi and Li Chong were merely poor relatives, and allowing them to dine with her family was the greatest favor they could bestow. How dare they expect more? Humph! With their impoverished appearance, did they think they deserved such respect? Zhao Lili not only failed to restrain herself, but became even more outrageous. Li Chong could only stand there, forcing a smile. Zhao Lili, you've gone too far. Yang Yi interjected, don't think that just because your parents work in the system, you're any better. You're just as poor as Li Chong. At that moment, Lu Erfeng entered with Yang Ye's mother. Upon hearing this, even the most composed of mothers could not help but feel incensed. She was aware of the influence of her sister's family, but they had always shown some restraint. However, ever since her younger daughter hooked a wealthy fiancé in Qian City, their arrogance had grown unbearable. Xiaoyi, don't let her get to you. You and your cousin should step aside and chat for a bit. Today was Lu Erfeng's introduction of her prospective son-in-law, and she did not want to dampen the mood, so she signaled Yang Yi to endure. Frustrated, Yang Yi could only pull Li Chang aside to converse quietly. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Qian County Grand Hotel, a BMW X5 with a Qian City license plate slowly drove in. Seeing this, Zhao Yilong rushed over with a smile. This time, he did not misidentify the guests. His daughter Zhao Yuan and her fiancé Fang Qingdong stepped out of the vehicle. Yuan, there are so many big shots in Qian County. Look at that 300,000 whiting, with the license plate Qian City 666. Every place needs a couple of standouts. Future son-in-law, please, come inside. Everyone is waiting. From a distance, Zhao Yilong eagerly welcomed them. In Qian City, Fang Qingdong was merely the deputy director of sales for the Zhang Group's Yunshang Mansion project, earning over 300,000 a year. But he was always the one currying favor with others. Now, having arrived in Qian County, he found himself the center of attention, the focal point of the gathering, and he had prepared himself to bask in this newfound adulation. Everyone, our prospective son-in-law has arrived with old Zhao. Please, let us not embarrass ourselves. I want my future son-in-law to see the sincerity of the Zhao family. Lu Erfeng's voice rang out in the room. Sister, brother-in-law, you both should wash your faces. You're looking a bit grimy. Otherwise, our future son-in-law might think all our relatives are coal miners. The couple, who were helping out, froze in place, while Li Chang, who had been chatting with Yang Yi, clenched his fists in anger. Mom, now that we've finished our chores, why don't we let Aunt's family retreat to the kitchen for a while? It wouldn't be good if we embarrass ourselves later. Zhao Lily, seizing the moment, chimed in to add fuel to the fire. To everyone's surprise, Lu Erfeng appeared genuinely tempted by the suggestion. Enough. If your family looks down on us poor relatives, why did you invite us at all? Li Chang could no longer restrain himself and slammed his hand on the table. Standing up, Xiao Chang, don't be impulsive. Your second aunt has a point. We've all been sweating after working hard. Lu Dafeng, as the elder sister, could easily discern Zhao Lily's intentions, but at this critical moment, she did not wish to bring shame upon her sister. She pulled her husband, Li Jiangguo, towards the restroom. Seeing this, Li Chang's face flushed, and he hurried after them. Yang Yi noticed Li Chang's distress and followed suit. Second sister, you've gone too far this time. Yang Yi could no longer hold back his displeasure and confronted his second aunt. Lu Erfeng, second aunt, my mom isn't wrong. Aunt S family looks so grimy. Doesn't it resemble coal miners? Shut up. I'm speaking with your mother, and you have no say in this. Despite Yang Ye's mother usually being amiable, she was no pushover. After over 20 years in the system, she exuded an undeniable authority. For a moment, Zhao Lily was silenced, pouting in frustration. Before long, Zhao Yilong entered with a beaming smile, leading Zhao Yuan and Fang Qingdong into the private room. Dear friends and family, this is my future son-in-law, Fang Qingdong, Deputy Director of Sales for the Zhang Group's Yunshang Mansion project. Congratulations to Boss Zhao on acquiring such a remarkable son-in-law. Boss Zhao's prospective son-in-law is truly exceptional. Congratulations! The Zhang Group in Qian City seems to be one of the top families in our province, boasting assets exceeding 100 billion. Deputy Director Fang has an incredibly bright future. In an instant, an array of flattery flooded Zhao Yilong's ears, causing his smile to bloom like a chrysanthemum. You honor me with your praise. At that moment, not only was Zhao Yilong filled with pride, but even Zhao Lily, who had just been reprimanded by Yang's mother, now approached with a smug expression. Dad, let our brother-in-law take a seat first. Yes, look at my arrangements. Future son-in-law, please take the main seat over there. Under Zhao Yilong's guidance, Fang Qingdong and Zhao Yuan took their places at the head of the table, completely disregarding the elders present. Future son-in-law, today's spread features all the specialties of Qian County. Make sure to savor every bite. As Fang Qingdong settled in, Zhao Yilong and the others began to prepare for the meal, entirely ignoring Lu Dafeng's family, who had yet to return. Second brother-in-law, my sister's family has been working hard for half the day. Shouldn't we wait for them to return? Yang Ye's mother, increasingly displeased with Zhao Yilong's family, spoke up. What is there to wait for? My Qingdong has been driving the latest BMW X5 since this afternoon. He is already exhausted. They can't possibly expect us to wait for them. Before Zhao Yilong could respond, Zhao Yuanyuan interjected with a mocking tone, showing no regard for Lu Dafeng's family. Second aunt, with all your concern, shouldn't you focus more on Yang Yi's future? I hear he is starting university in Qin City this year. Nowadays, it's tough for graduates to find jobs. You should take the opportunity to toast my Chengdong a few times. Who knows, he might even be able to arrange a job for Yang Yi after graduation. Yuanyuan has a point. Chengdong is the sales deputy director of the Zhang Group, so he might indeed help your family. At that moment, Zhao Yilong felt a surge of pride. Dad, what do you mean help? With Chengdong's capabilities, arranging a job is merely a matter of speaking. Isn't that right? Dongge? Zhao Yuanyuan gazed at Fang Qingdong expectantly, and all eyes turned to him. Although Fang Qingdong was a minor leader at Yunshang Mansion, he had never experienced this level of attention. Straightening his clothes, he pretended to speak casually. Arranging a job is just a matter of words. It's no big deal. Yang Ye's mother had not anticipated that they would be so brazenly dismissive in front of her. Her expression darkened and no need. My Xiao Yi has his own path to follow. Third sister, what are you saying? Chengdong is kindly offering your Yang Yi a job opportunity. Why not accept it graciously? Exactly, second aunt. Our Chengdong is the sales deputy director with an annual salary exceeding 300,000. You should appreciate his kindness. Enough. At that moment, Yang Yang lost his temper entirely. His accomplishments are his own business. How you choose to flatter him is your affair, but our family will not partake. Yang Yang, what do you mean by that? Inviting you all here is a sign of respect, and you dare to slam the table. Just because you bought a Passat doesn't mean you're important. How I conduct myself is my business. Your behavior will surely lead to trouble. Yang Yang had initially tolerated Zhao Yilong's ostentation, but when they turned their disdain toward his wife, he could no longer endure it and slammed the table in frustration. Third sister, what on earth is going on? Today, I'm welcoming my son-in-law, and you're deliberately trying to make this difficult for me? Seeing Yang Yang's outburst, Lu Erfeng felt her pride wounded and confronted her sister Lu Xiaofeng. Second sister, don't think I'm ignoring your family. I've been enduring this for too long. You may look down on me and the elder sister, but today you've truly crossed the line. Zhao Yilong's family's actions had utterly disappointed Yang Yi's mother, especially their condescending attitude toward Lu Dafeng's family, which had clearly shown they did not regard them as relatives at all. Yuan, it seems your relatives have grievances against me. Chengdong, they're just poor folk who have spent their lives in a small county. They've never seen the world. They don't understand your significance. I'll have them come over to apologize with 3 drinks. Fine, let them drink 3 cups. After that, we'll consider this matter resolved. At that moment, Zhao Yuanyuan and Fang Qingdong treated Yang Yi's mother and her family as if they were not even elders, arrogantly demanding an apology. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had just led Li Cheng's family out of the restroom. Overhearing this entire exchange, his face darkening to the utmost degree. What gives you the right to demand my mother toast you? His icy voice shattered the silence in the private room. Chapter 71. A shocking scene with Yang Yi's furious shout. The entire room fell into an eerie silence. Under the gaze of everyone present, Yang Yi and Li Cheng emerged from the restroom. You little brat, who do you think you are? Zhao Yilong's expression soured upon hearing Yang Yi's outburst. Fang Qingdong was his prized son-in-law, and Yang Yi's insult was a slap in his face. Yang Yi's outburst naturally drew Fang Qingdong's attention. He had come to showcase his superiority, only to be questioned about his worth. At this moment, Fang Qingdong's expression darkened significantly. Narrowing his eyes, he scanned the room, eager to discover who dared to speak to him in such a manner. As his gaze settled, a somewhat familiar face registered in his mind, though he could not place it immediately. Yang Yi, do you even realize who you're speaking to? Years of education wasted on you. Chengdong is the deputy director of sales for the Zhang Group, and if you ever want a decent job, don't expect me to put in a good word. Where I studied is none of your concern. It's you who, after 20 years, still can't even comprehend human decency. Yang Yi looked at the exceedingly pretentious Zhao Yuanyuan, his eyes filled with disappointment. You are infuriating. I'll tell you this. If you don't come over and apologize to Chengdong today, don't expect to survive in Qin City. Hearing this, a sardonic smile crept onto Yang Yi's lips as he surveyed the room, finally locking eyes with Fang Qingdong. Was it you who demanded my mother toast you and apologize? Indeed, it was I. You've got guts, or perhaps just poor luck. At that moment, Yang Yi's gaze turned frigid as he faced Fang Qingdong. Second sister, will you continue to let your son act recklessly? Lu Erfing was displeased to see Yang Yi confronting her prospective son-in-law. Second sister, I'm utterly disappointed in you today. How my son behaves is his own choice. I cannot control it, nor can you. Ah, I see now. You two families are here to undermine my reputation. Lu Erfing pointed at Yang Yi's mother and Li Chang's family, her voice filled with indignation as if she had suffered an immense grievance. Second aunt, ask yourself honestly if you've ever treated our family as true equals. Especially today, all for a so-called deputy director of sales. You've discarded the most basic principles of conduct. One cannot only focus on the present. Yang Yi felt utterly disillusioned with his second aunt's family. Truly a young calf unafraid of tigers. How could you possibly understand Chengdong's significance? Enough, Yuan. Don't waste your breath on these country bumpkins. Have them scram and stop obstructing my view. Who are you calling country bumpkins? Just because you have a little money doesn't he mean you can look down on us? Where do you find the audacity? Lu Shaofeng was not one to back down. Upon hearing Fang Chengdong insult her family, she immediately retorted, Hemph, shrew. Is this truly your so-called prospective son-in-law? Lu Shaofeng felt her last shred of hope for her sister evaporate as she observed the Zhao family allowing Fang Chengdong to flaunt his arrogance. Yuan, I'll tell you this. Either you distance yourselves from these two families of country bumpkins, or we will sever ties. At that moment, Fang Chengdong looked down his nose at everyone, his expression one of disdain. Chengdong, don't be upset. I'll have them leave right away, Dad. Why are you still dawdling? We don't need these poor relatives. Seeing Fang Chengdong's displeasure, Zhao Yuan urged Zhao Yilong to start ushering them out. At this, Yang Yi had mentally blacklisted the entire Zhao family. How pretentious. Let us see just how impressive you truly are as a deputy director of sales. Yang Yi pulled out his phone and, under the gaze of everyone, dialed a number. Moments later, the call connected. Could you check if there's a Fang Chengdong, deputy director of sales, under your Zhang group? He has been quite annoying today, if you get my drift. After finishing, Yang Yi hung up the phone. Damn, you're quite the character, aren't you? Just a casual call to express your displeasure. This is hilarious. To be impoverished is one thing, but to feign sophistication like others is utterly exasperating. To Yang Yi, his actions appear to be nothing short of blatant pretentiousness. After all, how could an ordinary university student possibly influence the Zhang group? It was simply an absurdity. In response, Yang Yi chose silence and instead turned to his family, saying, Mom, Auntie, there's no place for us here. Let us depart. Following this incident, Lu Shaofeng and Lu Dafeng were left utterly disillusioned with Zhao Yilong's family and made no further attempts to linger, departing with Yang Yi from the private room and heading downstairs. Witnessing this, Zhao Yilong and his companions not only refrained from explanations or attempts to retain them, but instead displayed disdainful expressions of derision. Come, son-in-law, do savor the specialties of Qin County. In that moment, Fang Chengdong once again felt the sensation of being the center of attention. Yet, before he could take a bite of the dish in his bowl, his phone erupted with an urgent ring. Upon checking, his smile swiftly morphed into a sycophantic grimace as he gestured for the others in the room to remain silent. The call was from his direct superior, Yang Dong, the head of the Yunshang Mansion project. Fang Chengdong hastily pressed the answer button, but before he could utter a word, he was met with a furious roar. Fang Chengdong, you insolent fool, which powerful figure have you offended? I command you to apologize to this individual immediately. Your recklessness must not drag me down with you. If they are unsatisfied, I will ensure you float in the Huaxi River by tomorrow. The call ended with a series of beeping tones. At that moment, Fang Chengdong's earlier arrogance evaporated entirely. Trembling uncontrollably, he realized that Yang Dong, as the head of the project, had a cadre of enforcers at his disposal. If he threatened to toss him into the Huaxi River, he certainly would. Who had he offended? Was it him? The image of Yang Yi flashed through his mind. Today, he had not quarreled with anyone. Yet Yang Yi had just made a call, and then he received a call from his boss. Realizing this, Fang Chengdong's complexion drained of color as he placed down his cutlery and shakily rushed out of the private room. At the entrance of the Qin County Grand Hotel, Yang pulled up at the front. Boldly, let us squeeze in together and change venues for a meal. It's on me. Hearing this, Li Jiangguo's honest face finally broke into a smile. All right. However, just as everyone was preparing to board the vehicle, Fang Chengdong stumbled out, closely followed by Zhao Yilong's family. Upon reaching the hotel entrance, Fang Chengdong saw that Yang Yi and the others were driving the same phaeton from earlier, immediately confirming that the powerful figure he had offended was indeed Yang Yi's family. Recalling Yang Dong's earlier words, Fang Qingdong dared not hesitate, rushing up to Yang Yi's mother and the others, and with a thud, he knelt down, tears and snot streaming down his face. "Auntie, I was blind to your greatness. I implore you to spare me." Behind him, Zhao Yilong and the others were left utterly dumbfounded. What on earth was happening? Chapter 72. So, my son is this impressive. At that moment, as Fang Qingdong knelt before everyone, he looked once more at Yang Yi's somewhat familiar face and slowly, his mouth fell open. "Young master." In that instant, Fang Qingdong finally recalled who Yang Yi truly was. Previously, Zhang Yu, the scion of the Zhang group, had brought a wealthy young man to the Yunshang mansion, spending 88 million on villa number 001, which he casually gifted to a girl. Fang Qingdong, serving as the vice president of sales, had been present and had met Yang Yi. As the memories converged, Fang Qingdong finally grasped the gravity of the individual he had offended. "Son-in-law, why are you kneeling before these country bumpkins? Quickly, rise. Do not pay them any mind." Seeing Fang Qingdong on the ground, Zhao Yilong hurried to assist him. "Silence, you old fool. What do you mean by country bumpkins and paupers? That car is worth over 3 million. What? This Passat costs over 3 million. Not only was Zhao Yilong taken aback, but even Yang Yang, who was seated in the car, was astonished. It turned out this was not merely a Passat, but a top-tier luxury phaeton. How foolish to have believed the claims of a new model. At that moment, realizing he had been outdone by Yang Yi, Yang's father felt somewhat embarrassed, but was soon overtaken by a thrilling realization of newfound understanding. "Young Master Yi, I beg you, forgive me. I apologize to your mother. I will bow to you. If you do not forgive me, I shall have no way to live." Clarifying Yang Yi's identity, Fang Qingdong shuffled on his knees toward Yang Yi, repeatedly knocking his head on the ground in a desperate plea for forgiveness. No wonder, the Yang family has truly prospered. I just checked, and that car is indeed not a Passat but a phaeton worth over 3 million. I have long sensed that the young man from the Yang family was not ordinary. I realized he was serious during his phone call. "Be quiet. You were among those who mocked him as a reckless youth. That was mere surface-level agreement. You know nothing." In Fang Qingdong's shadow, the Yang family suddenly appeared immensely mysterious, and as Fang Qingdong continued his lamentations, the crowd gradually discovered that Yang Yi was indeed connected to the elite Zhang family of Qian City. "Cousin, we were in the wrong earlier. Please forgive your brother-in-law and say a few good words for him. Otherwise, how will I live on as your sister-in-law?" Today, Yang Yi was thoroughly astonished by the sycophancy of Zhao Yilong's family, having just drawn a clear line between himself and them, only to learn of his own power and now seeking his assistance. Truly a case of a small knife cutting the buttocks, opening one's eyes. Wrongdoing comes with a price. Yang Yi was not swayed by their words. Instead, he ushered his mother, aunt, and uncle into the car. Shortly after, a black G-Class pulled up behind the phaeton, and 2 men in black suits exited, respectfully opening the door to invite Yang Yi inside. If the understated phaeton was not eye-catching enough, the Mercedes G-Class certainly made a statement. Just who is this young man from the Yang family? First, Fang Qingdong kneels, and now a G-Class comes to pick him up. This is quite the spectacle. Zhao Yilong had truly made a blunder. I cannot speak for others, but have you noticed the watches on Yang Yang and his wife's wrists? I checked, and they are both worth over 3 million each. My goodness, a watch worth over 3 million. At this moment, as Yang Yi's power became evident, everyone present felt the weight of his influence. "Young Master Yi, I implore you, spare me." Despite Fang Qingdong's forehead bleeding from his bowing, all he was met with was the exhaust from the 2 vehicles. Inside the G-Class, Li Chang gazed at Yang Yi in disbelief. His cousin had changed so much. "Cousin, is this your car?" The events that had just transpired struck Li Chang profoundly, prompting him to inquire with Yang Yi. "Cousin, I have established some enterprises in Qian City and made a bit of money. Would you be interested in joining me?" Yang Yi looked at the earnest Li Chang, feeling a sense of relief. At least not all relatives were as mercenary as Zhao Yilong's family. "I only graduated high school. I lack any formal education. Can I really join you in Qian City?" Li Chang scratched his head, for he too desired to venture to larger places to improve his family's circumstances. "No problem. I will arrange for someone to assist you." With Yang Yi's current financial capacity, he could easily send money to his aunt's family, but he understood that teaching someone to fish is more valuable than giving them fish. 10 minutes later, the two vehicles stopped in front of a high-end restaurant. Under Yang Yi's arrangement, a sumptuous feast was quickly laid out, but the crowd's focus was not on the meal. Instead, they fixated on Yang Yi, eager to uncover the truth behind today's events. Son, is this car truly just the latest top-tier Passat? And how much are our watches worth? Is there anything else you are hiding from us? Speak up. Immediately, Yang's father and mother launched a barrage of mixed inquiries. Previously, Yang Yi had told them he earned 20 million, but according to Fang Qingdong, the combined value of their watches and this car was nearly 10 million. Adding in the household watches and clothing, it amounted to at least 15 million. If Yang Yi had only earned 20 million, how could he possibly afford such extravagance? Have you engaged in any illegal activities? Speak. In truth, they were not concerned about how much Yang Yi had earned but were fearful of him straying down the wrong path. Dad, Mom. At this point, I shall not conceal it any longer. I truly made money through Bitcoin, but in Qian City, I happened to meet the young master of the Zhang family. With his assistance, I invested that money alongside him in real estate and entertainment companies, and during this time, I earned nearly a small target and profits are still ongoing. You earned nearly a small target in less than half a month. Since Yang Yi had gone to Qian City, it had not even been half a month, and to have made nearly a small target in such a short time was astonishing to Yang Yang. The Zhang Group is a conglomerate worth over 100 billion. Making money through capital is certainly quite feasible. That Fang Qingdong from earlier is merely the vice president of sales at a small company under the Zhang Group, yet he acted so arrogantly, and I managed to keep him in check through young Master Zhang's connections. Yang Ye's words were half true, half false, but for a moment, they truly captivated the audience. So you currently have your own enterprises in Qian City? Yes, I currently own a quarter of a real estate project and a stake in an entertainment company. Son, you have surpassed your father by leaps and bounds. At that moment, Lu Xiaofeng's face was filled with joy, as she thought to herself, so my son is this impressive? Chapter 73. The sons of other families. The meal lasted nearly 2 hours. Yang Yi briefly informed everyone of his situation in Qian City and expressed his desire to take his cousin Li Chang there to develop, earning unanimous approval from both sets of parents. On the other side, in stark contrast to the merriment of Yang Yi and his family, Fang Qingdong and Zhao Yilong's family sat in the private room, despondent. It's over. All over. It's all your fault for failing to understand your own relative circumstances. You have ruined me. At this moment, Fang Qingdong was on the brink of collapse. Having offended someone like Yang Yi, not to mention his position as vice president, it was uncertain if he could even continue in Qian City. Qingdong, how could a mere student like him possibly affect you? A director of a major group? At this moment, Zhao Yuanyuan still harbored a flicker of hope. What if Yang Yi was wealthy? Could he truly influence the decisions of the Zhang Group? Slap. In a near-manic state, Fang Qingdong delivered a resounding slap to Zhao Yuanyuan's face. It's all your fault, you wretched woman, insisting on bringing me to this banquet. Otherwise, how would I have offended young Master Yi? Now it's all ruined. Are you satisfied? Zhao Yuanyuan clutched her swollen left cheek, tears streaming down her face. Qingdong, calm down. Just who is Yang Yi? Seeing his daughter struck, Zhao Yilong's expression darkened, but considering Fang Qingdong's status, he chose to endure. What status? Someone who can casually gift an 88 million villa is referred to as a pauper by you. The young master of the Zhang Group, whom you must curry favor with, is labeled a country bumpkin by you. Now you come to ask me what his status is. I am utterly speechless. Fang Qingdong's words left Zhao Yilong's family stunned, even overshadowing Fang Qingdong's earnest greetings to his relatives. Did I truly make a mistake? At that moment, Zhao Yilong fell into deep introspection. The next morning, Yang Yi enjoyed a comfortable and restful sleep at home, while Yang's father and mother went about their usual business. Today, Yang drove the over 3 million Passat to drop his wife at work before heading directly to his own office. With still 10 minutes before clocking in, he did not rush inside, instead standing by the car to greet each colleague arriving for work. Oh, old Yang, have you got a new car? My son bought it for me. It's not worth much. Oh, a new model Passat? Impressive, old Yang. It's my son's doing. I'm just riding on his coattails. Throughout the morning, Yang greeted nearly every colleague at the entrance, and everyone was aware he had acquired the latest Passat. This old Yang, buying a Passat doesn't he need to be so public? You have no idea how proud he is. He keeps saying it was bought by his son. Honestly, I envy him, my son. As long as he stays out of trouble at home, I'll consider myself fortunate. Don't ask. It's just someone else's son. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaofeng arrived at work wearing the new clothes Yang Yi had bought for her. Oh, Lu Jie, you've got a new outfit? Just something my son bought casually. I'm making do with it. Lu Jie, your son has great taste. That outfit looks fantastic on you. Really? That little rascal finally has some taste. Lu Jie, could you ask your son where he bought it? I want to get one too. The young women in the office were naturally drawn to Lu Xiaofeng's Chanel ensemble, generating much interest. Xiao Zhao, come and see Lu Jie's outfit. Do you think it suits me? If so, I'd like to buy one as well. Zhao Yu was one of the younger girls in the office and had a good eye for fashion, so everyone liked to seek her opinion. Upon receiving the invitation, Zhao Yu did not hesitate to approach Lu Xiaofeng for a comparison. After a moment, she spoke up, Wang Jie, this style indeed suits you, but I wouldn't recommend you buy it. Why can I not buy something that suits me? I could get another color, so I want to clash with you, Lu Jie. Wang Jie, that's not what I mean. Lu Jie's outfit is this year's latest from Chanel, costing nearly 200,000. Are you sure you want to buy it? 200,000? In an instant, everyone in the office gasped in disbelief. What kind of clothing costs 200,000? Old Lu, have you struck it rich? A 200,000 outfit? I wouldn't even dare to imagine. One colleague, hearing the price of Lu Xiaofeng's outfit, couldn't help but exclaim. Not at all. My little rascal has been doing some small business in Qin City, and just yesterday he returned with a few seasonal outfits for me. I didn't realize they were so expensive. Although Lu Xiaofeng spoke casually, her smile never faded. You see only the clothes on Lu Jie's body, but you haven't noticed the watch on her wrist. Its value is beyond your imagination. Xiao Wang's eyes widened in shock as he caught sight of the watch Lu Xiaofeng had inadvertently revealed. Old Lu, does your son have a girlfriend? I have a niece who graduated from a 985 university and is currently working at our education bureau. She is as beautiful as a star. I also have a niece, currently developing in Qin City, working at a securities company, and she is a tall one at 1.7 meters. She'd definitely be able to bear children. Lu Xiaofeng seized the opportunity to exchange WeChat contacts with each of her colleagues. Not letting any opportunity slip by that day, both Yang and Lu Xiaofeng enjoyed a moment of glory at work, with Lu Xiaofeng collecting WeChat contacts from over 10 suitable girls for Yang Yi. When their parents returned home from work, they found Yang Yi had prepared a lavish feast, even opening a bottle of Mao Tai. The two elders were left utterly astonished by the sight before them. Son, what is all this? Mom feels so incredibly happy right now. Come, let us enjoy a drink together today. You cannot fathom the envious glances from my colleagues at work. Today, my friend, you have truly elevated my standing. This meal was a delightful affair for our family of three. My parents were utterly bewildered by Yang Ye's culinary skills, completely unaware that their son had acquired such remarkable talent. Xiao Yi, come here quickly. Your mother has something to tell you. After feasting, Yang's mother beckoned him from the sofa. Confused, Yang Yi promptly approached her. Today, your mother managed to obtain the WeChat contacts of over 10 girls from your workplace, teachers, doctors, civil servants, you name it. Make haste to chat with one of them. In 2 years, when I retire, I expect to be cradling my grandchild. Upon hearing this, Yang Ye's actions came to an abrupt halt as he stared blankly at his mother, then swiftly dashed back to his room. What the hell? I'm only a freshman. Chapter 74. Returned to Qin City the following morning, after exchanging a few words with his parents, Yang Yi set off with his cousin, Li Chong, back to Qin City. Yang Yi had contemplated Li Chong's employment for quite some time, ultimately deciding to have him work at Tianma Film and Television Media Company, where he aimed to craft a suitable persona for him based on his unique and unpretentious character. First, Yang Yi called Li Jejia, instructing her to gather all employees for a meeting where he would formally introduce Lu Xiaoyu, Lin Wanner, and Li Chong, and invest 10 billion in the company. 18 noon. Yang Yi had the senior assassin leader, Yang Bin, arrange accommodation for his cousin Li Chong, after which the three enjoyed lunch together. During the meal, Yang Yi outlined a series of plans for the future development of the organization, as he was not interested in merely establishing an ordinary gang, but rather a formidable force that could hold its own. Therefore, he instructed Yang Bin to expand their influence beyond Qin City. As the underground world there was simply too small. Start with Qin Province. I hope you can unify all underground factions within 3 months. Rest assured, I will complete the task. Yang Bin promised. As he departed, he handed Yang Yi a detailed report on the top powers within Qin City, which included character information and industry distribution of various families, even revealing some commercial secrets among them. Yang Yi was quite pleased with this. In the afternoon, Yang Bin drove Yang Yi and Li Chang to the entrance of Tianma Film and Television Media Company. Just as they were about to enter, a thunderous roar caught their attention. A rare pink Audi TT approached, eventually parking directly in front of the company. A tall woman clad in a short skirt and cascading waves of hair gracefully emerged from the vehicle. This striking woman exuded an air of confidence, clearly embodying the archetype of an internet celebrity, brimming with charisma. After exiting the car, she arrogantly surveyed her surroundings before her gaze settled on Yang Yi and Li Chang. "Are you also from Tianma Film Company?" she inquired, her tone lofty, dye in her eyes. Yang Ye's looks were acceptable, but Li Chang appeared rather rustic, as if he had just arrived from the countryside. Yang Yi regarded the woman and nodded slowly. Upon seeing him nod, she tossed her Audi TT keys to him. "Find a place to park this for me," she commanded, treating him as a mere valet. Yang Yi was taken aback. What is happening? Are employees nowadays so brazen? Do I look like a sycophant? Clearly, Yang Yi was not one to bow to such arrogance. He threw the keys back. "You can park it yourself. I have no habit of parking for others." Not to mention that Yang Yi was the actual owner of Tianma Company. Even if he were just an ordinary employee, he would not assist this woman, as she showed no respect, viewing him merely as a tool. The woman was visibly taken aback by Yang Ye's refusal. Had she ever encountered such a situation? Typically, wherever she went, having someone park for her was considered a privilege, with countless men eager to oblige. Yet now, she was being rejected by a newcomer? The woman could scarcely believe it. "Are you sure you want to turn me down, a newcomer?" At this moment, her tone grew cold, as she felt that Yang Ye's actions had disrespected her. "Let me tell you, my name is Luo Qian, and I am a pillar of this company. How dare you, a mere newcomer, treat me with such disdain? Do you believe I could have you expelled from Tianma Media with a single word?" Upon hearing this, Yang Yi could not help but chuckle, being threatened with dismissal by his own employee. What a brainless individual. Just wait. I'll make a call and have you removed from Tianma Company. Go ahead, please, commence your performance. Since he had decided to invest in and operate the entertainment company, Yang Yi had no qualms about clearing out such troublesome individuals. Luo Qian, as a prominent member of Tianma Film Company, had long developed an arrogant demeanor. Now, faced with Yang Ye's defiance, she was infuriated. "Just you wait." She promptly pulled out her phone and dialed a number. "Lei Gu, you must stand up for me. I was bullied at the company entrance by a newcomer. If you don't come to mediate, I will suffer greatly." Upon connecting, Luo Qian swiftly altered her tone to a sultry pitch, distorting the truth and maligning Yang Yi and his cousin. Once she hung up, her demeanor reverted to that of arrogance. The person she had contacted, Lei Gu, was one of the vice presidents of Tianma Company and her backer, with whom she had some mutually beneficial arrangements. "Kid, today I shall teach you a lesson. As a newcomer, you should behave like one." Moments later, a portly, greasy middle-aged man emerged from the company. Lei Gu. Upon spotting him, Luo Qian rushed forward, grasping one of his arms and shaking it vigorously to ensure he felt her urgency. "This newcomer stopped me from parking and even tried to take advantage of me." "Oh, is that so? How could he possibly deceive you?" Under Luo Qian's flattery, Shirley felt a surge of satisfaction and then turned to Yang Yi and Li Chang. "You two dare to act against the pillar of our company in broad daylight. This is a serious offense. From today onwards, you are both fired." Although Shirley understood that Luo Qian was merely seeking trouble, he was aware that Yang Yi and his cousin were just newcomers, and his relationship with Luo Qian was not one to be trifled with. "Are you sure you won't investigate before making a decision?" Yang Yi coldly regarded Shirley. If the company was filled with such characters, how could it possibly thrive? "How I conduct myself is none of your concern as a mere junior employee. You two, hurry up and get out." At this moment, Shirley fully embodied the essence of a petty tyrant. "It seems you two are the ones who should leave." Just as Shirley and Luo Qian basked in their triumph, a sharp female voice rang out from the entrance of the company. "Who dares to speak to me like that?" Shirley, who had been enjoying his moment of superiority, turned to chastise the interrupter. But upon seeing her, his expression shifted dramatically to "President Li, what brings you here?" Chapter 75. Lin Wanner's Invitation. As everyone watched, Li Zhejia hurriedly approached Yang Yi. "President Yi, I apologize. It is my failure to manage the company, allowing such pests to exist." President Yi, Shirley knew the company had a new owner, but he had heard that the new owner was a woman and was not aware of anyone named President Yi. Thus, he was perplexed about Yang Ye's identity. However, Yang Yi had no intention of wasting time on them. He directly instructed Li Jejia, have them leave immediately. Yang Yi then led Li Chong into the company. President Li, what on earth is going on? Shirley, clearly not grasping the severity of the situation, dismissed Yang Ye's command to leave. What is happening? I hereby officially inform you that you are both terminated. The person you just offended is the actual owner of Tianma Film Company. Li Jej's declaration struck Shirley and Luo Qian like a bolt from the blue, leaving them stunned. Shirley collapsed to the ground in despair. It's over, it's all over. As vice president at Tianma Film Company, Shirley earned over $1 million annually and had inappropriate relationships with several minor internet celebrities. Now, being fired meant losing everything. This is all your fault. In a fit of rage, Shirley blamed Luo Qian for everything. Previously, she had fawned over him only because of his vice presidential status, but now that he had lost that position, she looked down on him. The two began to brawl right at the company entrance. It was only after Li Jejia called security that the commotion was quelled. Inside Tianma Film Media Company, all employees gathered in the conference room, with Lu Xiaoyu and Lin Wanner seated at the head of the table, patiently waiting for Yang Ye's arrival. As the door swung open, Yang Yi entered with Li Jejia and Li Chong in tow. Everyone, this is our investor, President Yi. Today, President Yi will invest $10 billion in our company to propel its development. Let us all give a warm welcome and invite President Yi to speak. At Li Jej's introduction, the employees of Tianma Film Company erupted in applause, their excitement palpable. After all, the better the company performed, the greater their benefits and rewards. Thus, they clapped enthusiastically. I believe that professional matters should be entrusted to professionals. I shall not dwell on technicalities. I only seek results. First, should any situation akin to Shirley's arise within the company, it will not be tolerated. Second, our development will focus solely on these three individuals. With that, Yang Yi gestured towards Lu Xiaoyu, Lin Wanner, and his cousin Li Chong. The employees understood the rationale behind Lu Xiaoyu and Lin Wanner's selection, given their striking looks and potential for stardom under capital's influence. However, Li Chong appeared somewhat foolish. How would they promote him? Ding! Detected that the host is developing the entertainment industry. A time-sensitive system task has been issued. Lead the starring role in a film and achieve a box office revenue exceeding $10 billion. Completion of the task will reward a mysterious gift package. Isn't this an explosive opportunity? Yang Yi thought. I accept. As Yang Yi contemplated how to elevate the trio's status, the system immediately sprang into action. Upon accepting, the script for the richest man in Shihong City was sent to his WeChat. Let me clarify. The company will suspend all operations for the latter half of the year, focusing solely on filming a movie. Only a movie? What if it flops? Yang Ye's sudden declaration incited a wave of astonishment. Even Li Jejia and the others looked taken aback. If the film failed to recoup its costs, the company would struggle to operate. Without offering an explanation, Yang Yi shared the script for the richest man in Shihong City with the three women. 10 minutes later, Li Jejia leaped up in excitement. President Yi, this is fantastic. If we film according to this script, we are bound to achieve great success. Lin Wanner, a former renowned actress, understood the significance of the film and looked at Yang Yi with eager anticipation. Stop looking. The leading role is yours. That I believe you will reclaim your former glory. What about me? Lu Xiaoyu inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. The boss, you are responsible for the overall progress of the company. I will write a separate script for you. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu beamed. I knew you would be the best. Since all three had no objections, Yang Yi swiftly decided to have everyone sign confidentiality agreements. Granting them a fortnight to prepare. In 2 weeks, we will commence filming. Yang Yi decisively concluded the matter, disliking procrastination. Rest assured, we will complete the task. At that moment, Li Jejia and Lin Wanner appeared invigorated, as if recharged with energy. Cousin, what about me? Li Chong, spend the next couple of days here familiarizing yourself with the basics. I have a fantastic role in mind for you that will surely make you a star. Yang Yi had already envisioned a character for his cousin, one that suited him perfectly. Will I appear on television? Absolutely. With Yang Yi's assurance, Li Chong's enthusiasm surged. Yang Yi promptly instructed Li Jejia to arrange intensive training for him to prepare for the upcoming shoot. By the time Yang Yi had organized everything, it was already 6 in the evening. Come, let us head to Xiaoyu's place, where I will prepare dinner for you all to celebrate our successful filming and give my cousin a warm welcome. Since it was Li Chong's first visit to Qin City, Yang Yi wanted to treat everyone to a nice meal. Fantastic! The fried rice you made last time was delicious. I can't wait for tonight. President Yi can cook. Do not underestimate me. That evening, Yang Yi prepared 8 dishes and a soup at Yunshang Mansion, all home-cooked meals. The 3 women and Li Chong were astounded by the deliciousness of his cooking. President Yi, I never imagined you not only look handsome but also cook so well. Cousin, I'm genuinely impressed. In that instant, Lin Wanner gazed at Yang Yi with sparkling eyes. This man was not only wealthy and attractive but had also penned a flawless script for the richest man in Shihong City and displayed remarkable culinary skills. How could such a man not be captivating? Ding! Lin Wanner's favorability towards the host has reached 90 points, achieving the applause standard. Upon hearing this, Yang Ye's eyes gleamed as he noticed Lin Wanner gazing at him affectionately. After dinner, Yang Yi contacted a senior assassin to escort Li Chong back to his residence. Lin Wanner leaned in close to Yang Ye's ear and whispered, I have a cat at home that can do backflips. With that, she flashed him a knowing smile, leaving Yang Yi with a lingering sense of intrigue. Chapter 76. Lin Wanner's affection within the confines of the 001 villa. Yang Yi recalled Lin Wanner's words and that final, meaningful smile, feeling as though his heart had been scratched by a cat. Lin Wanner was the highest-rated fish he had encountered since binding to the system, and to claim that he harbored no feelings for her would be disingenuous. The timing had never been right for him to act before, but now Lin Wanner had given him a clear hint, and the system indicated that her favorability had reached 90 points. Why not take a chance? If I gamble, I could turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. If I push further, a motorcycle could become a Land Rover. With newfound resolve, Yang Yi decided not to hesitate. After informing Lu Xiaoyu, he made his way towards the 009 villa. The distance between the 2 villas was short. Within 3 minutes, Yang Yi found himself at the door of 009. He pressed the doorbell. Ding dong. After waiting about a minute, the door creaked open, revealing a pair of delicate arms. As the door creaked open, Lin Wanner's exquisite visage gradually came into view. Come in. With those words, her cherry-like lips parted, releasing a voice that seamlessly blended tenderness and allure, resonating in Yang Ye's ears. At that moment, her long, raven hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, and she donned a sensual, low-cut lavender ensemble. The alluring contours of her shoulders and collarbone were laid bare, her delicate skin radiating an even more porcelain-like glow under the soft lighting. With each graceful step, her voluptuous hips swayed rhythmically, captivating Yang Ye's attention. He found himself swallowing hard, his throat dry. Please, have a seat. Lin Wanner walked gracefully to the dining table, igniting the candles that adorned it. Suddenly, with a flick, she extinguished the overhead lights, plunging the room into a warm, flickering glow of candlelight that enveloped the entire dining area, setting the mood to perfection. On the table lay a fruit platter and 2 glasses of red wine, evidently prepared in advance. Yang Yi, eschewing any pretense, pulled out a chair and sat down with a flourish. It seems you had this all planned out, he remarked. More like a natural progression, if you hadn't come. None of this would hold any significance. Lin Wanner delicately sipped the red wine, her gem-like eyes locking onto Yang Yi's with an intensity that was palpable. In response, he lifted his glass, taking a measured sip while casting a meaningful glance in her direction. Aren't you afraid of igniting a fire that may consume you? Rather than passively waiting for that uncertain day, I prefer to take the initiative. With that, Lin Wanner kicked off her sandals, revealing her long, slender legs encased in sheer stockings, tantalizingly hinting at what lay beneath. In that instant, Yang Yi felt an electric thrill coursing through him, his entire being ignited with passion and excitement. It was undeniable that Lin Wanner, born into a prestigious family and once a renowned star, exuded an aura that set her apart from the ordinary. In the past, Yang Yi would have never dared to imagine crossing paths with such a stunning beauty. Under her seductive gaze, he downed the remainder of his wine. Just as he prepared to rise, the entire living room was suddenly illuminated with vibrant neon lights, casting a kaleidoscope of colors. Lin Wanner began to dance to the rhythm, her feet gliding like butterflies, leaving Yang Yi mesmerized. High-end predators often appear in the guise of their prey. That night, under Lin Wanner's meticulous planning, Yang Yi experienced an unprecedented thrill. After 3 minutes, Lin Wanner ceased her dance, spinning gracefully before settling onto Yang Yi's lap, her upper body nestled comfortably against him. Her delicate fingers playfully grasped his chin, exuding an unmistakable allure. Lin Wanner, boasting a score of 9.3, was not only breathtakingly beautiful but also possessed a physique that was nothing short of perfection. The slightest excess in her curves could appear plump, while a mere deficiency would render her too slender, yet she harmoniously blended softness with elegance. Zhang Jujia once wrote in passing through your world, I hope for someone like you. As refreshing as the breeze in the mountains, as warm as the light in the ancient city, from morning to night, from the wilderness to the kitchen, from wandering to togetherness, from cars to people passing by. As long as it ends with you, that's enough. Yet Yang Yi clearly lacked such poetic depth. That night, he brought those words to life, albeit with slight deviations. The two of them moved from the living room to the kitchen, from the balcony to the bedroom, like a burst of passion igniting, akin to a ravenous wolf. In retrospect, Yang Yi found it hard to believe that beneath Lin Wanner's stunning exterior lay such a wild heart. The scratches adorning his body were the best testament to last night's fervor. Lin Wanner gazed at Yang Yi with admiration, her eyes filled with reverence. Ding! Detecting that the intimacy level between the fish fry Lin Wanner and the host has reached 95 points. Automatically captured into the fish pond. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully capturing the high-quality fish fry Lin Wanner with a score of 9.3, rewarding attribute points 10, and a prize worth 50 billion. The Tianma Star Cinema won. The host has spent 1 billion on the fish fry Lin Wanner, and the cashback has been credited. Name, Yang Yi. Age, 18. Attractiveness, 9.0. Height, 180. Physique, 30, above average. Title, Junior Sea King. Daily stipend, 10,000. Wealth, 4.2 billion. Company, Tianma Venture Capital Company Limited, valued at 1 billion. Tianma Star Cinema, valued at 50 billion. Skills, professional driving, master-level piano performance, hall-level basketball skills, culinary genius, divine healer, proficient in acting. Attribute points, 20. Fish pond, Lu Xiaoyu, Li Na, Lin Wanner. After binding with the fish fry, spending on her will yield tenfold cashback. Currently, the maximum daily cashback per fish fry is 1 billion. Task, become a senior Sea King within a year. Current progress, 30. All remaining physique points to be allocated to physique enhancement. Ding! Physique enhancement successful. Current host physique, 50 points, 5 times that of an adult. In an instant, Yang Yi felt a warm surge coursing through him, revitalizing his entire being. Chapter 77. Military Training Competition. As the saying goes, a well-fed mind turns to lustful thoughts. Naturally, fully restored Yang Yi had some rather bold ideas. However, the wild Lin Wanner from the previous night was nowhere to be found, neither in the wilderness nor in the study. Thus, Yang Yi had to settle for less, relying on his fluency in English, French, and Russian to engage in verbal communication with Lin Wanner. Half an hour later, after their conversation, despite Yang Ye's earnest teaching, it was Lin Wanner's first attempt at learning, and some techniques still needed refinement. Nonetheless, Yang Yi was pleased to reward her with 1 billion for her efforts. You should take it easy today, considering the time. My military training should be wrapping up soon. It's time to head back and check in. Yang Yi playfully pinched Lin Wanner's slightly sore lips, eliciting a look of feigned sorrow from her. In the afternoon, Yang Yi returned to Qian University. That moment, Gong Jian was leading the class in training. Despite his attention, the students appeared noticeably fatigued. You actually remembered to come back? Gong Jian called Yang Yi over as soon as he spotted him on the field. He had previously granted Yang Yi some freedom, but little did he know the boy would vanish for so long. Returning just in time. Miss me, old Gong? Yang Yi approached with a grin, casually handing over the drink he had just purchased. Gong Jian accepted it without hesitation and said, This afternoon, there will be a major competition. Each class will select 5 participants, and with you back, I can finally relax. Gong Jian had complete confidence in Yang Ye's abilities, especially in running and combat, where he excelled beyond the rest. A major competition. You say? Yes, it's a test of our military training results over the past 2 weeks, primarily comprising a 5-kilometer run, pull-ups, and standing long jump. Well, you gave me half a month off. It wouldn't be right to leave without some results. Yang Yi chuckled, giving Gong Jian a reassuring look. At least you have a conscience. Besides Yang Yi, Gong Jian also selected Li Su, Old Wang, and 2 other boys from the class to participate in the afternoon competition. At noon, Yang Yi and his 3 roommates grabbed a few simple dishes from the cafeteria and settled down to eat in the hall. Brother Yi, where have you been all this time? We haven't seen you for so long. Just out and about. Once military training is over, I'll take the guys out for some fun. You've got me looking forward to it. Just so you know, I want at least 2 outings. The excitement among the roommates surged as they heard Yang Yi mention going out. Just then, Huang Yi approached, placing her meal tray down beside them. "What's up?" Yang Yi asked, confused by her intense gaze that seemed to suggest he owed her a fortune. "How is your preparation for the piano solo I asked you about? You've been gone for over 10 days. Don't let me down. Is that all?" Yang Yi thought she was here for something serious, but upon seeing her earnest expression, he couldn't resist teasing her. "Don't worry, I never deceive girls unless..." "Unless what?" Huang Yi pressed eagerly as Yang Yi trailed off. "Unless I'm not interested in her, so rest assured. I won't let you down." With a charming smile, he left her with plenty to ponder as he hinting at something. Huang Yi's face flushed slightly as she looked away, clearly flustered by his words. "The welcome party is tomorrow night. You absolutely cannot bail on me," she stammered before quickly gathering her tray and scurrying away, prompting laughter from Li Su and the others. "Brother Yi, you absolutely cannot bail on me." Li Su mimicked Huang Yi's tone, sending a shiver down Yang Ye's spine. In the afternoon, all first-year students at Qian University gathered on the playground. Yang Yi returned to his dorm to change into camo gear. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, a military officer, approximately 1.8 meters tall, stepped onto the podium. "Listen up, today marks the end of our 15-day military training. Now is the time to test your results. If you're a man, show me what you've got." This officer was the chief organizer of the military training, and under his command, everyone took their seats, leaving only the 5-kilometer track, parallel bars, and standing long jump area open. "I hereby declare the competition officially commenced." With the officer's shout, the competition began. All instructors now became orderlies, stationed at various corners of the field. The first event was the standing long jump. Yang Yi had never attempted it before, but with the system's enhancements, his current overall abilities were 5 times that of an average adult. "Damn it, my physique ist exactly advantageous for long jump," Li Su lamented, weighing his hefty frame. In truth, Gong Jian wasn't targeting him. The class had a disproportionate number of boys, making it necessary to choose the best among a few. "What are we afraid of? We'll just tag along, and the rest we'll leave to ye." Old Wang had already found his role, preparing to coast through the event, especially since he had no athletic advantages. "Who the hell is Yang Yi?" Amidst the crowd, a male athlete about 1.9 meters tall shouted, scanning for Yang Ye's figure. The taunting voice caught Yang Ye's attention, and he frowned at the absurdity. "Your grandpa is here." Since the other party had already thrown down the gauntlet, Yang Yi had no intention of being polite. "Kid, I hear you think you're quite the hotshot. What is it to you? Keep your distance from Huang Yi. Don't think that just because you had a moment in the spotlight, you're untouchable. If you're not careful, I'll make you understand your place in today's competition. I'll trample you underfoot. If you know what's good for you, back out now, or you'll be the one embarrassed." This athlete, named Wang Ming, was a local and also one of Huang Yi's admirers. Seeing Yang Yi dining with her at noon had put him in a foul mood, and now that he learned Yang Yi would be participating, he sought trouble. "Are you some kind of fool? If you're so confident, how about a bet? Whoever loses has to call the other daddy 3 times in front of everyone. I don't have a son like you." Yang Yi found no interest in such childish antics. "If you're a man, don't try to dodge. Whether I'm a man or not is none of your business. Coward." Ding. System task triggered. Compete in the standing long jump against Wang Ming and astonish the crowd. Successful completion will reward a limited time gift package 1. Do you accept? "Hey, fool, I accept the challenge." Motivated by the system's generous reward, Yang Yi ultimately agreed to this trivial bet. Chapter 78. Basic skills must not be overlooked. Upon Yang Yi accepting the bet, a cold smile crept onto Wang Ming's face. He had been recruited to Qian University through a sports scholarship, boasting exceptional skills that placed him among the top in the institution, especially in the standing long jump, where he had achieved an astounding distance of 3.12 meters. It's worth noting that the current world record for standing long jump is merely 476 meters, making his performance sufficient for national team standards. In his view, Yang Yi's acceptance of the challenge was a guaranteed humiliation. He even envisioned the moment Yang Yi would have to call him daddy. "Kid, don't even think about cheating if you lose." "Cheat? You really have a sense of self-awareness, knowing I wouldn't want a son like you. By the way, have you been starved of love since childhood? Why are you so eager to recognize a father?" Yang Yi had no intention of letting this absurd provocateur off easy. "Humph. We'll see who has the last laugh." Wang Ming realized he couldn't win an argument with Yang Yi, so he left with a huff to warm up. Meanwhile, Yang Yi continued chatting and joking with Li Su and the others, completely unfazed, much like an elephant ignoring the threats of an ant. 10 minutes later, all preparations were complete, and the first event of the competition, the standing long jump, officially commenced. Each year, Qian University welcomed approximately 10,000 new students, divided into over 60 classes, with 5 participants from each class competing, totaling over 300 students. The rules for standing long jump were straightforward. Competitors stood at a designated area without any run-up, taking off from a stationary position. Go, Brother Yi. We're always supporting you. Brother Yi, charge ahead. As Yang Yi and his friends waited in line, the girls from his class cheered him on, their eyes sparkling with admiration, unbothered by others' opinions. Yang Yi waved back, giving them an okay gesture. In contrast to Yang Ye's calm demeanor, Wang Ming's expression darkened further. Show off, just wait. The higher you soar now, the harder you'll fall later. The competition quickly unfolded, with most participants achieving jumps between 2 to 2.5 meters, and some even failing to clear 2 meters. I told you this isn't my strong suit. I barely managed to clear 2 meters. What a joke. Li Su, the chubby one, struggled in the standing long jump, only managing a little over 2 meters. Brother Yi, I just found out that Wang Ming is a sports scholarship student. You need to be cautious, old Wang, noticing Wang Ming's lingering gaze, shared the intel he had just gathered, and no worries, just wait for the big win. Although Yang Yi hadn't undergone professional training, his current physique was 5 times that of an average adult, giving him a significant edge. While Yang Yi appeared nonchalant, Li Su and the others were filled with apprehension, as they were aware of the professional athlete before them. The event progressed swiftly, and soon, most participants had completed their tests. However, Wang Ming remained still, deliberately waiting for Yang Yi, as he wanted the disparity to be glaringly obvious. Before long, only a few athletes and Yang Yi were left to test their skills. Kid, watch closely. I'm about to show you what a professional can do. At this moment, the venue was teeming with a multitude of onlookers, and Wang Ming, who was eager to embarrass Yang Yi in public, would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to shine. He strode directly to the jumping line, rhythmically moving his hands and feet. This individual was this year's special recruit, rumored to have reached the national athlete standard in standing long jump. Astonishing, isn't it? What's more, just moments ago, a reckless youth had bet him in a father-son wager, stipulating that the loser would call the other dad. A father-son wager. This is going to be entertaining. As a special recruit, Wang Ming's professional prowess ranked among the elite, and he was quite renowned as an athletic talent at Qian University. With unwavering focus, Wang Ming took a deep breath, slightly squatted, and let his arms sway naturally. Suddenly, he unleashed his strength and leapt forward, his body soaring into the air. The spectators gasped collectively, their expressions filled with astonishment. Goodness, that jump was incredibly precise. I dare say it must have been at least 3 meters. Truly deserving of being a professional recruit, that fellow is bound to lose the bet. 3 meters and 16 centimeters. As a coach shouted, the crowd erupted in excitement, and even Wang Ming himself wore an expression of unbridled confidence. 3 meters and 16 centimeters had shattered his previous record, even surpassing the national athlete standard. Yang Xiao, should we make a run for it? This guy is too impressive, jumping 3 meters and 16 centimeters. Yes, let's slip away while we can. Otherwise, it will be embarrassing if we can't escape later. Li Su and Lao Wang exchanged glances, their faces paling at Wang Ming's achievement, and they tugged at Yang Yi, wanting to flee. After all, with so many witnesses, if Yang Yi lost this father-son wager, it would be quite problematic. A true man stands by his word. I see it just 3 meters? It's merely a matter of lifting his legs. Yang Yi, however, had accepted a system task, which required not only victory but also astonishing the crowd. Thus, fleeing was not an option for him. Besides, he did not regard Wang Ming as a serious contender. Kid, it's your turn. Don't even think about escaping. I will keep my eyes on you the entire time. After relishing the attention of the crowd, Wang Ming approached Yang Yi to prevent any attempt at fleeing. Is there really any need to rush to acknowledge me as your father? Afraid I might reject you? Wang Ming initiated this father-son wager with the intent of humiliating Yang Yi, prompting Yang Yi to respond with sarcastic derision. I'm curious to see how long you can maintain your arrogance. Wang Ming had coordinated with several fellow special recruits. Should Yang Yi lose and attempt to flee, they would surround him immediately, ensuring his humiliation. He had even spread word of the father-son wager within the crowd to corner Yang Yi. Little did he realize, all his maneuvers could backfire spectacularly. Under the gaze of the crowd, Yang Yi calmly approached the jumping line, stretching his arms casually as if merely yawning. That's so. This is the reckless youth. He appears utterly unremarkable, certainly destined to lose. In contrast to Wang Ming's professionalism, the onlookers were not optimistic about Yang Yi, including Li Su and others who were scanning the area for escape routes. Suddenly, Yang Yi exerted himself, and with the enhancement of his 50-point overall quality, he soared past the 3.5-meter mark, landing firmly on the ground. Goodness, didn't he control his force well? In that instant, the crowd was left bewildered. Did he just jump right over the line? This must have shattered the world record. Alas, I lack the culture to express it beyond this exclamation. 3 meters and 61 centimeters. At that moment, even the officiating coach was stunned. Not only had Yang Yi surpassed Wang Ming, but he had also broken the world record. Ah, Yigu, Yang Xiao, you're amazing. After a brief moment of silence, the venue erupted into roaring cheers. Yet, Yang Yi remained remarkably composed, casually remarking, just basic skills, nothing too extravagant. Chapter 79. A night of revelry. At this point, Wang Ming was in utter disbelief. 3 meters and 61 centimeters. While the crowd might not fully grasp the significance, Wang Ming, as a sports special recruit, was acutely aware. Despite his jump of 3 meters and 16 centimeters, the gap of mere centimeters between him and Yang Yi was a chasm he would never cross. At this moment, Wang Ming felt an intense dryness in his throat, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down in disbelief. Reflecting on the father-son wager, his face paled drastically, resembling a wilted eggplant, devoid of color. Li Su and the others widened their eyes, then burst into uncontrollable laughter. Yang Xiao, it's a waste of talent for you to be here studying instead of at the Olympics. Do you think with Yang's abilities he needs to participate in such events? He is simply enjoying life. Enough of this, let us go check on your big nephew. Under Yang Ye's lead, they approached Wang Ming. So, will you call me dad voluntarily, or should I send someone to assist you? Upon hearing Yang Ye's words and surveying the hundreds of onlookers, Wang Ming's face turned a deep shade of crimson. Yang Yi felt no sympathy for him. Seems you wish to renege on the wager? Noticing Wang Ming standing there dazed, failing to fulfill the wager's terms, Yang Ye's demeanor grew colder. Yang Yi, can we call off this bet? At this moment, if Wang Ming were to call him dad, he would undoubtedly become an overnight sensation at Qin University. Thus, he hoped to drag this out. And if I refuse? Yang Yi understood that had he not received the system's enhancement, he would have undoubtedly been the one to lose. Would Wang Ming show him mercy then? Clearly not. As the saying goes, one must be ruthless to remain steadfast. Yang Yi intended to demonstrate to those who would dare provoke him that there were consequences for their actions. Everyone, come see. Special recruit Wang Ming initiated a father-son wager but now wishes to renege. Is it true that athletes can't handle losing? Li Su and Lao Wang seized the opportunity to spread the word among the crowd. Goodness! A special recruit loses and still dares to back out. Father-son wager, hurry and acknowledge your father. Wang Ming, don't disgrace us special recruits. With Li Su and Lao Wang fanning the flames, soon the crowd was abuzz with chatter, and Wang Ming found himself blushing furiously, wishing to disappear into the ground. Fine, I'll call you dad. I can take the loss. At this moment, Wang Ming realized that under the crowd's jeering, refusing to comply would be more disgraceful than calling Yang Yi dad. So he resolved to fulfill the wager. Taking a deep breath, he slowly closed his eyes, then, with great reluctance, uttered, Dad. You still owe me 2 more calls. Li Su and the others couldn't resist teasing him. Dad! At that moment, Wang Ming glared at Li Su and the others with indignation, but having already called once, what was the second call? Dad, with the crowd watching. Wang Ming gritted his teeth and called Yang Yi dad 3 times before swiftly turning to leave. This father-son wager was merely a minor episode in the grand competition, for the leaders of Qin University were already astounded by Yang Ye's remarkable achievement. This was a world record. Instantly, numerous university leaders began discussing amongst themselves on the podium, eager to see if Yang Yi would continue to impress in the subsequent events. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning and astonishing the crowd, completing the time-limited task. The reward, a mysterious gift package, has been issued to the system's backpack. Please check. Open the mysterious gift package. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a misfortune card 1. Misfortune card. Once bound to a user, that person will experience a series of unfortunate events for the next 3 days, as if cursed by the god of misfortune. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a scar removal ointment recipe 1. Regarding the two items just acquired, the misfortune card was merely a playful tool to annoy his opponents, while the scar removal ointment recipe held real value. With his godlike skills, Yang Yi could easily appreciate its worth. Once produced, it would surely attract numerous female admirers. In an instant, Yang Yi's thoughts crystallized. In the upcoming pull-up event, Yang Yi once again astounded the audience, performing 100 single-arm pull-ups, causing other students to lose all motivation to compete. Who exactly is this guy? He seems like a formidable force. You don't know? He is the one who took down the instructor on the first day of military training, and didn't he have to attend? Wow. So, it's this legendary figure. I clearly underestimated him. Yang Yi's impressive display naturally sparked lively discussions among the spectators. What good is strength and jumping ability? I don't believe he can outlast me. Just watch how I outpace him in the 5-kilometer run. Naturally, some reckless youths were unwilling to concede, but reality delivered a harsh slap to their faces when Yang Yi completed the 5-kilometer run in just over 13 minutes, leaving his nearest competitor far behind. On the podium, a sports teacher, brimming with excitement, looked at his stopwatch and shouted, 13 minutes and 1 second. Another world record. Elated, he rushed over to a robust university leader, exclaiming, regardless of your department, I must recruit you into our sports academy. You've truly brought me great honor. Just as Yang Yi stepped off the field, he was greeted by Gong Jian, who approached with a broad smile, playfully punching his own chest. As Yang Yi's instructor, Gong Jian shared in the glory of his stellar performance. Your performance was exceptional. Our leaders have asked me to convey that you should reconsider joining the military. If you agree, they will expedite your enlistment paperwork. No thanks, my personality isn't suited for military life. You rascal. Seeing Yang Yi's lack of interest in enlistment, Gong Jian could only shake his head in resignation. However, just as one wave settled, another arose. Yang Yi had barely finished declining Gong Jian when a teacher approached him. Young man, I'm Xiao Yiming, the dean of the sports academy at Qin University. I witnessed your outstanding performances earlier. They were truly remarkable. Would you be interested in transferring to our sports academy? We can offer you various scholarships and the most professional training. Gazing at the exuberant middle-aged man before him, Yang Yi realized he had truly overindulged earlier. Ultimately, Yang Yi declined the invitation from the sports academy, as he was a man steadfast in his ideals and aspirations. Chapter 80. City folk really know how to have fun. After the closing ceremony, Yang Yi and his roommates returned to their dormitory to enjoy a refreshing hot shower. Although Yang Yi's physique far surpassed that of ordinary people, he still worked up a sweat during the competition. Brothers, how about we relax tonight? As soon as he sat down, Li Su proposed a night out to unwind. Let us go. This past half-month has nearly exhausted me. Yang Xiao, what do you think? Unlike Yang Yi, who had been enjoying himself for half a month, his roommates, having suppressed their desires, were eager to let loose. What else is there to say? Let us have a blast tonight. Yang Yi had previously promised to take them out for some fun, and seeing their high spirits today, he decided to capitalize on the moment. Yang Xiao, do you have any large plates of chicken weighing around 90 pounds? Yes. I also want a redmouth fish. What are you two saying? I want 100 to 110 pounds, fatty but not greasy. Listening to the wild cravings of his roommates, Yang Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Among them, only Zhang Jian had a driver's license. While the other two were merely armchair enthusiasts, at 6 o'clock, 2 black Mercedes-Benz G-Wagons rolled into Qin University, stopping at the boys' dormitory, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Soon, the group had changed into their outfits and descended from the building. Yang Xiao, are we taking my car, or what? Yang Yi's sports car obviously couldn't accommodate 4 people, so Zhang Jian prepared to bring his BMW 5 Series. No need. If you drive, how can we fully enjoy ourselves? Everything has been arranged. As the group reached the ground floor, they were greeted by the sight of 2 black Mercedes-Benz G-Wagons. Yang Xiao, please don't tell me those 2 cars are also yours? Naturally, boys have an innate fascination with off-road vehicles, so Li Su asked excitedly. Go be precise. They can be considered mine. Enough with the details, hurry up and get in. Tonight is all about having a great time. Under Yang Yi's direction, Li Su and Yang Yi shared a car, while Zhang Jian rode with Lao Wang. Tonight, Yang Yi planned to take them to the establishment owned by the Black Clothes Army for some fun, while also getting a side glimpse of their current operations. The driving skills of the 2 black-clad soldiers were exceptional, and the performance of the 2 G-Wagons was perfectly unleashed under their control. Before long, they arrived at the headquarters of the Black Clothes Army, flowing golden years. This establishment was an upgraded renovation of the former headquarters of the Starry Night Association, the Imperial Entertainment Club, featuring comprehensive and state-of-the-art facilities. At this moment, 2 rows of imposing black-clad men stood at the entrance, and Yang Jian, the leader of the Black Clothes Army, awaited them at the entrance. Upon seeing Yang Yi and his companions exit the vehicle, Yang Jian quickly jogged over to assist Yang Yi with the car door, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. This scene astonished the patrons and some underlings present, as Yang Jian was currently the ruler of the underground world of Qin City. Moreover, as a high-ranking soldier, he typically exuded an icy persona, rarely seen smiling, let alone showing such deference. Yang Xiao, everything is prepared inside. All right, have those brothers retreat. Otherwise, others might think I'm running a black market. Yang Yi hadn't anticipated Yang Jian would go to such lengths. He merely intended to take his roommates out for a good time. Unaware, some might think he was running a criminal operation. Understood. Seeing Yang Yi's disinterest in such theatrics, Yang Jian promptly turned and waved his hand. Consequently, dozens of burly men with mechanical smiles dispersed obediently. Witnessing this, Li Su and the others couldn't help but swallow hard. The scene was genuinely astonishing. Yang Xiao, this can't possibly be your business too, right? Although the high-ranking soldiers' faces bore mechanical smiles, their fierce aura was unmistakably potent. It was clear to any discerning eye that they were not ordinary individuals. Thus, Li Su hesitated to inquire. What do you think? However, Yang Yi did not directly answer Li Su's question. He couldn't very well disclose that they were members of a criminal organization and that he was their leader. Such revelations would only make his roommates more uncomfortable. Let us go. The real fun awaits us inside. Yang Yi threw an arm around Li Su and Lao Wang, leading the way, with Zhang Jian quickly following suit. Under Yang Jian's guidance, the group bypassed the main hall and ascended to a private VIP suite on the 2nd floor. Everything is arranged inside. Please enjoy yourselves. If you need anything, feel free to call for me. You should join us too. We're all friends here. Yang Yi felt entirely at ease with Yang Jian. As a high-ranking soldier bestowed by the system, their loyalty to Yang Yi was unquestionable. Yet they were also living beings with basic emotions. Yang Yi's invitation resonated with Yang Jian, flowing warmth through him. After Yang Yi and his friends entered the suite, he followed them in. In the private room, resplendent lights flickered incessantly, and the pulsating rhythm of dynamic music surged into the minds of a few individuals. The bar was adorned with bottles of Ace of Spades, red wine, and champagne, offering a comprehensive selection of beverages. Directly in front of the room stood 20 young women, each around 20 years of age, their heights ranging from 165 to 170 centimeters. Clad in alluring, form-fitting black bodysuits that accentuated their figures exquisitely, their shapely long legs were prominently displayed, exuding a captivating sensuality. Witnessing this, Li Su and his companions could hardly suppress their salivation, their eyes fixated unblinkingly on the beauties before them, unable to divert their gaze. Yang Yi discerned that this was likely the first time for them to encounter such a scene. Despite their inner turmoil, they remained rooted in place, unable to act. Yi Xiao, what should we do next? I've seen in movies that one picks one they like the most, right? The group was rendered utterly befuddled by the spectacle before them, glancing awkwardly at Yang Yi. Observing their demeanor, Yang Yi could only chuckle helplessly, striding over to the bar to seize a bottle of champagne and vigorously shaking it. Subsequently, he popped the cork and aimed it at the 20 enchanting women, declaring, "It's elementary for a primary school student to make choices. Tonight, we shall have them all." The women squealed in delight as the champagne erupted, showering them enticingly. With that, Yang Yi seized his friends and tossed them into the throng of women. "Tonight, we shall not return until inebriated." Once the proverbial window was shattered, Li Su and the others finally let loose, each embracing several women and reveling in their liberation. Li Su, the perennial introvert, unexpectedly displayed some peculiar knowledge, shoving a bottle of Ace of Spades toward one woman's lips. Amidst the explosive music, the private room descended into chaos, as various eccentric antics were unleashed. Yang Yi could only marvel, city folks truly know how to have fun. The following afternoon, Yang Yi took his companions to the 3rd-floor restaurant of the Lujin Suizhou Club for a hot pot. "What's wrong with you three? You all look utterly drained." At the table, Li Su and his friends had sunken eyes and pale faces, their weariness unmistakable. "Why, Xiao, please, just order us more kidney dishes and chives. We nearly lost control last night." Yes, we need to replenish ourselves. I exhausted my reserves last night, enduring a total of 9 rounds. You truly are remarkable. Yang Yi felt a twinge of helplessness, for not everyone possessed his robust constitution. Under Yang Ye's direction, platters of kidney and oysters were soon laid before them. Hurry, eat up. Once you finish, go sleep it off. I genuinely fear you might collapse. Reflecting on their behavior, Yang Yi understood their actions. After a fortnight of military training, coupled with being inexperienced in such settings, it was no wonder they exerted themselves so fervently. After a hearty meal, they finally regained their strength. Let us head back to the dorm and rest for a while. Tonight is the welcome party at Qin University, and I have a system task to perform a piano piece and astound everyone. Hence, he planned to return to the dorm for a proper rest. Let us go. My legs are still weak. I need to recuperate. Following Yang Ye's arrangements, 2 Mercedes-Benz G-Class vehicles conveyed them back to Qin University. During the afternoon, Yang Yi languidly lay on his bed, browsing live streams. It's her. On the Shark platform, he encountered a familiar streamer. Intrigued, he entered the live stream. Dear viewers, thanks to the generous support of our benefactor, we have secured 10 million to ensure our funding, but as we delve deeper, we uncovered more social issues that demand urgent attention. Upon entering the live stream, Yang Yi saw the philanthropic streamer Yang Xiaoming in a new impoverished region, sharing her latest stories. In her, Yang Yi sensed a unique aura that set her apart from others. Families. The place I am currently in is called Kaoshan Village, located 10 kilometers from the town. Due to a lack of educational resources, nearly 100 left-behind children must trek 20 kilometers daily to attend school. She continued to solicit support for their initiative to establish a primary school to resolve the educational challenges faced by these children. That moment, Yang Xiaoming was once again raising funds in her live stream. And Yang Yi recalled that the last time he donated 10 million, they only received 7 million after expenses. Given the ongoing costs and follow-ups, they currently lacked sufficient funds to build the school, necessitating another round of online fundraising. Welcome the esteemed emperor, the audacious Pippi Shrimp, to the live stream. Upon Yang Ye's entrance, the top-tier noble privilege was announced in full screen. Wow, it's the Shrimp Boss. I thought he had gone AWOL. Shrimp Boss, we have a project. Xiaoming, the Shrimp Boss is here. Your school is secured. Upon seeing Yang Yi enter the live stream, Yang Xiaoming's expression brightened noticeably, not merely due to his donation, but because she perceived him as a compassionate individual committed to philanthropy. Welcome, Shrimp Boss. She greeted him politely in the live stream. However, before she could continue, the chat exploded with notifications. All platforms announce, the esteemed emperor, the audacious Pippi Shrimp, has gifted 1 spaceship in Yang Xiaoming's live stream. All platforms announce, the esteemed emperor, the audacious Pippi Shrimp, has gifted 2 spaceships. All platforms announce, the esteemed emperor, the audacious Pippi Shrimp, has gifted 10 spaceships. Wow. I knew the Shrimp Boss was generous. Spaceships cost 1 million each. Now I realize the distance between me and the Shrimp Boss is merely 1 spaceship. Yang Ye's lavishness once again astounded the viewers in the live stream. However, gifting 10 spaceships was not his limit. After all, he could earn up to 10 billion in returns daily from a single fish fry. Thus, while everyone gasped in astonishment, Yang Yi continued his generosity. All platforms announce, the esteemed emperor, the audacious Pippi Shrimp, has gifted 20 spaceships. All platforms announce, the esteemed emperor, the audacious Pippi Shrimp, has gifted 30 spaceships. All platforms announce, the esteemed emperor, the audacious Pippi Shrimp, has gifted 100 spaceships. Within just over a minute, Yang Yi had donated a staggering 100 spaceships, equating to a total of 100 million. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 100 million on fish fry. Yang Xiaoming, currently receiving a return of 1 billion, deposited into your bank account. Please check. Observing the notification of funds received, a faint smile crept across Yang Ye's lips as he typed in the live stream. It's been a while since I engaged in live streaming. It took me so long to gift something. Suddenly I miss my speed of launching 10,000 rockets back in the day. Alas, I suppose I need to gift more to practice. Under the privilege of the top-tier noble, Yang Ye's message was boldly highlighted, capturing the attention of all viewers. For a moment, silence enveloped the live stream. He gifted 1 billion in a minute, and he thinks his gifting speed is slow. He needs to practice more? The viewers were left utterly astounded by Yang Ye's nonchalance. That moment, Yang Xiaoming felt a swirl of confusion. Just when she faced challenges, he appeared, extravagantly donating 1 billion. She perceived his remarks about needing to practice his gifting speed as an attempt to divert attention. What kind of person could be so dedicated to philanthropy without seeking fame or reward? At this moment, curiosity about Yang Yi began to blossom within her. Little streamer, if you encounter difficulties, just call me. With that, Yang Yi exited the live stream. After leaving Yang Xiaoming's live stream, Yang Yi began to wander through the Shark platform. Before long, he stumbled upon Lu Xiaoyu, who was also live streaming. Dear friends, in the coming days, my team and I will be pooling our efforts to create a new film, Tomato Billionaire, with an exciting script, and we hope you will support us. Recently, the entire Tianma Film Company had been fervently preparing for the filming of Tomato Billionaire, and as the company owner, Lu Xiaoyu was naturally promoting it vigorously. Seeing this, Yang Yi entered the live stream with a flourish, ready to splurge. New movie in the making, let us support it. Super admin, help me boost the hype. After a couple of brief statements, Yang Yi dove into his generous spree. All platforms announce, the esteemed emperor, the audacious Pippi Shrimp, has gifted 10 spaceships in Lu Xiaoyu's live stream. All platforms announce, the esteemed emperor, the audacious Pippi Shrimp, has gifted 20 spaceships. All platforms announce, the esteemed emperor, the audacious Pippi Shrimp, has gifted 30 spaceships. All platforms announce, the esteemed emperor, the audacious Pippi Shrimp, has gifted 100 spaceships. In merely a minute, Yang Yi had set a modest target for Lu Xiaoyu. Whoa, it's the shrimp boss. Pippi Min Long Outyin salutes the master. Pippi Min Genie Tammy salutes the master. The shrimp boss is still as generous as ever. He just gifted a small goal. Having just witnessed the shrimp boss's previous philanthropic donation, the viewers were in awe of his generosity. With Yang Ye's presence, the heat in Lu Xiaoyu's live stream skyrocketed, quickly propelling it to the top of the charts. After all, 100 spaceships were no laughing matter. At Tianma Film Company, Lu Xiaoyu beamed at the barrage of spaceships filling her screen. Since meeting Yang Yi, this man had consistently supported her in unexpected ways, bringing her joy without asking for anything in return. Ding! Suddenly, Yang Yi received a message from Lu Xiaoyu. Yishao, love you. Observing the message, Yang Yi shook his head in amusement, chatting briefly with Lu Xiaoyu before exiting the live stream. Throughout the afternoon, Yang Yi continued to generously donate millions to various aspiring streamers. After a whirlwind of activity, he had amassed nearly 30 billion in a single afternoon, with roughly 70 billion in cash on hand. Money had become merely a string of numbers for him. At 5 in the evening, Huang Yi sent Yang Yi the program list for the evening's welcome party, where his piano solo was scheduled for a later slot. However, upon closer inspection, Yang Ye's brow furrowed in concern. The preceding act was also a piano solo performed by an associate professor from the Music Academy. Typically, one would not arrange two similar performances back-to-back, as it would invite unwarranted comparisons from the audience, potentially detrimental to the performers. Moreover, the individual preceding him was a renowned professor, undoubtedly possessing exceptional piano skills. It seemed someone was intent on setting him up for failure. In an instant, Yang Yi discerned the underlying motive. Someone was conspiring to embarrass him. If Yang Yi were merely an average university student, his piano skills would surely pale in comparison to that of a Music Academy professor, and thus he would suffer in the aftermath of the professor's performance. With this realization, a cold smile crept onto Yang Ye's face. I shall see who dares to play such tricks. Currently, Yang Yi possessed master-level piano skills, leaving him unfazed. Rather, he was curious to uncover the identity of the individual attempting to trip him up. Meanwhile, Huang Yi messaged him, Yang Yi, have you seen the program list? I just coordinated with them, but they said it can't be adjusted, which is infuriating. Huang Yi believed Yang Ye's claim of piano proficiency meant he could play competently. However, pitting him against an esteemed professor from the music department was bound to lead to a stark contrast, and the program's arrangement would certainly put Yang Yi in an awkward position. I'll go speak with them again. Huang Yi felt responsible for inviting Yang Yi to the event. If he were to falter on stage, she would be left feeling guilty. Thus, she resolved to approach the organizing committee once more. No need. Let it be as is. Yang Yi could sense her urgency through her tone, indicating her genuine concern for the matter. Huang Mei, don't worry. I actually think this arrangement is quite fine. See you tonight. With unwavering confidence, Yang Yi reassured Huang Yi, but the more he did so, the more guilt she felt. After concluding their conversation, Yang Yi pondered for a moment before a name surfaced in his thoughts. Could it be him? If it truly was this insufferable clown, then he had no qualms about delivering a resounding slap in the face. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Yang Yi and his roommates casually dined in the cafeteria. Having rested for half a day, their spirits had improved. Are you sure you can play the piano? I saw the program list, and whoever arranged it is a fool for putting a music academy professor before you. Indeed, it doesn't make much sense to have two piano solos back to back. His roommates chimed in, discussing the program list. What is there to worry about? As long as I have my hands, I'll manage, right? Not just anyone can take the stage. Yang Yi chuckled helplessly. He couldn't very well admit to them that he was a novice. The welcome party was held in the Qian University gymnasium, and when Yang Yi and his companions arrived, the venue was already packed to the brim. Wow, why are all these folks so eager to attend this event? Old Wang couldn't help but voice his annoyance at the crowd. You wouldn't understand. The more people, the better for picking up girls. Li Su grinned, eyeing the nearby ladies, exuding an aura of hormones that seemed rather inappropriate. Brother Yi, we've saved you a spot over here. Just as the group was in a daze, a few girls from their class waved excitedly at Yang Yi, beckoning him to join them. Yang Yi glanced over and noticed there were indeed a few empty seats, so he led his roommates over. Brother Yi, we heard you were performing tonight, so we skipped dinner just to secure these seats. As soon as they sat down, the girls chattered animatedly in Yang Ye's ear. Meanwhile, Xia Yao, clutching 2 bottles of drinks, was about to approach Yang Yi but halted upon witnessing him being called over by a group of admirers. Frustrated, she stomped her foot and turned back to her original spot. Under the dazzling lights, a pair of elegantly dressed hosts took to the stage, drawing the attention of the audience, in the golden autumn. We welcome yet another new cohort of students at Qian University. Today, the host on stage rambled on extensively, but Yang Yi and his companions hardly absorbed a single word, as they had long grown weary of such formalities. It seemed the host also sensed the crowd's impatience and, after a few brief remarks, promptly announced the commencement of the evening's festivities. The first performance featured a group of over a dozen girls from the School of Arts, who delivered an exhilarating dance brimming with youthful exuberance, instantly igniting the atmosphere of the event. Suddenly, an audacious thought crossed my mind. I saw Li Su getting into the rhythm of the dance, enthusiastically letting out a couple of whoops that left nearby girls utterly bewildered. Could you tone it down a bit? Old Wang, unable to bear it any longer, gave him a swift kick on his rear. Yang Yi, however, showed little interest in the performances. His primary goal for the evening was to fulfill a system task and claim a mysterious grand prize. Thus, he remained calmly seated in his spot. This scene was particularly conspicuous to the surrounding girls. With Li Su serving as a stark contrast, Yang Ye's demeanor appeared exceedingly gentlemanly. The subsequent performances were a mix of dances and solo songs, none of which captivated Yang Y. It wasn't until he spotted Xia Yao take the stage that his interest was piqued. Today, Xia Yao donned a light blue performance outfit, exuding an air of understated elegance. As a freshman, she radiated boundless vitality on stage. Xia Yao gently closed her eyes, swaying rhythmically to the accompaniment, perfectly in tune with every beat. She sang a refreshing song, and as she poured her heart into the performance, the audience enthusiastically waved their hands, some even taking out their phones to sway with the flashing lights. When the song concluded, thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue. As Xia Yao descended from the stage, her gaze momentarily lingered on Yang Yi, giving him a knowing look. In that moment, Yang Yi recalled their previous agreement. She had mentioned she would perform at the welcome party, and he had boldly intended to pursue her. However, he had completely forgotten about it in the meantime, which explained the thoughtful glance Xia Yao had bestowed upon him. At this instant, Yang Ye's mind began to race, and he suddenly conceived a solution. As the program progressed, a music professor from the department took to the stage to perform Castle in the Sky on piano, the piece being exquisitely beautiful and earning much admiration from the audience. Now, let's welcome Yang Yi from the Philosophy Class 151 to present a piano solo. Please give him a warm round of applause. Upon the host's announcement, murmurs spread through the crowd. Why would they schedule 2 adjacent performances like this? This Yang Yi is finished. After the professor's piano piece, there's no way his performance will hold up. Yet, Yang Yi remained unfazed, walking up to the stage with a calm demeanor. So, how do you like the arrangement? He thought to himself. With Professor Zhang's preceding performance, let's see how you can shine now. Just as Yang Yi reached the side of the stage, he spotted Su Liang, the student council president who had previously harassed Wang Yuni, wearing a smug grin. So it's you. Yang Yi had suspected Su Liang was behind this, and what of it? You still have to go up there and embarrass yourself. Embarrass myself? Yang Yi chuckled disdainfully at Su Liang's pompous demeanor. A dog is still a dog. You can't elevate what is beneath the stage. Hearing this, Su Liang's expression darkened instantly. He had intended to embarrass Yang Yi before he took the stage, but instead, he found himself on the receiving end of a retort. Preen all you like. Just wait until Yang Yi is up there. As Yang Yi ascended the stage, a spotlight suddenly shone directly on him. Wow, so he is Yang Yi. How handsome, exclaimed a girl. Sisters, this is the guy who stood up to the instructor during military training and broke 2 world records. Regardless of how he plays, I'm already smitten. In this era where looks reign supreme, Yang Ye's 9.0 attractiveness, coupled with his recent record-breaking feats, earned him a wave of admirers. Under the audience's gaze, Yang Yi did not immediately begin to play. Instead, he gracefully accepted the microphone from the host and stepped to the center of the stage. Good evening, everyone. My name is Yang Yi. The reason I am here tonight is due to a promise made to a girl. Upon hearing his words, Xia Yao and Huang Yi's eyes lit up simultaneously in the haze of Yang Ye's vague declaration. Both ladies couldn't help but indulge in flights of fancy. Could he be referring to me? Yang Ye's magnetic voice echoed once more. Tonight, I will perform a piano solo, heartless. I believe this piece can convey my sentiments, dedicating it to her while also sharing it with everyone. Thank you. With that, Yang Yi took a seat at the piano, his focus unwavering. Unbeknownst to him, his words had drawn Xia Yao and Huang Yi deeper into contemplation, particularly for Xia Yao, who had previously told Yang Yi to pursue her during the welcome party. His words felt akin to a confession. In an instant, any lingering resentment Xia Yao felt dissipated. As the saying goes, a rogue is not to be feared. What truly terrifies is a cultured rogue. Xia Yao never anticipated that Yang Yi would take the stage to play a piano piece just for her, and in that moment, she felt her heart flutter. Well, you have shown some sincerity and a touch of romance. At this moment, Xia Yao gazed at Yang Yi on stage, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Yang Yi activated his master-level piano skills. With the system's intervention, the performance techniques for heartless vividly unfolded in his mind. In no time, Yang Yi grasped the essence of the piece. Taking a deep breath, he placed his hands gently on the piano, casting a mysterious smile at the audience. At that moment, Yang Yi was ready to cast his line. Uncertain of how many fish he might reel in as he began to play, an air of elegance enveloped him. Yang Yi felt warm currents coursing through his fingers, rendering them exceptionally nimble. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and his fingers danced across the keys like agile serpents. The beautiful melody of heartless flowed forth, gradually filling the entire gymnasium with its enchanting sound. In an instant, the audience was captivated by the exquisite music. As the saying goes, a true maestro's skill is evident at first touch. Yang Ye's performance surpassed that of the music professor, flowing with greater grace and melodiousness. The main theme of heartless revolves around love, and Yang Ye's masterful piano execution vividly conveyed the sentiment to the audience. They could almost visualize a boy's sincere affection for a girl. What? This is master-level piano artistry. A master pianist at such a young age? Zhang Ming, a renowned professor in the music department, had extensive knowledge of piano performance and was well respected in the field. His earlier performance had garnered much applause, but now, as he listened to Yang Yi, he felt the very essence of heartless through each note. The ability to convey the piece's emotional depth through music is undoubtedly the hallmark of a legendary performance. Nationwide, only a handful of pianists achieve such mastery, and they are typically seasoned artists. Yet, here was Yang Yi, appearing no older than 18, showcasing such extraordinary talent. At that moment, Zhang Ming's eyes gleamed with fervor. Qian University's music program was on the brink of greatness. In stark contrast, Su Liang's face turned ashen, akin to someone who had just swallowed a fly. Impossible! How could he possess such high-level piano skills? But as he glanced at the entranced audience, despair washed over him. He realized he had lost. At this juncture, Yang Ye's performance reached its zenith. The notes ebbed and flowed, at times cascading like a rushing river, and at others, gentle and refined like a babbling brook. Moments later, with a final flourish of his fingers, the piece came to a close. This melody belongs to the heavens. How rare it is to hear it in one's lifetime. Even after Yang Yi ceased playing, the audience remained enveloped in the atmosphere he had created. After a brief silence, as one girl opened her eyes, The crowd gradually awoke from their reverie. Yang Yi rose and bowed slightly in appreciation, saying, "Thank you." It was only then that the audience fully realized the performance had concluded. With a single clap, it sparked a thunderous applause that resonated throughout the gymnasium. "Yang Yi, the idol, the idol. I want to have your babies." Amidst the fervent cheers, Yang Yi descended from the stage without a hint of lingering sentiment. At the edge of the stage, he spotted a disheartened Su Liang and couldn't help but smirk. "You've lost. Not just in this instance, but in character as well." With that, Yang Yi turned away, heading towards the exit of the gymnasium. He knew a throng of girls would soon converge upon him, and lingering any longer would only result in being overwhelmed by their eager gazes. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the piano performance and stunning the audience. The mysterious grand prize has been dispatched to the system space. Please check. Open the prize. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring a shopping center valued at 5 billion. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring a live streaming platform valued at 3 billion. Upon opening the grand prize, Yang Yi amassed a total of 80 billion in assets. Although he didn't receive any special skills, the haul was still quite substantial. Yang Yi. Just as he exited the gymnasium, a feminine voice called out to him. Turning around, he found Xia Yao, now donned in casual attire. Standing beneath a street lamp, her hands crossed in front of her abdomen, clearly waiting for him. "What's up, beautiful Xia?" Yang Yi approached her with a cheerful smile. "What do you think? I didn't expect you to be so romantic, especially performing a piece for me. Your piano skills were truly exceptional. Listening to your performance was pure enjoyment." At this, Yang Yi smiled modestly. In truth, it had all been a coincidence, but seeing that Xia Yao had already formed her conclusions, he chose not to clarify. It was all right, just a casual play. Xia Yao, a music student herself, reached level 9 in piano proficiency, so she couldn't possibly believe Yang Yi's nonchalant claim. "Are you not going to say anything to me?" Xia Yao had braced herself for a confession from Yang Yi, yet he stood there silently, leaving her feeling quite anxious. To her, Yang Yi's earlier words and the performance of F.R. Elise felt like an unspoken promise. "Say something? How about we grab a late-night snack?" Yang Yi, caught off guard by Xia Yao's inquiry, blurted out a suggestion. Surprisingly, at his casual invitation, Xia Yao's face flushed. It was already 10 o'clock at night, and with the dormitory curfew looming just an hour away, she realized he was hinting at something deeper. Could he be suggesting? How could he be so forward? If Yang Yi knew that his offhand remark had sparked such a whirlwind of thoughts in Xia Yao's mind, he would have marveled at the complexities of a woman's imagination. Ultimately, after wrestling with her thoughts, Xia Yao finally spoke. "All right, but you must choose a nice place." "Not a problem. Let's go, beautiful Xia." "Why do you keep calling me beautiful Xia?" Hearing Yang Yi repeat the name, Xia Yao pouted playfully, her big eyes staring intently at him. Then, without hesitation, Xia Yao stepped forward, took hold of Yang Yi's left hand, and in a voice barely above a whisper, said, "Just call me Yao Yao from now on." Ding! Detected that Xia Yao has been touched by the host's unintentional charm. Affection level has reached 95 points. Only one final step remains for capture. What the heck? How did this happen? I haven't even cast my line yet, and she's already jumping onto the shore. Yang Yi was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, but as he reflected on Xia Yao's previous words and demeanor, he quickly pieced it together. It seemed the evening had indeed taken a romantic turn. Chapter 85. Show off to the main character in the Qian University food court. A strikingly stylish Bugatti Veyron drifted smoothly into a parking spot. Moments later, a young man and woman emerged from the car. Yang Yi and Xia Yao, who had just finished their late-night snack adventure. "Yang Yi, where did you learn to drive like that?" Xia Yao was utterly astonished by his flawless drifting skills. "Do you believe I just play kart racing?" he replied with a playful grin. "Such a tease." Xia Yao giggled, wrapping her arms around Yang Yi's left arm as they strolled into the food court, their demeanor reminiscent of a young couple enjoying a carefree outing. Xia Yao's lively personality brought Yang Yi immense joy. "Yang Yi, I want to eat this." "Yang Yi, this looks so pretty." Under Xia Yao's infectious enthusiasm, Yang Yi found himself rediscovering the thrill of youthful romance. "How about we go for some grilled fish? This place looks promising." The food around campus was both delicious and affordable, and after glancing at the menu, Yang Yi casually ordered a variety of dishes costing a few hundred yuan. The grilled fish restaurant was already bustling with patrons, and for a late-night snack, ambience was key, So the pair settled at a table in the main hall. Perhaps it was the newfound nature of their relationship, but they found each other endlessly amusing. "Why are you staring at me? Just eat?" Yang Yi noticed Xia Yao fixated on him rather than her food and instinctively set down his chopsticks to inquire. "I was just wondering what other surprises you have in store for me." Yang Ye's aura of mystery fascinated Xia Yao. With top-tier piano skills and remarkable driving abilities, she felt there was an endless depth to uncover in this intriguing man. "Xia Yao." Just as they were enjoying their meal, a couple entered the hall and approached their table. Upon seeing them, Xia Yao's brow furrowed slightly. "Is this your boyfriend?" Without hesitation, the duo took a seat at their table. Noticing Yang Yi and Xia Yao dining together, "Let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Yang Yi," Xia Yao stated proudly. "Yang Yi, this is my classmate Zhao Xiaoyun." Yang Yi nodded politely and turned to the owner to request 2 additional sets of chopsticks. "I'm here to introduce you as well. This is my boyfriend, He Cheng. He currently works at Lu Jinyu. Perhaps you are unaware of what flowing golden years signifies. It is the headquarters of the Black Cloak Army, the controllers of the underground world in our city of Qian. Currently, my family member He Cheng is employed at Flowing Golden Years, and tonight he is hosting a late-night meal for a team leader from the Black Cloak Army. Now do you understand?" At this moment, Zhao Xiaoyun wore an expression of haughty pride, as if she were immensely impressive. Beside her, Xia Yao observed Zhao Xiaoyun's ostentatious display with increasing annoyance. However, upon hearing Zhao Xiaoyun mention the Black Cloak Army, she refrained from reacting. As a local resident of Qian, she had heard of how the Black Cloak Army had once toppled the Xingyao society overnight. She held a deep-seated apprehension towards the Black Cloak Army and did not wish to invite trouble for herself and Yang Yi. At this point, Yang Yi also discerned that this so-called classmate, Zhao Xiaoyun, had a relationship with Xia Yao that was far from amicable. Otherwise, she would not have begun boasting so brazenly. "Yao Yao, I am not suggesting you should settle for any random boyfriend. Being handsome alone is insufficient. One must also possess wealth and power." While Xia Yao had always overshadowed Zhao Xiaoyun in terms of beauty and class, now that she had finally found a decent boyfriend, she naturally sought to reclaim her sense of superiority over Xia Yao. Zhao Xiaoyun's words left Yang Yi momentarily stunned. "Do I look like a pretty boy to you?" "Enough, Zhao Xiaoyun. The type of boyfriend I choose is my own business. You need not concern yourself." Upon seeing Zhao Xiaoyun directly target Yang Yi, Xia Yao could no longer hold back and retorted sharply. The relationship between Xia Yao and Zhao Xiaoyun could only be described as mediocre, and there had previously been a rivalry beneath the surface, which had been kept at bay for the sake of face. However, Xia Yao had not anticipated that Zhao Xiaoyun would be so arrogant as to find a boyfriend associated with the Black Cloak Army. "Humph. Kindness mistaken for foolishness. I had intended to introduce you to some influential figures from the Black Cloak Army, but it seems you are beyond help." At this moment, Zhao Xiaoyun adopted an air of superiority, blatantly disregarding Yang Ye's presence. Hey, if you're going to flaunt, what does it mean that you once tried to steal my boyfriend?" Yang Yi could no longer tolerate the situation. "You're eating my food and trying to take my boyfriend right in front of me?" However, the two continued to ignore Yang Yi, viewing him merely as an insignificant, somewhat attractive loser, hardly worthy of comparison to the Black Cloak Army. "Kid, who do you think you are to interrupt my conversation with Xia Yao? Look at your own status. Damn. You two really have the audacity. After I give you a bit of attention, you think you can shine. Get as far away from me as possible." Initially, Yang Yi thought the two were merely friends of Xia Yao and did not wish to escalate matters. However, now that they had begun to overstep their bounds, he saw no reason to indulge them. What kind of pathetic loser can't even afford a private room? You think you can act tough? Do you believe I could call dozens of brothers to show you what real power looks like? Upon hearing Yang Yi, the impoverished student, dare to tell him to leave, He Cheng immediately shot up from his seat. During this time, he had relied on the reputation of the Black Cloak Army to act with impunity. Not to mention Yang Yi, even the wealthiest bosses would show him respect upon learning of his employment at the headquarters. "Xia Yao, look at the kind of loser boyfriend you have. Can't even afford a private room for a late-night meal and dares to tell us to leave. When the big shots from the Black Cloak Army arrive, you can be sure you'll regret it. Come. We'll be right here waiting. I want to see how you'll make us pay." Yang Yi had grown weary of the Black Cloak Army's developments and had not anticipated such arrogant parasites to emerge. At this moment, he pondered that perhaps it was time to take control of the Black Cloak Army properly. Just as the argument escalated, two burly men clad in black entered from outside. Upon seeing them, Hee-chang immediately adopted a sycophantic demeanor and rushed to greet them. Brother Zhang, Brother Li, I've reserved a private room inside, and I've already ordered everything. Let us head in. Hee-chang beamed as he ushered the newcomers toward the private room. What was that argument about just now? At this moment, Yang Yi had his back to the door, and the two men did not see his face. I noticed that girl is quite attractive. I intended to introduce her to you both, but it seems they lack appreciation for our standing. Hee-chang lowered himself considerably, a stark contrast to his earlier arrogance. Don't indulge in these superficial gestures. What do you take us for? Those two are clearly students. Don't make it hard for them. The two members of the Black Cloak Army were high-ranking assassins summoned by Yang Yi, and their demeanor pleased him. Seeing the two Black Cloak members speak up, Hee-chang had no choice but to remain silent and turn to Yang Yi. Aren't you going to come over and thank the two big brothers? Otherwise, you might find yourself in a bit of trouble today. I'm eager to see how you'll make me suffer. Yang Yi turned around, and his handsome face instantly caught the attention of the two high-ranking assassins. The drinks in their hands dropped to the floor, their eyes widening in shock. Brothers, your drinks have fallen. At this moment, Hee-chang was still oblivious to the unusual behavior of the two high-ranking assassins. Get Yang Jian over here. As the two stood there in a daze, Yang Yi spoke calmly, his demeanor exuding an overwhelming dominance. However, there are always brash youths who insist on making a scene. Kid, you have some nerve. Do you think you can just call out Jian Ji's name? Do you even know who he is? At this moment, Hee-chang resumed his pretentious act, fully embracing his sycophantic spirit. Smack! Without Yang Yi lifting a finger, the two high-ranking assassins struck Hee-chang across the face. Why are you hitting me? You should be targeting that kid. Hee-chang was taken aback, perplexed as he was merely upholding the Black Cloak Army's prestige. Yet the next scene left him utterly astonished. Young Master Yi, we will immediately summon the leader. The two black-clad assassins approached Yang Yi with utmost deference, resembling children caught in wrongdoing, devoid of their previous imposing demeanor. At this moment, even Hee-chang, no matter how dull, realized Yang Yi's extraordinary status. Reflecting on his earlier pretense before such a figure, he felt a cold sweat break out. Young Master Yi, I truly did not know your identity. I inadvertently offended you. Please spare me. Yet Yang Yi paid him no mind. You invite me for a late-night meal and then try to undermine me in front of others. You were going to call dozens of brothers to come and teach me a lesson, weren't you? Hurry up. I don't have the time to waste with you any longer. Yang Yi took a bite of a skewer and spoke coldly. Smack. Young Master Yi, I was wrong. Hee-chang knelt before Yang Yi in front of everyone, delivering slap after slap to his own face. What on earth is happening? Looks like pretentiousness met its match. Did you not see how arrogant he was just now? The commotion drew the attention of others in the hall. Seeing this, Yang Yi lost his appetite. Are you still hungry, Yao Yao? Xia Yao, equally bewildered by the scene, had lost her appetite. She slowly shook her head. I can't eat anymore. All right, let us go. We can't let these two ruin our mood. Yang Yi pulled Xia Yao along and headed for the exit, leaving Hee-chang to kneel as he wished to. As they reached the entrance of the food court, Yang Jian approached, accompanied by the two black-clad assassins. Young Master Yi, it's my mismanagement that has disappointed your trust. Yang Jian immediately admitted his fault with sincerity. I granted you the freedom to develop your power quickly, but do not allow any detrimental elements to infiltrate. Do not let me see anyone flaunting the Black Cloak Army's name in public, understood? Have compassion, be dedicated, and ensure the subordinates can recite the core socialist values. Understood. Young Master Yi, I will implement this immediately. Yang Yi waved his hand, signaling them to leave quickly, as he did not wish for his carefully crafted romantic atmosphere to be disrupted by trivial matters. At this moment, only Yang Yi and Xia Yao remained in the parking lot. Yang Yi grinned. Shall we find a nicer place? Instantly, Xia Yao's face flushed crimson. She understood Yang Yi's implication. Although she had prepared herself earlier, hearing it directly from him made her feel a tinge of shyness. Xia Yao's response was barely audible, but her bashfulness only heightened Yang Yi's excitement. Let us go to my place. My parents aren't home. After some consideration, Xia Yao suggested going to her house, fearing embarrassment if others saw them at a hotel. Yang Yi had not anticipated Xia Yao inviting him to her home, but upon realizing her parents were away, he readily agreed. Following Xia Yao's directions, Yang Yi drove to a relatively upscale neighborhood in the city center. He had suspected Xia Yao's family was well off, so he was not surprised. After parking, They took the elevator to a 3-story villa. Although this villa was slightly less grand than Villa number 001 at Yunshang Residence, it was nonetheless a top-tier property compared to typical developments. I didn't realize you were such a little heiress. From the quality of the property and the villa's interior decor, it was evident that Xia Yao's family was well off. Rolling her eyes at Yang Ye's teasing, Xia Yao reflected on how Yang Ye's demeanor towards the Black Cloak Army members indicated he was not someone to be trifled with, as if he were their master. However, Yang Ye's increasing mystery and power only served to affirm his excellence. Have a seat for a moment. I'll get you a glass of water. Once home, Xia Yao relaxed, first slicing some fruit for Yang Yi before pouring him a drink. Your parents won't come back unexpectedly, will they? It would be awkward if they caught us, since they were at Xia Yao's house. The thought of her parents returning to find their daughter with someone else was quite uncomfortable. They won't be back until tomorrow night. What are you scared? Scared? There's nothing in this world that I fear. Xia Yao retorted, you should worry about whether I'll devour you whole. After some playful banter, Xia Yao led Yang Yi to her bedroom on the second floor. One must admit that girls have a unique fondness for pink, and Xia Yao was no exception. Her room was decorated in soft pink hues, radiating youthful charm. Under the gentle lighting, the atmosphere grew increasingly intimate. Both could sense the rapid beating of their hearts and the warmth of their breaths. Suddenly, the lights in the room went out, leaving ample room for imagination. Chapter 87. Where do you get off calling me Auntie? The following morning, Yang Yi was awoken by the system notification sound. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining a sincere love. Congratulations on receiving 10 attribute points. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill Hall of Fame level singing technique. Since Yang Yi had not spent much on Xia Yao, there was no corresponding cashback, but he was pleased to receive a skill. Check attributes. Name, Yang Yi. Age, 18 years. Appearance, 9.0 points. Height, 180 cm. Physique, 50, above average. Title, Junior Sea King. Basic income, 10,000 yuan day. Wealth, 7.2 billion. Companies. Tianma Venture Capital Company Limited, worth 1 billion. Tianma Star Cinema, worth 5 billion. Yunfu Shopping Center, worth 5 billion. Crocodile Live Streaming Platform, worth 3 billion. Skills, professional driving skills, master-level piano performance skills, Hall of Fame-level basketball skills, culinary master, divine physician, proficient performer, master-level singing skills, ancient martial arts iron cloth shirt. Attribute points, 10 points. Fish Pond, Lu Xiaoyu, Li Na, Lin Wanner, Xia Yao. After binding fish fry, spending on them will yield tenfold cashback. Currently, each fry has a maximum daily cashback of 1 billion. Task: become a senior Sea King within a year. Current progress, 40. Before long, Yang Yi got up and took a shower. Staring at the pink bathrobe in the bathroom, he found himself in a moment of indecision. Ultimately, he chose the bold pink. Glancing at the sleeping Xia Yao, he decided not to wake her, instead heading downstairs to the kitchen alone. Utilizing his culinary skills, Yang Yi prepared a sumptuous breakfast in just half an hour. Soon, steaming millet porridge and elegantly arranged sandwiches adorned the dining table. Afterward, Yang Yi ascended to the bedroom and gently roused Xia Yao. Let me sleep a little longer. I'm so tired. Upon seeing Yang Yi in her pink bathrobe, Xia Yao involuntarily smiled but quickly shut her eyes again, wishing to catch a few more moments of sleep. Your mom is back. When Xia Yao refused to budge, Yang Yi resorted to his trump card. Where is she? As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, the previously drowsy Xia Yao sprang up from the bed, her eyes wide open with no trace of sleepiness. Pfft. Seeing Xia Yao's panicked expression, Yang Yi couldn't help but chuckle. I was joking. Hurry up and come downstairs for breakfast? Ah, you're so annoying. Startled by Yang Yi, Xia Yao jumped up and playfully bit his shoulder. That's for tricking me. I'll bite you to death. Though Xia Yao threatened to bite Yang Yi to death, she did not apply any real force. Instead, it felt rather affectionate. In response, Yang Yi swept her up in his arms and made his way to the dining area. As they reached the staircase, the aroma of rice wafted through the yard. It smells so good. What did you buy for breakfast, Brother Yi? Xia Yao assumed that someone of Yang Yi's stature would not cook for himself, so she believed the breakfast downstairs must be takeout. What nonsense, I made all of this myself. You made this? Xia Yao gazed in disbelief at the beautifully presented breakfast on the table. Did you think otherwise? I didn't expect young Master Yi to be such a good cook. I must taste it. At that moment, Xia Yao was as curious as if she had discovered a new continent. eager to find out how Yang Ye's breakfast tasted. Observing the perfectly colored millet porridge, she took a spoonful, blew on it lightly, and placed it in her mouth. The millet porridge melted in her mouth, a unique aroma of millet instantly tantalizing her taste buds. Delicious. Initially, Xia Yao had thought that even if Yang Ye's cooking was mediocre, she would finish it out of politeness. However, after the first spoonful, she found it impossible to stop. Moments later, she had emptied a small bowl of millet porridge. To this point, she disregarded her image as a refined lady, grabbing the bowl to refill it. Brother Yi, you should eat too. Seeing Yang Yi looking at her with a smile, Xia Yao spooned some porridge and fed it to him. Just then, the front door creaked open. A well-dressed, middle-aged woman with an air of sophistication stepped into the villa. What are you two doing? The scene before him left the newcomer utterly astonished. A stranger was alone in a room with his daughter, and what was even more shocking was that he was clad only in a pink bathrobe, while his daughter was feeding him. With a crash, Xia Yao dropped the spoon she had been holding upon seeing the visitor. Mom, you're back. The newcomer was none other than Xia Yao's mother. Yi Lily, what on earth? Am I cursed with a tongue of misfortune? At that moment, Yang Yi quickly grasped the situation. He was caught at home playing cards with someone else's daughter. A wave of embarrassment washed over him. Why am I back? If I hadn't returned, who would have known you had such audacity? Xia Donghai, you better come in now. If you don't hurry, your daughter might just end up with a nephew. With that, Xia's mother called out, and a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing glasses, walked in. What with the shouting in broad daylight? Shouting. Come see what your precious daughter is doing. Following Xia's mother's prompt, Xia Donghai peeked into the room. His eyes widened in shock and he stammered, Yao Yao, is this your boyfriend? At that moment, Xia Yao felt intensely embarrassed. After all, it was her parents who had caught her, and she didn't dare utter a word, lowering her head in silence. Seeing this, Yang Yi stood up and walked to Xia Yao's side, pulling her into his embrace. Uncle, Auntie, my name is Yang Yi, and I am Xia Yao's boyfriend. If there's an issue, direct it at me. As a man, Yang Yi could not allow Xia Yao to bear the brunt of the situation. In that moment, he resolved to face whatever consequences awaited them. They could scold or hit him as they pleased. Yi Lily, taken aback by Yang Ye's nonchalant demeanor, found herself at a loss for words. You did such a thing, bullying my Yao Yao. How dare you call me auntie? If I don't call you auntie, then what should I call you? At this moment, Yang Yi decided to lay everything bare. Since they had been caught by her parents, he might as well be straightforward. If you don't want me to call you auntie, fine, Mom. Can I at least call you Mom? With sincerity, Yang Yi addressed Yi Lily as Mom, knowing full well that he had taken another man's daughter. Calling her Mom was hardly a loss. Yu. For a moment, Yi Lily was left speechless, utterly stunned by Yang Ye's audacity. Chapter 88. A rival appears at the door. Yao Yao, you two go upstairs and get dressed, and then we'll have a proper talk. In contrast to Yi Lily's impatience, Xia Donghai remained much calmer. After all, both his daughter and that young man were still wearing bathrobes. Discussing matters in such attire was quite awkward. Take a breath, we only have one daughter. What is done is done. How can we change it now? Moreover, he thought that the young man seemed rather interesting. Just look at how he reacted. When not allowed to call her auntie, he promptly called her Mom. Most people wouldn't have such a quick wit. Don't give me that nonsense. First, let's clarify their situation. Meanwhile, Xia Yao, dazed and confused, accompanied Yang Yi upstairs. What do we do? What do we do? Why did they come back so suddenly? At that moment, Xia Yao was in a state of shock, unsure of how to explain things to her parents. Don't panic. I've got this, Yang Yi. Sensing her distress, enveloped her in his arms, gently patting her back to calm her down. 20 minutes later, after changing their clothes, Yang Yi and Xia Yao returned to the living room. By then, Yi Lily had managed to regain her composure, though her gaze toward Yang Yi still held a hint of hostility. Now, tell us, what is going on between you two? As Yang Yi and Xia Yao sat side by side on the sofa, hand in hand, Xia's mother demanded to know the specifics of their relationship. We're in a free relationship. Everything that needed to happen has happened, and I will take full responsibility. Yang Yi first made his stance clear. If I'm not mistaken, you're still in college, right? That's correct. We are both freshmen at Qin University this year. Upon hearing this, Yi Lily's brows furrowed. You young people never consider the consequences of your actions. You claim you'll take responsibility, but what can you offer right now? You both still rely on your parents for living expenses. Without a financial foundation, How can you provide the life my daughter desires? As a mother, Yi Lily saw the situation clearly. It wasn't that she held a prejudice against Yang Yi, but rather that love without the means to support it was destined to be fleeting. Yang Yi, you must understand that our Xia family is not the wealthiest in Qin City, but we are a respectable family. Now that Yao Yao is in college and has found herself in such a predicament, what do you think we should do? What do you think I should do to avoid bringing shame upon the Xia family? Yang Yi understood Xia's mother's stance. After all, it was only natural for a parent to feel resentment when their daughter was compromised. My Xia family possesses assets worth 10 billion in Qin City. I don't know your family's specific situation, but I'm not a narrow-minded person if you can care for Yao Yao. Then I have no objections. Hearing this, Yang Yi relaxed his furrowed brows. Give me 3 hours. By noon, I will provide an explanation to your parents. Without hesitation, Yang Yi stood up and pulled out his phone, calling Yang Jian for nearly half an hour. After hanging up, he dialed another number. Bring the contract and make sure to arrive by noon sharp. With that, Yang Yi calmly returned to the sofa, casting a reassuring glance at Xia Yao. Xiao Yang, while I'm not sure what arrangements you just made, I must inform you that Long Xiang, the second son of the Long family in Qin City, also has an interest in Yao Yao, and he will be arriving shortly. Our elders will not interfere, but you must handle the matter with Long. Let me add that as her father, all I wish for is Yao Yao's happiness. However, the Long family is a top-tier family in Qin City. If you lack the strength to withstand their pressure, I advise you to let go sooner rather than later. At this moment, Xia Donghai, who had been silently observing, took a sip of tea and spoke calmly. Yang Yi instantly grasped the essence of their words. They did not oppose the relationship but wanted him to stand firm against the Long family's pressure. Hearing this, Yang Yi smiled slightly and replied, Rest assured, if I can't handle this little pressure, how could I possibly bring happiness to Yao Yao? Currently, in Qin City, Yang Yi genuinely felt no fear of anyone. Just as the discussion about the Long family unfolded, the doorbell of the villa rang. Seeing this, Yi Lily rose to open the door. Aunt Yi, I happen to have some free time this morning, so I came over to is Yao Yao home? The moment the door opened, a well-mannered, middle-aged man stepped inside. Young Master Long, Yao Yao is home, and she has brought a friend. You two can have a good chat. Friend? Yes, they're all sitting in the living room. You'll see when you go over. As Long Xiang walked into the living room, he immediately saw Yang Yi and Xia Yao sitting together, hand in hand. The jovial expression on his face darkened instantly. Who are you? If you don't let go of your filthy hands, I'll have someone chop them off. Long Xiang had always viewed Xia Yao as his forbidden fruit, and now a stranger was holding her hand in her own home, which implied someone had gotten to her first. Thus, he was filled with rage. So, you must be Long Xiang? Yang Yi, unfazed by Long Xiang's question, casually replied. Upon hearing this, Long Xiang's brow furrowed. The fact that the other party knew him indicated that the Xia family had informed him of the situation, yet he dared to act this way. Did he have some backing? As the second son of the Long family, Long Xiang was quick-witted and immediately analyzed the key issue. Therefore, he was prepared to take the next step in his probing. Uncle Xia, is your family not going to provide me with an explanation? The reason the Long family is willing to invest 5 billion in your timber business is due to my relationship with Yao Yao. Are you trying to make me withdraw my investment? Long Xiang had yet to ascertain Yang Yi's background, so he turned his attention to Xia Donghai. He knew that the Xia family's timber business was facing a cash flow crisis, and the 5 billion investment from the Long family was crucial to alleviating their urgent needs. Hearing this, Xia Donghai's expression changed, but he quickly glanced at his daughter holding Yang Yi's hand and returned to normal. Young Master Long, I have only one daughter. Regardless of her choices, I will respect her opinions. You youngsters should figure out your matters yourselves. I won't interfere. As for your investment, I won't force it. Having built a 10 billion fortune in Qin City, Xia Donghai was not someone to be easily intimidated. Long Xiang's slightly threatening words were far from pleasant to hear, prompting him to adopt a firmer stance. Long Xiang, I'm already with Brother Yi. You should just give up. Long Xiang's threats naturally infuriated Xia Yao, as no one liked to be treated as a bargaining chip. Besides, Xia Yao had already committed herself to Yang Yi. How could she possibly show Long Xiang any kindness? Fine, kid. I'll remember you. I'll also remember your Xia family. I want to see how you solve your cash flow crisis without my Long family's 5 billion. With that, Long Xiang stormed out, preparing to consolidate his forces to teach the Xia family and Yang Yi a lesson. However, to Yang Yi, Long Xiang's threats were nothing more than a joke. Chapter 89. This is the future son-in-law. Kid, don't get too cocky. Offending Long Xiang will make your life difficult from now on. Xia Donghai couldn't help but remind Yang Yi, who appeared unfazed. After all, the Long family was a top-tier family in Qin City, wielding considerable influence. Xia Donghai had managed to remain neutral, preserving his daughter's dignity, but it was out of the question for him to stand against the Long family for Yang Yi. The Long family? If he behaves himself, that's fine. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to turn him into a worm. Yang Yi, with all his resources, felt confident standing at the pinnacle of Qin City. A mere Long family was nothing to fear. Hearing Yang Yi's nonchalant remarks, Xia Donghai furrowed his brow. Were all young people this arrogant now? However, Yang Yi's confidence left him puzzled. Did he truly possess such strength? Shortly after, Yi Lily called Xia Yao upstairs, leaving Yang Yi and Xia Donghai alone in the living room. Yao Yao, tell me, what exactly has happened between you two? At that moment, Yi Lily appeared serious, wanting to clarify the extent of her daughter's relationship with Yang Yi to make further arrangements. Speak up. Is it true that everything he said has happened? Yes. Faced with her mother's inquiries, Xia Yao nodded silently. Oh, you silly girl. After confirming, Yi Lily could only sigh in resignation. Since you two have already crossed that line, there's nothing more for your father and me to say. However, the Long family is not easy to deal with. Remembering Long Xiang's harsh words as he left, a frown creased Yi Lily's brow. With only one daughter, everything they did was for Xia Yao's sake. Now that Xia Yao had given herself to Yang Yi, even if she didn't openly admit it, she had no intention of separating the two. What is his family situation like? I haven't inquired, but it shouldn't be worse than ours. You little girl, you've given yourself away without even understanding his family background. How could I have given birth to such a foolish daughter? Watching Xia Yao, who was completely unaware, Yi Lily felt a headache coming on. Meanwhile, downstairs, Xia Donghai and Yang Yi sat facing each other, both staring intently. Xiaoyang, if you end up with Yao Yao, what are your plans for the future? At that moment, Xia Donghai wanted to have a serious discussion with Yang Yi. Even if the young man's family was less than impressive, as long as he was willing to work hard, his current assets could provide a decent life for his daughter. What plans? Just fool around, make movies, watch live streams. Working is out of the question. Hearing this, Xia Donghai felt a vain throb on his forehead. Can't you do something serious? Although he felt anxious, Xia Donghai suppressed his emotions and asked again, aren't you planning to do something substantial? What I mentioned is substantial. To Yang Yi, casually streaming and gifting a few tokens could easily net him several small goals. Wasn't he that considered a legitimate endeavor? At this moment, Xia Donghai's initial goodwill toward Yang Yi diminished further. Let us see what you can pull off by noon. Infuriated, Xia Donghai silently reminded himself to observe how this young man would handle things later. Soon, the sound of roaring engines echoed through the villa, followed by the doorbell ringing. Xiaoyang, although Yao Yao has acknowledged you, you can't call me mom recklessly. We're not there yet. Recently annoyed by Yang Yi's casual use of mom, Xia Donghai poured cold water on him. Let me open the door. Seeing that his father seemed to be at odds with Yang Yi, Xia Yao took the initiative to head towards the villa's front door. As she opened it, Xia Yao was taken aback by the sight before her. From the entrance of the neighborhood to the villa's door, at least 100 black Mercedes-Benz G-Class vehicles were lined up, creating an explosive scene. Leading this convoy was a pink limited edition Porsche 918. On this top-notch sports car worth over 20 million, a heart made of balloons was prominently displayed, along with a dazzling diamond ring that sparkled brightly, easily weighing at least 20 carats. The three people in the hall, seeing Xia Yao frozen in place, hurried out. Wow, Yang Jian really knows how to make a scene. Yang Yi had only asked Yang Jian to arrange a car and procure a ring. Who would have thought that he would pull off such an impressive display? Huh, this was all arranged by him. Both Xia Donghai and Yi Lily were momentarily stunned by the spectacle. To pull off such a grand affair in just a couple of hours required significant resources. It seemed this young man was not simple at all. The couple exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of confusion. Young Master Yi, Yang Jian, upon seeing Yang Yi emerge, quickly signaled to him regarding the location of the diamond ring. Seeing this, Yang Yi naturally walked over to the sports car and retrieved the sparkling diamond ring. He then approached Xia Yao and slipped the ring, which was at least 20 carats, onto her finger. Do you like it? At this moment, Xia Yao was utterly captivated by Yang Yi's gesture, instinctively covering her mouth with her hand and nodding by in response. Yang Yi embraced Xia Yao and led the group into the villa. After a few individuals had taken their seats, Yang Jian handed over a car key, a set of property deeds, and a contract to Yang Yi. Young Master Yi, everything is here. Today's affairs have been handled splendidly. Upon hearing this, Yang Jian stepped back with a beaming smile. This is a sports car worth over 20 million. This is a villa in Yunshang Mansion valued at 80 million. This is the Tianma Venture Capital Company, worth 1 billion. Now, all of it belongs to Yao Yao. Uncle, Auntie, I wonder if this gift is sufficient for me to continue my relationship with Yao Yao. Yang Yi pushed the car key, property deeds, and company transfer contract forward, smiling as he looked at Xia Donghai and Yi Lily. At this. Even though the couple had witnessed many grand occasions, they were momentarily taken aback, swallowing hard. Xia Donghai, seasoned in the business world, recognized the authenticity of that contract at a glance. The total assets of the Xia family barely reached around 1 billion, while Yang Yi casually presented a foundation of 1 billion. This is far from a mere impoverished youth. This is simply a worthy son-in-law. Chapter 90. What did you say your name was? At this moment, the way Xia Donghai and Yi Lily looked at Yang Yi underwent a complete transformation. Although they had not opposed the couple earlier, they had still held a certain degree of disdain for Yang Yi. However, with this display from Yang Yi, they suddenly realized that their entire family fortune was merely pocket change to someone else. Little Yang, what exactly does your family do? Just an ordinary family. Yang Yi held no resentment towards Xia Donghai and his wife. Their previous attitude was merely human nature. Moreover, when Long Xiang arrived, they did not attempt to break apart the couple due to the influence of the Long family, which was truly commendable. An ordinary family owns 100 luxury G-Wagons. An ordinary family can casually gift away a company worth 10 billion. I truly admire you. Old 6. At this moment, Xia Donghai was experiencing for the first time that 10 billion could indeed be considered ordinary for some families. Brother Yi, I don't want these things. I only want you to treat me well. At this point, Xia Yao was already moved to tears by Yang Ye's generosity. A gift worth 10 billion was far too extravagant. She did not want Yang Yi to perceive her as a materialistic woman. Crash! The teacup that Yi Lily had just lifted slipped from her grasp and landed on the coffee table. What kind of foolish daughter have I raised? Not only did she not understand the situation of others before giving herself away, but now, when faced with a 10 billion gift, she simply refuses it. One must realize that the entire Xia family possesses assets of around 10 billion, and Yang Ye's gift would guarantee Xia Yao a life of comfort for the rest of her days. Yao Yao, you must accept this. Otherwise, Uncle and Auntie will never feel at ease letting you be with me. Besides, I hope you can build a career to support me in the future, right? The offerings from a Generation C king cannot simply be returned. Yang Yi had to persuade her once more. Yes, Yao Yao, only by becoming strong can you help Yang Yi. Upon hearing Yang Yi speak, Yi Lily immediately chimed in, fearing her foolish daughter would again refuse the 10 billion gift. Well then fine. Xia Yao understood that Yang Yi's background was not simple, and if she wished to remain by his side, she would indeed need to continually improve herself. Since you two have already taken this step, we are no longer outsiders. You and Yao Yao can manage your relationship yourselves. Her mother and I will not interfere too much. Let us all have lunch together today. At this moment, it was already time for lunch, and Xia Donghai, having just gained such a worthy son-in-law, took the initiative to invite Yang Yi to stay for a meal. All right, you can have the other brothers head back first. You stay and have lunch with me. Since Yang Jian had performed splendidly today, Yang Yi decided to keep him as well. Yes, young Master Yi. Shortly after, Yi Lily prepared a lavish spread of dishes, showcasing her meticulous care. Xia Donghai, why aren't you calling your son-in-law over to eat? At this moment, Yi Lily was increasingly fond of Yang Yi, even directly referring to him as her son-in-law. Ha ha ha. Come on, little Yi, you too, come sit down. Today, let us enjoy a few drinks. Yi Lily's casual mention of son-in-law shattered any remaining barriers among them. Seeing Yang Yi offer no objection, Xia Donghai felt quite pleased and opened 2 bottles of Maotai, toasting with Yang Yi. After several rounds of Maotai, Xia Donghai's face flushed a deep red, and he eagerly began to discuss the top powers within Qian City. Through Xia Donghai's account, Yang Yi learned that there were 6 major powers in Qian City: the Li family, the Zhou family, the Zhang family, the Wang family, the Long family, and the Yang family. These 6 families were all billion-dollar clans, monopolizing various industries in Qian City. Among them, the Li family was the most powerful, wielding significant influence across all sectors. Following them in order were the other families. Yang Yi's acquaintances Zhang Yu, Wang Gang, and Yang Jie were affiliated with 3 of these 6 families. As for the remaining 3, aside from the Li family, the Zhou and Long families had formed grudges against Yang Wei, by the way, son-in-law. Besides the 6 families mentioned, there's another force you need to be particularly wary of. At this moment, Xia Donghai spoke seriously. Recently, a mysterious underground force known as the Black-Clad Army has emerged in Qin City, obliterating the original Xingyao society overnight. Their strength is unfathomable. It is said that their leader, Yang Jin, is exceptionally ruthless, leading 100 brothers armed with machetes to directly take down the headquarters of the Xingyao society, forcing Wang Hu and his son to flee Qin City. Upon hearing this, Yang Jin's face turned awkward, and he could not help but chuckle sheepishly. Yang Yi nearly choked on the soup he had just sipped. What are you two laughing about? I'm not joking here. Offending these major families might only lead to commercial sanctions, but crossing the Black-Clad Army could lead to utter ruin. Seeing that Yang Yi and the others were dismissive of the Black-Clad Army, Xia Donghai had to emphasize once more, as the Black-Clad Army was far too mysterious. Meanwhile, Xia Yao was equally astonished. Previously, she only thought the Black-Clad Army was powerful, but she had not anticipated their strength to rival that of the 6 families, or even surpass them in certain aspects. Though her father was unaware of Yang Jin's identity, she was not. Dad, the Black-Clad Army isn't as terrifying as you say. They're quite decent in certain aspects. Navi, underground forces are not as simple as you think. Seeing Xia Yao brush aside the Black-Clad Army, Xia Donghai could only shake his head helplessly. Come, little brother, you're my son-in-law's subordinate, which makes you one of us. Let us have a drink. At this, Yang Jin immediately raised his glass and drank the liquor in one gulp, his attitude serious. Ha ha ha, little brother truly is a man of character. Cheers, by the way, little brother, what is your name? Xia Donghai also downed his drink. Feeling quite jovial, excitedly, he asked Yang Jin for his name, as calling him little brother felt quite odd. In that instant, Yang Jin was at a loss for words, only able to turn towards Yang Yi with a bewildered expression. Just answer the question. They'll find out sooner or later. It doesn't make a difference whether it's sooner or later. Upon receiving Yang Yi's affirmation, Yang Jin smiled as he addressed Xia Donghai. Uncle, my name is Yang Jin, and I'm following young Master Yi. Yang Jin, a good name, sharing the same surname as my son-in-law. At this moment, Xia Donghai, feeling a bit tipsy, nodded with a smile upon hearing Yang Jin's response. However, Yi Lily, who had not been drinking, was far from calm. Yang Jin, recalling the 100 luxury G-wagons and the uniformed burly men, Yi Lily's face suddenly filled with shock, and she hastily kicked Xia Donghai under the table. Why did you kick me, you old hag? This little brother's name is quite nice. Yang Jin, isn't that the same surname as our son-in-law? Little brother, why does your name sound so familiar? Suddenly, Xia Donghai's expression froze, staring at Yang Jin in disbelief, his voice trembling slightly as he asked, Little brother, what did you say your name was? Uncle, my name is Yang Jin, following young Master Yi. Upon hearing this, Xia Donghai felt as if all the strength had been drained from his body, slumping back into his seat. Chapter 91. Li Rongrong.at2 in the afternoon. Yang Yi and Yang Jin emerged from the villa belonging to Xia Yao's family. 2 black-clad warriors were already waiting at the entrance in a luxury G-wagon, while Yang Ye's Bugatti Veyron had long been driven away by someone. Uncle, you don't need to see us off. Young Master Yi and I will head back first. I will visit you again when I have the time. Son-in-law, I want to see you off then. At this moment, Xia Donghai stood at the door, his demeanor quite reserved. He dared not contemplate Yang Ye's identity, as even a single Yang Jin was in existence he looked up to. You can head back. The Xia family's financial issues can be directly resolved by Yao Yao's investment. Yang Yi held a degree of respect for his elders, and after waving goodbye to Xia Donghai, he and Yang Jin got into the car.it wasn't until the luxury G-wagon carrying Yang Yi and Yang Jin drove out of the neighborhood that Xia Donghai returned to the villa in a daze. Did I just call the leader of the black-clad army little brother repeatedly? The leader of the black-clad army actually sat down to drink with me respectfully. I even said to his face that he was ruthless. At this moment, Xia Donghai recalled his previous bewildering actions and couldn't help but smile bitterly. On the other side, in the luxury G-wagon, Yang Jin sat respectfully in the passenger seat, glancing at Yang Yi in the back seat, his eyes brimming with excitement. Initially troubled by the events of the previous night, Yang Ye's decision to keep him for lunch today finally put his anxious heart at ease. Young Master Yi, are you heading to school or leaving? To the Lujin years. Yang Yi had long considered managing the black-clad army properly, and today he happened to have the time to go pay a visit. Ding! The host has been gifted with fish fry worth 10 billion from Tianma Venture Capital and other gifts. 10 billion cashback has been credited. There's cashback for this too? Hearing the system notification, Yang Yi couldn't help but smile. The entrance of the Lujin Years Club, a luxury G-Wagon with the license plate Qian HY666, came to a halt under everyone's watchful eyes. Those at the club knew that this vehicle was the exclusive ride of the black-clad army's big shot, Yang Jian. Just as a subordinate prepared to open the car door, Yang Jian swiftly leaped from the passenger seat and respectfully opened the rear door. What the heck? Who is this person? How can they make the big shot of the black-clad army? Yang Jian, open the door for them. This must be a top-tier big shot. I dare say even the spokesperson of the 6 major families in Qin would only have Yang Jian come out to greet them. The idea of having him respectfully open the door is simply unthinkable. Under the gazes of the crowd, Yang Yi stepped out of the car with remarkable composure. So young. He must be the young master of some prominent family. Yang Yi's 18-year-old face left the onlookers astonished. To them, anyone who could command such respect from Yang Jian must be a top-tier big shot. However, Yang Yi remained unaware of their thoughts as he followed Yang Jian into the club. Inside the Lujin Years Club, Yang Yi, Yang Jian, and 10 black-clad squad leaders sat within a private room. Let us discuss. What is the current situation of the black-clad army? Yang Yi casually propped one foot on the bar as he inquired. Young Master Yi, currently, aside from the initial 100 brothers, we have recruited over 2,000 new members, all elite, as per your instructions to prioritize quality over quantity. Besides Qian City, we have taken control of the underground world in 2 other cities within Qian Province. Our assets have now soared to around 100 billion. Not bad. Yang Yi hadn't anticipated Yang Jian's rapid development, expanding their influence into 2 additional cities. Young Master, as you mentioned, within our territory, all drug transactions are strictly prohibited. However, I plan to establish this industry in the island nation. May I proceed? As for the island nation, do as you wish. Thinking back to the crimes committed by the island nation in the past, Yang Yi felt a surge of anger. Next, Yang Jian reported on the black-clad army's current situation and their future development plans. By the way, keep a close watch on the Long and Zhou families in Qian City. They have caused some unpleasantness for me. Understood, young master. Upon hearing this, a cold expression crossed Yang Jian's face. As elite warriors, they held absolute loyalty to Yang Yi, and upon learning that the Long and Zhou families dared to offend him, they immediately placed these 2 families on their blacklist. I have a book on the cultivation method for the ancient martial art iron cloth shirt. You can teach it to the initial 100 brothers, but remember, it must not be leaked. Given that the black-clad army was currently seizing territories, conflicts involving force were inevitable, so Yang Yi decided to share the system's reward of the iron cloth shirt with the black-clad warriors. Thank you, young master. Yang Jian and the others, having experienced countless battles, understood the value of such ancient martial arts. Acquiring the iron cloth shirt would greatly enhance their combat capabilities. Their faces were filled with excitement. That day, due to having consumed alcohol, Yang Yi decided to stay at the Lujin Years Club. The following afternoon, Yang Yi was awakened by a phone call from Zhang Yu, groggy as he crawled out from a pile of soft cushions. Hello, what is up? Young Master Yi, the Supercar Club is holding a racing competition this afternoon. Are you interested in joining? Racing? Yes, racing. It's all the upper crust of Qian City. All right, I'll come by to take a look. Ever since obtaining the system, although Yang Yi had acquired the driving skills of a professional racer and top-tier sports cars, there was no way he could speed recklessly in the city. As a young man, the thrill of racing naturally held a certain allure for Yang Yi.At2 in the afternoon. Yang Yi arrived at the location provided by Zhang Yu, driving his Bugatti Veyron. As soon as he stepped out of the car, Zhang Yu and the others rushed over. Let me tell you, there's a remarkable person here today. As soon as Zhang Jia approached, he pulled Yang Yi aside, gesturing towards a certain direction. Following Zhang Jia's indication, Yang Yi looked in that direction and saw a woman, appearing to be in her late 20s, leaning against a Ferrari, clad in racing attire. This woman was unlike anyone Yang Yi had encountered before. She bore a hint of plumpness, but it was not mere fat. It was a mature fullness. Her skin was fair, and her exquisite face radiated a touch of nobility. The racing suit accentuated her curvaceous figure perfectly. Her name is Li Rongrong, the 3rd daughter of the Li family in Qian City. Her husband was a wealthy businessman from Hong Kong, but he died in a car accident just a month after their marriage. leaving her with over 100 billion in assets. Before long, Zhang Jie and the others had conveyed this information to Yang Yi. Chapter 92. Changing the bet ding. Successfully bound fish FRY. Name. Li Rongrong. Height. 171 cm. Appearance. 9.2 points. Favorability. 30. Task reward. Tenfold cashback on fish fry consumption. Maximum cashback of 10 billion daily. No further cashback after capture. Once the favorability of the fish fry reaches 95 or above, a genuine love will be successfully obtained, rewarding a special skill 1, 10 attribute points, and a refund on the consumption amount. In an instant, the system had directly bound to Yang Yi. Not long after, Zhang Jie led Yang Yi and the others directly into the racetrack. Within lies an expansive outdoor track spanning over a dozen kilometers, meticulously equipped with various bends, sandy terrains, and other quintessential features, rendering the venue exceptionally professional. Yi Xiao. This is the base of our supercar club, encompassing an area of 18 square kilometers, with a total track length of 26 kilometers, offering an array of racing experiences to satisfy your every desire. As it is Yang Ye's first visit, Zhang Yu took the time to provide a thorough introduction. How do people usually engage here? Yang Yi admitted he had never participated in racing before. The track can accommodate up to 6 vehicles, and I typically seek out cars with comparable performance for competitions. As seasoned members of the Supercar Club, Zhang Yu and his companions were well versed in the venue's regulations, promptly briefing Yang Yi on all the rules. Zhang Yu, are you daring to show up today? Has losing 5 million to me last time not taught you a sufficient lesson? Suddenly, a voice laced with mockery reached their ears, followed by the sight of Zhou Feng approaching with several affluent friends from the opposite side of the venue. Zhou Feng, what is there to boast about? You merely won once. This time, let me show you what true skill looks like. The newcomer was indeed Zhou Feng, who had clashed with Yang Yi at the auction, and he and Zhang Yu were old adversaries, bound to exchange barbs upon encountering one another. Li Jie is here as well? Zhou Feng exclaimed, hastily greeting Li Rongrong, who merely acknowledged him with a curt nod, her demeanor icy. Noticing her disinterest, Zhou Feng awkwardly smiled and approached Yang Yi and the others. What a narrow path for enemies. I thought running into Zhang Yu was unfortunate enough, yet here you are too. Upon seeing Yang Ye's presence, Zhou Feng began to taunt him with a sardonic edge. However, Yang Yi was no pushover. What's this? After being embarrassed last time, are you eager for another slap in the face? Yang Yi retorted, harboring no fondness for Zhou Feng. Racing isn't merely a matter of having a few bucks. Here, your words hold no weight. Zhou Feng, a wealthy scion of the Zhou family, reveled in racing, his skills highly regarded in the elite circles of Qian City. You youngsters should cease your chatter. Let us wager 1 million per round and see who truly shines on the track. At that moment, the poised Li Rongrong approached. Lijs speaks wisely. Mere words hold no value. 1 million per round. Are you brave enough to play? For a moment, Zhang Yu and the others hesitated to respond. Despite their disdain for Zhou Feng, his racing prowess surpassed theirs, and they were reluctant to gamble 1 million for pride's sake. Seeing their silence, Zhou Feng laughed triumphantly. Zhang Yu, is this your day to concede? Ha ha ha. I told you, in racing, you're all beneath me, you. At that moment, Zhang Yu's fists clenched, his face flushed with anger. Can you muster 50 million? If so, I might begrudgingly play around with you. Just as Zhou Feng reveled in his unchecked arrogance, Yang Yi stepped forward from behind Zhang Yu. Were it not for the concern that Zhou Feng might not have the funds, Yang Yi would have proposed a wager of 100 million. Upon hearing this, not only was Zhou Feng taken aback, but even Li Rongrong cast a curious glance in his direction. You again? I'm unaware of where you derive your courage, but if you wish to play, I shall oblige. Zhou Feng, already irked by Yang Yi, saw an opportunity to seize his money and readily accepted the challenge. Count me in. Such a grand wager cannot exclude me. As Yang Yi and Zhou Feng escalated the stakes to 100 million, Li Rongrong joined in the excitement, eager to partake in this high-stakes gamble. In the years following her ex-husband's tragic demise, she sought exhilarating activities to alleviate her boredom, and racing naturally became one of her chosen pastimes. Very well. Since Li Jie is interested, let us compete with 3 cars among the 3 of us. Zhou Feng, after a moment's contemplation, consented to Li Rongrong's involvement. Yi Xiao, Zhou Feng, and Li Jie are renowned racing champions in the circle. You should be cautious about recklessly entering. Wang Gang, witnessing the wager solidifying, quickly interjected, aware that 50 million was no trifling amount. Why fret? Racing is merely about skill. Watch as I claim this 100 million and take you all for a ride. In stark contrast to the anxiety of the others, Yang Yi wore a calm demeanor, intending to play the fool while concealing his true prowess as a professional racer. I shall teach this brat a lesson today. As Yang Yi continued boasting, Zhou Feng couldn't help but smirk with disdain. If I win, I shan't take your 5 million. How about we change the wager instead? Yang Yi, irritated by Li Rongrong's stunning figure, brazenly suggested an alternative bet. What wager? Let us find a leisurely spot and discuss an academic topic. Upon hearing this, Yang Jie raised his thumb in admiration. Yi Xiao, I salute you. However, Li Rongrong's expression shifted, and she regarded Yang Yi with a knowing gaze. That will depend on whether you possess the requisite skill. To ensure fairness, the club procured 3 Porsche 911s for the trio. The 911 Model S performance was adequate, making it suitable for the track. Kid, get your money ready. Soon you won't even see my tail lights. Zhou Feng, brimming with arrogance, regarded Yang Yi with derision. To him, Yang Yi was merely a nouveau riche, lacking the years of dedication and professional training necessary to achieve success in such a sophisticated pursuit. Enjoy your bravado while you can. Soon you'll be watching me take your money while discussing the essence of life with the lovely lady beside me. Have you two forgotten about me? My driving skills are renowned in Hong Kong. Feeling overlooked, Li Rongrong stepped forward, her competitive spirit ignited. Enough chatter. Let us commence. Yang Yi shot a meaningful glance at Li Rongrong as he settled into the car, instantly becoming deeply focused. Over the years, many men had harbored intentions toward her, yet none were as forthright as Yang Yi. Li Rongrong recognized that most had only ulterior motives concerning her substantial wealth, even her own family occasionally hinting at their interest. What an intriguing fellow! As she observed Yang Yi's handsome visage, Li Rongrong involuntarily squeezed her thighs before entering the car herself. While the three engaged in playful banter, the staff at the track conducted a thorough cleaning of the course. With all vehicles cleared, the countdown began. Bends are normal, over. Sandy terrain is normal, over. After all personnel were accounted for, a referee brandishing a flag positioned themselves before the trio. At that moment, Yang Ye's vehicle was red, Li Rongrong's was pink, and Zhou Feng's was blue. 3, 2, 1, go. With the referee's flag waved, the 3 Porsches surged forward. Due to their identical performance, no significant gap emerged during the initial acceleration phase. Within roughly 4 seconds, all 3 vehicles exceeded 100, continuing to gain speed. As they sped off, 5 drones took flight simultaneously from the starting point, broadcasting the competition live. A massive display screen at the starting line relayed the drone footage. The initial straightaway showed no discernible difference, with the real challenge lying in the subsequent series of bends, sandy patches, and muddy stretches. On the screen, the 3 sports cars were neck and neck, unable to create any distance between them. Zhang Yu, a veteran member of the Supercar Club, quickly discerned the critical element at play. Setting aside other factors, Zhou Feng's racing skills were undoubtedly commendable. Indeed, that guy possesses considerable talent in this regard. But you all are overlooking Li Jie. She's the hidden boss here. I heard she's renowned as a racing champion in Hong Kong. Yang Jie, ever the information gatherer, had thoroughly researched Li Rongrong's background. Look, we're approaching the first bend. On the screen, the trio of cars approached the initial turned in the Azure Porsche. Zhou Feng focused intently on navigating the curve. His right foot pressed hard on both the accelerator and brake, swiftly engaging the handbrake. With a cacophony of tires screeching against the asphalt, the blue Porsche executed a flawless drift into the turn. Kid, let us see how you compete with me now. Imagining the moment Yang Yi would lose 5 million to him, Zhou Feng couldn't help but smile. Yet, the next scene left him wide-eyed in disbelief. As he drifted into the bend, both Yang Yi and Li Rongrong executed perfect drifts as well, maintaining the same distance. What the hell? Yi Xiao's driving skills are astonishing, Zhou Feng thought to himself, realizing he should have anticipated such prowess from someone of Yang Ye's stature. Yang Ye's adept handling not only astonished Zhou Feng but also left Zhang Yu and the others in sheer awe. On the track, the 3 vehicles pushed their performance to the limit. The upcoming series of bends would prove pivotal. Finding it increasingly difficult to shake off Yang Yi and Li Rongrong, Zhou Feng began to feel the pressure. Ahead lay a sequence of continuous bends, and he resolved to unleash his full potential to outpace them. A fierce determination crossed Zhou Feng's face as he prepared for a triple drift to secure his lead. If successfully executed, This maneuver would elevate the difficulty from an 80 to a staggering 95 points. Mastery over the vehicle was crucial. Otherwise, disaster loomed. While Zhou Feng had never attempted a triple drift before, the pressure exerted by Yang Yi and Li Rongrong compelled him to take the risk in an instant. All three cars entered the first bend with perfect drifts. The immense inertia from the drift still lingered, prompting Zhou Feng to slam the accelerator once more, forcing a second drift. Continuous drifting? Now that's intriguing. Yang Yi, focused intently, mirrored Zhou Feng's actions with a seamless triple drift. Inside the pink Porsche, Li Rongrong beamed with excitement. Now this is thrilling. What a rush! She too executed a drift into the bend. Zhou Feng, feeling reckless, disregarded the potential dangers of the triple drift and forced his car into another slide. Bang! Due to excessive inertia, the rear of his blue Porsche collided with the right side barrier, abruptly reducing his speed. What a chance! With his professional driving skills, Yang Yi effortlessly maneuvered through the challenging course. A perfect triple drift unfolded before him. What the hell? Yi Xiao is displaying skills that are giving me goosebumps. This is on par with professional racers. Zhang Yu and his companions watched in utter astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. Meanwhile, Li Rongrong followed closely behind Yang Yi, executing a triple drift of her own. Although she experienced a slight loss of control, she managed to avoid crashing into the barrier. Unlike Zhou Feng, as a result of his reckless triple drift, Zhou Feng found himself left behind, his vehicle's performance hampered by the collision, eliminating any possibility of catching up. Onlookers marveled at the exhilarating contest unfolding between the two.